For the Emperor, our father, the great Emperor, savior of humanity, radiance of the golden throne. He has sat on the throne for too long. It is no longer him. It has become a corpse, a torch, a symbol, not our father. Before he drags all humanity into destruction, we will crush everyone who stands in our way, be they the Astra Militarum, the Adeptus Astartes, or the Adeptus Mechanicus, or our brothers. We will stand upon Terra and personally end our father, halting humanity's plunge into the abyss. Humanity shall live under a new order, not indulge in ignorance and idleness. We are a great race, once possessing technology like miracles and a spirit as strong as steel. We should gallop across the star sea, not engage in endless religion and infighting. So, let the stars burn again. The roar of a king echoes across the sky. The dead rise unsteadily. Decayed war machines restart. They return the highest respect to the enemies who invaded the sanctuary. A flash of golden light, and all enemies before them were incinerated by holy flames. With a mere wave, psychic lightning like a thunderbolt easily shattered an ancient warship. A man in golden armor with golden light in his eyes breaks through layers of encirclement, reaching the boundary. Behind him, countless wrathful undead surge like a tide, and battleships silent for eons begin to rise. And on the horizon, a faint cross-shaped silhouette under the starlight reveals its majestic form. The super battleship of the final era, the throne of finality. But the man seeing that warship flashes a trace of envy in his eyes, but finally lets out a long sigh. So saying, he leaps off the cliff, falling into the abyss. Passing through the rift, he arrives at a magical space. Before him is a world shifting like a magic lantern. Time and space have lost all meaning. One moment he sees a terrifying planet-sized warship spanning half the starry sky. The next, the earth splits apart and then rises. Even the fundamental laws of the physical universe cease to exist here. Only the roars, agony, and madness of countless beings remain. This place is called the warp, the other side of the universe, resting place of souls. However, the golden-armored man seems unwilling to linger. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from here. After a bout of jolting, his vision fills with a chaotic mix of colors. A familiar sense of gravity returns, and the man crashes heavily onto a bed. The poor bed collapses under the immense weight. Staring at the ceiling, his body broken, the man laughs loudly. This damned gravity, finally back from the warp. The next moment, the door is kicked open, and two giants in golden armor burst in, wielding guardian spears. But upon recognizing the figure, they lower their spears and kneel on one knee. "Your Majesty, rise." The Emperor stands up from the shattered bed and looks at the clock. Several pointers have passed. "Kate Daily, how long has it been? You have been gone for 3 days, 7 hours, and 42 minutes. Marshal Wire Duo and Lord Makedo are frantic over your disappearance. All right, summon them." But before he can step out, a cold snort is heard. "No need. His Majesty has his own affairs. How could we servants disturb him?" An old man with a displeased expression walks in through the broken doorway. His hair is white, his steps unsteady, but his eyes reveal a shrewdness beyond his years. The Emperor's expression immediately turns awkward. The visitor is none other than his close friend, a powerful immortal, the Chancellor of this small empire. The Master of the Administratum, Makedo. In short, he is responsible for fighting on the front line, while his friend handles recruitment in the rear. "Old friend, we are close companions. Why are you acting like a servant?" The Emperor tries to hold his old friend's arm, but the latter takes a step back. "I am merely an old man, trying to bear some trivial responsibilities while my lord is away. The warp is ever-changing. Opportunities are fleeting. This time I couldn't inform you in time." Makedo just sighs softly. "From now on, my lord, please leave a message, so we won't worry so much." "Of course. But now I want to tell you about the fantastic place I visited." The Emperor waves his hand, and the Imperial guards obediently leave. He then walks back and casually presses the deformed door back into place. Seeing no one else, Makedo drops the formal posture, sits down familiarly, and starts brewing some treasured tea from nearby. He had long craved this tea, but the Emperor always kept it hidden in his room, and Makedo couldn't just come in for a drink. "Where did you go this time?" "While observing the warp recently, a dimensional rift suddenly appeared, and I went through it." "A dimension?" "Yes, and then I arrived in what seems to be another universe." The Emperor squints, recalling everything he saw. In that timeline, humanity seemed to have advanced far. Their technology surpassed even the ancient technological era. "I'm afraid even the former Eldar Empire pales in comparison." "Oh, that would be good news. What about the humans there?" "There. Humanity has gone extinct." Makedo frowns, stroking his sparse beard. "Is that so? What a pity. But I broke into the sanctuary guarded by those undead and stole their sacred relic. It was thrilling." The Emperor says with a lingering fear, but looks more excited. "Their warships are incredible. You have no idea how such a design could function. I couldn't even understand the core power structure. And that huge throne of finality. What a pity I didn't steal one." Makedo, both amused and exasperated, interrupts his excited friend. "Enough, my liege. Instead of obsessing over such strange technology, why not look at the relic you brought back?" Alright. Then the Emperor carefully takes out a bundle from his armor. Wah, wah, a baby's cry suddenly rings out, and the two look at the infant inside the bundle in utter astonishment. They are stunned. Such immense psychic power. This should not exist in this world. If there were gods in this world, this infant would be a miracle that dwarfs divine wonders. In less than a nanosecond, the two synchronously suppress the entire mountain range with psychic power, preventing any information from leaking. My liege, this. My heavens, how is this possible? The usually composed Imperial Chancellor is now incoherent, his face red, waving his arms like a child. This is the hope of humanity. The hope for all of us. There is no more precious treasure in the world. We can return to the technological era, no surpass. The Emperor naturally knows why his old friend is so excited. He smiles rarely. Compared to ancient human progenitors, modern humans more easily stir the soul sea. Genetic modification has strengthened human bodies, but also altered their souls, making them more susceptible to the warp's influence. The Emperor is certain the dark gods have a hand in this. Now the Empire's genetic projects strive to create the perfect human, but failure after failure occurs, because human genes are like a heap of chaotic code. Now such an ancient genetic fragment has appeared. Haha, this is worth celebrating, my old friend. The Emperor feels this adventure was well worth it, even if he nearly got blown up in another world. If that dimensional rift still exists, the Emperor wouldn't mind taking the 10,000 companions to brave it again. As long as the rewards are sufficient, even if the entire force is lost, it would be worth it. My liege, we must give him a name. The Emperor looks at the infant in his arms who is smiling at him. He smiles softly as well. Since he is the hope for humanity's new beginning, let's call him Bona Plena. Manhwaedit is astonished, looking at the Emperor with an incredulous gaze. Oh, a goodness and hope. Such a high name is rare. I'm afraid others. Ahem, let's discuss how to keep the four bastards from noticing him. The Emperor interrupts, but the topic catches Manhwaedit's attention. In the surging tides of the warp above the mad Empyrean exist the four ruinous powers. They are the god of courage and justice, Corn; the god of desire and progress, Slanish; the god of life and kindness, Nurgle; the god of wisdom and hope, Sench. They are the greatest beings in the warp their existence is. In less rigorous terms, or from the Emperor's perspective, a warmonger obsessed with slaughter, endlessly inciting wars, yet unable to leave his throne. An entity dedicated to debasing all forms of life, from organic to mechanical and energy-based. A bloated god of pestilence who spreads plagues and aims to turn the galaxy into a festering mire. A cunning schemer who revels in infinite paradoxes and convoluted plots. These four entities not only persecute most life in the galaxy, but also despise each other and constantly fight. But it is certain that if they discover Bona's existence, they will cease all disputes and rush to seize him first. Manhwaedit nods. We must protect Bona now. At least until he masters his psychic power, we cannot let him leave this area. All this for the great cause of humanity. I will arrange custodians and sisters of silence for round-the-clock protection. The Emperor nods. Suddenly the baby in his arms cries. The Emperor hurriedly soothes the infant, chanting an ancient lullaby. Sensing the Emperor's presence, the baby opens its eyes. Then the baby smiles, waving its arms in the air. A rare expression appears on Manhwaedit's face. What are our chances? I don't know. The Emperor is silent for a moment. But definitely higher than before. I have given them more than enough time. Those foolish Boeotians are testing my patience. The Empire has no more time to waste on these meaningless squabbles. Tell those idiots submit or die? There is no third option. The Legion Master of the Thousand Suns saluted the Emperor, then boarded the shuttle. The front lines were growing ever more intense. Even the newly founded Astartes legions had been thrown. The Emperor was about to board his gunship when he heard a voice behind him. Father, are you leaving again? Suddenly, all eyes turned. The ever-stoic custodians and sisters of silence remained impassive, but many of the newly trained Astartes glanced over, then quickly averted their gaze. A young man in white robes stood there looking up at the Emperor. Compared to these demigods, he was so short, barely reaching the chest of a... The Emperor approached with an awkward expression, then knelt on one knee before the boy, trying to meet his eyes. Child war has broken out in the West. For humanity, I must go this time. It's all right, Father, the boy said with a bright smile. The Emperor felt a pang of guilt, but didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he simply ruffled the boy's hair, then turned and walked away. Safe journey. The boy watched the golden ship rise from the ground, then quickly vanish beyond the horizon. This boy was Bona. Unremarkable, seemingly so weak that even an Astartes could crush him with ease. Yet to protect this ordinary human, 12 custodians and 8 sisters of silence followed him 24 hours a day. Even when Bona went to sleep, 2 custodians would go into his room and watch him. Without even blinking. Your Highness, please return. Fine corncobs. Passing Astartes units inexplicably slowed their pace, then quickened, as 2 Astartes even collided with each other, producing a sound of clashing metal. The accompanying custodians were exasperated. Ever since His Highness had looked at an ancient Terran crop called corn in the data archives, he had been calling the anonymous custodians corncobs. The custodians had been trying to correct Bona's phrasing, though it felt more like another form of rebellion against Bona's confinement. Imperial Custodes Chapter. Bona watched the departing Astartes units, then walked. Corncobs, how did you get so tall and big? They used to be normal humans, how did they become so powerful all of a sudden? The custodians did not answer, merely walking in silence. Can I receive that genocide surgery, like those Astartes and Thunder Warriors? No. This time the silent custodians spoke in unison. They exchanged glances in a split second. The custodian beside Bona slowly crouched down, lowered his head, and spoke to Bona as gently as he could. Your Highness, you are already perfect. You do not need any gene surgery. But you are all so tall and big. That is because we must carry out His Majesty's sacred missions and fight the most terrible enemies. That's why we underwent the surgery. Bona stopped walking, stared at the corncob, his eyes growing resolute. Everyone here, from you corncobs above to the common people donating coins on the streets, everyone is contributing their efforts for humanity. And I, Bona spread his arms. I just stay here doing nothing like a flower in a greenhouse. I just have to be here, unable to do anything. I cannot even bring blessings like a flower because I hide behind layers of walls. The custodian who was about to speak fell silent. Indeed, he did not know what to say, because he himself did not understand why the great emperor had deployed such heavy forces to protect just one mortal. Forgive me, Your Highness, but this is our order. Bona stared at the custodian, at these corncobs, his expression slightly angered. But his good upbringing kept him from saying anything. He simply walked back as fast as his temper would allow. Though for the custodians and Sisters of Silence, it was just slightly larger steps. During the Terra unification wars, the techno-warlords entrenched across Terra were the Emperor's main opponents. Macador put down his pen and looked at Bona. Today Bona was clearly distracted. He was not his usual self. Child, what's wrong today? Grandfather Macador, I want to learn martial arts. Macador was a little surprised, but returned a kind smile. Why, I want to help my father a little. Macador gently stroked Bona's head. There are many ways to help your father. The soldiers on the front are one way, and the staff, keeping things stable in the rear, are another. But I still want to learn. Those corncobs look at me like I'm about to fall off the stairs and crack my skull. Bona, who had been slumped listlessly on the table, sat up, his face a little angry. Grandfather, you know, once I saw a child with a broken leg. I wanted to help him. But those corncobs grabbed me and ran away as if they'd seen a ghost. Is that? Macador was still smiling. He thought of a good way. If you want to learn martial arts, I can recommend someone to you. Bona suddenly perked up. Who? Malik, a warrior of great skill among the custodians. Bona was instantly overjoyed. He had actually seen these corncobs' abilities before. During a training exercise, one corncob had effortlessly knocked over 100 normal humans. Great. Thank you, Grandfather Macador. Headbutt. Bona's heart leaped into his throat. Whether Malik will teach you combat techniques is not for me to decide. Can't you directly order him, Grandfather? Macador gently shook his head. Child, they are not our subordinates, but our friends, like-minded friends. If you want a friend to truly help you, not by command, but by sincerity. So I cannot help you. Bona nodded as if understanding. He would have to win Uncle Malik's heart with sincerity to make him teach martial arts. All right, I will follow your guidance. Malaka looked helplessly at the little brat who had appeared before him. Uncle Malaka, the finest among the Imperial Guard, a mighty warrior, please teach me martial arts. As a member of the Imperial Guard, his face had been thoroughly lost over the past 3 years. At first, when this fellow sought him out, Malaka was quite resistant. After all, the Emperor himself had once decreed, when danger arises, even if you shed every drop of blood, you must ensure his safety. Now this honored little ancestor not only refused to stay put, but also came to him for martial training. Malaku refused without a second thought. Then Bona refused to leave. He pestered him endlessly, offered gifts, inquired about Malaku's hobbies, and sought him out whenever he had. Annoyed by the harassment, Malaku took the initiative to find a fellow Imperial Guard and swap posts, becoming a patrol guard. Then the most unbelievable thing happened. At first, Malaku could easily shake off Bona, but then Bona gradually managed to catch up and even find. No matter where Malaka hid, Bona could always precisely find him. According to Bona's explanation, I just have a feeling that Uncle Malaka might be here. Malaka gradually transformed from a skilled warrior recognized within the Imperial Guard into a waste who can always be found by His Highness. After all, he was an Imperial Guard. To be caught by Bona, who was merely mortal. Finally, even the composed Malaka could not hold himself together. Put down that gift. I'll teach you once this time. You're finally willing to teach me martial arts. Only if you pass the test. Bona put down Malaka's favorite wooden flute, his eyes sparkling with starlight. Really? Really? Great. Bona picked up a wooden staff, while Malaku took nothing. According to their agreement, if Bona could hit Malaku with the staff, he would win. Ready? Malaku asked impatiently. Ready. The next second Bo-na saw the sky and the wooden staff fly. He sat up dazedly, seeing only Ma La-ku walking away slowly. What happened? Why am I suddenly lying on the ground? Why does my butt hurt a little? The surrounding Imperial guards saw the scene of Ma La-ku disciplining Bo-na, but did not stop him. After all, Ma La-ku knew his limits. He would only make Bo-na ache, but not injure him. And indeed it was time to teach the unruly His Highness a lesson. Bo-na stood up and saw how far the wooden staff had flown. Uncle Ma La-ku is so amazing. He was taken down in an instant. Afterward, true to their agreement, Bo-na did not pester Ma La-ku incessantly. Instead, he changed to almost clocking in, seeking Ma La-ku for sparring every day. Every day after finishing his lessons with Grandpa Maka Duo, he would change clothes, pick up the wooden staff, and go to find Uncle Ma La-ku standing guard at the door to spar. The scene became almost fixed. Bo-na would walk about 10 meters in front of Ma La-ku, give a slight bow, then grab the staff and charge. Then Bo-na would be sent flying. After being knocked down 3 times, he would scramble up, bow again, say thank you Uncle Ma La-ku for your instruction, and leave straight away. But today was somewhat unexpected. When Bo-na charged at Ma La-ku for the 3rd time, Ma La-ku tried to punch him flying as usual, but Bo-na actually dodged, and with a crisp sound the wooden staff struck Ma La-ku's knee armor. Ma La-ku's mind didn't catch up for a moment until he looked down at the grinning Bo-na and was utterly stunned. Haha, Uncle Ma La-ku, according to the agreement, you have to teach me martial arts. Ma La-ku immediately felt the undisguised contemptuous gazes of his fellow Imperials. He was numb literally. But even if he had lost all face before his comrades, he could not lose face in front of His Highness again. Looking at Bo-na's expectant gaze, Ma La-ku had never been so slow even when he had slain the modified emperor. Finally, he let out a sound akin to constipation. Fine. Hooray. Bo-na threw away the staff and ran off cheering. As for Ma La-ku, he naturally fell into great trouble. Imperial Guard Marshal Wire Duo specially rushed back from the front line overnight and gave Ma La-ku a thorough scold. The first Imperial Guard Marshal Wire Duo. Ma La-ku, I trusted you so much, His Majesty trusted you so much. Is this how you repay His Majesty? Bo-na with a mortal body was able to strike you. If he had been holding not a wooden staff, but a weapon of tremendous power, you would be dead, do you understand? Even those newly deployed Astartes wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, yet you did. It doesn't matter if you die, it doesn't matter if I die, but if His Highness dies, how will we answer to His Majesty? With our heads. Even Wire Duo, who usually didn't like to curse, couldn't help but shout. Ma La-ku's face was bright red. Please let me go to the front line to atone for my sins before the Divine Majesty. Atone? What are you thinking? Do you want to make the Imperial Guard lose all face before His Highness? You still have to teach His Highness martial arts as agreed. Imperial Guard Marshal Wire Duo left, leaving Ma La-ku behind. None of his Imperial Guard comrades came to comfort him. After all, as an outstanding creation of the Divine Majesty, being struck by a mortal like Bo-na was truly too disgraceful. So the next day, Bo-na experienced the truth of an ancient saying: the look of wanting to cut someone is unmistakable. Ma La-ku stood there silently motionless, only the plume on his helmet swaying slightly in the wind. Bo-na swallowed. Uncle Ma La-ku seemed to be in a bad mood today. You're here. Today we begin formal training. Have you made the necessary preparations? Yes, Uncle Ma La-ku. Very good. That day Bo-na was carried away by others. When he came for lessons with Grandpa Maka Duo the next day, his discomfort was visible. Bo-na carefully sat down on the table, and the instant pain from his rear nearly made him jump up. Maka Duo did not ask too many questions. Today let's talk about the story of the Ling clan. Even as he told the story, he was secretly watching Bo-na. Bo-na's psychic power had been well suppressed by Maka Duo, but his terrifying psychic talent was beginning to emerge. Under normal circumstances, it would have been utterly impossible for him to locate an Imperial Guard, let alone touch one in a fair duel. Yet he still managed it. Young as he was, with his psychic power suppressed, he could rely on intuition to sense space and briefly alter the flow of time in a certain area. Rather than saying he was close to the warp, it was more like Bo-na himself was a small warp entity walking the mortal world. Although Maka Duo dearly wished to probe the secrets within Bo-na, he held himself back. This world was filled with crisis and malice at every moment, and unfortunately humanity, currently, had little room for trial and error. Today His Divine Majesty rarely returned to the rear. He was still in his room conversing with Mikado when he heard a shout from Father. From afar, a robust young man rushed over. The Emperor smiled and embraced him, gently stroking his head. Long time no see. Have you been listening to Grandpa Mikado? No, I have diligently completed every task Father assigned. Mikado also chuckled happily. The child is very clever. Now he can even help me with some trivial tasks. Oh, not bad, the Emperor said with a gratified smile. Bona was quite proud. I have been working hard, Father. Now I can last 3 rounds under Uncle Malik. Can you take me to the front? Oh, not bad. The Emperor had long known about Bona clamoring to learn martial arts in the rear. Precisely, Bona's successful training was with his approval. Bona's progress surprised him somewhat. After all, Bona's current body was merely that of a frail mortal, though any randomly chosen gene-modified human on the planet possessed a physique superior to Bonus. Yet he could last 3 rounds under his proud custodes. However, the Emperor allowed Bona to learn martial arts not because he wanted him to fight on the battlefield, but merely to strengthen his body and cultivate courage. Child, forget about going to the battlefield. It is extremely perilous. Yet Bonus' eyes were full of disappointment, though it was quickly concealed. Father, I will be well behaved on the battlefield. I only want to learn about war. I won't engage in combat, just study. At worst, I can help you with logistics. Please. The Emperor was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, or rather he was utterly inept at handling familial affection. He had never learned in tens of thousands of years. He could only look to Mikado for help, but saw Mikado smiling cheerfully. I think it's not bad either. After all, staying in the rear, I have almost nothing left to teach. With Grandpa Mikado's support, Bonus' eyes practically sparkled, and he looked at the Emperor with great eagerness. The Emperor, with no alternative, had to trust Mikado. Well, all right, but you must behave obediently. Yes. Bona happily ran out to pack his things, leaving the Emperor and Mikado alone. Old friend, why did you do that? The Emperor said helplessly. A child's growth always needs a father's company. Though the child says nothing, he prays for you every night. The Emperor fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, Bona's psychic power is swelling increasingly. It has become more and more difficult for me to suppress him. The Emperor was somewhat surprised, but then regained his composure. Very well. How is the plan beneath the mountains progressing? It is going smoothly. With Bonus genes, we have avoided many detours. The Emperor nodded like, you have worked hard during this time. The last enemy of Terra will soon be eliminated, a great step forward for humanity's grand enterprise. Bona finally fulfilled his wish and followed his father to the front line. The atmosphere at the front was extremely tense. Along the way, one could see wounded soldiers being evacuated and supply vehicles racing at full speed. Of course, Bona did not need to worry about these. The number of his guards had doubled directly. As soon as he arrived at the front, a host of military advisors and legion commanders found the Emperor to urgently report the battle situation. Child, you may walk around freely, but you must not leave the camp. Then the Emperor directly entered the command post. Bona looked around. He was like an anomaly here. The passing Astartes Thunder Warriors, and even mortals, all looked at him with strange eyes. Was there anything he could do? Suddenly Bona sensed a powerful emotion. That intense pain that could drive one to mental collapse, mixed with a sense of resentment, seemed to roar right in his ears. Bona covered his ears, but the heart-rending roar still echoed in his mind. Where was it coming from? Following this aura of despair, he moved forward until he arrived at a place. The Wounded Soldier Camp. To be precise, it was not an ordinary camp, but the Thunder Warriors' wounded camp. Even standing outside, one could hear the heart-wrenching roars. Outside, the tense wounded soldiers sat everywhere, and a few warriors could be seen pressing down on a wounded soldier on a bed. Bona found it strange. Even severely wounded soldiers would not be so frenzied. The Thunder Warriors clearly did not welcome the arrival of the custodes. They stood up, even those missing limbs supported by their comrades. Bona saw a sergeant who clutched a bundle of identity tags tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on them. The Thunder Warrior bound to the bed was struggling madly, throwing off another warrior who was pressing him down. Then 2 more warriors hurriedly restrained him. What's wrong with him? Why is he in such pain? The sergeant waved lightly. A soldier picked up a gun and walked inside. With a clean and swift motion, he aimed the muzzle at the frenzied wounded soldier, and under Bona's shocked gaze pointed it at the forehead of his berserk comrade. Pong! In an instant, that immense sense of regret, anger, and even relief surged into Bona's heart, as if he were that berserk warrior himself. In a single second, he seemed to experience the brief yet glorious life of that noble warrior, and his regretful sigh seemed to echo in his ears. This intense emotion nearly overwhelmed Bona in an instant. He knelt down in agony. The custodian guards and silent sisters erupted immediately, surrounding Bona in layers of armed protection. Everyone around, including the Thunder Warriors, were treated as potential assailants. But Bona struggled to his feet, pushed through, and shouted in a near roar, "Why did you kill him?" The sergeant simply stared at Bona, calmly expressionless beneath his mask. "That is our business." With that, he left. But Bona could almost see the despair and helplessness in his eyes. Second company, proceed to the next mission point. The Thunder Warriors left the place, supporting each other as they walked into the unknown distance under the setting sun. Bona wanted to say something, but could not. So he left, intending to find his father and see if he could solve this problem. But as soon as he entered, he heard the Emperor's roar. "I want to know why the legions in the northern region have collapsed." The Emperor bellowed, slamming his fist heavily on the table. The staff officer beside him looked ashen. "Your Majesty, the enemy has deployed the Reaper. They're the Thunderhawk 5th Company, and the Kant 5th Legion have been nearly annihilated." "I don't care about that. I only know that our flank is almost completely exposed to the Nordics." "Where are the troops now?" The staff officers all fell silent. They knew well that the entire front was in fierce combat, making it difficult to extract a decent unit. Perhaps there is a mortal legion undergoing training in the rear. Send them immediately, the Emperor said impatiently. They have little training. Facing the Reaper rashly could lead to a direct rout. The Emperor was about to rebuke when he heard a soft voice. Father. He saw Bona standing at the door. Bona, with one hand over his heart, looked at him with determined eyes. We still have one unit, don't we? The Emperor knew exactly which unit he meant. The Guard Corps assigned to Bona a full 18 custodes, among whom Malik was a battle-hardened veteran. There were also about 30 Silent Sisters, but their expertise lay not in confronting such purely physical enemies. All right, stay by my side and call Malik in for me. But Bona did not obey the Emperor's command as usual. He looked at Bona in confusion. Father, I know you cannot leave. That place needs someone to stabilize morale. Damn it, you cannot go, do you hear me? Bona shook his head. The atmosphere in the command post instantly froze. The Emperor walked over. Outside, heavy artillery shells of unknown types streaked across the sky and landed in the rear, making the small command post tremble slightly. Child, you cannot go. You know that the battle there cannot be resolved by 18 custodes alone. Even if the custodes' uncles can deal with that Reaper, they cannot rally the scattered troops and will still fail. You don't understand this. I understand very well. Bona's eyes blazed with fervor, reminding the Emperor of those young soldiers he had seen in the distant ancient times. Warriors who dared to charge into battle even before they could hold their guns steady. Yet they dared to go to the battlefield using their lives to delay the invaders' advance. He sighed helplessly. Child, go. The Emperor turned and walked back into the command post. Bona saluted, then turned and resolutely left. The Emperor lifted his head, lost in thought. But in the end he did not look. The armored convoy swiftly traversed the desert, raising clouds of dust and sand. We must gather the scattered troops as quickly as possible. Soon find anyone who can move, whether Thunder Warriors or Astartes. Bring them to me. For the mortal regiments, any officer who retreats without orders shall be executed on the spot. Rally the routed soldiers and reform them into fighting units. Outlaw like Zyware, you three will be responsible for taking down that Reaper. Malik glanced at Bona beside him, who was carefully inspecting his weapons, his first time on the battlefield. Bona, stay close to me and don't wander off. All right. Bona looked out the window at the refugees fleeing with their families and the military police struggling to maintain order. If they too failed, the supply center in the rear would be completely exposed to the enemy spearhead. The frontline forces would not only run short of ammunition and provisions, but also face a pincer attack from both sides, and the Empire might even lose vast territories. No wonder his normally calm father had become so furious. The troop carriers soon came to a halt. The custodians disembarked and sprinted away, leaving Malik and Bona behind. Of course, there were also the ever-silent Silent Sisters. The retreating soldiers stared in shock at the group that had suddenly appeared, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yet a great many ordinary people were still fleeing madly, trying to escape the ever-closer sound of artillery. Despair was the dominant theme here. War had shattered their courage, but Bona had no intention of using fear to restrain these soldiers that would merely swing from one extreme to another. Malik was about to restore order when he noticed Bona had already climbed onto the top of the troop carrier. Soldiers, are you going to flee in this disgraceful manner? Do you think that by fleeing home and hiding under your blankets the enemy will not come knocking? Do you wish to return to the days of insecurity, fearing that one day the genetically modified men and cyborgs will break into your homes and take everything you own? Bona's words seemed effective. Many soldiers halted, gazing blankly at the figure draped in white robes. Now the Emperor stands behind us. Your families and friends stand behind us. If we fail, the enemy will drive us back like wild dogs in the wilderness, bringing defeat to the Emperor. We must hold here, and by 3 days for His Divine Majesty. I cannot promise that any of you will survive, nor that your names will be remembered. But I can promise that your families and friends will live like human beings. Who will march with me? I. A grunt raised his rifle and shouted. Who will live and die with me? I. A throng of soldiers raised their rifles and shouted. Who will die for the Empire alongside me? I. Everyone was shouting madly. The soldiers roared and charged back to the front line. Many of them tore off their dog tags and handed them to the bewildered military police, who soon found themselves holding piles of tags. Malik looked up at the figure standing on the vehicle with a hint of astonishment. For some reason, he seemed to see the shadow of His Majesty. The little one has grown up too, Malik murmured. The routed troops that had just fled the front rushed back in the blink of an eye, holding the enemy at bay with terrifying passion and resolve. The hard-pressed Astartes and Thunder Warriors finally caught their breath. Under the organization of the custodians, they were formed into combat teams. Then the line on the verge of collapse was stabilized once more. The Nordican assault ceased, leaving a field of corpses. Malik cautiously peeked out to glimpse the quiet front, then quickly ducked back. Uncle Malik, have they retreated? Bona was sorting the ammunition he had just scavenged. They'll be coming again soon. This was just a vanguard force. Malik looked at the young boy. Are you afraid? Bona shook his head, then tucked 3 grenades into his webbing. What about you, Uncle Malik? I have long forgotten what fear is. The only thing I dread is failing to fulfill the duty His Majesty entrusted to me. Seeing Bona's puzzled look, Malik raised his guardian spear. If anything happens to you, His Majesty will skin me alive. Before them lay 3 full lines of defense, nearly 1,000 Astartes and Thunder Warriors, countless mortals, and many life-saving artifacts given by the Emperor. Even if they all fell here, they must protect the Silent Sisters, so they could drag Bona back. At last the air trembled as if fire rained from the heavens, and an exalted goddess poured her flames upon the world. Malik skillfully shielded Bona behind him, letting the earth before them shake. A dozen mortal soldiers screamed and fled the trench, clutching their bleeding ears and wailing as heavy shells evenly painted them across. But on the horizon the roar of engines and many figures appeared. Those madmen were actually attacking into the bombardment. Weren't they afraid of blowing up their own men? Bona felt they were utterly possessed, their resolve unshaken even as their comrades were torn apart by artillery. The Imperial forces also pushed back and counterattacked, but mortal soldiers could hardly keep steady amid the deafening shellfire. Only the Astartes and Thunder Warriors could aim accurately. However, Bona saw a Thunder Warrior roaring something at a young Astartes recruit beside him, then kicked the Astartes to the ground. It seemed the Astartes still had a long way to go. Soon the enemy charged up, howling like maniacs, ignoring their own artillery fire and charging straight through both barges. Among them were many cyborgs and gene-forged warriors. Biologically modified soldiers from the Terra unification wars. For example, that raging cyborg with giant iron pincers plunged into the trench and effortlessly tore apart an entire platoon of Imperial soldiers under fire. 2 Astartes rushed over to try and neutralize the bio-warrior, but were soon overpowered. Even heavy bolter rounds seemed to have no effect on him. Another Thunder Warrior joined the fray. Under the assault of 3 fighters, the bio-soldier's legs were first shattered, and he fought on like a crab, propping himself up with his massive iron claws. Only after his head was nearly pulverized by bolter fire did he finally fall. The first 2 lines of defense were shredded, and the custodians positioned at the 3rd line entered the fray. The custodians were indeed formidable. Those seemingly invincible bio-warriors fell one by one under their pursuit. The Astartes were thrown to the front to fill the gaps, while the more powerful Thunder Warriors were assigned to blow up enemy armored vehicles, though few. Uncle Malik himself went into battle, but before leaving he strictly ordered Bona not to rush to the front line. The Silent Sisters stood silently watching over Bona. Bona had no choice but to handle logistics. But thanks to his continuous study under Grandpa Malkador, though he could not match Malkador's perfect logistics, Bona at least ensured that every soldier received ammunition and food. The first day's battle quickly passed. The Nuadike people left behind a field of wreckage, having only seized about 2 kilometers of the front line. This was the result of the custodes adopting a flexible defense. If they had held their ground stubbornly, Bona thought they might not even take a single trench. Yet the casualties were far too heavy. The corpses of mortal soldiers literally filled the open ground with debris, and scattered tissue everywhere mingled with mud like a thick, bloated earthworm. Bona did not know if they could hold out for the next 2 days. The artillery fire from the south had not ceased all night, and occasionally towering pillars of light illuminated half the sky. Clang! The Silent Sisters immediately raised their guns and rushed over. Bona stood up and saw. A little girl stood there trembling, holding a dirty toy dog in her left hand and a piece of metal shrapnel in her right. Her legs couldn't stop trembling. Not far away, a mother rushed over frantically, even tripping and falling to the ground. "My lord, I'm sorry, we were just passing through, we didn't mean to disturb, please forgive us," the mother said in panic, still trembling uncontrollably before the dark gun muzzles. Bona walked over. "Put down the guns." The Silent Sisters exchanged glances. 2 of them stepped forward to conduct a thorough search, then nodded. Thank you, Well, leave right away." The mother hurriedly took the little girl's hand and started to leave. "Stop." They stopped, looking at Bona in fear. Bona looked at the little girl with a mud-smeared face, and the mother, who was skin and bones, her arms no thicker than withered branches. The terror in their eyes could not be suppressed, for those who had ruled here before were brutal warlords who treated their people little better. Tools. Use them to death. If they are useful, discard them when broken. Bona shared his dry rations with them, a few rough starch cakes, but their quantity was enough to hire a group of able-bodied young men to fight for their lives in this region. Eat well. Bona tenderly stroked the little girl's head. The girl's face was full of confusion, but the mother led her to. Bona said nothing more, just turned and walked away. He didn't know how to face them. "Our rations are still plentiful, right?" The Silent Sister beside him nodded. Casualties on the first day had already reached 40. Rations and ammunition were indeed not lacking at the moment. "Share some with those refugees." Bona looked toward the distant, faintly visible town and walked back with heavy steps. These past days he had been able to hold on solely through his own willpower. For every extra hour they held here, tens of thousands could escape the battlefield. The next day Bona looked at the light gradually spilling over the distance and rubbed his eyes. His head was also groggy. The gunfire and artillery never ceased last night. The Nuadite people had been launching night operations, but they were repelled by the Astartes. Although their night fighting capability was decent, if only ordinary Imperial mortal troops had been present they might have lost the position, but compared to the Astartes they were far inferior. Bona personally saw the Astartes split into several squads. One squad deliberately fired to expose themselves, while the other two squads flanked and charged in to begin reaping those enemies. But Bona wasn't idle either. He had just adjusted the ammunition allocation, cutting the heavy bolter rounds for ordinary mortal troops by half and distributing more ammunition to the Astartes and Thunder Warriors. At that very moment, without any warning, the sky suddenly seemed to gain an indescribably blazing sun. The light it emitted was extremely dazzling, like a sharp, giant sword cleaving straight through the darkness, instantly illuminating the entire earth as bright as day. When that blinding white light shone down, it was like a violent storm sweeping through, leaving no time for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, this intense light exploded over the position, the powerful rays like a surging torrent spreading outward with overwhelming force. Many mortals caught in this intense light had no time to take any protective measures. Their eyes were fiercely stung by the sudden radiance of pain, like thousands of fine needles piercing their eyeballs at once. But they had little time to suffer. The high-pressure deflagration shockwave instantly plastered them to the ground, turning them into pools of blood. Bona was far away, but he was still thrown out of the trench. He rolled on the ground for a dozen meters before stopping with ringing in his ears. He climbed up, everything spinning before his eyes. In the distance, a huge silhouette slowly emerged against the sun. It was as ludicrous as a city with 3 enormous cannon barrels mounted on top and 6 tall buildings stuck onto its left. A steel city advanced with slow steps, the heat radiating from its massive cannons, distorting the light, even flattening. Bona's whole body went cold. That thing was not a reaper, it was a war fortress. The mortal soldiers broke down. They desperately threw down their weapons, wailing and crawling out of the trenches to flee. It was not that they lacked courage, they were simply powerless against such a manifestation of might. A flash of light appeared at the cannon muzzle again, descending from the clouds. The last line of defense they had so stubbornly held was erased from existence. Bona saw the custodes blown away. After the first shot, they had already sprinted to disperse. Occasionally, the distinctive flash of bolter fire flickered on the forward positions, but cyborgs mixed with a large number of ordinary soldiers swarmed in, overwhelming those noble warriors with sheer numbers and lives. Bona sat helplessly on the ground, his mind buzzing. They had only bought one day. He had failed his father, failed the empire. Suddenly Bona saw the cannon of the war fortress raise. He trembled, looking toward the town behind. No. He scrambled up in a sorry state and sprinted toward the town. Go, run, he shouted with all his might. But a huge black shadow flew overhead, crashing into the town. With a tremendous flash, the town vanished. The massive shockwave again blasted the standing Bona away, tumbling like a pebble thrown by a giant rolling like trash. Bona was stunned. Something fell and hit his face. He picked it up numbly and saw it was a toy plush dog burned to charcoal. Ha. Why are humans always so fond of war? Why do they enjoy slaughtering their own kind? Bona didn't understand. But if he killed them all, then no one would die anymore, right? Yes. Not far away, Malaki also ran over, shouting something unheard. But Bona didn't care. He just wanted those people dead. Malaki watched in shock as Bona stood up and walked toward the war fortress like a zombie. He tried to rush over, but an immense pressure pinned him to the ground. It's over. Malaki tried to search for the silent sisters around, but they were nowhere to be seen. He now desperately hoped they were still alive. Bona, calm down. Listen to me. Malaki roared with all his might. But Bona walked forward blankly, as if his soul had left him. He seemed to hear the wailing of countless wronged souls at his ears, and the passing of innumerable lives replayed before his eyes. Every soul, their memories from childhood unfolded before Bona, scene by scene. The joys and sorrows, the loves and hates were continuously felt. Those departed souls, whether innocent civilians or brave soldiers, their despair, reluctance, and anger at the moment of death, like surging rivers, relentlessly pounded Bona's heart. Their united cry echoed through the heavens and earth, resounding in the clouds. Revenge! 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 The south. The emperor suddenly stopped what he was doing. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden lightning streak flashed and shot toward the north. Meanwhile, far behind, Macadu closed his book and gazed quietly into the distance. Is this fate? He tried to write something down, but then put down his pen. Bona strode toward the colossal steel construct. The cyborgs charged at him, but their movements slowed until they were crushed into a paste, a grotesque mixture of bone and flesh. The Nordic people sensed something amiss and opened fire on Bona. Yet whether it was lasers, bullets, or plasma, all seemed to have their time slowed, halting before him. The surrounding temperature plummeted in an eerily unnatural manner, freezing even the soil 100 meters deep into frost. Then it soared abruptly, the ground seeming to boil, sending up waves of heat that directly ignited the distant vegetation. Thus arose the bizarre scene of flames blazing fiercely atop the ice. Have you ever heard the world's cry? I listen to the winds whisper. It is the breath of the world. I feel the world's pulse. The mountains are its veins. The earth applauds me, the heavens cheer for me. I am the world, and the world is me. And now I wish for them to die? Bona raised a hand lightly, and lightning descended like divine punishment, charring the hapless infantry into blackened cinders. Even the mighty cyborgs lasted merely a second longer. He heard the general roaring within the war fortress, the colossal shells being loaded into the cannons with mechanical precision. Mere insect. Bona waved a hand, and the war fortress cannon barrels emitted a mournful screech. His psychic power was wielded crudely, like watering a single flower by splashing an entire basin from afar. His rough approach uprooted even the ground itself, spilling molten magma, and the entire continent trembled wildly. Hills collapsed, peaks erupted. Magma formed rivers, glaciers blanketed the land. The cannon barrels twisted into spirals amidst the steel's agonized weight. Bona panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the immense war fortress. Its secondary cannons still fired frantically, but the fortress fled in panic like a crab with its claws torn off. Bona raised both hands. The war fortress began to tremble, then erupted in sparks and electric light. Its 6 legs were brutally. His hands trembled as he lifted them high. The severed legs hovered like 6 Damocles swords poised above the fortress, now reduced to a disc. The Nordic people howled, trying to escape, but the massive legs plunged deep into the war fortress interior. A flash of, like a volcanic eruption, the fortress command tower shot skyward like a rocket. A terrifying chain detonation flung everything within a 20-kilometer radius into the air. As if a giant had slammed a war hammer into the earth, even those 1,000 miles away felt the tremors from the colossal explosion. Bona smiled in satisfaction as the war fortress vanished. But exhaustion flooded over him like a tide, and his legs gave way, sending him collapsing to the ground. He fell into a golden radiance, into his father's embrace. Rest, my child. Those were the last words Bona heard before sleep claimed him. The Empire's war against the Nordic people proceeded smoothly. The cunning Nordic people's scheme was nearly a success. They deliberately fed false information to the Emperor, then unleashed a great weapon left from the Golden Age to deal a decisive blow against the Empire. It was successful in many ways. Even the Emperor was temporarily held at bay. But they never accounted for Bona's existence. They never imagined the Empire could field a psyker of such caliber. That great explosion nearly annihilated everything nearby. Only 4 of the 18 custodians survived. The Astartes neophytes and Thunder Warriors were virtually wiped out. Word had it that company belonged to the 9th Legion. The warriors of that chapter must be nursing a heavy heart. Bona slept for an entire month. When he awoke, he was once again by the side of Grandfather Mikado. The Emperor grew busier by the day. He stayed only a few days beside Bona before returning to the front lines. Grandfather Mikado am in pain. I can feel them so clearly, their dying moments. They're their child. It's all over now. The old man gently stroked Bona's head as he lay in bed like any tender grandfather. Grandfather Mikado, so what was that power? Bona asked curiously. Child, that power. You'd better not touch it. Bona nodded. If Grandfather Mikado said not to touch, then he wouldn't. Of course, using it in simple ways isn't necessarily bad. I can teach you the art of controlling it. Mikado decided to instruct Bona in wielding psychic energy, for Bona's power could no longer be suppressed. He had discussed this with the Emperor before. My lord, this cannot continue. The Emperor glanced at Bona, still unconscious, and gently caressed his head. His forehead was a little feverish. I have decided to pour a part of my power into him. Mikado remained silent, merely nodding quietly. It was the only way left. The violent psychic energy still echoed through the warp. Like a stone thrown into a lake, ripples spread across its entire expanse. This immense psychic fluctuation nearly dragged Terra into the warp, causing almost all psychers on Terra to drop dead abruptly. And within that abstract, ineffable realm of the warp lay a crimson sanctum. 8 straight avenues formed a grid-like city layout. Here gathered pilgrims of all races, elegant Eldari brutal orcs. That they stood together peacefully, without fighting, was owed to the entity upon the brass throne. Numerous structures encircled 8 magnificent colosseums, each capable of hosting 8,888 glorious duels simultaneously. These 8 colosseums revolved like stars around the blood fortress, from which boiling magma-like blood cascaded into the moat below. Upon the brass throne sat one of the most ancient gods in the cosmos, Korn. He had existed since time immemorial, born from the first battle in the universe. He sat upon the brass throne, observing the conflicts and savagery of the mortal realm. Every drop of blood spilled brought delight to this great entity. He cared not for whom the blood was shed, nor whose neck the blade sought. So long as there was battle, he gladly bestowed power upon the combatants. Even if you charged at him with a blade, he would be pleased, for daring to strike the ancient god of war required the utmost courage. Of course not from behind. A glimmer of clarity suddenly appeared in the ancient god's eyes. He looked into the distance with some surprise. This pure wrath transformed into a fierce bloodlust. And a powerful psychic being at that. It nearly brought him a rare, though it lasted only an instant. He caught enough details. Such a pure existence should not be here. He could sense that desire to tear enemies apart, the fury born from the very depths of the soul. He wanted more. But his face turned grim as he looked toward the neighboring pink sanctum of debauchery, the green realm of life, and the blue crystal labyrinth that glittered like a mass of LED lights. He also felt their gazes. Fuck. My heavens, what a kind child. How benevolent he is. I can feel his heart wrenching. He must be our finest family member. Came a guileless voice. No. That innate brilliance, the ability to control his own psychic storm. He should become the wisest sorcerer, said another voice, though it seemed to be a cacophony of 1,000 voices impossible to discern. Oh, that adorable innocent fool. Don't fight over him, he's mine, purred a seductive voice. This might be the only unanimous opinion they had shared in eons, to snatch the untouched one from the cursed one. Korn suppressed his desire to roar and bellow, picking up a brass horn. He quietly summoned his most battle-hardened greater demon. Angrath, take everything that can move and smash their dens. As you command, my lord. In the material realm, Korn's followers who had been busy infighting ceased their mutual slaughter. Those attacking humans, orcs, Eldari, and Necrons all turned and abandoned the front lines. Then in a single mad rush they charged headlong at the followers of the other three gods. Bona closed the book and gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window. The unification war on Terra was nearing its end. He, the Emperor himself, had led the campaign to crush the last remaining organized resistance on Terra, the Ursh Empire. Ursh had once been the most formidable faction on Terra, but as its allies were shattered one by one by the Emperor, it now stood isolated and without support. Bona was left behind in the rear and was now forbidden from setting foot outside the Himalayan base. Yet Bona did not mind this restriction, for he understood well that the destructive force within him, the power called psychic energy, was far too volatile. Until he mastered it, he dared not stray too far from Grandmaster Malkador. But what troubled Bona most was the Thunder Warriors. Many within the Imperium, including the warriors themselves, now knew their fate. Either die gloriously in battle or be dealt with personally by the Emperor after the war. Yet Bona did not wish to see these noble warriors vanish. They had sacrificed so much for the Imperium only to be forced into self-annihilation due to their genetic flaws. It was unjust. Every day after his lessons with Grandmaster Malkador, he would rush to the library, desperately searching through ancient tomes, hoping to find some glimmer of salvation. But the more he searched, the more despair he felt. He began to understand why Grandmaster Malkador did not stop him. If the genetic modification of the Thunder Warriors was a labyrinth with no way back, they had already ventured into the deepest dead end. Before them stood only a wall. The train called Thunder Warriors was hurtling toward that wall, destined to shatter into fragments. Perhaps the golden age of humanity held a solution, but by now that civilization lay in ruins. Bona stood up and placed the book back on the shelf. Suddenly he noticed a white-covered book beside it. This book. Was it always here? He pulled it down. The book was somewhat worn, but still intact. On its cover was a white circle within which lay a simple hexagram. At the center of the hexagram was a double-head eagle emblem. It must be an imperial book, Bona thought. He had seen the Emperor's thunder eagle motif before and knew his father favored such eagle designs. Yet Bona thought the book might not be useful and was about to put it back. Suddenly, a yellowed piece of paper slipped out from between the pages. Bona knelt down and picked up the paper. He glanced at it casually, then froze. There were very few words as a large diagram occupied most of the space. But Bona recognized it. This was a record of genetic modification technology. Having searched for so long, his eyes immediately scanned the data, and intuition told him this might be genuine. He turned the paper over, but the back was blank. He checked the page number 998. Then Bona looked at the book with the hexagram cover and carried it back to his seat. He placed the book on the desk and turned to page 999. Indeed, it contained detailed steps for genetic modification, the depth of which astonished him. After all the records he had previously found were scattered, and some resembled the incoherent chants of primitive shamans. But then Bona noticed the annotation at the bottom, the 99th Institute of Genetic Sciences. He was instantly relieved, a precious legacy from humanity's golden age. Overjoyed, Bona decided to take the book to Grandmaster Malkador, believing the Thunder Warriors could now be saved. However, a sudden breeze rustled the pages, flipping them rapidly to page 99. What he saw there made him freeze. The omniscient god. Bona frowned. What kind of superstitious nonsense was this? The imperial truth acknowledged no such entities. How could such a being exist in the world? His faith in the book, which had been quite high moments ago, suddenly wavered. Nevertheless, since the book also contained genetic modification technology, Bona decided to keep it and first verify the authenticity of that technology. The warp. You damned brute, brainless pig. The changer of ways rarely displayed such fury. Korn snorted in the distance. He knew Tsinch was always scheming in the shadows, so he had come to check, and nearly caught him red-handed. These days the warp could only be described as turbulent. Korn had his followers rampaging, burning, and slaughtering. Slaanesh was no longer obsessively chasing the Eldar. Nurgle for once was stern, gathering his lively family together. Of course Tsinch was not idle. He wove a dozen new threads of fate on the web of destiny, all converging on Terra. He tried to contact the surviving Chaos cultists on Terra, but the Imperial truth spread by the Emperor had largely purged. Of course one could choose not to believe the Imperial truth. The price was merely a bolter round to the head. That accursed man had left a portion of his power on Bona to guide his psychic energy, making it difficult for others to invade. Bona returned to his quarters, which were Spartan: a plain bed, a simple desk, and a chair. That was all. Normally he would sleep early, but tonight he turned on the desk lamp and opened the book. He flipped to page 99, only to find a passage about agriculture. Had he misremembered? Bona scratched his head. He read so much every day that it was normal to make mistakes. Still, the book indeed contained a wealth of knowledge. Many Golden Age weapons that had appeared on the battlefield were recorded here. Other topics were also extensively documented. A motley collection like an encyclopedia. If what the book described was accurate, the problem of the Thunder Warriors could be easily solved. The Emperor's genetic modification of warriors had been experimental. He was striving to find a balance between combat effectiveness. The Thunder Warriors were indeed powerful. Their armor lacked even a power backpack, relying solely on human strength. Combined with combat experience, one could say without exaggeration that a single Thunder Warrior could defeat several times their number of Astartes, and some of the strongest could even contend with the Custodes. But their genes were tangled like a knot, engineered solely for maximum combat output, with no consideration for stability. The Thunder Warriors often forgot things: combat techniques, names, events. The premature degradation of their neural tissues was likely the primary cause of their loss of control. Though they possessed superhuman bodies, their neural systems were akin to those of centenarians. Lord McAdoo instructed that you may study independently for now. Bona blinked, gazing at the servant who stood before him with utmost deference. All right, thank you. Bona felt a pang of disappointment. His father and Grandpa McAdoo were both occupied, leaving him idle with nothing to do. But that would not last long. Perhaps he should go see Uncle Malik. Bona sprinted all the way to the armory, where he beheld the colossal iron coffin. It was said that Uncle Malik had been gravely injured in that explosion and had to be placed inside this massive iron coffin. Lord Malik is still resting, the attendant intoned in a mechanical, emotionless voice. Then when will he wake up? That requires a series of complex procedures. Under normal circumstances, Lord Malik cannot be awakened lightly. Bona felt rather bewildered. Bona returned to the laboratory. He took out the book inscribed with a hexagram and placed it on the table. Flipping rapidly to page 999. On the laboratory platform lay the corpse of a Thunder Warrior who had died in a fit of madness. One Bona had secretly unearthed. He knelt on the ground facing the body on the operating table. Noble warrior, may your soul find peace. I shall borrow your precious remains in seeking to break your curse. I pray you forgive this momentary transgression. Bona rose and removed his white robe. If the book was correct, Bona dissected the Thunder Warrior's brain tissue without expression, then analyzed the brain with his vast repository of knowledge. Even with a cursory observation, Bona noticed an abnormal enlargement of the motor cortex, while the hippocampus had withered almost to the point of collapse. If Bona understood correctly, the Thunder Warriors' fragile nerves governing their powerful bodies was itself an agony. Many maddened Thunder Warriors likely endured the most horrific torture in the world before death. Every cell in your body discharges powerful electrical signals, all trying to kill your brain. Some neural structures are even inferior to those of ordinary humans. Bona wanted to reinforce the Thunder Warrior's nervous system, but the entire gene chain was a chaotic mess. He spent the entire afternoon searching for a solution, but all efforts proved futile. The laboratory was littered with discarded drafts. The trash bin overflowed with crumpled paper. Then Bona shifted. Since the Thunder Warrior's own genes had no room for improvement, perhaps he could substitute a segment of ordinary genes. Without hesitation, Bona made a small cut on his finger with a knife and placed it under the instrument for analysis. The result was astonishing. His own gene segment was near perfect, like a blank slate with no trace of modification. If there was any imperfection, it might be that the psychic property was too strong. Bona knew very little about psychic energy. He had no idea. The hexagrammadorned book beside him seemed to rustle slightly, as if turned by an unseen hand. Bona snapped out of his reverie and cast a casual glance. To his surprise, the pages now described psychic energy. He eagerly picked up the book and read intently. But he failed to notice that his bleeding finger had pressed against the page. The corner stained crimson, then quickly faded as if nothing had happened. Psychic energy is the manifestation of the warp. Every person's emotions and desires are part of the warp. Within the warp dwell 4 great gods. The god of justice and courage, a brute. The god of beauty and joy, a lunatic. The god of life and compassion, a doddering old man. The supreme messenger of hope, the eagle of sovereignty, the guide of destiny, the wise god of future and fantasy, the most powerful, the strongest one. Why was the last one described so oddly? And what were those annotations? From the shadows behind Bona, 4 hues of mist rose simultaneously, blood red, flirtatious pink, emerald green, and bright blue, all bursting forth. Then they started fighting. They intertwined, striking and parrying without yielding. Suddenly a golden beam shot from the eyes of the golden eagle embroidered on the white robe lying on the table, scattering them. Bona turned curiously, but saw nothing. He scratched his head. What just happened? Never mind, too lazy to think about it. It seemed that his psychic energy issue was his own problem, unrelated to genes. That meant Bona could proceed with bold modifications without worry. Though Bona was curious why his own genes were so clean devoid of any modification traces, he decided to ponder that later. Bona closed the book and enthusiastically began the genetic modification. Like building with blocks, he kept what the Thunder Warrior's genes could adapt to, discarded what couldn't, and patiently fixed each. In stark contrast to the tranquil real world, the warp was unusually boisterous today. 4 demonic armies surged together like tides, slaughtering one another under a darkened sky. Kongnu roared and swung his battle axe at Nagu. Thick poisonous juices splashed on his Seelan, producing a sizzle. Seelan let out a coquettish moan, grabbed Jianqi's wing, and bit down hard. Jinchi, enduring the pain, hurled a freshly woven spell at Kongnu's head. Enough! Stop fighting, you idiots! Jinchi shouted, losing composure. The 3 deities parted, glaring at one another warily. Jinchi straightened the wing fractured by Seelan's bite. It hurt like hell. If we keep it this well accomplished, nothing understand. That cursed one is watching us like... An axe flew back at him, barely dodged by Jinchi. You birdbrain, what the hell did you write in that book? Translate that for me. The hot-tempered Kongnu shouted, pointing at Jianqi's face. Seelan licked her lips, seductively giggling as she gazed at the birdman, as if eager to take another bite. Nagu gently comforted his family, telling them to hold on a little longer. I contributed the most. Do you have any idea how hard it was to send that book? You brute. Just as Kongnu reached for another axe, Jinchi slapped a parchment. Alright, we need a plan. A plan, understand? Otherwise this infighting will get us nowhere. Let me see that bird crap. Kongnu snatched it and glanced at it. He frowned. Reluctantly, he had to admit the plan. He read it again carefully, then looked at the smug birdman. He couldn't help but kick him. You brute. Are you all brawn and no brain? Jinchi snapped angrily. I can't stand your gloating. Kongnu handed the plan to Nagu. Nagu shooed a mischievous little one off his arm and read through the plan. After it's done, let him come see us 4 and make his own choice. What do you think? Kongnu nodded. That was rare fairness. Naga thought it was fine too and passed the plan to the air beside him. Where was Seelan? Jinchi turned around and saw a gaping maw. Chomp. Seelan bit down on the other wing. Oh, you psychotic madwoman. Thunder Warrior Camp. A remnant force that had withdrawn, having suffered grievous casualties during the assault on the Earth. The benevolent emperor permitted them to withdraw and rest, but all knew they would never again see the battlefield. Once the war ended, so too would they. Almost all were plunged into despair and sorrow, with many Thunder Warriors descending into madness. Akin sat quietly at the gate, gazing at the distant moon, waiting for the remaining time like a decrepit old man. Indeed, his time was also running out. He raised his hand, the same hand that once easily suppressed a heavy bolter with a single limb, now trembling uncontrollably, punctuated by sporadic stabs of pain. Akin understood that he too would soon become one of his frenzied brothers. From afar, he spotted a white-robed figure sneaking out, entirely unaware that 2 Imperial guards were trailing him at a distance. He chuckled, rose, and approached. Your Highness here again. Bona glanced around to confirm no one was following. Captain can I feel this time the chances of success are high, Bona said, shaking the reagent in his hand. Akin smiled. The Emperor's treasure had been tirelessly working to solve the Thunder Warrior's affliction, failing many times. Yet Akin felt a glimmer of joy. At least someone still cared. All right, go ahead, Akin said with a forced smile. He knocked on the door and called out, Nyawado, take a few brothers and follow Bona. Thank you, Captain Akin. Akin sat back on the steps, ignoring the Imperial guards who thought themselves well hidden as they stealthily scaled the walls into the camp. These 2 Imperial guards seemed rookies today, Akin lacking experience. The Emperor had been expanding the army frantically of late, and it seemed the great crusade he spoke of was indeed real. He took a bottle of wine and drank. If only he could follow the Emperor to personally build that future he described. How wonderful that would be. Thunder Warrior Centurion Nyawado and several brothers restrained a frenzied Thunder Warrior, pressing him down on the operating table. Oh, the pain. The warrior roared in agony, limbs pinned, struggling ceaselessly. Bona took a deep breath and injected the reagent into an artery. Then Nyawado escorted him out of the room. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Your concern for us is gratitude enough. Bona checked the time. Grandpa McAdoo would go up the mountain every night to do something, usually returning by dawn. Time was still plentiful. Our father's legions fully assembled. Niawado nodded. His Divine Majesty's legions are nearly ready, and I hear the final strike is imminent. Terra will be united at last, Bona said with some delight. Yes, unity at last, Niawado replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. It's all right, Bona smiled. I'm confident. 8 in 10 chances this time. You can still go see the stars. Niawado looked at Bona's smile at a loss for words. He simply nodded. Yes. Maybe so. Suddenly the room door opened. Deputy Captain Niawado, come see this, said the warrior, his face astonished. Niawado frowned, picked up the bolter beside him, and chambered around. He stepped inside. Bona followed. The formerly frenzied Thunder Warrior sat dazedly on the bed, surrounded by astonished comrades. The warrior noticed Niawado entering. Deputy Captain Niawado. Niawado's expression jolted. Shi'er, you remember me? Shi'er nodded, his face bewildered. The bolter slipped from Niawado's hand. He pointed to another warrior. Who is he? Washi. Him. Saishugu. Who is our captain? Captain Decan. Niawado was at a loss for words, then turned to Bona, who wore a gentle smile. Please wait, I'll fetch the captain. Niawado spun and ran smashing through the doorframe, then dashed off. Within 10 minutes, every able-bodied warrior of the Thunder Warrior Company knelt on one knee before Bona. The 5th Thunder Warrior Company thanks you for your efforts, Lord Bonada, Akin declared, his voice trembling with emotion. No need for this. You are all noble warriors who deserve to die on the battlefield, not in a sickbed. I merely helped you fulfill your dream. This debt of rebirth compels us. Bona sighed, helplessly unable to budge these towering, powerful warriors. Moments later they gathered in the mess hall. Shi'er wolfed down food, while several nearby warriors stared in shock. Shi'er, how do you feel? Shi'er swallowed the food in his mouth. I feel great, Captain. The reagent consumes a large amount of energy to take effect, so it's normal for Shi'er to have an enormous appetite, Bona. However, Shi'er's reaction speed may not be as fast as before. I did my best. Akin nodded, gratified. My lord, you have already done magnificently. This sacrifice is nothing compared to the privilege of continuing to fight for his Divine Majesty. From now on, the 5th Company is at your command. We shall give our all. Bona smiled wryly and nodded. There was no helping it. Such was the nature of these large Thunder Warriors. After a simple meal, Shi'er was taken to the train. A warrior was arranged to spar with him. After familiarizing himself with the feel of the weapon, Shi'er began. His reaction speed had indeed slowed considerably, slower than an Astartes by a beat, but still overwhelming any mortal. His strength had declined less severely. He could no longer sprint while suppressing a heavy bolter with one hand, but could still do so while standing. Bona felt he had still failed. He had been on the battlefield himself, and knew what such a decline in reaction speed meant. But Decan and the others were almost speechless with excitement. This was good enough. They would not care if they became mere mortals as long as they could continue to fight for the Emperor. Moreover, thanks to the greatly improved genetic stability, their vitality had increased. At least there was no longer any risk of sudden cardiac arrest during combat. Seeing dawn approaching, Bona had to hurry back. Several days later, Captain Akin personally led a team to visit every Thunder Warrior Company. Meanwhile, a brief report detailing the matter, including the source of the reagent and even its precise components, was placed before the Emperor. The report came from McAdoo. Bona's little maneuvers had never escaped Mikado's notice. Bona was still too young, far too inexperienced compared to Mikado, who had lived for untold ages as the seal keeper. Truly a case of I've consumed more salt than you have rice. A rare wave of emotion crossed the Emperor's weary face as he devoted his precious attention to this small sheet of paper. He reached for another order lying beside it: execute all Thunder Warriors who cannot be controlled. He tore it to shreds. He rose and walked out into the rising sun. After the long dark age, Terra, the home of humanity and the heart of the former human empire, once again embraced unification. The humans cheered wildly, celebrating the glorious victory brought by the great Emperor. Bona stood on the high platform, watching the Astartes legions marching past below. A total of 20 legions slowly paraded by, though they appeared raw and untested, their nascent edge was already visible. Then came the mortal legions, mostly drawn from the armies of various former warlord factions on Terra. Finally, the Thunder Warriors marched in formation. As they entered, an aura of murderous intent was unmistakable. Their equipment and power armor were far from refined. The armor was covered with scratches and dents, even bearing faint traces of blood. Though they had been cleaned many times, a faint smell of blood still lingered. In the absence of the custodes from the parade, they were undoubtedly the most ferocious fighting force present. By the great Emperor's grace, the Thunder Warriors had survived. Yet the Emperor canceled all further Thunder Warrior production, instead focusing entirely on manufacturing the Astartes. The remaining Thunder Warriors were assigned as the solar system garrison, tasked with defending the system and training Astartes recruits. More than once the Thunder Warriors hoped the Emperor would take them along, but for unknown reasons he refused. His exact words were, "Your battlefield is here." Though the Thunder Warriors were somewhat puzzled, they faithfully executed the Emperor's command. And at that focal point of all gazes, a rising star stood where the sun once shone. The crowd below reveled in ecstasy. Many reached out with tear-filled eyes, shouting fervently. Though the Empire's methods were bloody and most nations were brought under its banner by force, it was undeniable that the Empire had transformed the humans of Terra from beasts that walked, shot, and spoke into true human beings. The Emperor gently pressed down with his hands, and the cheering gradually ceased. "Citizens of the Empire," he began, "through our efforts, Terra, the mother most familiar to humanity, has once again returned to peace. Though I would gladly stop here, allowing our mother to restore her pristine beauty, there are still countless brethren among the billion stars suffering under alien exploitation. To restore humanity's former glory, I shall launch a great war, an epic crusade, to reunite all mankind and reforge the honor of our species." The crowd below erupted into fervent cheers. Escorted by the custodes, the Emperor left the gathering and returned to his base. He planned to build a magnificent palace here, for although he was reluctant to undertake such a costly construction project, a palace was a necessity. Malcador and Bona were already waiting. "My lord, father," Bona seemed exhilarated. "Are we about to begin the great crusade?" The Emperor nodded. "Child, you did well with the Thunder Warriors." Bona beamed with joy. "Of course, father, because I..." Bona was about to pull out that book to show the Emperor, convinced that its contents would please his father, that it should not be left buried among the stacks. The Emperor gently raised his hand to stop Bona. "Child, wait a moment. Malcador and I have some important matters to discuss. We'll come to you later." Bona hesitated, then nodded with a trace of disappointment. "All right, I'll go back to the library then." The Emperor looked at the slightly crestfallen young lad and softly stroked his head. "You've worked hard this time." "It's nothing." Bona left. The Emperor and Malcador departed from there and arrived before the Terra Palace. "My lord, have you decided how to build the palace?" "Some ideas, but not many." "I'm all ears." The Emperor pointed at a certain area. "That will be the starting point, the beginning of our great project." Malcador nodded softly. "This will be difficult, but I will assist you." Malcador suddenly sensed a trace of hesitation in him. Such hesitation should not appear in him. "Is there something else you wish to say?" "I also want to build residences for the children." The Emperor pointed to another area. "There can be a place for art there, for architecture, and over there." Malcador looked at him with astonishment. "This?" At that moment he suddenly could not fully comprehend his lord. As if something had perturbed that great... No, not perturbation. Rather, change. Suddenly a patch of ground in the palace district was flung upward, and a dazzling kaleidoscope of light erupted from below. Mortals nearby who gazed directly at that light immediately let out anguished cries, collapsing to the ground with limbs contorted at bizarre angles. Then a multitude of indescribable entities surged forth from within, slaughtering the steadfast warriors without mercy. The Emperor's expression shifted drastically. "That place is..." Wanfu regiment purged these foul creatures. Before Malcador could contemplate what was happening, a surge of warp light began to spread, undermining the fabric of reality on Terra. He knew where the Lord had gone, and now he had to stabilize the situation in his stead. The Emperor, like a shooting star, seared the sea. Every demon that gazed upon his light let out agonized howls. They tried to flee from the light they abhorred, only to be cut down by the custodes and silent sisters pressing from behind. The wicked creations burned under the blazing sun. Even greater demons dissolved into nothingness in his radiance. When the Emperor burst into the core area, he was nearly beside himself with rage. The laboratory was empty. Various instruments lay scattered on the floor, and the life support tanks that once held the gestation pods were utterly vacant, save for one, held in the hand of a figure with pointed ears. Her beauty would humble even the fairest of the Eldar. Her allure would drive even the most steadfast ascetic to madness. Slaanesh blinked and looked at the golden giant before her. With a tongue flicking out, she smiled, tossed the last gestation pod into the warp, and then waved at him with a cheerful gesture. "Hey there. First time meeting, you're the cursed one, right?" And boundless fury ignited within him, and in the next instant a blade wreathed in roaring flames swept toward her head. But there was no impact. Instead, a pitiful voice came from behind. Hey, why so violent? I just helped you get rid of the Eldar. They used to love bullying humans, you know." The only response was a blaze of radiant fire. In a flash, the entire lab turned into a sea of molten rock. See you next time." He turned around. Nothing there. In his fury, the Emperor almost destroyed everything in sight, but he quickly They could have stolen the items stealthily. Why cause such a commotion? Even Slaanesh, that brainless madwoman, would have thought twice given the cost. Suddenly, even the ever-cold and resolute Emperor felt a long-lost dread. What if their target wasn't here? When the Emperor rushed back to the library, it was eerily quiet. "Child, where are you?" He searched frantically through row after row of bookshelves hoping to glimpse a figure that might appear. He must be tired, fallen asleep. Finally, the Emperor stopped before a desk piled high with books. A book lay open on the desk. A wind from nowhere gently stirred its pages, and the hexagram upon them was so glaring like the mockery of the highest heaven. This is fate. Sunlight fell upon the grass, a gentle breeze brushed past, and the grass rustled. Bona gazed at the white clouds drifting lazily across the sky and a few birds soaring leisurely past the horizon. He sat up looking around in confusion. Where's this? He had just been reading that book in the library, felt a bit sleepy, and wanted to rest his head on the desk for a while. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was here. Bona felt this place looked much like the ancient Terra described in books, yet it was definitely not Terra. He spotted a towering tree not far away, and beneath the tree stood a statue of Bona Dan. Bona slowly approached the tree. Where's this? Hello there, little one. Bona turned and saw 4 lunatics. One figure wore black-red heavy armor, looking every inch a warrior, his face hidden beneath the helmet. Beside him another was plainly dressed, yet could not conceal her dazzling charm, though those pointed ears were still quite. The third was a slightly plump, kindly old man leaning on a cane. The last appeared to be a frail scholar, his eyes behind spectacles deep as black holes evoking infinite reverie. Each of them looked normal on their own, but walking together made Bona feel something was off. And you 4 are? The armored warrior introduced himself first. I am the god of justice and courage, the guardian of order in this world. Hello there, little one. I am the god of life and benevolence. Would you like to visit my home? My family has been waiting for you for so long. The elf beside him, unable to hide her beauty, wiped her drool. No, it's so hard. I want to eat you all up. Hi. I'm the goddess of beauty and joy. Want to play? Slaanesh bounced happily, and just as Cinch was about to introduce himself, he felt the deadly stares of the other 3. Haha, I am the god of wisdom and hope, master of countless knowledge. Cinch obediently spoke normally. If he stirred up trouble at this juncture, the other 3 would not mind joining forces to beat him up. Bona's eyes widened in shock, at a loss for words. You really exist? Then this place is the legendary warp. Cinch nodded. With a light wave of his hand, the stars reversed, time flowed, snow and thunder intertwined. The grassland turned into desert into snowfield, and the starry sky above burst into brilliant colors. Once again, Bona felt that power called psychic energy, but this time he could sense its presence as naturally as breathing. He waved his hand lightly, and a bolt of lightning split the sky. With a mere thought, a gale howled before his eyes. He took out the imperial truth given by his father. He read the first line. Core tenet: the universe is rational. There are no so-called gods. Knowledge can defeat fear and save humanity from the horrors of the age of strife. Then he summoned a pen and started writing something. What are you doing, little one? Slaanesh asked curiously. Father doesn't know about this place yet. I want to go back and tell him. Bona said excitedly, and beside that line he wrote in large characters, the warp is real. You know what? My father is very busy. Now that we have the warp's help, I'm sure he'll be delighted. Behind her back, Slaanesh twisted her hands into knots. She had never before struggled so hard to resist the urge to rush forward and devour Bona bite by bite. Beside her, Nurgle's face beamed even more radiantly. See, what a kind child, always thinking of his family. That is not so, Bona. Do you know why we summoned you here? Cinch spoke mysteriously. Only then did Bona remember why he had come. Why? Cinch gave a soft laugh and waved his hand lightly. For the blood of Sanguinius. For the Emperor and Sanguinius. Bona watched as Astartes in red power armor roared and ran past him. He knew these vampires. He had even shared a trench with them before. But the armor patterns were different, a new model it seemed. He turned and saw an endless swarm of insects. Their bodies blotted out the stars. The immense shadow allowed not a single ray of sunlight to pierce, no matter how many suns were in the sky. The swarm charged forward, literally filling the mountains and seas, surging like a tide toward the imperial positions. Here there was no need to aim. You could hit a bug with your eyes closed. Bona watched as the bugs tore apart Astartes, overran the trenches, and devoured the struggling mortals alive. Then a torrent of artillery fire rained down, killing both the swarm and the survivors before another wave of Astartes and mortals recaptured the position and planted the battle standard firmly in the dirt. The scene shifted again. Wayarag. A roar erupted. Then thousands upon thousands of thunderous roars followed. Bona saw many massive green creatures roaring as they charged out of their trenches. They looked utterly barbaric. The orcs swung weapons that were practically scrap metal, charging into the imperial artillery fire. They fired a few wild shots before simply clubbing their enemies. Above, black smoke billowed from a swarm of ramshackle flying machines, giant fireworks, streaking across the sky, and those insane mechs wielding huge saws ripped through the imperial armored forces with ease. For the Emperor, Bona saw atop a massive bunker a one-eyed old man in a peaked cap bellowing. One eye had been replaced with a bionic implant, and his left hand had been replaced with a huge power claw. The old man roared, raised the battle standard, and led his soldiers back into the fray. Some soldiers, driven to desperation, even grabbed the greenskins' weapons and hacked back at them. Finally, Bona found himself in space. The golden eagle of the Imperium blazed in flames. The corpses of warriors and sailors mixed with shattered metal drifted through the void. The entire fleet was blown to pieces. In the distance, a few scythe-shaped ships glowed with green light, and metal skeletons looked on with expressionless faces. Threat of the ignorant race eliminated. The scene shifted again. Bona saw a group of blue-skinned, noseless creatures flying a ship that was being pounded like a dog by a lunar-class cruiser. The vision flickered past. Forget the last one. You didn't see that. Cinch laughed awkwardly and closed the illusion. What was all that? Bona asked, a little shaken. The four gods laughed together. The Imperium of Man 10,000 years from now. And then a massive ecclesiarchy world appeared abruptly before them. People chanted litanies with fanatical fervor. Ecclesiarchy priests preached the emperor's will passionately from the pulpit, while below devout worshippers knelt in droves. Not far away on the execution square, flagellants swung heavy iron whips, lashing those of weak faith, while zealous priests stood before them, denouncing their frailty. Full of ignorance, barbarism, and oppression, Cinch said with a sly grin. Observing Bona's astonishment, Cinch smirked with satisfaction. If the existence of the warp made Bona believe that the imperial truth only required minor adjustments, then the Imperium 10,000 years later had utterly trampled that truth underfoot. Did the great crusade of my father fail? Why has the Imperium become so benighted? Your father, the Emperor of Mankind, succeeded greatly in his great crusade. Oh, indeed, he pulled humanity back from the abyss. But someone betrayed him. Your father, the Emperor of Mankind, created 20 mighty beings to realize the grand endeavor of the great crusade. With a gentle wave of his hand, Cinch transported them to the bridge of a warship. There stood a towering figure clad in black power armor, with crimson eyes, a power claw on his left hand, and a heavy hammer in his right. Opposite him was the majestic presence of the Emperor, radiating a golden aura. They charged at each other with roars of fury. The blood-soaked power claw pierced the Emperor's body, drawing a spray of blood, yet the Emperor hesitated to deliver a fatal blow. No, stop! Bona nearly screamed. But the vision shifted, revealing countless warships hovering over Terra, raining down bombs. Countless Astartes and Titans slaughtered each other upon the once glorious soil, the flames of war consuming nearly everything. The Emperor's sons betrayed his will. 9 traitor legions unhesitatingly raised their swords of rebellion against the Emperor, reducing his efforts to ashes. Finally, as Bona watched the Emperor stagger to his throne, his heart nearly shattered. Helplessly, he reached out a hand toward the shadowy figure on the throne. Bona fell to his knees in despair. Indeed, Uncle Malcador was right, and those golden-armored ones too. Those Astartes were never worthy of trust. This was his father's fatal mistake. Even the common human soldiers who died before the fortress walls were far nobler than they. A heavy hand landed on Bona's shoulder. He looked up to see the warrior in red armor. But you still have a way to stop all this. Bona nodded. Indeed, there was still time to prevent this catastrophe. He gazed at the black figure in the vision. Yes, only by killing him. He nodded and rose to his feet. Can you help me? Cinch adjusted his glasses and smiled benevolently. Of course, child. We can teach you many things, grant you immense power. Bona grasped the golden Aquila pendant around. His hand clenched into a fist. He must stop this no matter the cost. He nodded. For streams of power rose slowly, swirling. He could feel the might of these forces. With such power, surely he could prevent these disasters. The Aquila on his white robe shone with golden light, but it was quickly drowned in the warp's frenzy, leaving not a trace. This sensation was peculiar. It was as if countless voices had filled his mind, some clamoring to kill everything that moved, others conjuring amusements. Bona had never imagined, some bemoaning the world's suffering and wishing to bestow mercy, and still others devising bizarre spells. Though the voices were cacophonous, Bona managed to suppress these strange thoughts. Yet he was more curious. Why had a golden power lingered within him unnoticed? It felt like his father's power, yet somehow alien. When had it entered? And why did they immediately start fighting each other? Well, child, you'll need some training to overcome your fearsome enemy. Cinch was about to lure Bona into his crystal labyrinth when it suddenly dawned on him. His crystal labyrinth might possibly have just been ransacked by Khorne's hordes. Ha ha ha, child, come with me. The Lord of Justice and Courage will teach you the art of combat. He sought to enlist the other two, only to see Slaanesh giggling dazedly, face flushed and drooling. Nurgle remained in his usual placid demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the order. How could one defeat Khorne while allied with such vermin? Terra, my father, I shall fight for the Imperium of Man, for humanity's highest ideals unto death. The Emperor lovingly raised his cherished son, Horus. Rise, my son. You have done well. He gently patted Horus' shoulder, gazing at him with great satisfaction. Courteous, intelligent, and quick-witted. According to the Mechanicum's reports, Horus also possessed considerable command. Not enough, my father. I shall do all in my power to fulfill your commands. The two walked side by side as people in the distance cheered with all their might. Nearby, the massive titans rumbled past, and armored divisions stood in formation like a sea of steel. Since the Imperium's alliance with the Mechanicum, its power had grown visibly, becoming an unstoppable force. The prelude to the Great Crusade. My child, the Great Crusade ahead is a heavy burden. You will face many arduous tasks. Naturally, my father. I shall secure victory for you. You have many brothers scattered across the stars. While I seek them, the military and political authority will be yours to command. A flicker of displeasure crossed Horus' face, but it quickly melted into a genial smile. A lesson learned from his long years in the gang. I cannot wait to meet them. The Emperor's step faltered, startling Horus. If you meet him. But then he waved his hand. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Horus was bewildered, but still wondered why his beloved father acted this way. The celebration ended. The Emperor had matters to discuss with the Mechanicum, those redrobed figures always fixated on the most absurd details. Once free, Horus' first priority was to uncover what troubled his father so deeply. After considerable investigation, Horus, with his exceptional eloquence and charisma, managed to extract clues from the taciturn Thunder Warriors. It turned out that before him his father had already sired a child. Learning this, Horus felt a surge of resentment. He frantically searched for records, gradually learning what kind of being this predecessor was. Kind, intelligent, diligent, amiable. Nearly every praise could be applied to him. Even the stern Malcador and the custodians held him, and those haughty Thunder Warriors who sometimes dismissed the custodians were utterly deferential to Bona, even patiently explaining his greatness to common folk time and again. Though neither Bona nor the Emperor had acknowledged the title Crown Prince, most people accepted it. Crown Prince. Horus' hand clenched into a fist. This title infuriated him. I should be my father's proudest son. Fortunately, Bona was now missing. No one knew the reason for his disappearance, but many believed he was on a secret mission for the Emperor. Horus smiled faintly. I will prove that I am my father's greatest pride. Meanwhile, Bona was contemplating how to kill Horus. Yes, that was truly his intention. Whoever dared to lay a hand on his father, he would fight to the death. We have arrived, child. Bona looked up and saw the magnificent giant city. A massive, perfectly square city abruptly appeared before his eyes. 8 straight avenues extended into the city, which was divided into 8 square districts, all encircling a colossal fortress at the center. The city was forbidding, surrounded by a vast moat, and armored soldiers with hunting hounds patrolled at intervals. At the city gate, 8 towering and formidable warriors were inspecting the entrance. Bona saw warriors of many races, even orcs and Eldar. They aren't fighting. Grandpa Makedo said they were mortal enemies. Private brawls are not permitted here. The supreme voice echoed, and orcs and Eldar have never gotten along, but they are both noble warriors, are they not? A noble warrior may die on the battlefield or in the arena, but not in such meaningless fights. Bona nodded, dazedly feeling that it made some sense. Makes sense. He arrived at the first arena where a human and a green-skinned orc were fighting. Wagged. Courage and glory. That human was merely a slightly stronger mortal wearing a uniform Bona had never seen. He was brave, charging at the massive green orc with a lost gun fixed with a bayonet. The mortal slid under the orc's crotch, dodging the powerful blow, and fired his lost gun at the orc's back. But the orc's armor was sturdy, if that thing looking like an iron door could be called armor. The orc tried to turn and cleave the shrimp, but the mortal quickly rolled away and shot the lost gun at the orc's eye. Eye, it'll kill you, stinking shrimp. The orc's eye was shot out. He opened his other eye to see the shrimp already upon him, trying to stab with the bayonet. The orc grabbed the man. "Ah, you shrimp, I got ya," the orc crowed happily. But the stinking shrimp showed no fear as expected. Instead, he smiled and pulled something in his hand. Only then did the orc notice that it was a melta charge. Die Xenos. With a blinding flash of light, both figures vanished into the searing melta bomb. The ground melted, lava flowed, but the terrain quickly healed as if nothing had happened. The diverse creatures in the audience cheered, celebrating the fierce battle. See, child, this is a place full of combat experts, a good place to hone your skills. Korn thought Bona might be afraid, but instead saw him close his eyes and take a deep breath. All right, thank you for telling me this. He picked up the chains word engraved with the Imperial Aquila and walked into the arena. But the first thing he did upon entering was Q. Yes, Q. Bona looked at those ahead, in Eldar, 2 humans, and over a dozen creatures he didn't recognize. Human language might be inadequate to describe them, as the distinction between their limbs and torso was vague. Bona could only roughly judge by where they were armed. As luck would have it, the pointy-eared Eldar was right ahead. Barbarian ape, the Eldar muttered, but Bona didn't understand. Bona felt bored. It seemed he hadn't brought that hexagram book with him. So he stayed where he was and tried to review the psychic techniques Grandpa Makedo had taught him. The Eldar ahead turned back in surprise watching the psychic lightning dancing on Bona's fingertips. This guy's psychic energy is so pure. If it were merely high psychic talent, it wouldn't have surprised him, but such pristine white psychic energy he had never seen. Even the farcers of the Eldar probably didn't have such pure psychic energy. Perhaps only the ancient ancestors of the Eldar possessed such purity. But he's a human, just a monkey. How could a monkey possess such a pure soul? Bona reviewed the application of psychic energy and felt much better. At least he didn't have to worry about potential psychic outbursts. Hey you. Bona looked at the tall Eldar. What's up with your psychic energy? None of your business. Bona couldn't be bothered with this guy. The Eldar grew anxious and grabbed Bona's shoulder. You must explain. But in an instant Bona flung him away, sending him rolling aside. The Eldar angrily drew a rune-inscribed blade, but then saw the Khorne Greater Demon staring intently at him from not far away. Khorne might enjoy battle, but that didn't mean he appreciated disruptive behavior. So the Eldar reluctantly sheathed his weapon. Bona snorted coldly and paid no more attention to that fellow. Although he thought Eldar looked similar to humans, these creatures. Grandpa Makedo said these Eldar liked to capture humans for fun, and he had also seen visions of Eldar attacking humans. The gate ahead rumbled open and cheers from outside poured in. The alien creature at the front walked out, then the gate closed. Feeling idle, Bona sat down and carefully wiped his weapon. It was a very common chainsword bearing the imperial skull. Although he didn't know why he did so, Bona felt that this chainsword should be excited. He gently swung it twice. He hoped to quickly improve his strength here to kill Horus and save his father. Wish me luck. The chainsword roared, the imperial Aquila upon it gleaming brilliantly. Scorching blood drenched the warblade. 88 heads of formidable foes had fallen to this unremarkable standard issue imperial weapon. Now the once ordinary chainsword emanated a ghastly crimson glow. This thing, originally lacking such destructive power, could now effortlessly cleave through armor forged by ancient technology. And now, a ferocious green-skinned orc roared, far larger than an ordinary orc boy. Even an Astartes could easily stand upon its shoulder. In orc society, such beings were often called war bosses, leaders of their tribes, the mightiest among the greenskins. It had heard of a place in the warp red and profoundly wag where only the strongest of orcs, those unafraid of tumors, could venture. But now for a rare moment it felt fear. Bona flicked the blood from his hand. Not far away lay the severed arm of the orc war boss. Now he stared at it, his eyes crimson, as if beholding some intriguing prey. You stinking shrimp. You dare hit me. The orc war boss roared, trying to mask its inner terror. Bona strode forward step by step, even deactivating the chainsword, and casually wiping the blood from its teeth with his hand. Whack! The orc warboss bellowed, swinging its heavy hammer. The massive hammer came crashing down, but Bona parried it with his chainsword. Bona kicked the orc warboss in the knee, shattering it completely. The warboss groaned in agony and fell to its knees. Bona pressed his bolter against the warboss' chin. Boom! The colossal body toppled. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers. Bona stood atop the greenskin's corpse and gazed at the gate opposite. The gate was firmly shut without a hint of movement. No enemies. A flicker of irritation crossed Bona's face. He looked around. Is no one left? You cowards. The crowd fell silent. Even the Khorne Greater Demons shrank back. This man had carved through 8 arenas, not through overwhelming psychic might or sheer power, but through terrifying learning ability. He learned too quickly. From the Eldar he mastered the use of psychic powers, from the orcs the art of brute force, from human opponents the survival techniques unique to the dark sectors. By the later battles, perhaps only the Khorne Greater Demons who had fought for eons in the warp could surpass Bona in experience, but they dared not. Khorne Greater Demons are eager for battle, not foolish. Had you not seen the golden Aquila on Bona's chainsword blazing almost blindingly? Theoretically, that chainsword empowered by the God Emperors might could inflict permanent harm upon these demons of the warp with a single strike. Though a single blow might not kill, permanent disability was all but guaranteed. The urge to drink the blood of enemies raged against his mind. The roar of the chainsword in his hand seemed to urge its master to claim more heads. Bona took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the violent impulse. He sheathed the chainsword, turned, and walked back toward the gate from which he had come. It now a Khorne Greater Demon had been waiting there for some time. It took a deep breath before stepping forward. Bona, our master, is occupied and bids you do as you please. If you wish to find him, go to the central castle. Bona's eyes fixed upon the demon, who swore that Bona was genuinely considering whether to cleave it in two. Truly. But Bona merely shook his head. What was wrong with him? Even a noble knight maintaining order, he wished to cut down. Very well, thank you. He bid farewell to the battle-worn knight and departed. During this time, he had completed the trial of the god of courage and justice. He had to admit he had learned a great deal. There were many different kinds of warriors here, some with combat prowess surpassing even the custodes. Fortunately, Uncle Malik had taught him much earlier. But he no longer had much time to remain here. He had to continue to the next deity's domain to learn. From afar he saluted the figure seated upon the throne with the gesture of a Thunderhawk warrior, then departed. At the very least, Bona sensed that the one on the throne was pleased. The warp was so fickle and uncertain, space and time were never fixed. Bona felt as though he had barely taken a few steps out of the Crimson Sanctum when another realm, pink and violet, almost pressed itself upon him. Suddenly, he found himself in another's domain. A voice tender as a mother's echoed in his mind. "Hello, little one. Come closer, I await you within." Bona stepped into the first ring. In this place haunted by specters of greed, the mask of pretense was mercilessly torn away, revealing its avaricious core. Before him, gold had accumulated into an endless golden plain, as if nature's most generous gift, yet even more dazzling than nature. These golden heaps stretched upward, greedily pointing toward a mosaic marble vault encrusted with countless gems, as resplendent as a rainbow, with every jewel shining with its own unique light mingling with the rainbow. Bona bent down lightly and scooped up a handful of gold coins, some he had only seen in ancient records. But Bona took no more than a few, merely as keepsakes. Thereafter he did not cast another glance at the mountains of gold and silver. As he stepped out of the first ring, the myriad riches behind him crumbled into dust, and those who had embraced wealth turned into piles of white bones. He arrived at the second ring. Exquisite wine-formed lakes of delicacies fit only for the tables of nobles and royalty were mere appetizers here. Countless beings reveled, stuffing themselves with fine food and drink. Perhaps, considering Bona's Terran origin, what appeared before him were mostly things that suited human taste and aesthetics. Bona picked up a cake composed of 32 kinds of sweets and spices. Its intensely rich aroma maddeningly stimulated his taste buds. But Bona merely frowned slightly, then sighed. If such food could appear on Terra, people would not be killing each other for a sip of clean water. Then, without looking back, he left this place. Behind him the feast grew monstrous. Those who gorged themselves swelled like balloons, then burst, transforming into even more food. He arrived at the third ring. It was a land of gentle meadows and alluring gardens with pavilions dotting the beautiful plains. The laughter of maidens sounded from all sides. Bona looked around, and numerous dancers had appeared, some in simple attire, others in lavish robes, but all exuded an irresistible allure beyond mere beauty. They encircled Bona, their bodies brushing against his in seemingly accidental touches, breathing flower-scented breath near his ear. Their garments began to slip away, revealing skin as smooth and delicate as milk cream. Just as the lead dancer, seeing Bona's momentary distraction, reached her slender hand to undo his clothes, he seized her wrist. "Sorry, but I have duties to fulfill." Bona bowed his head slightly in apology, then pushed them aside and left. He ignored the heart-wrenching cries behind him and stepped into the fourth ring. Behind him, the once heavenly maidens twisted into fanged beasts. He climbed the towering mountain step by step until he reached the summit. In the distance, a magnificent city stretched endlessly, forming a great empire. Countless subjects cheered like ants at the foot of the mountain, and a mighty army stood arrayed before him. Everyone fervently chanted Bona's name. Even the proud custodes loudly praised him. Humanity would become the greatest existence under Bona's leadership. Even the once mighty Eldar Empire would grovel in submission at his feet. Bona shook his head gently. "I am my father's son. I will not enjoy the fruits of his hard labor without effort." He descended the mountain. The mighty human empire instantly disintegrated into a heap of sand. He arrived at the fifth ring. Countless praises whispered beside Bona. He was humanity's greatest scholar, general, painter. Countless awards were mere stepping stones for Bona. Being 1 in 10,000 was an understatement for him. If there were stars in humanity's sky, they would be only Bona alone. Bona merely cast a distant glance at the podium, overflowing with glory and praise, where everyone awaited him to ascend. He felt no interest. If he were to obtain these, it would only be incidental on the road to fulfilling his father's dream. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a long-lost voice. "My son." Bona halted and turned back, shocked to see a figure bathed in light. "Father." Bona walked over in disbelief. The emperor smiled faintly. "You have done very well, my child. You are already wonderful." Bona was stunned, then a joyous smile spread across his face. "Really? You are my greatest pride, always have been." Bona was too stirred to speak. "Come, embrace me. I shall take you to witness the glory that is yours." The emperor opened his arms, but Bona, just a moment ago ecstatic, instantly calmed. "Father, what did you just say?" The emperor still smiled faintly. "You have a glory of your own. It is deserved." But Bona's expression turned furious. In a flash, 1,000 lightning bolts erupted from his hands. "You bastard, how dare you impersonate my father?" In an instant, a torrent of psychic lightning surged forward, tearing the false emperor apart. The entire space trembled violently. The podium that moments ago hosted the adulation of millions shattered, with numerous cracks forming. The raw warp flooded in from outside. Had Bona not pulled back, the entire fifth ring would have been destroyed. Bona cast a cold glance at the creature now reduced to a mere wisp of soul by his blast, then continued onward. He arrived at the 6th ring. Stunned, he saw this place. It was his own room. Overwhelming fatigue surged into his heart. His long-weary body began to cry out in protest. Outside, the window lights began to extinguish one by one. The custodes had started their nightly patrols. Yes, take a rest. The journey had... Bona approached the bed which seemed to beckon him. Just a little sleep. He spotted the imperial Aquila statuette on the table, a gift from his father. In an instant his mind snapped. At this hour Uncle Malcador was still burning the midnight oil handling affairs, and his father was still fighting on the front lines. Humanity's great enterprise was unfinished. Even the humblest civilian was laboring diligently. Why was he thinking of resting? With that thought, Bona drew a small knife and cut his finger, letting the pain dispel some of his drowsiness. He resolutely left his room. Behind him the comfort zone crumbled into white bone and sand. Crack! The bone mirror shattered. Now Senya was somewhat red-hot with rage. Damn it, the greater demons were incompetent, bringing shame and humiliation. She had always thought her greater demons of Senya were useless, providing fewer and fewer amusements. But she never expected them to be this useless. You know, Bona had never left Hyla since he was born. The farthest he had gone was probably the front lines. And yet her greater demons exhausted all their tricks, but still failed. They even incurred Bona's displeasure, nearly blowing the entire 5th ring to pieces. She made up her mind. She had been too lenient with these wretches. After Bona left, she would make them know the meaning of true agony. Hello, lady love. Senya spun around, instantly greeting him with a radiant smile. Hello there, little one. I've been waiting for you for ages. Sorry I was delayed on the way. Encountered some strange things. See, these useless fools. He didn't even consider them a threat. He saw that the lady love before him, whose beauty surpassed the entire universe, seemed to be oscillating between wrath and joy in a binary fluctuation. Bona found it rather odd. It seemed this one's temper might be unstable. May I ask, what is my trial? Who do I need to slay? Bona raised his chainsword and asked. Oh no. Senya almost teleported to Bona's side, lowered his chainsword, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. My trial is not about fighting and killing like that madman. That guy is just a maniac with mental issues. All he knows is hacking and slashing all day. You must understand there is plenty of beauty in this universe. For instance, she snapped her fingers lightly. The instruments inside the palace began to play by themselves, producing enchanting notes. The art on the walls started moving on their own step by step, revealing the process of their creation. The flowers in the vases began to bloom, unfurling from the buds, revealing 6 magnificent colors from the inside out, blending together into breathtaking beauty. This universe is dark. Almost everyone is thinking about how to kill others. But if we change perspective, even this rotten pitch-black cosmos holds many beauties worth discovering. And what we must do. She leaned against Bona's shoulder, gently poking his heart with her finger. Feel it with your heart. Bona seemed awestruck by the vast array of artworks in the palace. It is indeed beautiful, but I don't fully understand it yet. She chuckled softly. It's okay. This kind of perception is indeed too advanced for one uninitiated. It's normal not to grasp it. But we can experience some more lowbrow pleasures like the physical level. Feeling her bold actions, the aroma of primal hormones mixed with the soft, warm touch, Bona hastily stepped away. Sorry, I still have duties to attend to. I'm in a hurry, I'll go visit the next one. Then he fled from the place, as if escaping. She did not stop him. Instead, she gently stuck out her tongue, bit it with her fangs, feeling the flow of blood. This kind of prey must be savored bite by bite to maximize the fun. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since she had experienced such an innocent, bewildered feeling. Senya, while musing, grabbed a few Ling Clan from a jar beside her and ate them as snacks. Bona sprinted out, clutching his heart, panting heavily with a flushed face. If he had been any slower, Bona felt his body would have overpowered his mind. He slapped his face to wake himself up, calming. This lady love was truly bold. Oh well, better hurry on with the journey. Bona searched in the warp for who knows how long before finally locating the sanctum of the god of life. To be honest, it was quite hard to find. On the way, he saw 2 massive orcs standing there, smashing each other with giant clubs. While smashing, they were shouting something. Well, frontal ambush. Well, rear assault. Just from looking, those oversized orcs seemed trouble, so Bona took a huge detour. Arriving at the sanctum of the next deity, Bona saw from afar a banner. A banner hung between 2 towering giant trees reading, "Welcome new family to join the big family." He saw a beautiful garden here, lush green, and countless little sprites darted among the vegetation, playing and frolicking, while diligent gardeners lovingly tended to every flower. As Bona stepped in, all the little sprites cheered, hopping about like squirrels, even jumping onto his shoulders. Good friend is here. Good friend is here. Bona felt both flattered and overwhelmed. The entire sanctum seemed to welcome his arrival. A big, honest-looking man walked over, smiling kindly. Friend, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry I was delayed quite a bit on the road, Bo. The man just smiled warmly and generously. It's fine, we're all family. Come with me, father has been waiting for you. Bo Na followed the man deep into the garden. Deep inside the garden, he saw a big cauldron set up, and the god of life, gentle as a father, was humming a cheerful tune while stirring the ladle. But what surprised Bo Na was, why was there a pointy-eared Ling clan here? Though not as beautiful as the previous Lady Love, she was still divine in appearance. Aisha was one of the few remaining gods of the Ida Ling clan. The benevolent father saw Bo Na and said cheerfully, "Ah, you've come." He put down the ladle, walked over joyfully, and gave Bo Na a big hug. Bo Na thought this deity's body odor might be a bit strong, but he held it. "We've waited for you a long time." "Sorry, no worries." The benevolent father he seemed to notice the Ling clan that Bo Na was particularly concerned about and introduced with a simple smile. "This is Aisha, also a good friend of mine. I specially invited her today. You don't mind, do you?" "You?" "Hello, my name is Bo Na." Bo Na still enthusiastically extended his hand to shake with the Ling clan. At least she looked human, which already surpassed 99 of the aliens. Hello." Aisha shook hand hesitantly. It was then that Bo Na noticed this Ling clan had iron chains on her wrists. Huh. He looked at Aisha again and saw her eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. But Bo Na didn't want to meddle. Grandpa Makadu had told him, if you see a Ling clan, beat them to death. That was the rule. It was only for the sake of the god of life that he hadn't. If outside this sanctum, Bo Na would have already struck. "Oh child, you know, when I see you I feel like I'm looking at my younger self." Bo Na sat down as well, watching the benevolent father stir the cauldron. "I'm flattered. Truly I was once like you. Every time I saw someone hurt or suffering, I wanted to help them. You are merciful indeed. Of course, earlier I sensed your compassion. I knew you were one of us." The little sprites around cried out in unison, "Family, family." The soup seemed ready. The benevolent father ladled out 2 full bowls and brought them over. "The soup is ready. Drink." "Thank you." Bo Na took the bowl, but he saw Aisha's expression full of struggle. Huh. He looked at the soup in his hands. It was just a bowl of vegetable and meat chowder. Strange Ling clan. Bo Na shook his head and drank it down in one go. Beside him, Aisha hesitated for a moment, then finished hers as well. After drinking, Bo Na's brow twitched slightly. He perhaps understood why Aisha had hesitated. The benevolent father's culinary skills might indeed be terrible. Seeing the still smiling god of life, Bo Na suppressed his churning stomach. "Thank you for the hospitality." "Haha, you're welcome." The god of life took off his gloves. "I know you have your own journey, so I won't force you to stay. But I can give you a gift. Here, extend your left hand." Bo Na extended his left hand and saw the benevolent father lightly tap his ring finger. In an instant, a cool, refreshing sensation spread through him. The benevolent father smiled and nodded. Good, good. In the future, when you want to save someone, just tap with this finger, and no one will ever suffer again. Bo Na was startled, stood up, and gave a slight bow. "Thank you. You're welcome, child. Have a pleasant journey." Bo Na crossed the plateau composed of rainbows and arrived at the legendary domain of the god of wisdom. Vast stretches of crystal, like thorns, lay upon the ground, constantly shifting in shape, size, and color. Attempting to define this maze by physical laws is nothing but delusion. Over-concentrating on this shifting crystal maze will only cause one to gradually fall into the labyrinth. It was evident that Jianqi detested fools disturbing it. Not yet entering, Bo Na could clearly sense with his psychic power that this crystal maze was a place even more unpredictable than the warp. Space and time within it were as chaotic as random numbers. Only a true master possessing wisdom could enter this. Then a portal suddenly appeared beside Bo Na and a tepid voice emerged in his mind. "Enter." Bo Na looked at the maze in astonishment, then turned to the portal. He stepped through the portal and arrived directly at the deepest part of the maze beside the god of wisdom. He was a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe holding a strange 2-headed bird in his right hand. "I don't need to walk through that maze." Jianqi glanced at Bo Na. "Have only those fools who think themselves clever would walk this maze to meet me. Even I take some time to traverse this maze." Bo Na scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been thinking about how to navigate the maze. But before he could react, a pile of books was thrown at him. These in this pile. All of these you must learn." The Lord of Change waved a finger lightly, and the books containing forbidden knowledge crashed down upon Bo Na. "Learn these as quickly as possible. You can choose not to learn them, but it makes little difference." Facing the blessing of the god of wisdom, Bo Na seemed somewhat at a loss. Don't I have any trials to pass?" The Lord of Change chuckled lightly. Bo Na felt as though the laughter came from all directions with different voices. "No, you don't." With a gentle wave of its hand, a strange sword appeared in Bo Na's hand. "This is a weapon capable of killing Horus. It will teach you how. The rest you learn on your own. When you feel ready, you don't need to come to me. Go do what you want." In the blink of an eye, Bo Na appeared back where he started, with the ever-shifting crystal maze still in the distance. If not for the pile of knowledge books beside him, Bo Na would have thought it was just an illusion. He looked at the weapon in his hand, its blade twisted. Just looking at it, he could feel the chill emanating from it. Bo-na swung it lightly a couple of times, finding it quite comfortable, and put it away. Watching Bo-na leave, the Lord of Change changed its previously indifferent demeanor, becoming twisted and even excited. "Ka-luosi, what do you think this little one will achieve in the future?" And the bird in its hand was one of the Lord of Change's most powerful greater demons. Ka-luosi, the Fate Weaver. Ever since this creature was thrown by Jian-Chi into the Eternal Well, which even the Lord itself could not fathom, it emerged extremely aged and somewhat mad. Its head split into two. One could look back into the past, and the other could predict the future. When Jian-Chi asked it a question, one head would tell the truth, and the other would tell lies. Ka-luosi twisted its head slightly, psychic light flashing from its pupils. The entire greater demon was tormented by fate. It knelt trembling in Jian-Chi's hand, finally speaking in a quivering voice, "He will kill the Emperor. He will destroy chaos." With that, it fell motionless. Jian-Chi chuckled softly, casually, sending countless threads flying toward Bo-na, but they all fell like plumb lines without exception. Seeing this, the Lord of Change became even more excited. "Ha, the Breaker One, not accepted by fate. The greatest change." The Lord of Change had never been so excited. In its long existence, this was another uncontrollable entity besides the mysterious and unfathomable Eternal Well. This made the entity adept at manipulating hearts' powers, and even entire civilizations feel a long-lost excitement and challenge. Finally, it could challenge fate. M31004, Daiwan Star. The massive fleet once again returned to the skies above this planet, and this time, they brought the Emperor's punishment for rebellion. And aboard the magnificent flagship, Vengeful Spirit, the great War Master Horus sat high upon the throne. Horus Lupercal, the most perfect Primarch, the being who had achieved great feats for the Empire. But at this moment he was quite troubled. He looked at the letter in his hand. The sender was his brother, Robot Gilliman. Recently his father, the Emperor, had been making moves on Terra that made all of them uneasy. The newly established imperial governing body, the Council of Terra, was a symbol of the Emperor handing back the power to govern this vast empire to mortals. This council was composed of the 12 most powerful beings of the human race and would determine the next direction of the great ship of the human empire. But what terrified them most was that there was no place for the Astartes nor for the Primarchs. The Emperor had abandoned them. This fear spread among the Astartes legions and also among the Primarchs. Now with the Great Crusade coming to an end, the Primarchs decided to return to Terra to ask their father why he had done so. Everyone hoped that the Emperor's most favored son could remonstrate with the Emperor, though the method might not be what they imagined. However, as the War Master Horus knew very well a fact he was unwilling to admit, his father, the Emperor of mankind, would not listen. Having grown up in gang life, Horus had long learned to read people. He understood more clearly than any of his brothers. The Emperor only used them as tools. Whether Astartes or Primarchs, his father regarded them all as mere tools to achieve his means, nothing more. He wouldn't even spare much of his attention on them. He only drove them all to achieve his goals. Once someone failed to complete a task, he would force everyone to kneel and repent, just like he punished Lorgar. Those who violated his commands would be directly annihilated. The two missing brothers were the best evidence. Oh, the only one he cared about was the Crown Prince, Bo-na, for he had ordered all Primarchs to bring Bo-na back, even if, look, this was his true offspring. They, the genetic monsters, were merely tools. At this moment, his first captain, Abad, "Father, we have arrived at the attack orbit." Horus shook off these distracting thoughts. Perhaps when they reached Terra, he could resolve these issues with his father. "Attack. I will lead the charge personally. Let those traitors know the price of betrayal." Bo-na suddenly put down his pen. He sensed something. Through the warp mirror, he saw what was happening in the real world. A colossal fleet hung high in orbit, raining down a torrent of artillery fire. Drop pods descended upon the planet's surface, and Astartes, clad in white armor, burst forth, mercilessly slaughtering innocent people with bolters. People fled in panic, among them courageous souls who charged at the army with weapons. Yet against the efficient massacre, their efforts were pitifully futile. Massive titans strode with heavy steps. A single cannon shot could annihilate a city. On the ground, the Astartes advanced, steadily slaughtering countless unarmed civilians with ruthless efficiency alongside mortal soldiers. Bo-na recognized them, the 16th Legion. Amidst the throngs, his gaze instantly locked onto a figure. He let out a low growl of rage. "Horus." Bo-na closed his book and rose to his feet. It was time to slay that treacherous heretic and end the prophecy. "War Master, these enemies are not right," Abaddon reported, looking ahead. "What are these things?" What had been a barren wasteland now transformed into a world of muddy swamps and rotting forests. These rebels charged at the Imperial forces like zombified corpses, heedless of multiple gunshot wounds. Yet even a single strike from their decayed weapons could fell an Astartes. "No panic. Advance steadily. Call an orbital bombardment to clear those strange vegetations," Horus commanded with composure. He yearned to understand what had transpired here. Suddenly a piercing shriek tore through the air. "Horus!" Before the Imperial Line's space split open, unleashing a cascade of iridescent light upon the planet's surface. From within the rift, a colossal figure strode forth. Its legs ended in cloven hooves thick with bulging muscles. Its body was clad in heavy, corroded iron armor. Its powerful arms were entwined with countless fine tentacles. One hand gripped a chainsword, the other a twisted blade. From its back sprouted massive bone wings, and a tail lashed behind. Its head crowned with enormous black horns blazed with flames like radiance. The Imperial forces froze in awe. "By Terra, what is that?" and Astartes murmured. In an instant the monster locked onto Horus. Even their mere gaze conveyed an overwhelming tide of murderous intent. "Destroy it," Horus commanded. A deluge of ammunition erupted, yet every projectile, from mortal rifles to Titan-grade cannons, halted midair as if frozen in time before the monster's eyes. The creature let out a mocking laugh. The space around it warped, its form blurred, and in the blink of an eye it appeared before Horus. The massive chainsword roared down toward his head. Horus raised his right arm to parry the devastating blow. He was driven to his knees, the earth cracking beneath him. But the monster swung its other blade at him with a speed that even a pre-march could not react to. By instinct, Horus deflected the strike with the power hammer, World Breaker, yet the terrifying force sent him flying. Only then did the Luna Wolves snap out of their stupor and attack. Due to the slight warping of space, many warriors could not aim true and instead charged with melee weapons. Irritated, the monster smashed first Captain Abaddon aside with a single blow, then swung its chainsword at a speed imperceptible to Astartes, cleaving a Luna Wolf in two. Yet the surrounding Astartes still charged recklessly, buying time for their father. The monster grew annoyed. With a mere flicker of its eyes, several sons of Horus burst into flames. A wave of its hands summoned a cascade of lightning that reduced noble Astartes to paste of blood and iron. Sudden gravity anomalies snatched many into the air, crushing them into iron spheres. The Titan's cannons finally unleashed a devastating salvo, but it was nullified. The monster blurred again and vanished. An instant later it stood at the Titan's feet. With agility belying its size, it severed the Titan's leg. The colossal machine crashed down, crushing an unwary knight. Brave knights charged with ponderous strides, but they moved before the monster like old men stumbling toward the grave. The creature casually demolished them with its chainsword. Horus staggered to his feet, witnessing the monster slaughtering his sons. He spat blood and roared, "Are you only capable of killing the weak, you filthy abomination?" The monster turned its gaze, then shrugged off the knight impaled on its chainsword. Horus felt it smile. Its bone wings beat, accelerating with utter disregard for physics, and in a flash it was before Horus. Caught off guard, Horus hastily raised World Breaker. The power hammer was knocked away, and the monster pinned him to the ground, dragging him across the terrain, leaving a deep trench. When it stopped, a brutal fist slammed into Horus' face. He tried to drive his wolf claws into the monster's belly, but it was faster. A stomp broke his right arm. Then a chill pierced his chest. The twisted sword plunged into Horus' torso, sending an icy coldness coursing through his body. The monster hoisted its sword high like a trophy with Horus impaled upon it. A fresh wave of fire intensified around them. Even the orbiting warships opened fire regardless of friendly forces. But it was all in vain. Once more, every projectile froze in time, suspended around the creature. A warp rift opened beside the monster. It nonchalantly tossed Horus into the rift, then strode in after him. The 16th Legion fell silent. Thus began the most devastating rebellion in human history, the Horus Heresy. And Horus Lupercal became the first pre-march to sacrifice himself in loyalty to the Imperium. Bona hurled the unconscious Horus back, eliciting exclamations of surprise from the four gods. Behold, this is true strength. What was originally a goal to be achieved through a series of machinations and schemes had now been accomplished with such simplicity. With raw power, who but Cinch would bother with such convoluted plots? None of their followers in the material realm could face a legion of Astartes from the Great Crusade, Hedon, let alone snatch a primogenitor from their midst. "Tell me, why didn't you kill him?" Bona roared in dissatisfaction. The voice of the grandfather sounded once more. "Child, we must give everyone a chance to repent." Bona wanted to retort, but then glanced at Horus lying unconscious on the ground. "Fine. Yes, go and rest. We will send you back to Terra shortly." Bona departed for the time being. Meanwhile, the four gods began their indoctrination of the unconscious Horus. The seed of suspicion had already been planted by the accursed one himself. Their task was simple. They would present a one-sided version of reality to this pitiful creature, and he would do their bidding of his own accord. The four gods patiently answered all of Horus' doubts, and generously bestowed upon him a measure of power. Yet at the same time, the original soul of Horus began to shatter, slowly fragmenting. But none noticed a single shard of Horus' fractured soul slip into the immaterium unnoticed even by the four gods. This soul shard, however, seemed drawn by an irresistible force hurtling through the warp until it struck. Bona halted. He sensed something had just entered his body. But looking around he saw nothing. As the 16th Legion trembled in terror, they abruptly discovered their genetic father stepping through the rift to return to them. "My sons, fear not. I have returned." All the Imperial soldiers cheered, celebrating the War Master of the Imperium's victory over the dread enemy and his return to their side. Yet none noticed that Horus' soul had already changed. He gazed upon the shining Imperial Aquila atop the mighty Titan and could not suppress a cold sneer. But before action, he had to deal with his troublesome brother, Magnus. "Prospero, no. What has that demon done?" The Red Cyclops cried out in shock, having glimpsed an unbelievable scene from the warp. Horus was dead. The one living now was merely a puppet. He sought to warn his father of the terrible truth of the War Master's betrayal. But the raging warp storms blinded the astropaths, and even the ships sent with desperate messages vanished without a trace upon entering the immaterium. Finally Magnus gathered his most gifted sons, and they made a collective decision. They would pool the psychic might of the entire Thousand Sons Legion to send a powerful psychic message to Terra. This potent psychic communication would be impervious to the warp storms, loud and clear enough to reach his father. Of course, the worst consequence, if any, would be inadvertently waking his father from his slumber. Bona found a rare moment of leisure. Truth be told, he was still unaccustomed to wielding psychic power on such a grand scale in the material realm. To illustrate, being in the warp was like soaking in warm water, feeling light and utterly comfortable. But in the material world, it felt like living on the surface of a massive planet constantly struggling against immense gravity. Suddenly he saw a colossal psychic shockwave flashed before his eyes, rocketing forward like a multi-stage missile and crashing into the distance. Bona frowned slightly. Who would be so bold as to recklessly wield psychic energy of this magnitude? Weren't they afraid of blowing something up? "My brothers, we have all been deceived. All of humanity has been deceived. Our father, that bastard who calls himself the Emperor, is a being who seeks to sacrifice all of humanity for his own apotheosis. In the name of humanity, I implore you to abandon your foolish loyalty to the false Emperor and fight for true justice." Horus addressed his brothers. "Angron, master of the World Eaters, Fulgrim, master of the Emperor's children, and Mordorion of the Death Guard. If what you say is true, it doesn't surprise me," Angron growled irritably. "I agree. I have also heard truths," Fulgrim said with a faint smile. Mordorion remained silent. Horus nodded. "Before we act, we must purge the lackeys of the false Emperor from our legions." And Horus looked at the three legions that stood out. The Ultramarines, known as the Sons of War, a vast legion with terrifying logistical might. The Blood Angels, who possessed the mighty Perfect Angel. And the mysterious First Legion. But fortunately, the foolish false Emperor had appointed him War Master, making it easy to outwit these fools. Rogal Dorn was stunned when he received the news. Horus has betrayed us. Even the stoic Dorn was visibly shaken. Before him, Captain Garo knelt, tears streaming down his face, weeping silently, as if mourning his fallen brothers. Even Rogal Dorn, known as the Rock, paced frantically. Sons of Horus, Death Guard Emperor's children. 3 entire legions had turned traitor, and they were currently on Istvan III, butchering the remaining loyalists within their legions. The most reliable legions, the Ultramarines, Blood Angels, and Dark Angels, were all unreachable, as if they had vanished. Dorn made his decision swiftly. "Order the Iron Hands, Iron Warriors, Salamanders, Raven Guard, Night Lords, White Scars, and Alpha Legion to Istvan to defeat the traitor Horus. Overall command goes to Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands. The rebellion must be crushed." Dorn paused as if a thought struck him. "On second thought, keep the White Scars on Terra. Send the word bearers instead." Regardless, the tally stood 7 loyalist legions against 3 traitor legions. "The advantage is ours. You are all damned traitors." Ferrus Manus roared in fury. Behind him, 3 entire legions, the Iron Hand Salamanders and Raven Guard, were compressed into a narrow space, being slaughtered mercilessly. Before them stood Horus' traitor host. Behind them were the shameless turncoats, the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion. These 4 legions, who should have fought alongside them against Horus, all attacked, but their assault was directed at them. The 3 loyalist legions were crushed into a small clearing on Istvan V, where the traitor legions used every weapon to harvest their lives like livestock beings. "My dear brother, surrender. He is not worth dying for," Fulgrim hissed. "Never." Empowered by a keeper of secrets of Slainish, Fulgrim, amidst despair and chaos, struck off the head of his closest friend Ferrus Manus. Along with that life, what little remained of Fulgrim's own soul was lost. After eliminating the Imperium's remaining effective forces, the path to Terra lay open, and the War Master Horus stood on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit, gazing upon the vast fleet. Dark vapors coiled around him, the power of the warp swelling with. "Finally, we have come to this step." Horus looked at the glowing planet in the distance. "I have returned, sacred homeworld, Terra, and I shall liberate you from the tyranny of the false Emperor. In my name, let the galaxy burn." The shadow of warships loomed over holy Terra, and the rift in the warp nearly eclipsed the sunlight. The starry void was strewn with wreckage of vessels, the blood of loyalists and traitors alike drenching almost the entire world. A torrent of firepower rained down from above, leveling mountains and evaporating lakes. Yet amidst the inferno a great city stood defiant against the bombardment. The imperial palace on Terra and the Gate of the Sun, the prize for which both sides fought to the death, lay before them. Countless drop pods hailed down like a storm, while the endless barrage of anti-air fire painted a resplendent sky. The moment the drop pods touched the ground, they were destroyed by concentrated fire. But in those few seconds of delay, more pods crashed into the earth. The first wave of the rebel assault consisted of countless subhumans and mutants oppressed by the Imperium, hurling themselves down with reckless abandon. The first line of defense was manned by mortal auxiliaries. A month ago they might have been ordinary civilians. Now, after a few hours of training, they raised their lost guns against the tide of rebellion. For the Emperor, for mankind, we shall fight to the death. Today we die for the future of humanity. Open fire. Some wept, some roared, some screamed like madmen, but none fled. Then they were swept away like a sandbar before a flood. All that remained were rivers of blood. Countless Adeptus Astartes were deployed onto the battlefield, and the once glorious god machines, the Titans, roared toward the palace. Proud warriors died like ants in droves. Armored legions were reduced to scrap metal in less than an hour. Even the Titans, as mighty as mountains, became mere numbers in an indifferent tally. Step by step the traitors seized strategic points. Under the masterful command of the great strategist Perturabo, the defenses of the imperial fists crumbled steadily. At last the last loyalists standing on the palace walls fell to betrayal, and a tide of traitors poured into the sacred palace. Blasphemous symbols spread like a plague, and the emperor's holy light began to wane. Yet the emperor still held on, the loyalists still held on, and every citizen of the Imperium still held on. Angren, now reduced to a beast, fully surrendered to his endless bloodlust. He and his world eaters built altars of skulls in the palace plaza to appease the blood god. Fulgrim, utterly enslaved by Slaanesh, led the emperor's children away from the battlefield. Only Perturabo and his iron warriors continued to fight with all their might. Before him stood the Gate of Eternity defense line commanded by Rogel Dorn, the primarch of the imperial fists known as the Stone. This line consisted of the Custodes, Thunder Warriors, and Astartes, with the emperor's own palace just behind it. No matter how massive the army, it melted away like snowflakes against the Stone's defense. Perturabo needed more support. Horus, what's wrong with the World Eaters? Why are they attacking me? I need more reinforcements. Are you listening? Horus cut the calm. He was acting strangely now. Needed more power. He called out to the dark gods, and once again the gods of darkness answered. Hold the line. These traitors will die here, roared Dorn. Beside him a Thunder Warrior captain laughed boisterously. Ha ha ha, you little whelps. We were conquering all of Terra with the Lord before you were even born. Come on. Everyone could see that the rebel force was spent. All they needed was to wait for Guilliman's vast army to return and crush Horus's host. Suddenly, everything changed. On the plaza before the Gate of Eternity, a warp rift tore through reality. Under the terrified gaze of all, a colossal being emerged. It was like a monument of chaos. When it descended upon Terra, it was as if the shadow of the Eye of Terror had engulfed the entire planet. The surrounding reality began to warp, and warped demons materialized from the void. The demons, which had just begun to flag, surged with renewed frenzy, charging the Gate of Eternity like a tidal wave. Even Astartes with weak wills fell into madness. Loyal warriors wavered before this monument of chaos. Then a great angel with 2 wings leaped down from the wall. Filth, you shall advance no further. The great archangel Sanguinius charged decisively at the terrifying being, his speed surpassing lightning, his will as steady as a mountain. But the monstrous being simply raised its left hand, unleashing blinding light and thunderous lightning that hurled the archangel aside. At that moment, Thunder Warrior Captain Dakin stopped firing, staring in shock at the horrendous creature. He recognized it. Now he understood why it looked so familiar. He murmured, "My lord." The monstrous being strode toward the Gate of Eternity. Volcano cannons, the fury of the Imperium, struck it, only to be absorbed by the warp. The few shots that got through had no effect. From the walls, warriors leaped down without regard for their lives, using their very bodies to slow the monster's advance. But the creature's power was beyond their ability to stop. A mere glance could set Astartes ablaze and turn them to ash. Even Custodes were torn apart by crackling lightning. Only the Silent Sisters could resist for a moment. But they too were minced by the monster's chain's word. Dorn gripped his warhammer and took a deep breath. He could not let this beast shatter the Gate of Eternity. It was humanity's hope. Suddenly, he heard a voice beside him. "Let me do it." Turning, he saw a gleaming dreadnought leap down, its power claw clutching a spear that radiated holy light. A squad of Custodes launched a desperate charge. They could not even get close to the monster before being incinerated by immense psychic power or struck into fragments by blows faster than lightning and heavy as mountains. Their only task was to buy the dreadnought a few seconds. The monster seemed to notice this fearless one, and thrust a twisted. The dreadnought dodged the thrust, its right arm shattered, then its entire chassis was pierced by the chain's word. The monster raised the dreadnought in triumph, roaring in pride, and the custodes present burned with fury. The demons behind the monster howled together as if mocking human weakness. But the dreadnought swung its spear and drove it into the monster. A deep resonant voice rang out, "Awake, son." As Bona looked around, he was bewildered. Instead of the horrific and repulsive evil fortress, what lay before him was the palace walls covered in blood and on the chain's word in his hand was impaled a custodes dreadnought. The custodes dreadnought dropped its spear, gently stroking Bona's hand with its claws. "Child." Bona recognized it. "Uncle Malaki," he cried out in shock. "Ha ha ha." Bona hurriedly set him down, not knowing what had happened. But from the pool of blood on the ground, he saw his own reflection. Bona was shocked. "Who is this? Is it me?" He looked around, seeing only his father's palace before him with custodes and Astartes fighting fiercely beneath the walls. Wasn't he crushing the great evil? Turning his gaze behind, there were no longer a host of fearless warriors, but loathsome greater demons, one after another. He wanted to know what had happened. Psychic energy ripples began to spread from him, rapidly sweeping across all of Terra. He saw the orbital bombardment from the fleet indiscriminately raining down upon Terra. He saw Imperial warriors bearing the Aquila emblem, fearlessly confronting the chaotic demon horde. He saw Helusi shrouded in darkness. And the Emperor's children brutally slaughtering defenseless civilians to satisfy their perverse desires. Tens of millions of souls wailed, crashing into Bona's mind like a bursting dam all at once. Anger, accusation, agony, and despair instantly flooded his entire soul. A torrent of information suddenly made Bona understand something. He fell to his knees in agony, then clutched his head and howled. A colossal psychic shriek erupted from within the Imperial Palace area. Except for the soldiers under the Emperor's protection at the gate of the end, a vast number of surrounding demons, renegades, and Imperial forces that failed to evacuate instantly dropped dead. As for the Chaos sorcerers with psychic abilities, they burned in agony on the spot, directly overwhelmed by the terrifying psychic energy, becoming sluice-like outlets for the flow of power between the warp and the material world. Intense pain filled Bona's mind. The souls of the dead seemed to accuse his atrocities. He looked at himself in the... No. I am human, not a demon. He swung his chainsword, severing his own bone wings. Blood gushed forth instantly. But then new sprouts grew from the severed limbs, and a fresh bone wing regenerated. Terrible flames scorched the alien appendages on his body, charring both intact skin and mutated limbs into blackened matter. Yet new skin rapidly grew, and after the scabs fell off, it was brand new flesh. But even this nearly self-mutilating method was a relief for Bona. At this moment, the pain in his mind was almost he had to do something. Bona could clearly sense that on the other side of Terra, a brutal massacre was still ongoing. In an instant, Bona's whole body began to blur, the material world and the warp becoming unstable. In the blink of an eye, Bona vanished from this place. Meanwhile, in a place far from the palace, countless Terra civilians hid in the slums, praying that the evil would overlook them. But they were wrong. Fujimu and his Emperor's Children Legion arrived here, then began wanton torment to satisfy their perverse desires. If the World Eater's aimless slaughter was only to please the blood god and relieve the pain of the butcher's nails, then the Emperor's children merely sought to satisfy their twisted recreational needs. Over tens of millions died at the hands of these demigod superhumans who were supposed to protect them. No event in human history could rival this atrocity. Even the most rational scholar would go mad upon witnessing the Emperor's children's revolting acts that transcend carbon-based life forms. Fujimu, already entirely inhuman, now writhed like a twisted loach, completely immersed in boundless pleasure. Suddenly a warp rift opened beside Fujimu. Before the maddened Primarch could react, a large hand reached out from the rift and seized his neck. But he did not struggle. Instead, he burst into raucous laughter. Bona, nearly blinded by rage, stepped out, staring at this creature with burning eyes. "Haha, do you want to play with me too? How shall we play?" "Oh, I'm choking, cough, cough." But with a sudden force from Bona's hand, the sound of a neck snapping was heard. Immediately afterward, Fujimu burst into flames like a match burning to ashes amidst a shriek that could be either pleasure or agony. Only then did the Emperor's Children Legion, still reveling in their pleasures, realize that their gene father had been killed by this being. They attempted to counterattack, but were met with a tsunami of furious slaughter. After handling Bona's matter, the Emperor finally looked at the sky. He could feel that he had to go there. 1,000 willing psychers began to burn themselves, buying time for the great Emperor. He looked at his old friend, the master of mankind, Makaduo. And Makaduo also understood that this moment had arrived. The Emperor merely glanced at his old friend, then rose to his feet. The loyal servant paid his last respects to the great Emperor, then the old man tottered towards the golden throne. The Emperor walked over, gently steadying Makaduo with his hand, barely able to conceal his inner grief. And Makaduo understood something as well. He simply said his final words to the great master of mankind, "Don't be sad." Makaduo smiled and nodded at the emperor in a voice unheard by others. "Do not grieve." This was a moment long known to the two of them, understood since the day they met. Decades of centuries of dialogue had already dissected each other. There was nothing left to say. The emperor looked at Makaduo, just the last glance of old friends at each other, a silent understanding and duty, and everything they owed each other. Makaduo tottered to the throne. He was old and tired. He sat upon the golden throne. The emperor did not look back. Everyone has their own destiny, and he had his. The emperor drew the sword burning with raging flames, while below Shinjalisi and Luagaduoan had gathered the most elite warriors. They all understood their mission to end this rebellion. The war raged on. The terrifying chaos greater demons now felt a long-forgotten fear. Korn's great demon Kabanda had its knee shattered by a kick, and then its horns were seized. A roaring chainsword cleaved into its neck, decapitating the Korn greater demon. All around lay the corpses of the traitor legions. Astartes were being slaughtered like insects, while god engines of the Titans toppled like fallen giants amidst the carnage. Even the mighty chaos greater demons could only serve to vent a fraction of his boundless wrath. Bona slew the last chaos greater demon present. His inner fury was somewhat assuaged as he surveyed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around him. Only then did he manage to calm down. How am I to face father now? Suddenly his heart trembled. Visions flooded before his eyes. He saw his father locked in fierce combat with Horus and foresaw that his father would slay Horus, but would himself be mortally wounded. No. He frantically tried to tear open the rift between the material realm and the warp, but the veil once so easily parted for him now felt as impenetrable as an iron curtain. He looked around and saw the Imperial forces resting in the distance. There was still a way. After a prolonged and bitter struggle, the loyalist forces of the Imperium had just confirmed that the traitors had inexplicably turned on each other. The battle-weary warriors collapsed to the ground, twitching in exhaustion. But then all the machine spirits on duty were suddenly roused, and an endless barrage of firepower soared into the sky. Enemy attack. A high-speed object slammed into the city wall, revealing itself to be a terrifying chaos greater demon. The Astartes, who had been lying on the ground, convulsing moments before, instantly snapped to action, forcing their bodies to man the weapons and open fire. But the monstrous entity seemed uninterested in attacking them. It simply smashed through everything in its path, charging straight for the planetary defense system. Bona reached a macro cannon. Using his psychic powers, he slowly swung the colossal barrel, aiming it at the vengeful spirit still hanging in the sky. Then he walked to the loading bay, kicked aside a massive macro shell, and climbed inside. To the stunned amazement of the loyalists, psychic energy ignited the macro cannon, and then the demon had launched itself onto the vengeful spirit. Bona crashed through the lower decks of the vengeful spirit, crushing two startled sons of Horus. He scrambled to his feet and raced desperately towards the bridge. No. Loyalists and traitors, still locked in combat, were sent flying by the colossal demon. Unfortunate souls too slow to react were crushed to death. Finally Bona reached the bridge. Despair washed over him. The great golden giant lay slumped against the bridge's edge, barely alive. His weapon lay on the floor. Bona rushed over in despair and knelt beside the golden giant. "Father, I'm sorry. Let me heal you. You'll be fine." The emperor managed a faint smile. "This is not your fault, my son. It will be all right. They'll take you away now." As Bona tried to carry his father, a furious shout rang out behind him. "Damnable filth! Unhand our father!" In an instant, boundless rage surged within Bona. He merely reached out, and the chainsword flew back into his hand. Bona was about to strike down the two wretches behind him, but a firm hand held him back. The emperor gave a slight shake of his head. "My son, do not let them control you. Do not let vengeance and regret consume you." Instantly Bona calmed down. He looked at Dorn and Gilliman, who were still advancing, then cast one last glance at the emperor. "I will remember your teachings, father." He then tore open a warp rift and leaped inside. The next second, Dorn's hammer swung through empty. "Coward!" Dorn roared. Gilliman rushed to their father's side to check his wounds. "We must take father back now." Dorn surveyed the area and reluctantly abandoned the pursuit. "I will contact the Fabricator General of Mars immediately." The domain of Korn. His wrath scorched the sky, his fury threatening to consume all. Even the entire domain of Korn could feel this towering rage crashing in like an endless tidal wave. Korn. The figure strode into the domain. The entire blood domain trembled at his fury. A curved blade tore through the air, flying straight towards the one seated upon the brass throne. It was the black blade, the weapon of a demon Primarch. He who sat high upon the brass throne merely tilted his head slightly, and the blade embedded itself firmly into the throne. For a moment the entire domain fell silent. Bona entered the domain. His eyes blazed with furious light. The chainsword in his right hand, bearing the imperial Aquila, dripped with blood. In his left hand, he dragged the severed halves of Ongron. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Rootless flames erupted from the earth. Every being in the domain was lost in thought. How long had it been since that wretch Scarbrand swung his axe at the Lord of War? And now someone dared to openly vent their fury upon the bloody Lord. But he did not rage. Instead, he closed his eyes as if savoring the moment and let out a faint moan of pleasure. How many eons had it been? How many eons had it been? How many eons had he endured this? He loved blood and war, slaughter and rage. But he was also the embodiment of justice, order, and courage. His greater demons had grown ever more worthless, only daring to slaughter those weaker than themselves, to please him, offering up the defenseless and the weak to placate him. Those fools only knew how to butcher like rabid dogs, utterly oblivious to what he truly desired. He wanted true courage, the courage to draw one's blade against the mightiest, the courage to die for justice. This pure rage, this fury that sought to rend everything asunder, instantly reminded the god of courage of the days billions of years past, when warriors of true courage and justice fought valiantly. Those fools thought that by killing enough people and offering enough skulls they would earn the bloody lord's favor. But the god of courage often favored the truly brave. Those who rose from obscurity as insignificant as motes of dust, those ants who dared to defy violence and tyranny, using their own strength to defend fairness and justice. Not those fools stained with the blood of the innocent and defenseless. How nostalgic. The last one to swing a weapon at me was that coward who only struck from behind. The great god of war rose from his throne. He drew the long silent sword of war. The entire domain erupted with magma and blood, as if celebrating this duel. The worshippers of corn who had been silent moments before erupted in a frenzy, charging at the one who dared to challenge their master. But the sword of war cleaved down upon them, without hesitation, leaving a vast chasm. Countless worshippers perished instantly at the hands of the bloody lord. They cowered back like quails, daring not to defy the god of war's will. Corn sneered disdainfully. As he descended the throne step by step, his form shrank, until he stood eye to eye with Bona. The chainsword in Bona's hand roared. He glared at Corn while reloading his bolt pistol. Neither spoke, but Bona's eyes burned with the fury to tear everything apart, while the god of war's eyes shone with appreciation and delight. They lunged at each other and clashed. The common imperial issue chainsword suddenly blazed with a dazzling golden light, meeting the sword of war, which burned with crimson flame. To Genocides unskilled in combat, their movements were like lightning. Each collision was cataclysmic, shaking heaven and earth. Furious roars echoed throughout the domain. The Lord of War savored this long-missed battle. Bona was strong. Empowered by the four gods, he could easily defeat the War Master Horus. But against the ancient god of war, he was still quite green and feeble. Yet the god of war was in no hurry to end the fight. He had longed for this duel for so long, far too long. In truth, he had not been satisfied for an age. He reveled in every strike, every roar, feeling the pure fury. In comparison, what he had fed on before was as unpalatable as livestock feed. Were it not for this, he would have forgotten the joyous days he lived at the dawn of the war. He wished this moment could last longer, but as the god of war he held every battle in the highest regard. If he held back to prolong this rare fight, it would taint this beautiful memory, marring it like an indelible stain for all. At last the duel ended. Bona was struck. A massive gash ran from his left shoulder to his chest. He staggered back and fell to one knee, glaring furiously at Corn. To the astonishment of every being in the domain, a shallow wound was left on the thigh of the mighty god of war, and his noble blood dripped to the ground. "You are impressive, child," the blood god praised. "You damned liar." Bona roared. He used his chainsword as a crutch, struggling to his feet. "I will never kneel to you. You will pay for all of this. For me, for my father, and for the countless innocents who perished. I will honor them with your blood." But Corn did not strike again. He merely gazed at him, his expression hidden beneath his helm. The blood god turned and left, presenting his back. Bona felt a profound insult. "Come back, you coward." He took a step forward, but fell into a suddenly appearing warp rift and vanished. The god of courage paused for a step. Then he continued on his way. He returned to his brass throne and sat down. Bona plummeted, crashing into the crystal labyrinth. "How long has it been? I've almost forgotten who last dared to raise a weapon against him." The voice of the Lord of Change echoed in his ears. Bona scrambled to his feet and thrust his weapon, only to shatter a phantom. "You scum, will kill you." Suddenly smoke billowed, and the Lord of Change appeared before Bona, still bearing the visage of a middle-aged scholar, regarding him with amused. "You want to kill me?" The chainsword roared as it swung toward him. "If you don't wish to save your father, then strike." The chainsword halted inches from his brow. "What do you mean?" Bona demanded. The Lord of Change traced a finger through the air, and a warp rift suddenly opened. "If you want to know, follow me." With that, he stepped into the rift. Bona glanced around and followed. Through the bewildering warp, he arrived in the blink of an eye at a strange realm. Beneath a towering platform lay a galaxy woven from interlocking rings. Bona surveyed his surroundings. Everything else was pitch black. "Where is this? What is this?" "This is the end of the universe, the truth of the world." Seeing Bona's confusion, the Lord of Change frowned slightly. The grand unified theory of the cosmos. I call it the microcosmic galaxy. Bona gazed at it. It indeed resembled a miniature. What uses this? The Lord of Change chuckled softly. It reveals the secrets of the universe. With a wave of his hand, the universe collapsed into a singularity, then rapidly expanded. Bona witnessed the birth of planets and the emergence of the warp. He saw the rise and fall of the giants, the strange beings capable of altering worlds, the counterattack of the skeletons, and the birth of the Eldar. But before he could take it all in, the vision swiftly transformed into the Great Crusade and the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne. What is this? Bona demanded. Keep watching. The vision continued to evolve rapidly. Bona saw Abaddon's rise and the fall of Cadia, the opening of the Great Rift, and Guilliman's impassioned speech on Terra. These are the future. Of course. The Lord of Change waved his hand, and the universe swiftly rewound, collapsing back into a singularity. He turned to Bona, his expression serious. Now let me show you something else. The universe exploded once more, but it was unlike the current cosmos. The speed of light was no longer 30 kilometers per second, and the smallest fundamental unit was no longer an atom. It was an entirely different existence, bearing no relation whatsoever to the universe of today. But what stunned Bona was, the universe was rapidly transforming. Eventually, it reverted to the original universe, arriving again at the dawn of the Great Crusade. Before Bona could react, the universe collapsed once more, this time into 9 singularities. Each singularity was distinct, utterly unrelated. When they exploded, each manifested a different reality with no connection to one another from any perspective. Yet without exception, they swiftly transformed into a universe identical to the real one, and the Emperor began the Great Crusade anew. Bona was shaken. He dared not believe it. The Lord of Change sneered. Still don't understand. He subtly altered some outcomes. Magnus' psychic communication failed, yet the webway still collapsed. The loyalist reinforcements heading to Istvan saw through the betrayal, but were still annihilated by Horus. The Empire sacrificed more psychers, yet Malkador was still drained by the Golden Throne. Bona fell silent. The Lord of Change toyed with everything at will. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade failed, but Cadia still exploded. The endless Tyrannid swarm descended upon Baal, yet they still failed. The Black Legion reached the pre-march of Ultramar, driving their blasphemous blade into the heart of the slumbering giant, but he still rose. Then the universe collapsed, becoming a single point of light, floating silently in the void. An eerie stillness fell over the entire space. It's all fake, isn't it? The Lord of Change nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's all fake. Yumi, your father, all of us. Everyone is fake. He toyed with the microcosmic galaxy. No matter what we do, no matter how we struggle, the 4 chaos gods of the warp will always try to corrupt humanity, and the Cursed One's Great Crusade will always fail. Any transgression will be corrected. The Cursed One must sit upon the Golden Throne, and humanity is doomed to fall. The starry sky we inhabit is a false heaven, and we are but puppets manipulated by an unseen hand. The Lord of Change looked at Bona. Do you know what pains me the most, eh? He then gazed at his own image within the microcosmic galaxy. To be called the weaver of fate, yet unable to change a thing. All things in the world seem to be in flux, yet they march inexorably toward a single point. Everything appears to change, yet nothing truly does. Your father knew his fate long ago, and we all knew it too. But nothing can be changed. Beside him, Bona watched the feudal Tsench and all the others within the microcosmic galaxy. He said, like a bird in a cage entertaining its keeper. Very apt. The Lord of Change smiled, a rare sight. Perhaps even now someone is watching us, enjoying the amusement we provide. The Lord of Change gently placed a hand on Bona's shoulder. But you are different. The microcosmic galaxy stirred again, this time incorporating Bona. But unlike before, the microcosmic galaxy became chaotic, eventually collapsing. You are not bound by fate. You are not one who should exist here. With you, I, your father, humanity, and even the warp and the entire universe can finally break free from the shackles of destiny. This is the only way to save your father. Bona nodded slightly, feeling the weight of 1,000 burdens, yet also a profound weakness. Now go rest. Your soul is weary and you must face the challenges ahead. With a wave of his hand, the Lord of Change, he gazed at the still collapsing microcosmic galaxy and murmured, the next time we meet it will be 10,000 years from now. Then the Lord of Change departed. The microcosmic galaxy, still in its state of collapse, finally restored itself. All things returned to a single point. M4987. From the ever-changing warp, a Thunderhawk gunship suddenly emerged. This gunship appeared battle-worn, covered with all sorts of magical blast marks and bullet holes, yet it still flew resolutely. From a distance, it was clear that this Thunderhawk belonged to the Space Marines, but its insignia was a hawk gripping a lightning bolt. Rebel Company. A Thunder Warrior Legion founded by the Emperor during the unification of Terra, it had rendered distinguished service in the defense of Terra. However, due to unknown reasons, the entire Thunder Warrior Legion broke away from Imperial control during the Great Purge after the Horus Heresy. It then erupted into fierce conflict with 3 chapters: the Space Wolves, Ultramarines, and Dark Angels. After the first company captain was slain by the Ultramarines pre-March Robot Guilliman, the Legion departed in fury into the warp. As a result, the entire Legion was branded as traitors by the Inquisition. However, from later performances in various aspects, Rebel Company might not be loyal to the Imperium, but rather to the Emperor and to humanity. They often appeared when the battle situation was perilous, drove back the enemy, and then silently departed. Now Captain Dakin of Rebel Company's second company kicked open the jammed door of the Thunderhawk and stepped out carrying a... "It seems we have shaken off our pursuers and arrived at the planned location, Inquisitor," he said. Then from the gunship emerged an Inquisitor wearing a rosette and several stormtroopers. Her eyes held a mixture of elegance and wariness. Inquisitor Arlette of the Ordo Originatus. Imperial Inquisition. Arlette ignored Captain Dakin's taunts. After all, the Inquisition had been the most eager in hunting down Rebel Company. She fiddled with a mysterious device in her hand, then looked around at the sky beneath her feet and the ground above her head. "Good, we don't have much time. Move towards the sanctuary," Captain Dakin signaled with his eyes. A Thunder Warrior dragged out an iron box covered with purity seals. The group walked across this fantastic land. "To be honest, when an Inquisitor sought us out, I always thought it was a trap." Arlette, who was leading, continued walking. "If it's to deal with the great enemy of chaos, I don't care about these things. I'm a traitor Legion and a traitor Inquisitor, that's quite a combination." But Arlette seemed unwilling to engage with Dakin's probing. Dakin said nothing more and continued forward. Finally, after a period of trekking, the group arrived at the legendary Sanctuary of Eternal Wrath. Here the number of warp creatures and demons around them decreased sharply, and in the distance they could see a massive statue. The statue's male figure was bound round and round with heavy iron chains, and his feet were covered with thorns. But the most conspicuous were the severed heads placed at the base of the statue. From the small heads of humans, orcs, and even Eldar up to a demon's head. The topmost one belonged to Scarbrand. It had died here 3 times already, and now it seemed to be counting down to its resurrection. Arlette furrowed her brow slightly and stepped over the heads with an uneven gait. As a member of the Ordo Originatus, Arlette had long been investigating and studying the stories of the Grand Era 10,000 years ago. Although the Imperial authorities had been deliberately concealing it, for an Inquisitor uncovering the truth was only a matter of time. After all, tales like the Great Emperor fathered 9 holy sons to fight against 9 chaos greater demons were only meant to fool the ignorant masses. Inquisitors knew what really happened during the Horus Heresy. From scattered messages and echoes within the warp, it was said that a long time ago, 10,000 years past, a terrifying entity had once wounded the blood god, slain countless greater demons, and most importantly, he was a human. Later, because he had killed too many demons in the warp, the Cientian greater demon Kairos and the arch-sorcerer Armin were forced to cooperate and seal him with. Now the intangible Great Fear was approaching. The Inquisition had foreseen the disaster that would befall Cadia, and Arlette was determined to do something to salvage this mess, even if it meant being branded a heretic for cooperating with Rebel Company. "We are here." Arlette looked at the heavy stone door before her and stopped. It was covered with blasphemous 8-pointed star arrays. The master of the seal was very afraid that it would be broken. However, there was a flaw. Arlette had been here before, and it had taken her a long time to finally understand how to break this array. She just couldn't understand why such an exquisite array had such a huge loophole, as ridiculous as a rotten wooden door suddenly appearing in an otherwise impenetrable. It was as if someone had deliberately done this. "Bring the relic." The heavy iron box was dragged before the door. After a complicated procedure, a human hand bone emitting a cold white light was taken out. After a brief prayer, Arlette placed the hand bone on the heavy stone door. To their surprise, the previously dim stone door suddenly burst forth with a multitude of psychedelic arrays. Correspondingly, the human hand bone also began to move on its own, tapping incessantly with its knuckles. At that moment, many roars began to rise and fall in the distance of the sanctuary, and some figures flew across the sky. "They are coming," said Captain Dakin. "I need time." Captain Dakin said nothing more, simply reloading his heavy bolter. The Thunder Warriors also silently readied their weapons. Their outdated and battered armor covered with bullet holes and dents was a symbol of their glorious achievements in visible metals. Whether the Long War veterans of the Black Legion have truly lived for 10,000 years is unclear, but Rebel Company has genuinely fought from the unification wars of Terra to the present. Captain Dakin led a few brothers out to fight, while Arlette continued kneeling and muttering something. Finally, the layered ceiling arrays on it began to break one by one, followed by a piercing scream, as if 10,000 souls were being torn apart. Then they turned to dust in the turmoil. "Quick, push open the door." The stormtroopers put down their weapons and joined Arlette in pushing open the heavy door. But when she peered through the thick dust and saw what was inside, she froze. The interior was pitifully small. The surrounding walls were engraved with unknown spells, and murals and layers of candles illuminated a stone coffin in the center. Before the coffin was thrust a chainsword which looked ancient, but Arlette felt a chilling aura from it. But the approaching sounds of both her fire and demonic shrieks from outside snapped Arlette out of her thoughts. There was no more time to delay. Finally, she rushed forward. Meanwhile, the demons, held back by the Thunder Warriors outside, fell into a frenzy, charging and recklessly, not caring even as blades and bolter rounds struck their own bodies. In the end, Arlette pushed open the stone coffin lid, and from within came the sound of breathing once more. The first heartbeat signified the beginning of everything. The sixth heartbeat brought back the most fundamental human emotions, love, hate, passion, and desire, into a single body. The seventh heartbeat rekindled powerful vitality in the long silent body. The eighth heartbeat made the muscles tense once more, restoring humanity's primal strength. The ninth heartbeat resumed blood flow to the brain, bringing back sharp intellect. The 13th heartbeat saw a powerful hand rip out the heart of the demon before him. The figure in the coffin sat up, yanked out the heart of the demon that had closed, and then seized the demon by its horns and smashed its entire head against the coffin. Arlette, who had nearly been killed by the demon, stood frozen. The person before her could not be more different from the brutal demon. Powerful muscles, jet black hair like the divine emperor's, and a resolute gaze. Bona had no idea what happened, only knowing that when he awoke, a demon was snarling at him. The demon still struggled, but Bona smashed its head several more times until it was completely shattered. He spotted the chainsword thrust into the ground before the coffin walked over and pulled it out. When he looked up, the surging tide of demons had vanished. Bona rubbed his head, not understanding what had happened, only feeling that he might have slept for a very long time. Suddenly, he heard the clang of metal, and then saw a group of figures kneeling on one knee before him. Dakin's face was flushed with excitement as he looked at the man before him, seeing an ever stronger resemblance to a figure that had become hazy in his memory. "You've grown. My prince, the second company of Thunder Eagles awaits your orders." But the man before him remained silent for a long while, simply staring at him. Bona recognized the figure. "You, Company Commander 5. "Yes, my prince," Dakin said excitedly. "What is the current time?" "M41982. At least that was the case when we entered." 10,000 years. Bona felt his headache worsen. 10,000 years. Who knows what chaos had befallen the Imperium? He dared not imagine. Suddenly his gaze fell on All Right. "Miss, may I ask who you are?" "All Right, Inquisitor of the Order of Origin." All Right did not presumptuously ask his name, since this Thunder Warrior seemed to know enough. "Order of Origin?" Bona asked in confusion. "My prince, it's a mad dog organization called the Inquisition. The whole Inquisition is a bunch of psychotics and false traitors." "You damn mutant, shut up." Bona watched the two start quarreling and felt an unbearable headache. Never mind. He needed to go outside and see what had happened. First he would go to Terra. If you want to court death, go to Terra. Bona furrowed his brow and looked around. Apart from the Thunder Warriors and Stormtroopers aiming guns at each other's heads, and the poised Company Commander Dakin and the Inquisitor, no one had spoken to him. "Stop looking. I'm right inside your head. Who are you? Do I know you?" "Actually, we're pretty tight. The kind that would stab each other in the back. I don't recall having such a good friend." "Of course you don't." Hearing that vaguely familiar voice grow angry, Bona gradually figured out the answer. Horus. And not entirely dull. Bona began to mobilize his mental power, determined to drag this wretch out of his mind and tear him apart. Horus immediately understood Bona's intention. "So eager to kill me. You damn traitor, I'll kill you right now." Yes, I'm a traitor. If you hadn't stabbed me, I would have led the Imperium across the galaxy by now, instead of being condemned in history." Bona fell silent. Indeed, strictly speaking, he had fired the first shot of the Great Rebellion. That is, he was the first to betray the father, not Horus. The Horus heresy should actually be called the Bona heresy. He had even personally killed Uncle Malik and indirectly caused Grandfather Malkador's death. He was the one who deserved death the most. Seeing Bona seem to sink into despair, Horus quickly spoke up. "There's no use grieving here. Hurry up and figure out how to clean up this mess of the Imperium. Why are you in my mind?" "Oh, that's your doing, my little friend. When the four gods tore apart my soul, you happened to be nearby, and my remnant took shelter in your body, barely surviving. Lying in the warp for gods know how long, I only pieced myself back together using other shattered human souls. And you should thank me. While you slept, I used your body to shred countless idiots who came looking for death. Since you're fine, now get the hell out of my mind. Then give me back my body. You did it yourself, remember? A Primarch's body. Where could he find a Primarch's body? Having just woken up, the only person he could think of was his father. But who knows how his father was now, and according to Horus, going to find him now would likely get him killed. No, there was actually one person Bona knew who could give Horus a new body. Wait, you madman, don't go to it. Before Horus could say more, Bona pulled his attention back and fixed his gaze on the people before. "Everyone, if there's nothing urgent, would you accompany me somewhere?" Company Commander Dakin and his battle brothers all slammed their right fists against their chests. We will follow you unto death, my prince. All right, hesitated, then nodded. Agreed. But soon she regretted it, and it might well be the worst decision of her life. Nago Garden. The once verdant garden had now transformed in Bo-Na's eyes into a cesspool composed of rotting wood mire, poisonous gases, and all manner of disgusting insects. That upon teleporting in, Bo-Na promptly erected a psychic barrier with his spiritual energy to shield everyone and thoughtfully blurred the scene before them. Yet even so, Airlit instantly dropped to her knees and threw up the previous day's dinner. The Thunder Warriors fared slightly better. The rebel company had encountered the forces of Nago many times over 10,000 years, but even they found it hard to hold themselves at their first visit to Nago Garden. "Ah, child, you've returned," asked Rainfather Luo Tigasi with delight. Bo-Na forced down the twitching of his face, plastered on a very ugly smile, and simultaneously ignored the almost roaring voice in his mind. "Yes, I'm looking for grandfather. Is he here?" "He is here, of course." Then Luo Tigasi was seen knocking on the bell by the door. "The child has brought guests back." Immediately a carnival erupted within Nago Garden. Meanwhile, those inside the psychic barrier were nearly driven to the brink of collapse. This scene was like sitting inside a glass-walled room covered in grime, watching someone outside spray you with a high-pressure water gun filled with feces. With great fortitude, Bo-Na persevered, suppressing the urge to crush these Nago little spirits, and finally arrived before the familiar cauldron. Nago Garden. And then the majestic, colossal figure appeared before him. "Good to see you again, child," grandfather said with a smile. "Yes. And nice to see you all too. Oh, wait a moment. It's been so long since I last saw you, you look much thinner. Let me make you something to eat." "No need." Seeing grandfather's puzzled expression, Bo-Na smiled. "I'm not hungry. I mainly came to ask for your help." "Speak freely, my child," grandfather said, setting down his ladle and looking at him with a cheerful face. "It's just, help me forge a body. No other soul is needed. Ooh, I already have one." Seeing grandfather look at him doubtfully, then, with a slight sweep of his perception, he understood everything. "Ah, that rebellious child, I didn't expect he still exists. You are still so modest. Helping siblings reunite. That's not a favor, it's what we should do. Come, let me help you." Just as grandfather was using his psychic power to draw forth the madly shrieking, Bo-Na abruptly stopped him with his own psychic energy. "Wait. Don't add anything else, just the original form." Grandfather's expression flickered with doubt, but then turned into a benevolent smile. Children are bound to have their own ideas. When the group emerged from Nago Garden again, there was an additional person among them. A figure so tall that even the Thunder Warriors seemed short in comparison. Even though this tall figure was only draped in a simple linen robe, it could not conceal the nobility of his physique. Helusi was seen retching the entire way, then checking his body, and upon smelling himself, he would retch again. Meanwhile, the Thunder Warriors and the Inquisitor said nothing, but silently moved aside, their faces full of disdain. If it had been the kind of disdain directed at the arch-traitor Helusi might not have felt it. But their expressions simply said, "You stink, get away." This made Helusi so ashamed, he nearly wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Even his days in the gang during his youth had never subjected him to such humiliation. If time could flow backward, Helusi would never have been foolish enough to suddenly strike up a conversation with Bo-Na. He would have just remained invisible rather than crawling out of Nago's foul sewer. Fortunately, at least Nago hadn't added any extra ingredients to Helusi. Helusi even felt that this body was better than before. While Helusi was in the midst of his inner conflict, Bo-Na asked the Inquisitor Airlit, "By the way, do you have a ship?" Airlit shook her head while Captain Kim beside her looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, our ship was destroyed by the Imperial Navy before entering the warp. We escaped using a Thunderhawk." Bo-Na held his forehead in pain. This is really troublesome now. None of these people together can pilot a ship. If they forcibly exit the warp back to the material world, they might end up in... Suddenly, Bo-Na noticed a ship sailing through the warp's turbulent currents. And on that ship was emblazoned the glorious Imperial Aquila. The others followed Bo-Na's gaze and saw the lunar-class cruiser adrift in the warp. "We have a ship now. Righteous Guardian. Commodore, have we still not left the warp?" "No, Admiral C. Pyre, the warp currents have swept us who knows where." In the main seat of the bridge sat a man whose chest was covered with medals. His hair was white, but his eyes revealed a steel-like resolve. Imperial Navy's tough guy C. Pyre. Admiral C. Pyre of the Imperial Navy, the great hero of the Gothic War. He had been lost in the warp's currents for an unknown amount of time. The evil chaos gods toyed with him like a die, and the light of the Holy Emperor could not reach this place. He tapped his fingers impatiently on the armrest, his mind lost in thought. At least for now, they could not serve the Emperor. A rare vacation indeed. But this vacation was shattered in an instant by the shrill alarm of the bridge. "Admiral, we detected a powerful psychic signature heading our way," suddenly called out Commodore Kaichi. "The energy fluctuation is huge. Our countermeasures failed." But in almost an instant, a flash of light exploded, and after the light faded, a tall figure and several relatively shorter figures appeared on the bridge. Admiral Pyre looked at that face, almost as if it was engraved on Chaos warships, then shifted his gaze to the Inquisitor below and the group of oversized Astartes clad in worn power armor. Rebel Company. Ma-Kusan. Enemy boarding action. When the Thunder Warriors were about to open fire, Bona raised a hand to stop them. With a mere gesture, the lasers and explosive rounds hurtling toward them froze in midair as if time itself had been suspended. "We come not with malice," Bona declared. In the next instant, the cluster of lethal projectiles detonated, and a shockwave sent everyone sprawling across the deck. The Imperial soldiers attempted to raise their weapons again, but Bona clenched his fist. From the smallest dagger to the newly deployed auto-defense turrets, everything was crushed into sparkling debris. Admiral Spire remained composed, staring at Bona. Against a psyker of such magnitude, any resistance was utterly futile. "If you think such petty tricks can break me, you are gravely mistaken, you chaos filth." Captain Dakan stepped forward to teach the mortal some respect, but was halted. Bona fixed his gaze upon Spire. "We seek only to return to the material realm. We have no other intentions. Once we leave the warp, we will depart immediately and cause no disturbance." For reasons unknown, gazing into those obsidian eyes, Spire felt as though his own mentor had returned, each word spoken with deliberate clarity. Every syllable carried an overwhelming persuasiveness. Though Spire knew better than to trust a single word from the Chaos worshippers, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. Very well. The Renegade Company was stationed on the outer deck, one side lined with shuttle hatches that could be opened to jettison them into the void, the other bristling with 5 full regiments of boarding parties. Only Bona, Helusi, and that Inquisitor remained on the bridge. Arlight glanced around, saw Bona and Helusi engrossed in whispered conversation, and walked toward Spire. "Admiral, I never imagined you would be dwelling in the warp all this time." Spire looked at Arlight, then his gaze settled on the rose-shaped insignia pinned to her chest. "Is that another invention of your Inquisition?" Realizing Spire was still unaware that the Inquisition had branded him a heretic, Arlight continued to bluff. "Indeed. It is part of a special operation." Spire made no reply, closing his eyes as if in contemplation. On the other side, Bona and Helusi had reached the end of their discussion. "Before we exit the warp, this is the last chance we have." Helusi took a deep breath, nervously rubbing his fingers together. He looked down at Bona. "Are you so impatient? Is there no? If you wish me to unleash such an immense amount of psychic power in the material realm, I might not be able to restrain myself from transforming into a demon of apocalyptic scale and smiting you. Oh no, that magnitude of psychic energy could tear apart an entire subsector. Our War Master is once again eager to slaughter innocent Imperial subjects." Helusi shrugged in resignation, then attempted to straighten his attire. But finding nothing to adjust, he stood with his fingers interlaced in awkward discomfort. Bona knelt and pressed his hands together in the Aquila salute. He extended his psychic senses, searching for that direction, slowly groping forward. Suddenly, the kaleidoscopic warp beyond the bridge began to tremble violently. The ever-shifting veil quaked and grew profoundly unstable. Then a single golden beam pierced through the veil, followed by countless more, rending the dark, dreamlike shroud with savage force. Vast swaths of sunlight flooded the entire bridge, nearly blinding every observer. Yet the light carried no warmth. Instead, it felt chillingly cold. When Arlight looked out the viewport, her knees gave way, and she collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Holy Emperor! Outside, a colossal golden throne materialized, and upon it sat an immense figure. He was shrouded in blinding radiance, his features impossible to discern, yet at that moment, everyone knew who he was. The great and divine Emperor. Even the massive lunar-class cruiser Righteous Guardian seemed no more than a child's toy before the Emperor's towering form. Aboard the Righteous Guardian, from the lowliest serf in the lower decks to Admiral Spire himself, all fell to their knees. The ship's priests chanted litanies with fevered intensity, common soldiers wept and confessed their sins, while the Thunder Warriors stood in somber silence, rendering the salute of 10,000 years past. The Emperor's gaze fell upon the suddenly appearing lunar-class cruiser. Though he made no movement, everyone sensed his attention. That gaze lingered for only a moment, neither aggressive nor demanding, almost gentle, and then came a long, weary sigh. His attention shifted elsewhere, worlds ablaze with infernal fire, mercilessly devoured by a black tide. Helusi had imagined countless times the scenario of facing his father and many possible outcomes. Angry rebukes, commands for atonement. He had envisioned them all. Even execution display as a desiccated corpse on the palace gates. Helusi would have accepted it. But that single sigh shattered his psychological defenses completely. It was the sigh of a father's helpless lament over his child's transgressions. He wept. His heavy frame fell to its knees. Helusi closed his eyes and tilted his head back, letting tears stream down his cheeks. Bona continued to gaze at the Emperor, his eyes laden with sorrow, compassion, and anguish. He understood the father's pain even more deeply. He saw the countless bleached bones beneath the throne, ants like skeletons climbing desperately upward, dragging the father down. Silently, the father bore that heavy burden facing an ever more chaotic universe. The Emperor did not love individuals, he loved all of humanity. For that he had endured 10,000 years of torment upon that golden cage. Not only constant physical agony, but also the spiritual anguish of watching his empire decay helplessly. He strove to save everyone, but humanity was legion and nearly all begged for his aid. Whenever he rescued one soul, 1,000 more cried out. Before he could reach them, the surging tides of the warp would crush those fragile souls like ants, assimilating them into the immaterial. Thus the Emperor did not squander his energy on futile rescues. Instead, he channeled his power toward decisive points that determined the fate of billions. And the endpoint of the Emperor's gaze was Cadia. When the alarm sounded again, before him was no longer the radiant golden throne but the warm and gentle sunlight. They had emerged from the warp and returned to real space. Bona stood up again, only to find that Halusi beside him had vanished without a trace. After leaving the warp, Bona felt greatly weakened, as if he had just come ashore after being submerged in water. Even moving a single finger felt extremely cumbersome. His connection to the warp had suddenly weakened considerably, and he no longer had that omnipotent feeling. Realizing that he seemed to have become addicted to the sensation of the warp, Bona immediately recited in his heart the words his father had once spoken to him. Stay humble. At that moment the Inquisitor approached. Airlight performed the Aquila salute. I had some misunderstandings about you before. Then right in front of Bona, she took out a Vox beacon and crushed it. Bona paid no heed. Necessary caution is normal. However, I will not let down my guard, even if those historical records might be true. Bona gave a bitter smile, then recalled something. Where did that skeletal hand you found come from? At this mention, Airlight lost her composed demeanor. I borrowed it from the Ecclesiarchy. The Ecclesiarchy. Seeing that the man's knowledge seemed stuck in the 30K era, the Inquisitor had to explain what the Ecclesiarchy was. Bona occasionally asked profound questions to resolve his confusion. As the conversation deepened, his expression grew increasingly grim. If before he had only thought the imperial truth needed some minor supplements, now the Empire was treating the imperial truth like toilet paper. When the conversation between the two fell into silence, Captain Sapere approached. Bona immediately understood something and felt somewhat apologetic. Captain, we only need one Thunderhawk, we won't stay long. After we leave you can report our coordinates to the Imperium. But before he finished, he saw Captain Sapere suddenly perform the Aquila salute to him, along with everyone on the bridge, including the Commodore's adjutant and the fleet commissar. The Righteous Guardian is now under your command. Bona was taken aback. Are you sure? We are practically the Empire's most wanted criminals. Yet Sapere nodded firmly. One who can meet the God Emperor cannot be a great villain. I believe you have your own reasons. Bona nodded and returned the salute. Thank you for your understanding, Admiral. If you are willing to join us, there is indeed an urgent task at hand. What is it? Assault an Ecclesiarchy world. Heavy footsteps returned to the bridge, and they saw Halusi swaggering in. I used to think you had your own ideas, but now it seems you're no different from my slave-born brother, easily blinded by anger. Bona looked at Halusi with displeasure. It would be nice if you kept your stinking mouth shut. Now I need that pile of Ecclesiarchy relics to suppress myself. Halusi's footsteps faltered, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face before he regained composure. That's good. After all, an Ecclesiarchy world won't have much defense. Given the Empire's efficiency, reinforcements might not arrive for 10 years. Stormy Star Sector, Ada's Ecclesiarchy world. Ada's religious world is one of the few religious worlds in the Stormy Star Sector whose guiding holy light protects many suffering people. The holy city Apollongsy is located in the southern hemisphere of the planet, its tall spires almost piercing the sky, while beneath it are countless believers. But this scene was soon shattered. A lunar-class cruiser rammed through the guiding barges, then directly rushed above the holy city Apollongsy, dropping dozens of landing pods from the starry sky. The stunned holy city Apollongsy showed no reaction. Not until the landing pods were about to crash into the ground did scattered artillery fire retaliate. But it was too late. The noble white stone bricks were shattered and people around hastily dodged. As the dust settled, the distinctive sound of steel footsteps emerged. A group of oversized Astartes in tattered power armor emerged from the landing pods, followed by a tall figure. Finally able to smell fresh air, Halusi said, seemingly intoxicated. Don't block the way, hurry up, said Bona. Blocked? You, a man with no sense of life. The damned warp has not a single breath of clean air. Yes. At that moment, Admiral Sapere's voice came through the target location is about 3 streets away from you. Expect possible armed resistance. Understood, Admiral. Bona looked at the ragged believers around him. They were more or less emaciated, but their faces were full of panic. Some stood up and cursed while others dazedly performed the Aquila salute. The group ignored them and proceeded straight toward the cathedral housing the relics. As they reached the main road of the cathedral, gunfire erupted. It's the renegade company, kill them. For the Emperor. Immediately a hail of bullets appeared, and two lost gun fire lashes whipped over. The Thunder Warriors ahead quickly dispersed, dodging the fierce barrage, then counterattacked methodically. 10,000 years of coordination had brought their mutual understanding to a level of telepathy, and under their veteran skills the resistors were effortlessly picked off. Bona looked over and saw lying on the ground women. He couldn't understand why the Empire would let women go to war. Suddenly the sound of Chain's words rang in his ears. Looking up, he saw a group of figures leaping down from the towers on both sides. For the Emperor. But the Primarch's reaction was clearly a step faster than these guys. Helusi grabbed one of them by the foot, then smashed her onto the ground among her companions, swatted another away, and used his other hand to choke the last one. Just as he was about to snap her neck like a chicken, a voice came from the side. "Don't kill her, keep her." Helusi looked at Bona with interest, then at the blue-eyed, silver-haired figure struggling to break free from his iron grip. "Oh, going to enjoy the spoils alone. Old rules, I get it." Bona rolled his eyes. He didn't know what had gotten into Helusi. Ever since seeing his father, he seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, his mouth never stopping the whole way. "What are the evaluations of your other brothers about you?" "There are many. Smart, brave, witty." "All right, you are indeed witty." One major reason Helusi became the War Master was his ability to maintain good relations with almost all his brothers. "Captain Dakin, these don't look like the Astra Militarum." "Your Highness, these are Battle Sisters, the military arm of the Ecclesiarchy." "I see." Just as the group was about to enter the cathedral, an unexpected incident occurred. It wasn't necessarily an accident. Before them stood a defense so fragile that even a chaos cultist could breach it. Ragged believers hand in hand blocked their path, while more and more people rushed from all directions to stand in their way. They chanted hymns in unison, denouncing the traitors before them. Their bodies were so frail as if a gust of wind could knock them over, their stature so small they barely reached the waists of the Thunder Warriors. Yet they stood firm. But they halted the Thunder Warriors, who were brimming with killing intent. Captain Dakin found the situation troublesome. Though they had been branded traitors and had slain many Imperial armed forces, they had never opened fire on unarmed Imperial citizens. If Bona were to give the order. Before he could react, he saw Bona already walking toward the crowd of believers. Facing the enemy at close range, the believers, though terrified, held their ground, shouting hymns almost hysterically to A few priests also waved their staves vigorously, rallying the people. "Fear not, brave and fearless faithful. Praise the immortal Emperor, guardian of light, guide us with your radiance. Emperor of mankind, overseer of all things, your power is unmatched. We beseech you, save us from our enemies, inspire us." As more believers gathered, their hymns seemed to engulf everything, drowning out all else. Then silence. Bona used his psychic power to strip them of their voices and gazed at the crowd. "You claim the Emperor is immortal, master of all things, the one true God. But you are nothing but heretics. In my eyes, your heresy is no less than that of the chaos-worshipping cultists. 10,000 years ago, the great Emperor walked among us, teaching us knowledge, granting us rebirth, bestowing upon us weapons. He launched the Great Crusade, liberating world after world, transforming humanity from livestock preyed upon by Xenos back into men. In that glorious age, no one worshipped the Emperor as a god, for the only meaning of God was the chaos gods. To call the great Emperor a god would have earned you a beating without hesitation. Now you have forgotten the mission His Majesty bestowed upon you, groveling like the pathetic cultists begging for the descent of a deity. 10,000 years ago, the great Emperor commanded you to stand up, no longer be followers of gods. 10,000 years later, you kneel again, worshipping new deities. Now you fools who have defied TH. But the believers remained silent, dejected. They were easily pushed aside, falling to the ground without reaction. In the distance, Horus, who had been watching with amusement, raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated him. Bona entered the sacred hall, where a decrepit, aged figure knelt, flanked by others. Ignoring the Imperial Ecclesiarch, who was praying devoutly, he walked straight to the relic. It was a set of bones lying in a sarcophagus cushioned by precious silk, surrounded by candles lit with holy oil. In its arms lay an ordinary-looking staff. With each step Bona took, his body grew heavier, and a faint burning sensation rose within him. Yet it felt strangely soothing, at least silencing the chaotic voices in his mind. He picked up the staff, and the burning sensation nearly scorched his hand. Bona tore down a curtain, wrapped the staff, and slung it over his back. At that moment, the Ecclesiarch's prayers grew more fervent, even to the point of weeping. He glanced at the strange creatures fluttering around. If not for the absence of psychic energy, Bona might have thought the Ecclesiarchy had actually made them from infant corpses. Still, they were hideous. Just then Horus entered. Bona walked over to the Ecclesiarch and pressed a pistol to the back of his head. "Put that, whatever it is, down." Horus tossed the battle sister to the floor, her face flushed as she... "Ecclesiarch Corleone, lower your weapon, you damned heretic." Bona gently raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "I only want to know one thing, and I hope you can enlighten me. The question is simple. For you, it should be basic knowledge. Now tell me everything about the Imperial cult." Start from its origin. At first Horus found it unremarkable. He thought the imperial cult might be another tool his father had left behind to control the Imperium after ascending the Golden Throne. It was not unacceptable. But when the scribe spoke of the flourishing of the Emperor's Salvation faction to the point of having its own jurisdiction institutions and armed forces, Horus sensed something amiss. When the scribe mentioned that the ecclesiarch could sit on the high lords of Terra, Horus felt that every one of the Terran high lords was a pack of vermin. Finally, when the scribe under bonus psychic coercion hesitantly brought up the age of apostasy, Horus' face was a mask of barely contained fury. If I understand correctly, Horus said with a twisted smile, his muscles seeming to force the expression, the bastards of the ecclesiarchy in their idiocy sent a chapter that had mutated purely due to warp storms into the Eye of Terror, thus delivering troops to chaos. Horus laughed, but his smile was so contorted it seemed like a forced muscle spasm. The scribe nodded tremblingly. The battle sister and the other believers stared at him in disbelief. Ecclesiarch Corleone, this is heresy. He's fabricating history, the sister shouted. But the louder she spoke, the more Bona could sense her fear. Ecclesiarch Corleone did not reply, merely continuing to Ecclesiarch Corleone, the battle sister shouted. But he didn't answer. At that moment she wished this was a lie concocted by the chaos gods, yet the history was so painfully plausible. Bona frowned at Horus. We need a place to talk. Agreed. This was a cramped, narrow chamber. A shield was placed against the door and the opposite wall. The shield was made of a peculiar material. Bona could sense it was forged from the soulless, and even staying near it gave him a splitting headache. Of course this was all they could scavenge. There might be more items forged from the ashes of the soulless in this world, but the nuns and teachers were unwilling to part with them. Yet it should suffice. Bona and Horus sat facing each other in the chamber, their silhouettes one tall and one short, cast upon the wall by candlelight. Bona spoke. Humanity cannot exist without the warp. Horus nodded. Our father the Emperor is a man, but he can also be a god. He is a man, not a god, Horus retorted. No, he can become a god. Father is merely a man for now. What do you mean? Horus asked, his expression grim. The Golden Throne is wrong. It was then that Horus recalled the vision he had seen in the warp and sensed the anomaly. His face hardened. Where did that Golden Throne come from? What is its origin? Bona shook his head. That thing gathers the souls of the dead and piles them onto Father. I suspect that once enough souls have accumulated, they will drown out Father's consciousness. Horus' face turned pale. Then, the consequence? I don't know. Bona shook his head, but his gaze was fixed on Horus with resolve. But I believe those countless innocent wrongfully slain souls are unlikely to harbor any goodwill toward this galaxy. Then we must do what you did 10,000 years ago. March on Terra again and personally destroy Father's divine aspect. No, Horus said with displeasure. You want to extinguish the Astronomicon. How is that any different from plunging humanity back into the Age of Night? Without faith and communication, humanity is no different from ants before the dark powers. We would become like livestock in a farm slaughtered at will. Both fell silent. On one side, doing nothing would see the Emperor, having lost his humanity, shatter the entire galaxy. On the other, slaying the divine aspect of the Emperor would extinguish the Astronomicon and cast humanity back into the Age of Night. Both tacitly avoided mentioning the imperial truth again. That doctrine was now barely more useful than toilet paper, offering no help to the current situation. No matter what we plan to do, we must first possess our own strength to achieve anything, Horus said, clenching his fist. He thought of his blue-armored brother who had cultivated vast lands in the Ultramar sector. After the final battle 10,000 years ago, endless waves of his Ultramarines had overwhelmed the traitorous forces of chaos. He pointed to a region on the star map. The Imperium's Astartes forces have been fragmented by the Codex Astartes. They lack the legion strength of the Great Crusade and are easier to deal with. This is the eastern fringe separated from Terra by nearly an entire galaxy. We can secretly build our power there and then pursue our grand plan. Agreed. The two concluded their meeting. As Bona left, he took a shield made from the soulless. Though that shield caused Bona immense discomfort, it was exceptionally effective at suppressing his own nature. Bona summoned, Captain, where are the other Thunder Warriors? The other brothers departed in a different direction to draw away the Imperium's pursuers covering our entry into the warp. I have received no signal from them since. Bona gave the akin. Your brothers were fine warriors. But do you know where I can recruit a large number of soldiers? I mean the kind of force capable of capturing a forge world defended by the Imperial Guard. Bona seemed to have an idea. Not those fools deceived by the Chaos Gods. Captain Dakan frowned, as if pondering. The one who fits the criteria would be Huron the Heartless. Who is he? The leader of a new renegade faction called the Red Corsairs, formerly the chapter master of the Astral Claws, Dakan explained. He has not openly pledged allegiance to any of the gods in the warp, and he commands many space marines who were driven to rebellion by the Imperium. If we can secure his aid, we could use those Astartes to conquer several worlds. Bona did not reply, merely frowning. Beside him, Horus murmured to himself. Interesting. That one has no small ambition. Securing his help might be difficult. At that moment, one of the brothers beside Captain Dakan spoke. I recall that a friend of Huron was captured in Kamarak. Huron once offered a reward. Whoever could bring his brother back would receive his full support. Bona pinched his temple in dismay. Kamarak, the webway realm of the Dark Eldar. A place that constantly redefines the lowest moral depths of carbon-based life in the material universe. Even though he had never set foot in that accursed place, its infamy preceded it. The Dark Eldar dragged captives from their raids back to Kamarak, subjecting them to all manner of unspeakable tortures. For those prisoners, death would be the only mercy. Are there any other factions? Bona asked. Indeed, venturing to Kamarak is too risky, Horus added. If possible, he truly did not want to go to that hellish place. There is another. Who? The Black Legion, led by Chaos War Master Abaddon. Horus' face instantly shifted like a chameleon, turning red, then purple, then white. Abaddon. A familiar name. I have some recollection, Bona murmured. He was the first captain of the 16th Legion, wasn't he? Why don't you go ask him for troops? He was your first captain after all. Bona struggled to suppress his laughter as he watched Horus' face darken like the bottom of a pot. Even though Horus had spent 10,000 years in the warp, the foolish deeds of Abaddon had long been infamous throughout it. Horus placed his hand on the stone table only for cracks to appear on its surface. Veins bulged visibly on his bald head before he forced out an ugly smile. Actually, I think Kamarak might not be so terrifying, right? He lifted his hand, and stone dust trickled through his fingers. These strange individuals left the ecclesiarchy world of Attas without even staging the large-scale chaos sacrifice the bishop had anticipated. After the nuns from other parts of the planet returned, order was quickly restored. But what infuriated the bishop was that the plague of unbelief began spreading across the planet like a virus, with more and more of the faithful starting to doubt the imperial cult. Just as he was about to deal with this situation, reinforcements arrived from Terra. Aid that would usually take over a decade to arrive came within a single month, especially since the ecclesiarchy world had suffered little damage. Support might not have come at all. The fleet scale was terrifying. The Imperial Navy, Space Marines, the Ecclesiarchy, the Inquisition, the Adeptus Sororitas, Kazarkin, the Death Corps of Krieg, and the First Legion. They swiftly took control of the entire Ecclesiarchy world. When the bishop saw more than a dozen golden giants disembarking from the ships, his legs trembled so much he could barely move. The leading golden giant spoke. Now tell us everything that happened. Oh. A scream of anguish echoed from the chamber, and then an Inquisitor emerged with a face twisted in dread. Inquisitor of the Holy Hammer, Hei Chue. His countenance was darker than the bottom of a cauldron. As a figure of considerable standing within the Holy Hammer Tribunal, Hei Chue was privy to many secrets unknown to the world, even the hidden truths of 10,000 years ago. Summon an emergency meeting for me. Cipher code XXXXXXXXXX. Shortly thereafter, in a chamber lined with prayers, three figures sat apart. One was Inquisitor Hei Chue. Another was a chapter master of the Astartes, clad in black, gold, and white armor. And the last, his mere presence inspired awe in all who beheld his sanctity and radiance. Beneath the crimson robes lay armor of gleaming gold. Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, Trajan Valoris. Most unfortunate. The prophecy may have come true, said Inquisitor Hei Chue. I require concrete evidence, said the Captain General. Inquisitor Hei Chue produced a paralyzed service skull, which then projected a miniature image. Within the projection was the scene from several months prior in the Great Cathedral. A renegade company. And a towering figure whose noble bearing was evident even in the holographic projection. The face was that of Horus Lupercal. Another Horus, said Inquisitor Hei Chue. But this one might be real, said the chapter master. A heavy silence fell upon the room. The Blackguard chapter, formed 10,000 years ago from the Imperial Fifth Legion, was an ancient and venerable chapter. This chapter was so obscure within the Imperium that even the Terra garrison might forget its existence. They never left Terra, and their members were ancient beings, yet they remained silent and taciturn. Perhaps they sought to guard some secret, but even the Inquisition was uncertain of what they protected. Only the successive chapter masters knew the secret they guarded. At the chapter's founding, all its members were survivors who had witnessed the chaos monument that had reached the very gate of eternity. If this secret were ever revealed, it would likely deliver a devastating blow to the entire Imperium. Thus the chapter had adhered to this immense secret to this day. But now, I know more than you. If a Horus appeared elsewhere, the Black Legion would be the first to strike. But if it is this Horus, he might be the true Horus, the Gene-Sire of the sons of Horus. Gene-Sire. This ancient word echoed in their minds. And it was the Gene-Sire of the Black Legion. The 13 Black Crusades, led by Abaddon, first captain of the Black Legion, had already thrown the Imperium into chaos. If the Gene-Sire of the Black Legion were to return, it was hard to imagine what could lead the Imperium to resist. There was no second Macarius. Sign the secret decree. "We must find this traitorous force," said Inquisitor Hua. While the Inquisition threw the Ada's ecclesiarchy world into disarray, the Just Defender had already returned to the warp. But this time it was only a brief entry into the warp, not a deep dive. To be honest, Bona had no particular thoughts on dealing with it. His memories of the Eldar remained only from the teachings of Grandpa Malkador 10,000 years ago. He knew only the general situation, but when it came to a real fight with the Eldar, Bona was utterly clueless. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't defeat them. Bona knew who could. Suddenly the room was filled with a seductive, dense pink mist. It coalesced, becoming a fantastical humanoid form. "A little one, are you calling me?" The fantastical figure twisted and coiled around Bona from behind. He could almost feel its non-existent warmth and gentle breath. "Yes, I need your help." "Ah, of course. Speak, my little darling." It gently caressed its face, as intimate as a lover. "I need to go into Comarak to retrieve someone. I need a little help." "Very well, that's easy." The pink mist dissipated and reformed before Bona. "Teresa, come here." With a flick of the purple mist's fingers, a warp rift appeared, and from within stepped a battle sister. No, Bona sensed no trace of life. This creature was a Slaneshi greater demon. The latter appeared exquisitely beautiful, unnaturally, so radiating an aura of noble purity and sanctity. "From now on you will follow him. He is your master." Teresa bowed respectfully, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Who is this creature?" Bona asked warily. "Oh, a newly emerged demon, still young. Only about 200 years old. Don't worry, little brother. I know what you're concerned about. Teresa was my handmaiden, and she has never even visited the material realm." Indeed, sensing no lingering souls around Teresa, Bona felt at ease. The pink phantasm drifted to Bona, perched on his lap, and lifted his chin with a finger. "Of course you must also help me with a favor." Bona, having anticipated this, nodded. "As long as it doesn't involve sacrificing countless innocent Imperial citizens, anything else is fine." How could I? This is a new amusement I've thought of." The pink phantasm's fingers moved swiftly, conjuring a phantom in the air. It was an Eldar. "This one is called of Rain. She is currently a gladiator in Comarak. The task I ask of you is simple: make her fall in love with a human named Robot Gilliman. How about it?" Bona fell into thought. Robot Gilliman. The name sounded familiar, but he might have only glimpsed it in some report. Considering that the target Slanish intended to entangle might be no ordinary person, this Robot Gilliman was likely not a common man, perhaps someone of great power. To be cautious, Bona decided to inquire. "Who holds more power now, him or the High Lords of Terra?" "Oh, now the High Lords of Terra are far greater than him." "Then what about him and a sector lord?" "He is smaller than a sector lord. And a planetary governor. Slightly larger, but with no real authority. He has become a living monument of honor." Bona was completely reassured. A man without real power, no matter how much trouble he caused, could not go far. He completely failed to notice the Emperor's statue on the table, glowing gold like an LED, though it was impossible to notice as Slanish had blocked it entirely. "All right, I'll take this task. Good little one. I look forward to your good news." The pink phantasm laughed softly and dissipated. Only Bona sat there with Teresa, who was looking around like a curious child. And when Slanish hurried back to his palace, the Astartes, wreathed in ghost fire and gold, had already breached the third ring. "Oh, come on. I'm helping you strengthen the alliance between humanity and the Eldar." It was clear that the other party was in a rather foul mood. Oh, and there was also a small protest, a minor objection from a certain god of the Eldari. Its protest was like a mouse sneaking into the kitchen to steal a snack. Slanish merely flicked a finger, sending the poor wretch flying. The Prince of Pleasure was a fascinating entity. It could become the perfect companion or lover of your imagination, provided you piqued its interest. When Bona came out, he saw Lucy blocking the door. Outside that layer were the Thunder Warriors. Beyond that layer were Aerlite and her stormtroopers. Beyond that layer were the naval boarding team soldiers. They had already put down their guns, each holding a melta, crowding the entire. Aerlite, looking tense, let out a long sigh upon seeing nothing had happened. A few days ago the Emperor had appeared in her dream. Though the dream's content was quite complex and chaotic, Aerlite still deciphered its general meaning. "Keep Bona and those chaos scum far away. Stand down." Lucy scrutinized for a long while, then said, Seems there's no problem. Seems you're expecting me to have a problem." Lucy saw the well-behaved girl Tay Lei Sha following behind. "This is Tay Lei Sha, the former handmaiden in the Palace of Excess." The guns that had just been lowered by the group were all raised again, while the boarding team soldiers nervously placed their fingers on the melta firing rings. Bona frowned slightly. "Put your guns down." No one obeyed his command. "This is a greater demon, my lord," Captain Akin said nervously. "I know that better than you, Captain. I know you are brave, but the number of Eldar in Comarak will be at least a dozen times that of the entire ship. If we want to break through the Dark Eldar blockade and complete the Emperor's mission, then put the guns down." At this, everyone hesitated. Finally, Fleet Commissar Ko-In gave a light cough. All dismissed. Only then did the naval boarding team soldiers outside scatter, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Meanwhile, the person in question, Taylesha, looked on curiously like a mere spectator. Beside her, Captain Pi Air frowned deeply. My lord, although you have your reasons, she is after all a chaos greater demon. Taylesha has never been to the real world. Oh, she has been serving the gods all along. I understand you, Lord Admiral. I will order Taylesha to stay put and not wander off. How about that? Pi Air could only sigh helplessly. He felt he had boarded a pirate ship, but had no proof. As you wish. Airly said nothing, merely glanced at Taylesha and then left. Lucy was enthusiastically watching the spectacle. Oh, how did that one agree to give you a handmaiden? Did you sacrifice yourself? Bona's fists clenched, but he said nothing, simply left silently. And that was exactly the effect Lucy wanted. Who couldn't taunt others. Just made a small trade. Oh, what trade? I have to help make an Eldar named Ifu Lei and a guy named Luo Bo Te Ji Li Man fall in love. Bona, who had just walked a few steps, was almost yanked back. Lucy, with an incredulous face, demanded loudly, who? Ifu Lei. Next, Luo Bo Te Ji Li Man. Then Lucy's face twitched slightly. He suddenly realized a problem. That was Bona did not recognize any of the Primarchs at all. Then Lucy briefly enlightened Bona about who the Primarch of the 13th Legion was. Bona was stunned again. You mean? Luo Bo Te Ji Li Man is likely the gene father of the most numerous Astartes in the Imperium today. Is that what you mean? Lucy nodded. Bona said nothing, just strode quickly back to his private chamber. He frantically made repeated calls, but Senya didn't. Finally, after a long while, a serious voice came through. Hello, little darling. The user you are calling is busy fighting. Please try again later. Sorry this. Senya, you're messing with me. No, I'm not, little darling. A Primarch is a fucking honorific monument with no real power. Yes, he was chopped by another little darling I chose until he was paralyzed, hasn't moved for 10,000 years. Now the head of the Ultramarines is an old man with 2 fists. Bona took a deep breath, suppressing his blood pressure, which was skyrocketing. What was promised to the gods could not be violated. Besides, what Senya said was indeed not wrong, and there was no fraud. But he was not convinced and said viciously, gotta pay more. After demanding a demonic army of Senya and information about the Eldar, Bona walked out with a gloomy expression. Lucy was chatting with Taylesha. He found that this greater demon indeed knew nothing. Seeing Bona come out, Lucy asked, looks like it's settled. Tell me, how are we going to Commerack now? Having once traded with the 4 gods, Lucy knew very well that a signed contract could not be violated, and he was not foolish enough to ask about whether the terms could be changed. Where's the nearest Eldar ruin or ancient battlefield? Lucy was puzzled. The Righteous Guardian arrived at a nearby Eldar ancient battlefield, the ground covered with corpses. Not only were there Imperial Aquila flags buried in the dust, but also the helmets of those Eldar warriors. It looked like someone had cleaned up. Bona saw a huge crater which should have been left by the remains of a knight, but he didn't know who had dragged it away. What are we doing here? Lucy asked in confusion. What we need to do is also simple. Bona opened communication with Admiral Pi Air. Lord Admiral, I need you to send enough personnel here to fake the appearance of an excavation. All right, I'll send men immediately. Soon a large number of Astra Militarum and a tech priest came down. The tech priest walked up to Bona and looked at him. The tech priest emitted a string of binary. According to calculations, this site has no scientific value. I don't understand this meaningless operation. This operation is indeed meaningless, but the Eldar will find it very meaningful. The tech priest looked at him, then said, then I demand the right to study Eldar equipment first. Of course. With the help of the tech priest, a group of grunts began excavation work. Sentinel walkers and cranes came and went. When they dug up a rather large Eldar walker underground, Bona ordered everyone to stop working. He took out a cheap-looking crystal ball, a small toy that Commissar Ku and had confiscated from a sailor. Then Bona infused it with psychic energy, even accidentally, sending a negligible ripple into the warp. From a distance it looked like something had a psychic leak, but was quickly suppressed. Then Bona ordered an emergency evacuation, abandoning large equipment like cranes. Lucy asked in confusion, this crappy glass ball can attract the Dark Eldar. Bona casually tossed this glass ball into the deepest part of the Righteous Guardian, then closed the heavy blast door. Before it couldn't, but now it can. The Righteous Guardian emerged from the warp once more. It was impossible to count how many times this had happened. Inquisitor Arlight continued to record everything she had seen and heard. During this period, her observations were remarkably rich, far surpassing even the experiences of most Imperial the Rebel legions from 10,000 years ago, the Chaos War Master from 10 millennia past, the Crown Prince from a forgotten age. They seemed like artifacts from another world, as if they were relics unearthed from 10,000 years ago. Horus Lupercal, the War Master who instigated the Great Heresy. The Ecclesiarchy had exhausted every pejorative in its lexicon for Horus, yet from what Arlight had observed, that was not the case. Horus possessed a magnetic charisma, effortlessly lightening any atmosphere, and gradually eroding the defenses of those around him. He would also listen patiently to others so unobtrusive that if not for his towering stature, he could easily go unnoticed. And when he spoke, his rich, resonant voice delivered words that were both refined and witty, always perfectly timed. In every conceivable aspect, Lupercal Horus was an extraordinarily exceptional individual, arguably one of the most outstanding among the Primarchs. And another being, Bonaplanar, an enigma that Arlite could not fathom. His strength was awe-inspiring, his handsomeness breathtaking, his physique admirable, and his intellect astonishing. His psychic power was immense, yet he could control every fraction of that force with the precision of a queen ant, achieving a coexistence of destruction, and he could even stand before the Chaos Gods and the Emperor. Though Arlite could not fathom his thoughts, she always sensed a subtle melancholy radiating from him. But what was clear was that Bona harbored his own agenda, and his will was advancing that goal slowly, yet steadfastly. Suddenly the entire ship shuddered. The Inquisitor watched the rosary beads on her desk leaping wildly. By the time Arlite reached the bridge, she found Bona already issuing combat orders. Captain Dakin, you must hold the reliquary at all costs. Do not leave that place even if the ship is sunk. The towering Thunder Warrior saluted with a flat palm to his chest, then strode away without a word. Captain Spire, you need to prepare for the loss of areas like the engine room. We will ensure the bridge's safety. Spire nodded. I understand. Bona turned his gaze, those dark eyes fixed on Arlite. Inquisitor, you arrived just in time. 10 minutes ago, half of our propulsion engines were destroyed by Eldar torpedoes. They will likely initiate boarding operations soon. Beside him, Spire's expression was grim. We have detected 3 dark Eldar battleships and 7 cruisers closing in on us. Arlite's eyes widened in shock. So a broken glass sphere really could attract dark Eldar. She was about to speak, but Bona raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, so she held her tongue. Suddenly the bridge's cogitator arrays began to shimmer, and a haughty, resonant voice rang out. You foolish monkeys, how dare you touch our sacred relic? Hand it over now, and we will grant you a swift death. You will get nothing from us, Admiral Spire declared sternly. We shall see, monkey. An urgent Vox message followed. Admiral, the enemy has launched boarding attacks. Sector C3 has lost contact. Anticipating this, Admiral Spire immediately ordered. Order the troops to contract the defensive line. Abandon non-critical sectors. Yes, sir. In the narrow corridors, a storm of bullets and the distinctive poison crystals of the Dark Eldar flew back and forth. But clearly the valiant Imperial Navy soldiers were no match for these Coven warriors, falling one after another with screams. The Dark Eldar pirates were the most active raiders in the galaxy. Yet unlike their usual modus operandi, these Coven warriors had no patience for slow torture. They sprinted toward the ship's reliquary. After overcoming all opposition on their path with reckless disregard for casualties, they were finally met with a storm of precise gunfire. The Thunder Warriors mowed down these ghostly figures with expert fire. Their reaction speed was inferior to the Astartes, let alone these wraith-like Eldar. Yet 10,000 years of grueling combat had taught them how to deal with such foes, and the brotherly synergy between them was on full display. One brother would use short controlled bursts to pin down the Dark Eldar's movement routes, while another would precisely place a bolt round into the cornered Eldar warrior. In the confined ship corridors, the once agile and deadly Coven warriors became clumsy, fragile targets systematically harvested by the Thunder Warriors. Damn it, these stupid monkeys. Dark the Coven's master roared in fury. Adunis Mink, guard this position. The rest follow me to butcher the coward hiding behind the bridge. When Arlite learned that the Coven was charging toward the bridge, she admitted to a flicker of panic. To ensure the plan's success, almost all elite forces had been dispatched to defend the reliquary, leaving the bridge defenseless. The only combat-capable force was Arlite's Tempestus Science, but the Coven warriors outnumbered them by dozens to one. Yet when she saw Horus clad in armor that could only be described as crude, she felt her worry might be unfounded. Bona frowned at his armor, which looked like something from a war-torn ruin. What is that thing? I need something to protect myself from Dark Eldar poison crystals. They hurt like hell. Unnecessary, Bona thought to himself. At his side, Teresa was visibly excited, eagerly eyeing the hatch. The next second the hatch crashed to the floor. At the head, Dark licked his blood-stained blade and regarded the bridge's occupants with interest. Well, hello there, monkeys. Now you still have. In the blink of an eye, Dark saw a figure appear before him. His pupils contracted. So fast. The next moment, he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into many unsuspecting Coven warriors. Before those warriors could react, they were swept away like chaff by the towering valiant figure who was even using an empty ammunition crate as a bludgeon. Dark abandoned his Coven warriors and used his secret artifact to save his own hide. He fled back to his ship, glaring furiously at the righteous guardian. Haul this thing back. When Horus returned, his face was brimming with excitement. Oh, this feeling is truly remarkable, as if power has returned to my own body. Then he murmured softly, it's still more convenient to use one's own body. Admiral, the enemy has made a new move, said Brigadier General Cage. Everyone instantly understood what these Dark Eldar were up to. Two Dark Eldar warships flickered into existence from the void, darting with a speed far too agile for vessels of such immense size to either side of the Righteous Guardian. Then, braving the bombardment of macro cannons, they launched massive chain flails that slammed viciously into the Righteous Guardian. Afterward, the two battlecruisers glided forward. The Righteous Guardian was immediately yanked with tremendous force, nearly somersaulting through the void. Its unarmed stern was dragged to the forefront, while the fully armed sections of the vessel were utterly unable to target the Eldar ships sailing ahead. "Admiral, they're towing us. Our cannons can't reach them," shouted Brigadier General Cage. Bona picked himself up from the floor, dusting off his clothes. "If I'm not mistaken, our plan should have succeeded. Admiral Spire, I need you to repair the propulsion system of the Righteous Guardian as soon as possible and be ready to extract us when we send the signal." "As you wish." Bona assembled the Thunder Warrior Company. "This operation is straightforward. We have two objectives. First, rescue a veteran of the Star Claws. Second, locate the Eldar known as Afrini." Captain Dakin looked puzzled. "Your Highness, why are we searching for an Eldar?" "Indeed, why seek an Eldar?" Bona had no desire to discuss this blood pressure-raising topic. No more words. Execute orders. Victory in battle. As the Dark Eldar dragged the Righteous Guardian toward the open webway gate, Admiral Spire descended to put up a token resistance for the Dark Eldar to witness. This promptly drew mockery from the Archon of the conspiracy cult. "Foolish monkeys, you have no idea what you've done," sneered Doc. "I will show you what true agony means. I will flay your skin while you still live, and then..." Bona cut the communication. He picked up the glass sphere in his hand and looked toward Alrit. "Inquisitor, if danger arises, I hope you can set aside conventions and cooperate with Teresa." Alrit's face was a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at the beautiful sister of battle beside her. "For the Emperor, for the Emperor, for the Emperor." "All right." With that, Bona cast a glance at the others and boarded the Thunderhawk transport. Upon entering the Weway Gate, they arrived directly at Kamarak. As the saying goes, a land of geniuses and saints, a city of warm hospitality and chaos. Thus, Kamarak is nothing more than an oversized madhouse composed of lunatics, perverts, and psychopaths. As a city within the webway, it does not resemble cities in the material world with clear horizontal and vertical organization. Like a floating garbage heap in space, Kamarak features utterly chaotic architectural piles and spatial rules that border on disorder. Step outside and you might be incinerated by the scorching exhaust of a passing ship. When Slaanesh destroyed the Eldar Empire in the material universe, the survivors hiding in the webway proclaimed themselves the true successor of the Eldar Empire. Unlike the Craftworld Eldar who practice asceticism through the path, the Dark Eldar continue the corrupt and decadent hedonism of the old empire, showing no fear of Slaanesh's threat. Their souls are perpetually siphoned by Slaanesh as if a straw were inserted into them. To avoid being drained dry, they must continuously indulge in increasingly refined arts of torture to appease the gods, slowing Slaanesh's consumption of their souls. Thus, the Dark Eldar fleets roam every corner of the cosmos, preying on hapless souls to drag back for. Their targets are not limited to the pitiful citizens of the Imperium, but include powerful beings such as Orcs, Chaos Forces, Astartes, and even their own kin, the Craftworld Eldar, who are often plundered. The reason is simple: these fiends take great pleasure in luring their ascetic Craftworld brethren into the depths of hedonistic depravity. Kamarak is governed by various gangs known as conspiracies, which manage all affairs large and small within the city. Upon entering Kamarak, dozens of warships were already waiting in readiness. "Doc, you never fail to disappoint me," came the mocking voice of Madaz. "Hey, you won't think that's soon enough. Shall I take the cargo then?" "Be my guest," Doc sneered. He was eager to see the expression on that arrogant fool's face when he encountered the oversized human. A Thunderhawk boldly emerged from the Righteous Guardian, flying straight toward Kamarak with such audacity that even the two Archons were momentarily stunned. The psychic energy it radiated told them everything the relic was inside. "Don't anyone dare fire. Whoever blows up that transport, will send them to the homunculi as an experiment tomorrow." Instantly, all anti-aircraft batteries on the warships were switched off. The Ravens and Void Ravens fighters that had closed and pulled off astonishing maneuvers and veered away. Mehudaz's mocking voice echoed again. My apologies, Doc. This ship full of spoils is yours to enjoy. I have more important matters." The communication was swiftly cut off. Doc's face darkened. "Damn it. Forget the ship. After them." To Admiral Spire's astonishment, the fleet that had been menacingly poised moments ago all turned and gave chase to the lone Thunderhawk. However, other Eldar vessels were approaching in the distance, smaller conspiracy cults eager to claim this ship full of humans. "All hands battle stations," ordered Admiral Spire. Aboard the Thunderhawk, Bona casually inspected his chained word. He activated the chain's word. Its teeth slowly turned with a low growl. How long had this thing been with him? He couldn't recall ever fueling it with promethium, so why was it still running? Suddenly the cabin shuddered violently. Our right wing is destroyed. We're crash landing, came the pilot's voice over the intercom. Hey scared. I hear the arenas here are full of all sorts of bizarre creatures. Tough customers, said Horus. Bona shot him a glance. An arena? I've been to places like that. Oh, where? The 8 arenas of the blood god. The lightning eagle wreathed in roaring flames slammed violently into a house, its entire left wing torn asunder before spinning madly and crashing into an open space. Horus kicked open the jammed door and strode out gazing upon this strange city. At that moment several dozen raider gravcraft laden with Dark Eldar appeared before them. Almost all those Bona could see were high-tier Dark Eldar combatants. These included the succubus at deadly rose from the arenas, the beastmaster whose craft hung several large cages of razor hounds, the nightmare bred in an environment of slaughter, the grotesque a mass of limbs and flesh infused with drugs by homunculi, and even witches. In summary, this armed force before them was more than sufficient to conquer the homeworld of a non-first founding chapter. Those successor chapters split from the 9 loyalist legions after Robut Gilliman's Codex Astartes. The skiffs of the 2 archons glided forward triumphantly. Foolish monkeys, did you truly believe such petty tricks could hand over the relic obediently, and I might grant you a swift end? Dark once again saw that towering figure. He pointed at Horus. Oh, and of course you must stay as well. Suddenly Bona's face twisted in terror. He trembled, falling to both knees, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Horus beside him was dumbfounded, while the Thunder Warriors behind, though bewildered, unhesitatingly followed Bona's lead and knelt on one knee. Forgive me, noble lords, I never intended to defile the sacred relic of your great race. I only wished to deliver it to you promptly to earn a slim chance of survival. Bona, trembling, produced the glass. No, the relic. A faint wisp of psychic energy was infused into it, and in an instant it burst into a dazzling radiance. The image within the crystal ball stunned every Dark Eldar present. It was the visage of the Eldari goddess Isha. If one could obtain this relic, challenging Vec to become the supreme ruler of Commerac, might not, no. Even the Craftworlders and Exodites beyond would be forced to submit. Quickly give it to me. Dark cried, his eyes burning with desire. Yes, bring it here. Murtis shouted loudly. Bona looked bewildered, his gaze shifting between the two. There is only one relic, but to which lord should I present it? In an instant silence fell, accompanied by a chilling atmosphere that crept up from behind. Dark smiled at Murtis. I believe we should first join forces to secure this relic to keep it from falling into Vec's hands. What say you? I agree. That is the prudent choice. Monkey, hand over that relic. And you oversized clever ogre, step back. Horus suppressed the urge to snap the wretch's neck and retreated a few paces. Bona stood up and stepped forward a few paces. Suddenly his left foot tangled with his right, and he stumbled, the relic flying from his grasp. The relic soared through the air, watched by all in stunned disbelief. Dark and Murtis leaped forward to seize it. But the relic twisted midair at an uncanny angle, willingly nestling into Dark's embrace. Dark held it aloft, his gaze greedy and triumphant. The relic had chosen him. He would become the master of Commerac, the supreme being of all Eldari. But suddenly Dark felt a chilling stare and looked up to meet Murtis' murderous glare. A clever scheme, Dark. You almost fooled me. When did you place your mark upon it? Murtis, wait. I am done listening to your excuses. Did you take me for a fool? Murtis raised his hand. Warriors of the Black Nightmare conspiracy, these treacherous wretches seek to claim the relic for themselves. Slay them all. In an instant the two conspiracies erupted into a fierce battle. Even the warships high above began firing upon each other, their hulls nearly touching as they traded broadsides. Torpedoes launched without preheating struck the enemy vessels, directly tearing the fragile Dark Eldar ships in two. Horus watched in awe. His mouth hung open, unsure what to say, when he saw Bona rise, dusting off his knees. You're quite resourceful, Horus remarked. People are always more willing to believe what they see, for the truth often contradicts their expectations. We need only refrain from shattering the illusion, let them act out the play, and these fools will deceive themselves and complete the loop. Come, let us not waste time. Dark Eldar archons are ruthless beings forged through betrayal and murder. Trust is a foreign concept to them. Horus shrugged and followed Bona. Frankly, when you knelt, I seriously considered killing you. Even a Chaos Astartes would not kneel before Xenos. Our images are likely etched into the stone of the pilgrim's path on Terra, trampled by countless feet over 10 millennia. Why fret over such dignity now? The group entered a corridor only to encounter a squad of conspiracy warriors rushing to reinforce. Both sides were startled. The warriors reacted first, moving to kill these fleeing slaves. But the toxic crystal hovered before them, halting its motion. In the next second, the conspiracy warriors were engulfed in a nameless flame. In an instant, the blaze erupted from within their armor, consuming their entire form. They collapsed, wailing, trying to extinguish the flames, but soon nothing remained but piles of ash within empty armor. So fragile. Their souls are so weak, Bona murmured. With a flick of his hand, several ghostly blue flames drifted into his palm. A faint glow flickered in his eyes, and the flames vanished into his hand. The direction is wrong, it's the other way. He turned to see the battle outside had reached a fever pitch. Wreckage from warships rained down from the sky, crashing among the low buildings. Toxic crystals and blades flew wildly through the air. An unfortunate conspiracy warrior at an alleyway was seized by a terrifying twisted abomination. This massive vat creature unhesitatingly grabbed the warrior by both ends and tore him apart. Bona frowned slightly. Let us take another route. Aboard the just defender, Teresa sat in the designated chamber. Though she strained to suppress it, the gradual sensation of being drained was unbearably agonizing. Earlier, when Bona was still on the ship, she could sustain herself by feeding on the spiritual energy he radiated. But now with his departure, a gnawing hunger tormented her from within. Worse still, she could clearly feel the rhythmic beating of human hearts beyond the door, their resilient souls exuding a faint, tantalizing aroma that maddeningly provoked Teresa. Yet she must endure, for her new master had commanded that without the permission of one called the Inquisitor, she was not to leave this cabin. If she violated her new master's order, she would likely be cast back into the warp. This was an opportunity she had fought hard to secure, and she would not let it be squandered. At last the hatch opened. There stood Arlet, clutching the book of the Emperor's holy words, wearing a pendant of the Emperor's image, and holding in her right hand something that resembled a scepter. She gazed at Teresa with a complex expression. Follow me. Meanwhile, on the middle deck, a Lehman Russ tank had just suffered a violent explosion, engulfing the surrounding Imperial Guardsmen in flames. In the Emperor's name, hold the line and slay these heretics. For the Emperor. Commissar Cohen roared, standing at the forefront, resisting the endless waves of Dark Eldar boarding the ship. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Admiral Spire. Commissar Cohen, immediately withdraw all personnel from Deck A03, abandon all weapons, and evacuate at once. Acknowledged, Admiral. Commissar Cohen gave the order. Imperial Guardsmen, evacuate immediately. Discard any gear that hinders retreat, and exit through Gate XA3. The soldiers and sailors who had been fighting desperately moments before quickly turned and fled, even abandoning their lost guns on the positions. Even the drivers of armored vehicles deserted their beloved machines and fled. The advancing Dark Eldar were stunned. These foolish monkeys. Even the lowest arena slaves have more courage than them. A burst of laughter erupted among the Dark Eldar. Given the layout of a lunar-class cruiser, losing this junction meant that this Imperial cruiser would soon fall into the hands of the Dark Eldar. As they gleefully pressed forward, eager for a thrilling hunt in the cramped corridors, their hearts suddenly seized with an inexplicable dread. The heavy footsteps drew nearer, each step seeming to land directly upon their hearts. What is that? This suffocating pressure. My heart feels as though it is being crushed. Suddenly a hatch began to glow red, followed by the grating sound of grinding machinery. The massive door slowly slid open, and within the darkness a pair of pink eyes gleamed. When the figure stepped out, all the Dark Eldar stood frozen in shock. Why in the name of the warp was there a Slaneshi greater demon on an Imperial warship? Teresa, upon seeing these little darlings, could no longer contain her excitement. These were the Master's favorite snacks. If she captured enough, the Prince of Pleasure would surely be delighted. The Dark Eldar turned and fled in despair, unleashing their poisoned crystal weapons and sundry destructive arms upon the Slaneshi greater demon. But Teresa easily evaded their attacks, moving with incredible agility through the cramped ship, flickering between bulkheads and ceilings, rapidly closing in on the Dark Eldar. Then, as they looked on in utter despair, she tore one unfortunate after another to shreds, offering their souls to Slaanesh. Hidden behind the blast door, the Imperial Guardsmen listened to the harrowing screams from the other side, a chill running down their spines. By the God Emperor, what happened to them? Silent soldier, Marcus snapped. He stared at the reinforced door. At least the ship was saved. Elsewhere, a conceptual depiction of Comarak. The immense, black sun hung high over the city, a dying star dragged here by ancient Eldari technology, providing dim illumination to the dark metropolis. Yet the light from this dying star was feeble and pale, as if the Eldari Empire itself was on the verge of extinction, teetering on the brink of death. The group advanced through the gloomy streets of Comarak. The Thunder Warrior's thick power armor clanged against the unknown materials of the ground, while the Imperial Aquila glowed gold under the faint light. The residents of Comarak eyed the procession, curiously wondering which coven had unleashed this Imperial force into their midst. When they reached the base of a triangular tower, two massive twisted abominations were chained before the entrance. Flesh beasts cobbled together from pitiful slaves, their bodies studded with implants and injection ports, serving as gatekeepers. A tall homunculus stood before the gate, flanked by several witch cult warriors who moved to block their path. Halt, foolish monkey. This is the arena of the Death Scream Wild Cult. Today's duels are fully booked. Bona frowned at him. Horus, already seething, wanted to break the wretch's neck. Every Eldari they met had called them monkey, and he had endured these Xenos. But Bona raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head slightly. Horus glared at him fiercely before stepping back. Bona assessed the homunculus before him. A being with a metal mask, its arms replaced with blades. Certainly easy to... Yet Bona wished to avoid inciting a major disturbance which would hinder their mission. His eyes flared with light, and in an instant the homunculus froze in place. "You will let us pass." "I will let you pass." The surrounding witch warriors watched in astonishment as the homunculus seemed to lose its will. Then bolt round struck them, precisely shattering their frail, Eldari bodies. The homunculus, now like a mindless puppet, turned back toward the gate, carving upon it with its blades. Slowly the massive doors opened, revealing a dark, sinister corridor. Along the walls sharp spikes impaled dried corpses drained of blood, their faces twisted in agony, denied peace, even in death. "I'm beginning to fear the dark more and more," said Horus. "I think him close behind," replied Bona. 40,000 years later, if one excluded the Akongian, the worst place in the universe to inquire about was perhaps the Catachang, where trees could flog men, and the Krieg death world, where Geiger counters would dance wildly. Both were prime candidates. But the slave storage below the arenas of Komoluo was undoubtedly the most hellish existence of all. The Heian Lingzu gathered slaves from every corner of the cosmos, selecting the most powerful individuals to serve as gladiators for their arena spectacles. Those chosen gladiators typically faced endless slaughter, and an extremely rare few were deployed as war weapons by the Heian Lingzu onto the battlefield. Upon arriving in this dreadful prison, pairs of eyes gradually opened in the darkness, sizing up these strange beings with curiosity. Bona stepped to the cell door, fixing his gaze on the figures hidden within the gloom. "I seek someone in a state named Bersi, a member of the Xingqian Zhizhao with a blue and gold lion chapter badge. Whoever provides me clues about him shall be granted precious freedom. Whoever helps me find him will receive a ticket to leave Komoluo." Bona's eyes swept over the specters within. Among them a massive four-clawed Xeno stood before the cage. How? Trust. You had uttered in extremely clumsy low Gothic. "That's your concern, not mine," Bona said. The Xeno extended its long claw, pointing in another direction. Bona looked over, then placed his hand on the cage that seemed made of bone. The next second the spirit bone began to tremble, emitting faint yet piercing wails. Then like firecrackers they burst one after another. The slaves inside rose to their feet, their eyes burning with a yearning for... But Bona and his party ignored them, heading straight in the direction indicated. Deep in the prison, limbs of slaves yearning for freedom stretched out, Xenos pleading for liberty in halting low Gothic, while the Thunder Warriors behind did not hesitate to sever a few transgressing limbs with bolt gunfire. Arriving at the cage's depths, a gruff voice was heard. "Hey, you bean sprouts. My big thing ain't fixed yet, can't go up. I still need some time." Suddenly the massive figure felt the cage behind him shatter and turned around to... The orc stared at the towering Thunder Warriors, larger than any Tinkin he had ever seen. "By Gork and Mork, what a whack." "Tinkin." Bona glanced at the orc. It wore a set of work clothes scavenged from somewhere, its crude muscles nearly bursting the flimsy garment, with a collection of tools and junk strapped to its back. In his memory, this one did not resemble the savage big orcs he had encountered. Instead, it exuded a hint of a shamanistic air. It was said that Greenskin society had something akin to the Mechanicum priesthood, helping orcs to churn out endless war machines. This fellow appeared to be of that ilk. Mech boys were generally the most dangerous elements in Greenskin society, both for enemies and for orcs themselves. Then he turned and saw a massive pile of scrap shaped like an oversized iron box with a hideous grinning face on the front. Above it hung a crude Imperial Aquila board painted yellow. Halusi frowned. He could not connect this thing with an estate. "Greenskin beast, what is this?" "Hey Tinkin boss, show some respect. This is my latest invention, Gagasi Ironclaw." Bona frowned. He could sense a faint living presence within that heap of scrap metal. "We're looking for an estate named Bersi. Do you know where he is?" Gagasi paused, then struck the heap with a wrench. "Bersi. This is Bersi. A good whack. Boy, how did he end up like this?" Bersi was chopped in half by a dancing bean sprout. He was real whack. To have minced that dancer into pulp. "I figured you humies would have some big whack tins to put dying humies in, so I built one and stuffed this whack boy into it." Bona's mind went blank. He couldn't fathom how this oversized pile of junk devoid of any life support could sustain Bersi, yet the unmistakable presence of life inside confirmed that Bersi was still alive. Just then Gagasi knocked on the greenskin dreadnought with his wrench. "Hey whack. Humi, wake up." Bona sensed Bersis' life force beginning to stir. "Greenskin beast, what did you stick on me? I feel so tired." "Hey whack. Humi, someone's looking for you." Bona saw two oversized eyes pop out on the dreadnought like headlights staring at him. Bersi was puzzled as to why a mortal was here along with a giant Ojern and a bunch of even larger estates. His gaze landed on the Imperial Golden Eagle emblem on the Thunder Warriors' chests. The Emperor above. "At last in this dark hell, I feel the Emperor's light." "Brothers, which chapter are you from?" Bona was somewhat surprised this warrior seemed to have his memory stuck in a much earlier time. "The Thunder Eagle chapter, Brother Bersi." We were sent by Shiluan to rescue you, said Halusi. Ah, Shiluan, my good brother. Where is he? He's busy with other matters. How about we leave this place first? Beside them, Gagasi exclaimed in surprise. What? You Tinkins have a way out? That's impossible. My boys tried to escape and all died. But you look bigger and more whack than my boys. Maybe you have a chance. Bona frowned slightly. Gagasi, as I promised, I will take you out of here. What? You Humi Tinkins are that generous? Bona ignored Gagasi and looked instead at the Heian Lingzu appearing at the corridor exit, rushing toward them. A glint flashed in his eyes, briefly illuminating the dark prison. In an instant, all spirit bone cages shattered and the shackles binding the slaves broke. The Heian Lingzu, still running through the corridors, stared in shock at the shattered cages. Then tendrils emerged from the darkness, dragging them and followed by piercing screams. One by one, slaves stepped out of their cells, roaring in celebration of their freedom. A riot began at the arena's base, with savage slaves attacking every Heian Lingzu they could see. The skirmish between the two conspiracy groups was finally drawing to a close. Manhwaedit staggered to his feet, gazing at Derek, who was clutching his abdomen with a pained expression after being stabbed. You foolish fool, the Aisha relic. It should belong to me, not you. Derek's face was twisted with rage, but the neurotoxin flooding his body rendered him unable to even stand. You two foolish fools made a big move in Kamarak just for this. Then the supreme voice came from high above, along with a large number of black birdmen descending from the sky and a luxuriously decorated airship. The sole supreme being of Kamarak, the Archon of the Blackheart conspiracy, an object of fear for all conspiracy groups. Asijabear Waikichuo, Lord of Kamarak. Asijabear Waikichuo. He was born in an age so ancient that it predated even the fall of the Eldar Empire. Once a slave in the lowest depths of Kamarak, Waikichuo narrowly survived the Great Fall, and using his mastery of schemes and deceit climbed step by step to the supreme throne of Kamarak. Now what displeased him was that these two fools had made a big move in Kamarak, disturbing his sweet dreams. Waikichuo sat upon his throne, looking down upon these two fools. Manhwaedit laughed heartily with joy. You foolish fool, arrogant tyrant. Your era has long ended. Now I, Sachuoki Manhwaedit, will become the sole voice of Kamarak. Now kneel. Waikichuo, resting his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow, slightly perking up a bit as he looked at this fellow. How long had it been since someone dared to provoke him so directly? Oh, Manhwaedit, it seems you have found something interesting. Manhwaedit triumphantly held up the crystal ball. I am the chosen of Aisha, Waikichuo. Your era is over. In the blink of an eye, the Aisha relic burst forth with dazzling light, and the dark Eldar present felt as if they were caressed by the goddess of love. Many knelt to the ground. Then the light faded. Everyone stood frozen in place. Manhwaedit stared in astonishment at the relic in his hand. What had once seemed to pulse with the breath of Aisha now looked like nothing more than a glass ball. He raised the relic high again. Aisha, gaze upon your people. Complete silence fell. At that moment, Waikichuo's cold voice echoed from above. Manhwaedit, why are you trying to fool me with a human toy? The Archon of the conspiracy suddenly noticed that the base of the relic was engraved with low Gothic characters. It read, Emperor's Blessing, Agri-World Industrial Product. Instantly the gazes of the surrounding dark Eldar changed, from reverent surprise and awe to looks of utter contempt for a fool. A fool who could be deceived by cheap human industrial goods. Manhwaedit's face cycled through colors like a chameleon. Then he knelt with a fawning smile. Lord Waikichuo, I hope you are pleased with my little performance, and that it brings a smile to your day. Waikichuo did indeed smile. He chuckled softly and clapped his hands, and the dark Eldar around him began to applaud as well. The kneeling Manhwaedit also smiled obsequiously. A fine performance, Manhwaedit. I have always appreciated the innate humor in your soul. Thank you, Lord Waikichuo. Waikichuo's smiling face then uttered words that chilled Manhwaedit to the bone. Send him to the homunculus. I need a new piece of wall for my parlor. No. Manhwaedit wailed in agony. Lord Waikichuo, my loyalty to you is plain as the sky. My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. The nightmare shot a high-strength net over Manhwaedit, and the potent toxin instantly robbed him of speech. Then a conspiracy Archon was dragged away like a dead dog, and silence fell again. Waikichuo yawned boredly. Although this fool was utterly stupid and had disturbed his sweet dreams, he had at least provided a memorable amusement for his dog. Who should he scheme against next? Waikichuo's gaze suddenly fell upon the Thunderhawk that had crashed in the plaza, still bearing the shining golden eagle emblem of the Imperium. It seemed some little mice had sneaked in. Meanwhile, even louder cheers erupted from the arena. When the witch before him cleanly decapitated the six-legged Xeno, using a clever blade technique to prolong its death, and splattering blood and agony onto the audience seats, the dark Eldar reached a climax of ecstasy as they felt the anguished soul cry of the dying gladiator. Hot on its heels, a flood of slaves burst through the shattered gates. The witch on the field was puzzled. She didn't recall this being part of the program, but the audience erupted in even wilder cheers. It was only when the slaves dragged Dark Eldar from the front rows into the arena and slaughtered them that all the Dark Eldar realized this was not a special event. The arena had simply exploded. Some boarded their airships and fled immediately, but many more Dark Eldar unhesitatingly drew their weapons and joined the brawl. Amid the chaos, an inconspicuous little squad slipped away. So, where do we find Yifulini now? There are Eldar everywhere, said Halusi. Bona was also at a loss. All she knew was that Yifulini was a gladiator. No further information. She guessed Sini didn't know any more than he did. But there were so many arenas here, how could they know where she was? You take Bals back to the Righteous Guardian first. They'll be back soon. No, Your Highness, this is too dangerous, Captain Dakin objected. We need to complete the mission. Taking Bals makes us too conspicuous, Bona retorted. She looked at Halusi knowing what he was thinking. Take them back. I won't feel at ease without you. Halusi, who had been about to speak, closed his mouth and shrugged. Gagasi, on the other hand, was excited. Whoa, you little shrimps brought your ship inside. Gagasi Ironclaw can show you the greatest and most whack technology. Bona looked a bit helpless. To be honest, if he didn't know why Bals was still alive, Bona wouldn't want to deal with this green orc at all. Then I entrust you to take care of our whack. Boy, I need him alive. It's whack. In that shadowy alley, a white robe appeared utterly incongruous with its surroundings. Bona gripped the neck of the Dark Eldar before him, hoisting him high, while the latter trembled uncontrollably. The poor wretch ignited instantly, flames from the depths of his soul rapidly searing his pitiful. The armor clattered to the ground, leaving only a pile of ash. Bona swiftly extracted what he sought before the soul was entirely consumed. He discovered that the souls of most Dark Eldar commoners, lower classes, and even the rank-and-file soldiers of the conspiracy were exceptionally fragile, weaker than those of ordinary humans. Yet the high-ranking Dark Eldar he had encountered earlier showed no such weakness. Even the most insignificant among them were not so easily kindled. Thus Bona had to carefully ambush these lowly Dark Eldar, searching their memories before they turned to ash. After incinerating roughly 100 Dark Eldar, he finally found a lead. To be honest, Vrain was not renowned. She was neither a powerful archon of a conspiracy, nor a wish or succubus who garnered cheers in the arenas. She was merely a recent rising gladiator, and an outsider from a craft world at that. Bona could not fathom how such an ordinary figure had caught the attention of Slaanesh. But what did it matter? Even if the entire Eldar race were obliterated, it would not concern him. If possible, he would even organize a fleet to destroy every... Suddenly Bona sensed something. He drew his chainsword and swung backward, deflecting a spike that had struck from the sky. He swiftly dodged as countless barbed chains lashed toward him, each one knocked aside. He seized the last chain, yanked hard, and pulled the Dark Eldar off his flying skateboard. With a clean shot from his bolt pistol, he shattered the... From the alley entrance came the distinctive screech of warp hounds, pink tentacled many-eyed beasts charging at Bona. Bona attempted to ignite their souls with his psychic power, but found them highly attuned to the warp, immune to his influence. Warp creatures. Bona lashed out with the chain, shattering several warp hounds, then raised his bolt pistol for precise shots. But these abominations flickered in and out of the warp, narrowly evading the incoming bolts. In the blink of an eye, the warp hounds were upon him. The roar of the chainsword and the screech of the hounds filled the air. Yet behind that figure, each swing of the chainsword cleaved a warp hound in two. Their brief spatial jumps rendered laughable. Puddles of pink blood splattered across Kamaraf's scrap metal ground, while the white robe stood unmoved. Suddenly, a sharp sting at his neck triggered a reflex honed through endless battles in the Blood God's arena. A twisted blade met his chainsword with a solid clang. Before him stood a Dark Eldar of striking beauty, even by human standards. She possessed a healthy, wheat-colored skin utterly out of place in Kamaraf, and her lithe form was clad in barely enough fabric to cover herself. Her violet eyes radiated a deadly allure. Succubi, the undisputed stars of the Dark Eldar's bloody arenas, holding a regal status in the dark city of Kamaraf. They often possessed a beauty incongruous with Kamaraf, these sword-wielding courtesans who delighted in torturing their opponents to satiate the audience's perverse desires. This lethal rose exhaled gently, her warm breath brushing the human's face. Hello there, human. You're the one who wrecked my arena, aren't you? Yes. 2 bolt rounds exploded, but the succubus elegantly leaped away, landing gracefully at a distance, even offering a bow. So brutal. No chivalry at all. But seeing Bona's impassive expression, she knew he truly felt nothing. Even those among you called Astartes, show some reaction. Neurotoxin. Perhaps the Nurgle-infused broth Bona had drunk was too potent, rendering him oblivious to its effects. Zeno, get out of my way, Bona said. Can't do that. You wrecked my arena, freed so many slaves, and caused me great loss. In an instant, the succubus gaze turned seductive and deadly, her tongue tracing her lips. You're so special. They'll capture you, lock you up, and have my fun with you. The next second, Bona sensed a high-speed object behind him. He dodged instinctively only to find it was an illusion. But the venom-coated blade struck true and a side kick landed solidly on his chest, sending him stumbling back several steps. Before he could react, more poison darts flew at him. This creature was too agile. Perhaps Horus could easily counter her, but in his current human form, he was overwhelmed. He tried to ignite her soul with his psychic power only to find the dark Eldar soul was remarkably sturdy, unlike the fragile conspiracy warriors he had faced before. Hee human, did you think your little tricks would fool me? The succubus mocked. Seizing an opening, she plunged her twisted blade into Bona's right shoulder. Instantly Bona lost all sensation in his right side, collapsing to the ground. His left leg struggled to drag him upright, but the succubus kicked his left leg, forcing him to kneel, then triumphantly lifted his chin with her right hand. Be good, human. He'll treat you well. You'll be my first carefully crafted masterpiece. For some reason the succubus felt this human was different, an inexplicable allure drawing her to him. But Bona smiled slightly, and the succubus stood on end. The next moment a bolt of psychic lightning sent her flying, tumbling across the ground before she lay still. Bona bit his ring finger, pressing the oozing blood onto his wound. In an instant the injury healed and sensation returned to his body. Foolish creature. A little pretense and she took the bait. Bona holstered the explosive pistol and picked up the chainsword. He strode over, grabbed the succubus by her hair, yanked her up, and pressed the chainsword against her throat. The succubus, no longer beautiful, was covered in mud and blood. She smiled at Bona. It seems I underestimated you. Where's a gladiator named Ivrith? Oh, her. Walk a bit further ahead, the largest spire. All the new arrivals are there. Bona stared calmly into her violet eyes, then released his grip and walked away. The succubus collapsed to the ground, gazing at the distant white robe. How amusing. Ivrith lay listlessly on her bed, if one could call that heap of countless dead wretches a bed. For someone who had arrived in Kamarak less than a decade ago, this was already a rather decent treatment. Her impressive performance had earned it. After all, not everyone could become a succubus in such a short time. Originally, Ivrith was a member of the craft world Biotin, having completed all the paths of the warrior on that colossal homeship, making her a rare prodigy. But life within the craft world grew too tedious. Like many of her kin, Ivrith abandoned the protection of spirit bones and paths to become a pirate. Though being killed meant becoming a snack for Slainish, this thrilling existence satisfied Ivrith greatly. Most days she simply sailed her ship, occasionally raiding the little redrobed men of the Imperium of Man. After all, they loved digging up tombs, and with a bit of luck she might recover some lost Eldari relics. During a ship mutiny, she was forced to flee into the Webway, arriving at Kamarak, the Webway city she had heard of. To be honest, life in Kamarak was terrible, but only for the vast majority of incompetent fools. For a genius like her, who had quickly traversed the warrior path on a craft world, she actually thrived and successfully joined the cult of the witch. She also earned the favor of Lady Malice, Vex's capable lieutenant and consort, which was why she became a succubus so quickly. Rumor had it that Lady Malice would soon arrange a duel with the gladiator queen Lilith. If she could defeat Lilith and become Kamarak's rising star, she might have a chance to leave. Ivrith kicked the wall in frustration. It was likely a dream. Kamarak would never allow a fresh new star to simply walk away. A prodigy from a craft world corrupted into a seductive succubus queen in the arena. Just listen to that. What a sensational story. It would sell out Lady Malice arena tickets across Kamarak, and the only fate for succubi was to die in the arena sooner or later. Ivrith stomped the wall even more angrily. By the gods, won't someone save me? Even an orc, even a monkey would do. Suddenly Ivrith saw her agent fly past like a cannonball, slamming into the wall and turning into pulp. She stared in shock until a figure in a white robe walked in. A human. Bona glanced at the parchment in his hand, then at the succubus, who inexplicably lay sleeping on the bed, whom the portrait matched. You're Ivrith? Bona asked in accented Eldari. I am. Bona tossed the parchment into the air, and it burned to ashes. By order of Robut Gilliman, am taking you out of here. Ivrith scrambled up and stood. Robut Gilliman? Who's that? Why would he order you to save me? Bona shrugged. Sorry, I'm just following orders. Our ship is ready. Please don't waste time. Your humans sailed a warship into Kamarak. Ivrith exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Ivrith felt as if the sky were falling. The Imperium of Man, that rotting pile of trash, had actually managed to penetrate the Webway city of Kamarak. Though the Eldari Empire had fallen, it couldn't be that bad. Please hurry. We don't have much time, Bona said. If not now, when? All right. Ivrith followed Bona at a brisk pace, horrified by the corpses strewn along the path. This human seemed to have bulldozed through, obliterating every guard in his way. But when bright light reappeared before her, Ivrith's smile slowly froze. A shadow nearly blotted out the sky, and Kamarak's supreme ruler sat on a luxurious airship above, watching the farce with keen interest. Wow, how entertaining. A human sneaking into Kamarak to rescue a craft world Eldari. Has the world changed? Vex said with a smirk. Beside him, Lady Malice wore a dark expression. Ivrith, is this how you repay my favor? Ivrith's face turned pale, and she found herself speechless. Suddenly a tall figure rushed over and removed his incubi helmet. Ivrith recognized him instantly. Her mentor from the craft world, Visarch. Mentor, what are you doing here? Shut up. The situation is critical. Archon Visarch glared fiercely at Ivrith, then shot a resentful look at the foolish human. He then bowed respectfully toward the lofty Vect. Lord Vect, I am Archon Visarch of Craftworld Biotin. My disciple, like a lost lamb, has been sadly deceived by this human into such foolishness. May your grace show leniency, and Craftworld Biotin will forge a deep friendship with you. Vect sneered, ignoring Visarch, gently stroking Lady Malice's hair. What do you think we should do in this situation? Lady Malice stared at them expressionlessly. Cut off all their hands and feet, flay them, and hang them on the arena gate until the black sun goes out. In an instant, Ivrith and Visarch's faces turned white. If Vect decided to do it, no one could stop him. Just then another voice rang out. Bona looked impassively at the lofty Vect. I came to Kamarak to take Ivrith away. No one can stop me. Vect chuckled lightly. Including me. Including everyone. Vect laughed. It had been a long time since anyone gave him such amusement, especially a human. Since you've amused me, I'll give you a chance. I want to see how you'll do it. Bona smiled slightly at Vect. His eyes began to glow, and a thin line appeared in the space behind him. The line then tore open, creating a rift into the warp from which pink mist and obscene whispers emanated. Led by 6 keepers of secrets, an entire host of demons of Slainish grinned as they crossed the veil, visibly excited, their eyes brimming with. Vect's smile froze, turning into a stiff grimace. Go. In the blink of an eye, Victor's airship departed at breakneck speed, and his trusted followers vanished in an instant. All that remained were a crowd of Dark Eldar who had come to watch the spectacle. The watching Dark Eldar. They instantly turned and ran, but behind them were the Slainish demon horde charging forward. A keeper of secrets, a greater demon of Slainish, approached Bona and bent down, revealing a smile it thought was charming. Thank you for your generosity, young master. We've been famished for quite some time. Go on, have your fill. It would be best if you could chop up that fellow who was driving the luxury airship. Naturally, the Keeper of Secrets turned its gaze toward Ivrain and Visarch, whose hearts suddenly felt as if they were being squeezed. These two, are they your friends? Bona looked at the two. Visarch suddenly felt as if half his body had already met Slainish. Yes, these two are my friends. Oh fine, I won't disturb you then. The Keeper of Secrets then eagerly strode forward with large steps and joined the carnage. Here they come, folks. Dinner is served. Every Slainish demon was desperately hunting down the Dark Eldar, striving to capture as many souls as possible before their bodies dissipated and returned to the warp. Bona glanced at the two. Let's go. The 3 of them strolled leisurely through the streets of Kamarak. Yet the already grim and shadowy Kamarak had now become a veritable hell for the Dark Eldar. Hordes of Slainish beasts rampaged everywhere, gleefully slaughtering the fleeing Dark Eldar, while the towering Keepers of Secrets preferred to hunt down the Archons of the Cabals. The streets were littered with wrecked vehicles and spilled blood. Nameless flames ignited from every corner of Kamarak. Of course, this scene had nothing to do with Ivrain and her companions. All the Slainish demons, as if blind, completely ignored them. This time Kamarak would pay a heavy price. Although the high-ranking nobles would certainly escape the disaster, countless low-ranking Dark Eldar would inevitably become offerings to Slainish presented by the Slainish demons. Visarch was silent for a long time before speaking. Human, I thank you for your magnanimity. From now on, I, Visarch, owe you a life debt. Bona did not even cast a glance at him. You owe me nothing. I spared your life only out of consideration for Ivrain's feelings. Visarch was somewhat puzzled, and Ivrain was even more confused. Who are you? A utterly insignificant cog in the vast and decaying machine of the Imperium of Man. Naturally, neither of them took his words literally. To possess the psychic power to tear open warp rifts without being destroyed by such immense energy. A being of this caliber was a mythical legend even for the Eldar. Most importantly, he could even summon an army of Slainish demons to butcher people, and those hedonistic maniacs actually obeyed him. How could such a person obediently listen to anyone else? Can I ask, who is Robot Gilliman? Why did he save me? An opportunity had arisen. Bona pretended to look around nonchalantly, as if searching for directions. My lord says you are the most beautiful being in the entire galaxy. If he could not share a drink with Ivrain, who possesses both beauty and talent, his life would be full of regret. Instantly, Ivrain's cheeks flushed while Visarch's hands clenched into fists. Visarch said cautiously, but your lord is a human. Why would he want to meet an Eldar? It is precisely because Ivrain's charm has transcended the barriers of species that my lord commanded me to come here. At these words, Ivrain's face turned even redder. Visarch's teeth were almost ground to dust. Bona looked at the Luna-class cruiser slowly approaching in the distance. We're here. Several Thunderhawks flew down and landed on the ground. As the hatch opened in the blink of an eye, there appeared a bald head along with a group of armed and alert naval soldiers. Horus looked very delighted. Quite a commotion. I love seeing these point-eared Dark Eldar being hunted like dogs. His gaze lingered on Evrain for a moment, then quick, get on board. We're leaving now. Suddenly the sound of bolter fire and the distinctive thud of power armor in rapid motion came from not far away. Bona looked over and saw 7 or 8 Astartes in blood-red power armor sprinting toward them. On their chests the Imperial Aquila shone brightly. These Astartes had finally broken free from the fighting between Dark Eldar and Slainish demons and rushed to the scene. By the Emperor, I never thought I'd see an Imperial Navy vessel here. He immediately spotted Bona in white robes. His instinct told him this man might have the most authority here. We are the 8th Company of the Blood Angels chapter. I am Captain Anos. I need your help to leave this place. Of course, noble warriors. Please board the ship quickly. Many thanks. Captain Anos felt something blocking his view. He looked up and saw Horus. Captain Anos froze. He blinked, confirming the truth before him. He removed his helmet, revealing a look of relief, then handed it to a battle brother behind him. I won't be going back. Father Norfolk, take this back to Ball. Captain, I think I'm succumbing to the Black Rage too. Me too. One after another the battle brothers declared they had seen Horus, even the accompanying chaplain Norfolk. Captain Anos was dumbfounded. The entire company had fallen to the Black Rage, about to become mindless killing machines. Just as Captain Anos' mind was about to short-circuit, everything went black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. Horus made a preemptive move, knocking out all the Blood Angels with a single wave of attacks. Then, as if tossing water buckets, he threw each crimson-armored space marine into the Thunderhawk. Alright, don't mind these details. Let's go. Admiral Spire, after confirming the Thunderhawk's return, gave the order. Begin course correction. We're getting out of here. Aye, Admiral. The Imperial warship began to change direction, preparing to. The void shields were triggered as the Dark Eldar's distinctive phantom lances struck the shields behind them. In the distance, several cruisers were charging toward them with battleships just beginning to power up. It seemed Victor was very unwilling to let them leave. Contact the engine family and Mugos Doxon. Ahead, full shake off these enemies. Aye, Admiral. The exhaust burst into a blaze of light as the plasma engines engaged at full speed and the entire warship began to sprint. But compared to the nimble Eldar vessels, it was too slow. Just as the righteous Guardian was about to fall within the range of the approaching battleships, a peculiar voice rang out over the Vox system. I told you them gearboys ain't working. Let me show you my invention, Gazgut Ironclaw. I'm gonna press this super fast, super mega super whack button. Meanwhile, the distinctive curses of a tech priest Mugos could also be heard. Just as Admiral Spire was about to ask what was happening there, he felt a sudden strong thrust. Wag. The Dark Eldar behind them watched as the previously unremarkable Luna-class cruiser suddenly erupted with blinding light and billowing black smoke from its engines, shooting forward like a rocket. When the familiar stars of the real world once again came into view, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. The navigators busily calculated their current position, granting at least a brief respite. After a brief consultation with Wei Sa-Chi, Fu Lei and I approached. Human, I am grateful for your assistance, but I wish to return to my homeworld first, she said somewhat apprehensively. Contrary to the anticipated change of expression, Bona still wore a kind and friendly look. Of course, esteemed lady. Lord Geely Man specifically instructed me to treat you well. You are free to leave. However, we are still adrift in the void. It would be prudent to wait until we reach a star system before you depart, as we have no spare vessels to escort you. Wei Sa-Chi let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had feared these humans would forcibly take Fu Lei and I to their world only to escape one danger and fall into another. Yet who the hell was this Geely Man, and why was he so kind to Fu Lei and I? This thought gnawed at the thousand-faced warrior's heart, leaving him thoroughly displeased. Please rest for a while. I hope the ship's cuisine suits your taste. Thank you. As the two Eldari left, Bona's expression instantly changed, and he hurried toward another area. There the recently awakened Blood Angels were still shaking off their daze, their minds buzzing. Noble warriors, it seems you are recovering quite well. Captain and Nuasis' head still throbbed, but at least the people around him no longer resembled Lucy. Thank you, I feel somewhat better now. The Black Rage. The Red Thirst was a curse rooted in the genocide of the 9th Legion. During the unification wars on Terra, the Blood Angels were known as space vampires for their uncontrollable craving for blood, often tearing and devouring the corpses of their enemies. After their pre-march, Shang-Chi Lai Si returned, the space vampires managed to curb their bloodlust through his immense power, transforming from savage beasts into noble and handsome Blood Angels. However, during the siege of Terra, after the great angel Shang-Chi Lai Si was slain by Lucy, the Blood Angels were cursed with the Black Rage. Whenever battle grew fierce, the sons of the angel would relive Shang-Chi Lai Si's final confrontation with Lucy, seeing everyone, friend and foe alike, as the War Master and pouring their unbridled fury upon them without restraint. These angels, driven mad, would be utterly consumed by rage and bloodlust, becoming mindless, murderous space vampires. And Nuasi looked around, and sensed something amiss. The battle in Kamarak had been fierce, but not enough to plunge all of them into the black rage. Moreover, that towering figure had felt remarkably real, and in Nuasi had sensed an aura of nobility and majesty. Excuse me. Back in Kamarak, did you see a very tall man? Bona looked bewildered. No, my lord. You were ambushed by the dark elves, and we lost many to rescue you. By the Emperor, may his brave warriors return to the Golden Throne, said in Nuasi. My lord, may I ask why you were in Kamarak? We were defending a world attacked by the Dark Eldar when we were captured. We escaped during the chaos of the Kamarak uprising. Could you take us to Baal? Bona's expression flickered, then he said with some difficulty. Apologies, my lord. We are on a secret mission for the Inquisition. We can only drop you off at the nearest Imperial world. That's fine. And Nuasi knew well what the Inquisition was like. Best to avoid provoking them, lest they suddenly issue an investigation warrant and hinder the Battle Brothers. After soothing the Blood Angels, Bona began to set his sinister plan in motion. He quietly slipped into a secret chamber, where Lu Si and Te Lei Sha were already waiting. I can sense Fu Lei and I is asleep. She took her time. If you were on an Eldari ship you wouldn't fall asleep so quickly either, said Lu Si. Enough, let's proceed with our plan. Bloody hell. Lu Si lay down and quickly fell asleep, while Bona guided his psychic powers to initiate his nefarious scheme. The thousand-faced warriors sat quietly in the cabin, keeping watch for any disturbance around Fu Lei and I, unaware that the attack would come from within dreams. Fu Lei and I walked across a grassy field. Around her stretched a sea of flowers, and in the distant sky, beautiful soft giant whales drifted lazily through the air. The ground was covered in soft vibrant green, so vivid it seemed to drip with life. Scattered among the grass were colorful blossoms that swayed gently with the breeze, releasing a fragrance that could cleanse the soul. Among the flowers, tiny sprites with translucent wings and slender magic wands flitted about, bringing vitality and joy to the land. This place was more beautiful than any world she remembered. Hello, fair lady. When Fu Lei and I turned, she beheld an even more breathtaking sight. A tall, handsome human stood not far away, clad in a classical white robe. His frame was powerful, yet well-tanned, and a green laurel crown rested upon his beautiful golden hair. His blue eyes gazed at Fu Lei and I with deep affection. Even though she had never met him before, she knew instantly it must be Lubot Geely Man. Good heavens, how could this human be so handsome and dashing? Though most humans appeared to Fu Lei and I as a bunch of barely furred monkeys full of ignorance, violence, and evil, this oversized monkey was different. Even the handsome Eldari war leaders she had known paled in comparison. Are you that Geely Man fellow? Fu Lei and I said. Indeed. I hope my men did not cause you any harm, fair lady, Geely Man said with a warm smile. That smile pierced through the heart of Fu Lei and I, which had been buried under the dust of war. Her usually calm and rational mind was now in turmoil. Geely Man walked up to her and gently took her hand. To see the face of Lady Fu Lei and I, even death would be a worthy price. In the real world, the thousand-faced warrior who had secretly harbored feelings for Fu Lei and I, and was now being cuckolded right before his eyes, felt a strange unease. He glanced around. Was he overthinking things? Observing Bona lying in bed fast asleep and Teresa casting spells beside him, the plan seemed to be progressing well. Bona, not being a Primarch himself, could not replicate Guilliman's aura, so Horus had to take on that task. Combined with a few subtle maneuvers from Teresa, they worked diligently to mislead Evelyn. During this time, they could instruct Admiral Spire to reduce the ship's speed, buying some precious time. Yet Bona still could not comprehend why Slaanesh would target an ordinary Eldar. Though Evelyn was truly gifted, such talents were hardly rare, were they? He shook off the thought. The next objective was Robot Guilliman. This truly strained his mind. How was he supposed to brainwash someone trapped within a stasis? Moreover, that was the heart of the Ultramarines, Ultramar. Physical infiltration was nearly impossible. He would have to be prepared for a cataclysmic battle against hordes of Astartes. He could only devise alternative methods. Psychically invading the consciousness was feasible, but a Genocide's soul would not be so easily. Just as Bona was contemplating how to outmaneuver Guilliman, the voice of Captain Spire suddenly reached his ears. My lord, there's a problem in the engine room. What problem? The tech priest and that orc are about to come to blows. Hey cowboy, what are you doing to my whack? Boy! Gygax roared in fury. The tech priest stared at the greenskin as though he had murdered his own mother. The binary screech erupted from the tech priest's vox grill. Behind him, several menacing mechanical arms emerged, aimed at Gygax, who in turn hefted an even bigger and more brutal Gygax cannon in defiance. What cowboy, you want to scrap? This pile of scrap is mine. Just then Bona finally arrived. He looked at the two sides, ready to tear each other apart, and sighed in exasperation. Do you want to dismantle the armory? The tech priest responded with a string of machine code. The tech priest turned to Bona, and then the speakers on his back finally emitted comprehensible words. By the Omnisia, I demand this foolish orc be jettisoned from the ship immediately. Its presence is a blasphemy against the glory of the machine god. Why cowboy am being generous by not smashing you flat already? Bona observed the gargantuan mass of metal before him. The original engine had been crudely festooned with countless rockets, and even more were strapped to. Now Bona understood how they had escaped Comarak. Yet even with his limited knowledge of mechanical engineering, he could not fathom how those shoddy-looking rockets managed to function. Leave that aside for now. I want to know how Bals is doing. The subject named Bals is in critical condition. Survival probability is only 9,141. His dreadnought's life support system has sustained 121 damage. I am uncertain how he remains alive. Bona was stunned. That thing is actually a dreadnought. I only discovered it after clearing away the useless debris surrounding it. Bona gazed at the dreadnought before him. A dreadnought, a monument to the fallen. These massive bipedal war machines armed with heavy weaponry were the unique romance of the Space Marines. They interred their dying battle brothers within to extend their lives. Most dreadnoughts slumbered for centuries, only awakened in times of existential crisis for their chapter to unleash their fury upon the Emperor's foes. Among the Astartes there was a saying, you might disobey your chapter master, but it is wise to heed the words of a dreadnought brother. The dreadnought before him appeared immensely ancient, as if it had been unearthed from some forgotten burial site. And Bona could truly sense the faint life force within. He walked up to the dreadnought, gently slid his ring finger with a blade, and pressed it against the ceramite hull. A spark of light flickered in the tech priest's aged pale eyes. His scanners indicated that the life signs of the dying dreadnought were surging. By the Omnisia, Bals stirred from his slumber. But since the dreadnought's limbs had been removed, he could only observe the world around him. By the Emperor. Alive. Yes, warrior, you are alive. It is wonderful. I have not seen my battle brothers in so long. Bona turned to the tech priest. Tech priest, I leave him in your hands. I do not possess the knowledge to repair a dreadnought, especially one of such an ancient pattern. The success rate is. Bona firmly grasped the tech priest's shoulder and handed him a book. Puzzled, the tech priest accepted the tome and watched Bona walk away. He opened it with curiosity, and his pupils dilated. Tech priest, please mind your biological responses. Only the voice of the cogitator array roused him from his stupor. By the Omnisia, Bona approached Gygax, looking up at the greenskin towering even larger than a thunder warrior. Gygax, your contraption was a tremendous help. Boy, Gygax Iron Tusk is the biggest mech boy. Him the best. Casting another glance at the rocket-stuffed engine, Bona still could not fathom how it worked. I will honor my promise. Once we reach a safe zone you can leave. But I would prefer you to stay with us. What a... Gygax shouted in disbelief. Me Gygax Iron Tusk gonna be the biggest mech boy. You humies are boring. Not interested. He waved a dismissive hand. We are headed for the most brutal war you have ever seen, more savage and insane than any conflict you've witnessed. Our enemies will fill mountains and seas. They are resolute, ferocious, powerful enough to crush any orc clan. So are you afraid, Gygax? The greenskin mech boy stopped dead. He turned and stomped back, brandishing a wrench larger than an Astartes head. Humi, you think Gygax Iron Tusk is scared? I'm the strongest. Even dem dark spiky gits are afraid of me. I want the biggest whack. Fight ever. If you're lying to me, I'll rip your head off. Bona smiled faintly and wiped the saliva off his face courtesy of Gygax. Owrit silently observed Bonus every move from a distance. She wrote in her notebook, he harnesses every power at his disposal, be it from Chaos Xenos or any source, to achieve his goals. The Rimward Star's Mustelran system. A lunar-class cruiser entered the Mandeville Point and arrived here. This was the frontier world of the Rimward Stars, perilously close to the Eye of Terror, making it a haven for Xenos. And the arrival of the Righteous Guardian drew the attention of the local pirates, but as they noticed only a lone Imperial Navy vessel, they lowered their guard. The Righteous Guardian transmitted a docking request. We request a berth here for essential resupply. No, we don't welcome Imperial scum here. Admiral C. Pi Air observed the ships in the harbor, including rare vessels like a Mars-class battlecruiser. Your lack of welcome is irrelevant, but I doubt the Death Angels aboard our vessel will be pleased with your attitude. With that, Admiral C. Pi Air terminated the communication. Sure enough, before long the pirates drove a bizarre Xenos fleet out of the station and hung a massive banner in a highly visible. It read, "Welcome the Emperor's Death Angels to Mustelran Starport 5. As the progeny of the Blood Angels descended the ramp, the densely packed platforms were filled with people offering food and drink, joyfully greeting the Imperial forces. Pirates rebelling was fine. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the Imperium wouldn't notice them, and sometimes even needed their help. Lay a hand on the Emperor's Death Angels. Brother, how many lives do you have? So eager to die?" The Blood Angels, witnessing the lavish welcome on the deck, selectively ignored the hastily concealed Xenos goods. Captain Anuasi was also aware of the nature of those living on the frontier worlds, and chose not to investigate further. Thank you for your assistance. Ball will remember this debt, said Captain Anuasi. It was merely a small effort, my lord. You flatter us. Forgive us for not being able to escort you directly back to Ball, replied Captain C. Pierre with a salute. You have already completed most of the work. Ball is not far from here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bona was bidding farewell to Ifu Lei and her group. Bona handed them a small pouch of items commonly used within the Imperium. Among them were throne coins suitable for high-level transactions, a few golden coins believed to bear the Emperor's blessing, each of immense value, enough to purchase nearly an entire continent on a remote planet. There were also phosphor battery packs for dealings with the dregs of the Underhive. A single such pack could make a gang fight for it. If you ever have the chance, I hope you can visit. My lord is very eager to meet you. Ifu Lei and I recalled the gentle, refined, kind, and handsome Geely man and felt her cheeks flush slightly, but she quickly concealed it. Thank you for your help, human. The Bealtan craft world will remember your friendship, said the Visarch the Thousand. Bona did not reply, merely smiling at the Visarch. Grandfather Malkador had told him never trust a single word from the Eldar. Once his own power grew strong enough, Bona intended to gather a fleet and raise every Eldar craft world, then destroy Comarak, consigning that ancient empire to the dustbin of history. After all, only a dead Eldar is a beautiful Eldar. The only Xenos humans can smile at are those that pose no threat. After bidding farewell to the Blood Angels and Ifu Lei and I, separately the Righteous Guardian collected some supplies and set sail. Of course, under the pretext of supporting the great actions of the Death Angels. Faced with such blatant extortion, the pirates were naturally delighted. At least these Death Angels weren't openly extorting. After all, some Death Angels driven mad by poverty had been known to systematically bleed pirates dry for supplies. The Righteous Guardian entered the warp once more, this time arriving at the Maelstrom. The Maelstrom Zone was a small region of warp activity existing long before the Eye of Terror. Though smaller than the Eye, its internal landscape was no less formidable. The Maelstrom was now occupied by a faction known as the Red Pirates, composed of a motley assortment of forces. In short, there were those who served the Chaos Gods, remnants of the Shattered Star Claws, and a horde of Xenos pirates and mercenaries, orc, snake men, dwarves, Eldar Tau, and various human factions driven here by Imperial persecution. When Huron, the former chapter master of the Star Claws, led his remnants into the Maelstrom, the veteran Pirate King and his battle brothers swept across the region, rapidly consolidating local pirate forces. Huron, well-versed in the Imperium's corrupt systems, successfully swindled and plundered enough resources and slaves to establish the Red Corsairs. He ruled with a system of clear rewards and punishments far fairer than the Imperium, and always promoted talent regardless of whether that talent had recently crossed blades with him. Huron was also acutely aware of the verminous nature of the High Lords of Terra and the lies of the warp entities, always making his own choices. Thus, even among Imperial loyalists, a certain number knew that if they were ever forced to turn to chaos, the Red Corsairs under Huron would be an ideal destination. One could say the Red Pirates were a cold blade that ruthlessly gouged the Imperium's wounds, exposing its internal corruption and incompetence. That was precisely why Bona and his companions had come here to recruit. Compared to the fools of the Black Legion under War Master Abaddon, who worshipped demons, Huron's forces included many loyalist warriors driven out by Imperial corruption and suspicion. No sooner had they entered the Maelstrom Zone than a communication came through. Imperial lunar-class cruiser, state your intentions. Captain C. Pierre glanced at Bona, who nodded. We have no intention of conflict. There was a burst of static from the other end before it cleared. Landing permission granted. Landing site CHKY 331. The Righteous Guardian slowly sailed past the starport, where a variety of ships were docked. There were vessels bearing the shiny Imperial Aquila like the Righteous Guardian, as well as Chaos ships, Eldar Orc, and all manner of Xenos vessels. Bona glanced at the distant fortress, which must be Huron's stronghold. Wake by air sea. We're moving out. The group descended the gangplank and set foot upon the docks. A heretic, his skin branded with the 8-pointed star of chaos, regarded the bizarre procession. There stood a larger-than-life Astartes, an oversized Ogren shrouded in a black robe, an inquisitor of the Imperium, an immortal clad in white robes, and a dreadnought. The heretic's voice, now augmented by a sonic array system, bellowed, "State your purpose." "We seek Huron," said Bona. "No, without permission." In the blink of an eye, Horus seized the wretch's head, hoisted him up, and stared at him with an expressionless face. "This is a notification, not a request." Then he hurled the wretch away, who tumbled across the docks, rolling several times before crashing into crates. A Red Corsair approached, intent on disciplining these newcomers. Yet upon seeing the renegade company far larger than himself, he fell silent. Indeed, before long a Chaos cultist scurried over obsequiously. "Please, my lords, enter." Thus the group proceeded unimpeded. Bars gazed in bewilderment at this lawless domain. "Why are we here?" he asked. "Is it to find Gagassi anew?" To Bars, this pirate empire seemed the perfect haven for Gagassi, the colossal greenskin war engine. "No, Bar," said Horus. We are here for the Starstrike's claw. The massive iron coffin stiffened instantly. Even without seeing his face, his shock was palpable. What do you mean? My brothers are here. What are they doing here? Horus did not answer. Instead, he raised a hand and gestured for them to proceed. The news that a renegade company sought refuge was enough for Huron the Blackheart to greet them personally, for this formidable company of Thunder Warriors had over 10 millennia carved a legacy that echoed through both loyalist and traitor ranks. He personally arranged a banquet, not enthroned aloof, but standing among the guests like a humble sovereign. As the doors swung open, revealing the battle-worn power armor at ceramite nearly crumbling, Huron's smile widened uncontrollably. Welcome, my friends. Time was short, so the banquet is modest. Bona cast him a glance, subtly probing Huron with imperceptible means. There was a taint of chaos, but not much. He stood in stark contrast to the other fools who had embraced the warp entirely. We have not come to join the Red Corsairs. Huron's smile froze, then his brow furrowed slightly. Then you've brought an Inquisitor. Are you here to slay me? Are you? Huron. Suddenly a mechanical voice rang out. It was then that Huron noticed the dreadnought eyeing him with, Who are you? But the dreadnought remained silent, as though rooted in place. It was Bona who answered. We have retrieved your brother from the dark arenas of Kamarak. Instantly Huron's memory surged back, and he asked incredulously, Bars. The dreadnought seemed to awaken, then raised its arm ready to unleash a torrent of Vulcan-heavy bolter rounds upon him. But Horus, quick as lightning, stomped down on the barrel, crushing the rotary cannon underfoot. The ferocious heavy bolter shells ripped through the deck floor in a blaze. You accursed traitor. You betrayed the Imperium, betrayed the Starstrike's claw. I will kill you. Anticipating this, Bona silently pressed a button within his grip. Instantly the dreadnought systems were disabled, stripping it of control over its chassis. Yet Bars still roared through the sonic array system, his voice like thunder, You damned mongrel, I will kill you. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed from the corridor beyond. Alchemist Amanius approached. Huron, what happened here? Why the gunfire? Huron's expression was complicated. He remained silent. But Bars found a new target. Amanius, you mongrel. You traitors, you who have forsaken the God Emperor's will. Amanius paused for a moment, then realized. Bars. You're back. Bars never came back. Bars died in the dark arenas of Kamarak. The dreadnought continued its tirade. When I fought day and night in those arenas to survive, it was the hope of seeing my battle brothers of the Starstrike's claw that kept me alive. If I had known that the famed Red Corsairs were none other than the former Starstrike's claw, I would rather have fought to the last breath in Kamarak's gladiatorial pit for the Emperor than witness this nauseating sight of you embracing chaos. Pong. Huron smashed the table with a single punch, his eyes blazing with fury. You understand nothing, Bars. Those archaic fossils on the High Lords of Terra treated us as expendable assets, ordering us to fight in the Maelstrom Zone against foes outnumbering us several-fold. Those fools clearly knew that no matter how hard we struggled, we could never succeed with only a few chapters, yet they refused to send even a shred of reinforcement, wasting their efforts on endless internal strife. And when I, through my own efforts, finally gathered an army large enough to annihilate the pirates, those mongrels whose minds were only on taxation unhesitatingly rained shells upon me, burning half my body to cinders. And what of the other brothers of the Starstrike's claw? They carried me as they fled into the maelstrom. Would you rather cling to your blind loyalty to a rotting Imperium than trust your brothers who have fought alongside you day and night, living and dying together? Bars fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke. Treachery may have 1,000 justifications, but loyalty has but one. Huron's face was a maelstrom of emotions. He gave a faint sigh. I grant you permission to leave. Go. Seeing that Bars and Huron seemed unwilling to speak further, Bona raised his hand slightly, and 4 Thunder Warriors lifted the disabled dreadnought and carried it back. Then Bona turned his gaze to Huron the Blackheart. Blackheart, I have fulfilled your bounty. Now I demand my reward. It was then that Huron truly noticed this. The renegade company, the Inquisitor who had remained silent until now, and the mysterious giant standing beside him all seemed to heed his words. He was perplexed, wondering which figure in the Imperium could command such authority. This is what you've earned. Speak, what do you desire? The right to conscript troops from among your Astartes and a fleet sufficient to conquer a forge world. The Imperium's recruitment wouldn't reasonably extend to traitors, would it? Yet Huron nodded. Go. A guide will come to liaise with you shortly. Bona made a brief salute and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Huron sat back on his throne, vacant and lost, watching the distant white robe and the ponderous dreadnought's footsteps ringing with iron upon the deck. He knew he had lost a friend forever. Under the guide's direction, Bona and his party arrived at the local labor market, or in other words, a place akin to a mercenary hall. A multitude of heretics and Xenos gathered there. In Bona's eyes, they were all gray, though some were red, green, pink, and blue. A few even gleamed gold, which Bona suspected might be spies planted by the Empire. Yet this was of little consequence. Huron, being steadfast in his loyalty, had even sent word ahead that a major employer sought Astartes, drawing many war bands to this place. Some Xenos mercenaries also lingered nearby, hoping the great employer might deign to hire them. When they saw the great employer approaching, they unanimously assumed it was the tall, enigmatic figure, not the one clad in white robes. Yet when Bona stepped to the forefront, confusion still flickered across their faces. I need enough men to risk their lives with me. Our target shall be the many worlds of the far eastern star sector, including heavily fortified places like Forge Worlds. Mortal, tell us your terms. Advance payment or a share of the spoils, shouted a chapter master. There will be no reward for any participant, but I will grant you the chance to serve the Emperor. Immediately, uproarious laughter erupted and many Astartes turned away. It seems the Empire is on its last legs, even conscripting us now. The laughter grew louder. Bona stared straight at them, unwavering. So have you considered what awaits you after death? Angels of war, many of you, after death your souls will be toys for the chaos gods, tormented for eternity. You will be seized by demons, becoming objects of their endless cruel amusement. Or you will be shattered by the warp's raging tides. A roar of fury erupted from below. Then what do we gain by dying for the Empire? Bona looked at the Astartes who spoke. Half his face was gone. I will not deceive you like demons or the highborn. I will tell you the truth. Most of you, when you die, will not return to the Golden Throne. The Emperor has no energy to notice you. You will perish like ants. Then why should we die for the corpse Emperor? The Astartes grew even more enraged. Bona simply watched in silence as they unleashed a torrent of curses and insults against the Empire. Yet these furious Astartes, as if moved by an unseen force, fell silent, in unison, their hearts soothed by an unknown power. There is only one reason: to die so that more may live. To die for those who are treated as mere tools. When the Emperor created the Astartes 10,000 years ago, he sought to rescue every soul from the mire of the age of strife. Indeed, the Empire is corrupt, bloated, and deceitful, yet it remains humanity's empire. I call upon you warriors not to serve the decaying high lords of Terra, nor for the schemes of petty aristocrats, but for humanity itself, so that humanity will not become livestock to be slaughtered at will across the galaxy. I cannot promise you timely reinforcements or abundant firepower, but I can promise that each of you shall die with honor. When Bona finished, only a fifth of the Astartes remained before him. These 2,000 or so Astartes of every hue gazed at Bona. Finally someone spoke. Indeed, I despise the Xenos even more than the Empire. With that, the chapter master stepped forward, performed the Astartes salute of striking his chest, and positioned himself behind the Thunder Warriors. Another chapter master approached and saluted. I oppose the Empire, but I remain the Emperor's warrior. The momentum grew. Voices of all kinds rose before Bona. The Emperor's Grasp chapter at your service. The Yellow Sides chapter at your service. The Steel Rock chapter at your service. Only when this motley assembly of Astartes stood behind him did Bona nod with satisfaction. Let us go, comrades. Nearby, a few black-armored warriors glanced scornfully. Their armor bore the red-eye insignia of the Black Legion. Foolish corpse Emperor worshippers. Good riddance, leaving the maelstrom. Suddenly, as he glimpsed the massive figure draped in a black cloak, a tremor shook him to the Several Chaos veterans halted involuntarily, turning toward that direction. That was. As Horus walked on, he sensed the movements behind him. He silently withdrew from the formation and headed to a secluded spot. Shortly after, the Black Legionnaires appeared at the alley. Gazing at the towering silhouette, their hearts pounded violently. The primal tremor in their souls stirred the Black Legion soldiers with mounting fervor. When the figure lowered his hood and turned to face them, in that instant certainty seized them all. Father, is it? By the gods above, the great Empyrean has granted our father new life. We have all yearned for your return. This time we shall utterly destroy this rotten empire. Horus stared expressionlessly at these kneeling black cans, trembling and babbling with excitement. They were his Genisons, the Astartes of the sons of Horus, the Emperor's 16th Legion. He wanted to denounce them as despicable traitors, but the 16th's fall had been led by him. Even if that Horus was not truly him, the 16th Legion had remained utterly loyal to Horus, slaughtering the loyalists among them without hesitation and following him into rebellion. Horus walked up to them, and under the expectant gazes of the Black Legion veterans, he gently placed his hand on the head of the foremost veteran. The veteran babbled incoherently, praising the gifts of the Chaos Gods, and then his head was twisted off. In a blur beyond the perception of the Black Legionnaires, Horus slew them all. This was Horus' greatest mercy to them, a Genefather's final love for his sons. When Horus returned to the group, Bona glanced at him and then looked away. His face unreadable. Horus quietly held several Genocides in his hand. He would rebuild the Legion, not as the sons of Horus, but as the 16th Legion of the Empire, the Luna Wolves. By Eton Arc World, the colossal vessel traversed the void of space, dwarfing even planets, yet exuding a soft, ethereal aesthetic. Its dreamlike form manifested the magnificent legacy of the once mighty Ling clan empire. These colossal home worlds were the creations of the fallen Ling clan empire. Long before the birth of Say, a group of far-sighted beings among the Ling clan forged these great vessels, departing early from the core regions of the Ling clan empire that would soon become the Eye of Terror. These Ling were also called the Ling clan. They steadfastly devoted themselves to various paths, be it the warrior's path, the witch path, or the artisan's path. Even those who simply enjoyed eating fried chicken could establish a fried chicken path, thereby becoming the supreme fried chicken immortal within the Ling clan. They led an ascetic life through these paths, forcing their attention onto a single focus to avoid the corrupting influence of Say-Ni's indulgence. The witch path was the most perilous among all the paths. Those who embarked on this path were invariably the most strong-willed and psychically powerful beings among the Ling clan. They unhesitatingly violated the tenet of other paths that strictly avoided using psychic power, seeking the future of the Ling clan in the ever-shifting warp using their own might. The prophet of the Baitan arc, Delawang, was such a being. Say Lien sat upon his spirit bone, throne eyes blazing with radiant light, as he scrutinized the elusive, unforeseeable future of the Ling clan. He witnessed the awakening of the Ling clan's god of death, Yanade, and the tale of Fu Lei becoming the chosen. The fragmented Ling clan would unite under the chosen of death. The Ling clan would finally stand together beneath the banner of the Elon Death Army. After the Great Fall 10,000 years ago, the Ling clan would rise again. Say Lien was pleased. Wait. What in the Emperor's name was that blob of Astartes in the prophetic vision? Say Lien was astonished to see more blue Astartes appearing beside the Elon Death Army. Beside the glorious banner of the Elon Death Army, the Imperial Eagle banner and the U banner also rose. And in that vision, Fu Lei was. She was smiling blissfully, leaning on the shoulder of that large monkey, who gently put his arm around her. Say Lien felt his eyes were going blind. Even a prophet who had fought against warp demons and escaped from a greater demon of Say-Nia now felt his Tao heart cracking. No, how, why? Every element in the prophecy was familiar, but how were they combined? How could they form such a vision? What the hell had happened? Why had the Death Army mingled with those monkeys? He remembered that Fu Lei was not a cross-species romanticist. Say Lien steadied his mind, determined to continue investigating the source. Tracing back along the timeline, he saw Qian Mian rescuing Fu Lei and rushing back. And further ahead, the pirate haven. Suddenly, the once coherent prophecy twisted, instantly filling with blood and fire. He saw the Ark world shattering, an endless tide of the Imperial Navy surging like a flood, overwhelming the Ling clan's desperate fleet. Drop pods rained down from the sky like raindrops, disgorging silver-white Astartes. Ling clan warriors tried to stop these Astartes from slaughtering their kin, but the Astartes were too numerous, more numerous than the Ling civilian population. The Imperium was using Astartes like conscripts. Giant phantom titans toppled slowly, while in the distance a wall of Shinji titans advanced. Those ugly human creations kicked apart the beautiful cities, trampling their gardens. Above in the despairing heights, the war god Kai and was utterly slain. The blood god shredded him to pieces. The god of death, Yanade, lingered unhunted by. Finally, Say Lien saw the last descendants of the Ling clan locked in cages, paraded before the humans who came and went like animals, becoming servants to those barbaric monkeys. His eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He saw the source of it all, a silhouette in a white robe. As that person turned back, Delawang lost control. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. The last thing he saw before falling unconscious was the horrified faces of his kin. With his final strength before losing consciousness, Say Lien used the blood he had spat to circle a region on the star map. That region was the Far East Star. What's wrong? Lucy looked at Bo Na in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly stopped. Bo Na looked around, feeling as though something had been watching him. An illusion. Nothing. How is the landing force? The orbital defense platforms have been destroyed. We are preparing to land. Bo Na walked to the bridge and looked down at the world below. Talakta 3, a hive world, the heart of the Talakta sector. It was a remote world, so remote that the Departamento Munitorum ships from Terra that came to collect tithes carried data 4 centuries old. And 400 years ago, this place had been a barren wasteland. Consequently, the exceptionally low tithe rate had allowed it to develop rapidly, making it an unusually prosperous sector in the remote Far East Star region. However, Talakta 3 never imagined that despite its prosperity, it would be attacked by such a massive chaos fleet. The fleet provided by Shaolin was splendid, including not only Manga-class battlecruisers and Daiashi's Heckless cruisers, but even some Imperial warships. This complex mixed formation caused problems for Bo Na's command, especially the Chaos Fanatics, who almost refused to obey orders. However, after Lucy had a little talk about life and hung a few captains and disobedient individuals on the plasma engine exhaust vents, everyone suddenly became well-behaved. Under the masterful command of Fleet Admiral C. Pyre, the fleet had just used lances to roast the few orbital defense platforms here and was now preparing for landing operations. Those chaos scum are not allowed to go down. Only the various chapters we recruited earlier may participate in the assault. Bona ordered. Our landing operation will be swift. The defenders below seem to consist of only 1 or 2 regiments of the Astra Militarum, and Bona looked at Sea-Pyre somewhat puzzled. Admiral, please continue. I still hope there will not be too much conflict. They are also warriors loyal to the Emperor. I will do my best, Admiral. I will go down personally later. That would be excellent. When the fleet's shadow came to a halt over the planet's orbital space, Planetary Governor Kong Muse began to panic. There's no reason. Haven't we been giving them everything they asked for on time? Why are they still attacking us? The Planetary General stood by his side. My lord, should we still organize our forces? Organize what forces? How could those PDF possibly fight them? Then, the Planetary General asked cautiously, should we summon the Emperor's warriors? The Planetary Governor's face darkened with worry. He paced back and forth, calculating in his mind. No, we cannot let them enter the Hive City. For now, we can only allow them to organize defenses on the outskirts, but they are not permitted inside. There must still be a chance for negotiation, there must be. Compared to the Emperor's Astra Militarum, these PDF forces vary greatly in both quantity and quality. The PDF that had been carefully trained were not far behind the Astra Militarum in combat effectiveness. Many ambitious planetary governors, after launching rebellions, caused great trouble for the Imperium with their PDF. As for the PDF of poor worlds, they could be ground to dust by local bandits. Quite coincidentally, the PDF of Trank 3, a hive world, fell into the middle category. As a newly established and remote world, Trank 3 had always been considered a backwater by both the Imperium and Chaos. Through the mediation of local nobles, it successfully navigated between the Imperium, Chaos, and Xenos. The Imperium only cared about whether it received the tithe, while Chaos only cared about whether there was a world that could supply them. Thus, the combat effectiveness of Trank 3's PDF was just enough to defeat oppressed refugee rebel forces. Kong Muse still held a glimmer of hope. What if this Chaos fleet was merely passing by and did not know the situation? At worst, he could order the PDF and the Chaos Lords to attack from both sides, annihilating this Astra Militarum regiment. After the Chaos Lords left, he could pretend to have rendered meritorious service against Chaos. However, when he saw the rain falling from the sky, he fell into utter despair. Quickly summoned the Emperor's warrior. The Chaos Force's distinctive Fear Claw drop pods quickly broke through the atmosphere and streaked toward the ground. These drop pods, which had been passed down since the 30th millennium, had always been the main equipment of Chaos Forces, far more advanced than the standard drop pods currently used by the Imperium. One major reason the Imperium abandoned the Fear Claw was that its design flaws made the machine's spirit overly intelligent, causing frequent safety incidents. However, this batch of Fear Claws was unusually quiet. Their irritable yet intelligent machine spirits had become as docile as lamb. The PDF defending the ground watched in despair as so many drop pods quickly breached the negligible anti-air defenses of Trank's primary hive city and smashed into it with stability. And before the smoke had even cleared, pairs of red eyes emerged from within, along with the sound of bolter fire that struck terror into their hearts. The Astartes precisely arrived at strategic points one by one. They quickly eliminated the PDF, whose morale had completely collapsed, carrying out their orders according to the predetermined objectives. These superhuman warriors displayed extreme efficiency, racing through the streets like charging locomotives. The PDF that had built barricades on the streets were often obliterated by a single bolter round before they could even see their enemy. The numerous PDF were like a flock of gentle, pitiful sheep, while the Astartes, like wolves and tigers, freely weaved through the flock, encircling and routing them. Horus himself led a group of Astartes to assault the command post, but when he fought his way there and kicked open the adamantium gate, he found the spacious, luxurious command post already empty of people. The only thing moving was a mindless servitor still mechanically delivering documents according to its preset orders. Horus picked up the still warm wine glass, only to see that the red wine inside had spilled onto the table. I still overestimated these ragtag troops. Even those starving and freezing refugees who took up arms are better at commanding battles than them. Come on, let's go meet the planetary governor. Outside the city, all members of the Nostrad 3rd Regiment watched silently as the Chaos drop pods fell into the Hive City. Colonel Sakert's face instantly turned extremely grim. This stupid bastard would rather leave us outside the city to be bombarded than let us in to fight for the Emperor. The adjutant beside him cursed angrily. The commissar beside him also wore a gloomy expression, his hand resting on his bolter fingers, tapping nervously on the grip. Sakert silently watched the huge black shadows over. He wondered why the Chaos fleet, which had launched an attack, did not bombard them outside the city. After all, the entire Nostrad 3rd Regiment was now outside the Hive City. Without the protection of the massive planetary shield, they could easily be reduced to dust by the fleet's firepower. Yet those Chaos scum seemed to ignore them and attack the Hive City directly. Prepare to breach the gate. We're going in, Sakert commanded. Yes, sir. Wait, Colonel, no need, the adjutant said. The colonel looked over in confusion and saw the hive city's gate slowly opening. Several PDF generals came running out. They with their large bellies ran breathlessly up to the colonel. Then they performed a sliding stop and knelt. Although these PDF generals held higher ranks than the colonel and commanded dozens of times more soldiers. Colonel Sakert was a warrior of the God Emperor, while they were merely the private soldiers of the planetary governor. Even if Colonel Sakert pointed a gun at their heads, they would have to bow and smile obsequiously. Colonel Sakert, Lord Kong Muse implores you to save the Emperor's subjects and defeat the great Chaos enemy. There are many Chaos Astartes inside. They have already broken us. Upon this, the adjutant's face darkened. When they need us, we are warriors of the God Emperor. When they don't, they shut us outside. Is this Lord Kong Muse's way of conducting affairs? Since we arrived at Trank 3, our soldiers haven't even set foot through the Hive City's gate. Those PDF generals stood stunned, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. But Colonel Sakert waved them off. He adjusted his cap. Enough, Winstein. Serving the Emperor is our duty. Nostrad 3rd Regiment, sound the bugle. For the Emperor, destroy the enemy. The outbreak of war is always so sudden, especially for those ordinary people. The subjects of the Empire cowered in fear, hiding in the crevices of the towering pitch-black Hive City structures, gazing with their murky eyes at the Emperor's troops marching through the streets. To be precise, they were not the Empire's subjects at all. These denizens of the Underhive were merely cogs in the colossal machine of the Hive City, living their entire lives in abysmal conditions, knowing from the moment of birth the brief span of their lifespan. From the moment they were old enough to grasp tools, they had to start working in factories, workshops, and the like to earn a few nutrient bars and 6 Terran hours of rest. No one considered them anything of importance. After all, they were merely tools that underwent automatic renewal every 20 years. And now the 3rd Nostar Regiment was passing through the Underhive at breakneck speed. The treads of Lehman Russ tanks mercilessly ground over toxic wastewater ditches, and the Emperor's warriors surged through the streets. Colonel Sakate stood atop the command tower of the Emperor's poison blade, surveying the surroundings. Colonel, we are about to enter the midhive. Received. Stay alert, those damned chaos scum love to ambush. Understood. Upon entering the midhive, a noticeable transformation occurred in the surroundings. Compared to the neglected laborers of the Underhive, the midhive boasted more decent housing and better order. Oh, and also the PDF troopers lying on the ground pounded into bloody pulp. Colonel Sakate looked around in confusion, wondering where the attackers had gone. Didn't they have many Astartes? Why hadn't they encountered any attacks yet? Suddenly a voice rang out. Soldiers of the Empire, we have come for humanity and peace, not for bloody sacrifice. Smack! The loudspeaker fell to the ground, and the Astra Militarum soldiers beside the road lowered their lascons. You are warriors fighting for humanity as well. The conflict between us is unnecessary. There is room for negotiation. A commissar bellowed nearby. Do not be deceived by the enemy's lies. We are the Emperor's warriors, the Emperor's loyal blades. As the 3rd Nostar Regiment broke through yet another line, Bona frowned slightly. Numerous Astartes were lying in ambush on the surrounding buildings, and Thunder Warriors were positioned at the end of the main road. With nearly 400 Astartes and 7 or 8 Thunder Warriors amassed in scattered positions, such a force was far too extravagant for ambushing an Astra Militarum regiment. But what frustrated Bona was that despite that terrifying strength, they couldn't scrape together 3 plasma guns, 5 meltabombs, and even bolter rounds were counted on fingers. As for Terminator armor, there was none. The only ones with well-equipped gear were his Thunder Warriors. These Astartes who had left the Empire but were unwilling to fully side with Chaos were even poorer than the damn Chaos Astartes. Their supplies even came from raiding Imperial ships. Bona somewhat understood why Chaos warbands favored close combat. It was all because they were too poor. He looked at that Emperor's poison blade tank. Its barrel was thick enough to stuff an Astartes inside, and among the Astra Militarum, nearly 1 in 7 or 8 carried a plasma gun or melta-weapon. Though reluctant to admit it, Bona genuinely felt that these 400 Astartes might not be able to defeat this Astra Militarum force. Abandon the ambush. All retreat. Captain Dakin, bring your men and follow me. After turning a corner, Colonel Sakate finally saw the attackers. There stood a figure in a white robe in the middle of the road with several oversized Astartes behind him. Halt! The Emperor's poison blade came to a steady stop, and the tank's 10-meter barrel aimed at the target ahead. The gunners rammed explosive Promethium rocket-propelled shells into the breach, and its 11 cannons of various sizes all aimed at the target. Several Lehman Russ tanks rushed past from the side, and a multitude of Imperial Guard soldiers trained their weapons on the strange enemy. Sakate narrowed his eyes slightly. Patch me through to the Vox system. Yes, sir. With a sharp whine, Sakate picked up the Voxcaster. Astartes ahead, identify yourselves immediately. Otherwise we will open fire. Bona watched them calmly. We come for peace. Chaos scum. Colonel Sakate sneered. Gunner, fire. The expected roar of cannons never came. Gunner, by the Emperor's name, fire. But all was silent. Sakate looked down into the interior of the poison blade, The operators stood, as if bereft of their souls, frozen in place. Around him, the fully armed Astra Militarum soldiers were now lost in a stupor, unresponsive no matter how loudly they— "I think we can now have a proper conversation," Bona said. "No way, Chaos scum." The colonel tried to draw his pistol, but a tremendous force wrenched it from his hand, sending the gun flying into the air. Bona strode over. "You keep calling us a chaos force, yet not a single person has been sacrificed so far. I told you we come for peace." Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and the next moment Bona stared at a bolter round stopped right before his face. "Die, heretic!" the commissar roared in fury. Bona looked at the commissar with some irritation. "Stubborn fool. Kneel." The commissar felt a force slam into him. The next second, he fell to his knees, his face twisted in pain. Bona turned back to the colonel. "Colonel, I want your troops to withdraw from the Hive City. I do not wish for innocent civilians to perish in this battle. Impossible unless you get out first." Bona suddenly sensed something. He witnessed an incredible sight. Some of the Imperial Guardsmen who had lost consciousness were regaining awareness. Though unable to control their bodies, they struggled to move their hands, trying to raise their weapons. And the commissar, under immense pressure, slowly lifted his bolter toward Bona with trembling hands. Bona felt a surge of anger. He had been trying so hard to avoid conflict and bloodshed, yet why did some people not understand? In the blink of an eye, nameless flames burst from the commissar's body. The commissar wailed in agony as the soul-searing heat felt like every cell in his body was burning. A voice from the ocean of souls whispered in his ear, "Surrender." The commissar roared loudly, then with all his might leveled the bolter. "Never." He pulled the trigger, but the bolt round was crushed into dust in midair. Futile resistance. The commissar pulled the trigger again. The burning sensation in the sea of souls intensified, nearly driving him into unconsciousness. His hand lost its grip in fear, and the bolter clattered to the ground. Yet the commissar still glared at him. Then a tremendous force struck him and knocked him unconscious. Bona gazed at the unconscious political commissar with a complex expression. He had spared his life after all. He could not fathom why this commissar insisted on such futile resistance, a hopeless endeavor that would only lead to his demise. Such a degree of scorching would have reduced the dark Eldars of old to mere ashes instantly. Such a resilient soul. Bona observed the enraged Astra Militarum soldiers. Though they could not yet control their bodies, he knew full well they would never abandon their defiance, even with muzzles pressed against their temples. His expression turned intricate, then his gaze settled on the grim-faced colonel. "Colonel, let us discuss terms now. Grant me 3 months, and I shall demonstrate the purpose behind all I have done. If I fail, I will withdraw from this world on my own accord." 3 months. Sakit silently calculated in his mind. 3 months would be sufficient for the newly established Forge world and the Astanak system to detect the anomalies here. The enemy before them was too formidable. They needed the aid of the Adeptus Mechanicus to vanquish this horde of chaos. "Agreed. I can temporarily pull my forces out of the Hive City, but I will monitor your actions." Bona nodded. "Deal." In the blink of an eye, he dispelled the psychic control, and the Astra Militarum regiments regained their normalcy. Sakit stared at the commissar lying on the ground. "Medic, take the commissar below to rest." After watching the Astra Militarum regiments depart from the Hive City, Bona made his way to within the upper hive. Horus strutted triumphantly through the opulent palace hall, which was now densely packed with extravagantly dressed nobles from all walks. "On your back." Horus stepped aside. "As you instructed, I've captured everyone we could." Bona surveyed the nobles. The nobles first looked at Bona in bewilderment. The giant they had fawned over was not the commander. It was this unassuming man in a white robe who held the highest authority. His gaze was like a knife, who, whenever the nobles looked upon him, they felt as though their very souls were being scrutinized. Bona declared, "I shall become the supreme ruler of this planet." The nobles voiced their agreement. They had no objection to a change in leadership, and even the original planetary governor heaped praise upon Bona without hesitation. "What I intend to do is rather extraordinary. It may well provoke the Empire's crusade against us." Some nobles fell silent at a loss for words, while others blatantly ignored Colonel Sakit, whose eyes blazed with fury. "I will raise this hideous Hive City to the ground." The nobles expressed mild dissent, though they too conceded the Hive City was indeed a wretched place. "I will strip you of your rights and wealth and grant the people of the Middle Hive, the Lower Hive, even the Underhive, and those dwelling in the planet's wastelands, what they rightfully deserve." The nobles fell into a collective silence. They could not fathom where this sudden whim of his had come from. One noble ventured cautiously, "My lord, those ignorant and foolish people are unworthy of such trust." Bona replied, "I know. I am aware of their weakness, savagery, and ignorance. I also recognize their selfishness, laziness, and stupidity. But the multitudes of them, they are humanity, the bedrock of human civilization." The nobles were dumbfounded, uncertain what was going through this man's mind. Perhaps he had read too many books. They wished to retort, but remained silent. After all, only when he had bruised himself bloody would he understand their true value. Thus began Bonus' dominion over his little planet. Contrary to what others expected, there were no large-scale chaos cult sacrifices, nor any massive recruitment drives. Everything carried on as usual. The Adeptus Arbites continued their patrols, ordinary laborers toiled like ants, the dregs of the Underhive still vied daily for scraps of food, resulting in dozens of deaths. Occasionally an Astartes would appear, crushing those who dared to resist. Meanwhile Bona, the de facto ruler of the entire sector, stationed himself in a place no one would have expected. The Underhive. He had shed his conspicuously dazzling white robe for filthy garments, his face smeared with dust and grime, a half-eaten energy bar in hand. A perfect likeness of an ordinary Underhiver. This disguise made Horus fail to recognize him upon arrival until he saw those nimble eyes that set Bona apart from the Underhive dwellers. He walked over and sat beside Bona. "Oh, I have no idea why you're here. Looking for trouble where there is none." Bona handed the energy bar to Horus, who took it with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" "A day's wage for the lowest of the Underhive. Their daily pay is 3 such energy bars, barely enough to keep body and soul together after a full day's labor in the factories." Horus took a bite and felt as if he were chewing a piece of candle. The thing had almost no flavor. "The people here live in extreme hardship. Even the water they drink must be purchased from the Water Purification Guild. They are born burdened with debt, and may even sign contracts with corpse guilds. After death, not even their bodies belong to them. A minor illness, a trivial mishap, perhaps just a sprained ankle, can devastate a fragile family. From the dregs of the Underhive to the nobles of the Upper Hive, everyone is incessantly squeezed by the imperial tithe. This fragile taxation system can easily destroy an imperial world, starving billions to death, or turning them into tax itself." Bona rose to his feet. "To eliminate 1 heretic of chaos, the Empire forces 10 into the embrace of chaos, 100 to sound the call of rebellion, 1,000 into famine, and 10,000 into displacement. That is why I wish to change this." Horus regarded him with keen interest. From this man, he saw something distinct from the current era, a naive hope reminiscent of the Great Crusade. Perhaps that was why he was willing to talk with him. "Have you finished surveying the sector?" Horus was jolted from his thoughts. "The Talancard sector is desolate. This place is the most barren of all." Bona nodded. "We need some moves, like the help of the Mechanicus. Claude, are you there?" The voice of a girl rang out, drawing everyone's attention. A similarly grimy girl appeared on the other side, holding a box that looked relatively clean, her face a mask of surprise. Laying eyes on the massive Horus and the Thunder Warriors, then shifting her gaze to Bona, she seemed to realize something. "Forgive my rudeness, angels of the Emperor. I shall leave at once." The girl scrambled to her feet and hurried away, but Horus could clearly sense her disappointment. It seemed someone's charm was truly captivating. Horus chuckled, then let out a whistle, earning a fierce glare from Bona before he dashed after her. "Shaha, please wait." 1 month after the conquest of the Hive City, Bona finally began his actions. During this month, he exchanged fire with the scum in the Underhive, worked on assembly lines in the factories of the Lower Hive, and prayed in the churches of the Mid-Hive. Relying on the strange charisma emanating from his entire being, most people who came into contact with him would soon confide in Bona. Even the parties themselves found it unbelievable. Finally, Bona ended his experiential life in the Hive City. Of course, this was certainly not because a girl from a Lower Hive factory confessed to him. Back then, Bona had only helped her complete her share of the work out of kindness and carefully guided her through the factory tasks, allowing the poor girl to smoothly pass her internship and secure a job. Later, the girl noticed this fellow whose eyes emitted a special light, and every move he made exuded an aura that was impossible to ignore, causing the girl, who had received little care since childhood, to instantly fall into love. Then, the door was kicked open, and a chainsword flew in straight toward Helusi. "Chaos War Master Helusi, I will now chop you up to avenge our father." Helusi laughed wildly and rolled aside to dodge. "Oh, am I wrong? My dear friend, who was it then that comforted that poor girl outside? I never expected our dear prince to be unable to handle a crying girl." Just as Bona was pulling out his chainsword determined to hack Helusi to death today, he saw the crowd. He saw Admiral C. Pierre, Inquisitor Erlite, Captain De, Colonel Sa Kute, and several chapter masters, all sitting there looking at Bona with Bona had a headache, just a moment late, and Helusi had pulled such a stun on him. He slammed the chainsword onto the table with a deep sigh. If possible, he should have struck harder when he chopped Helusi back then. "I have gathered you all today for some matters." He placed a crude book on the table on which was written the Human Codex. "This is what I have thought and pondered over the past month. Although there are still some flaws, I believe it contains what we need to do." Erlite frowned slightly and picked up the book. Opening it, she saw the first sentence of the Codex. "Every person is born with the right to exist in this world. No individual or organization may lightly deprive another of life." In an instant, Erlite could barely hold herself together. She felt that this prince seemed to be living in a dream, and this view was too childish and naive. Meanwhile, Bo-na continued to speak of his plans. After flattening the Hive City, we will relocate the other population of the Hive City to other barren worlds for reclamation, using 10 years to initially build these barren worlds into immigrant worlds. This plan will require the help of the Mechanicum. At the same time, we must carry out ecosystem reconstruction and social welfare systems. Every imperial subject should realize his value rather than becoming livestock to be wantonly squandered by nobles and bureaucrats. We must completely eradicate the soil where rebellion and cults exist, starting from Talank to 3, bringing one human world after another back to the right track. The Imperial Hive City and its toxic, dangerous external environment. Listening to Bo-na's grand plan, the people present had varied expressions. Some, like Airly Tay, thought Bo-na was quite naive. Others, like Captain C-Pi Air, remained silent. Only Captain Duckin supported him without thinking, applauding wildly. Captain C-Pi Air cleared his throat softly. Then, "May I ask, how are we to realize this grand plan? For this, I will need the cooperation of the Mechanicum as well as the reconstruction of the Legion." Bo-na then took out another piece of parchment and placed it on the table. "This is the Legion War Codex I have compiled. It is currently only a draft. Would you like to take a look?" Captain Duckin raised his eyebrows and took the Legion War Codex, opening it. 1. Astartes are members of humanity, the beings with the most resolute will, bravest spirit, and most meticulous thinking among humans. They are humanity's strongest shield, not being superior to humanity. 2. Astartes have the duty to protect every imperial subject. When Astartes still have sufficient strength during tactical operations, any act of deliberately sacrificing imperial subjects to achieve tactical objectives will be punished. 3. Astartes directly obey the command of the Department of Military Affairs and are not subject to the jurisdiction of other institutions or individuals. They are equal in rank to other ordinary human military units. After being passed around, there was no voice of dissent, but expressions varied. The chapter masters of the various chapters had varied expressions, but most were dissatisfied because this war codex had dealt a solid blow to the Astartes. It must be known that as superhuman beings with 2 hearts and 3 lungs, after acquiring powerful bodies, the Astartes inevitably developed a sense of superiority over mortals. This was also one of the major reasons for the He-Lu-Si rebellion. When the Terra Council was established, there were no seats for the Astartes, causing these warriors with outstanding military achievements to feel dissatisfied. Now this war codex directly tore off the mask, kicking the lofty Astartes down to a unit of the same level as the Astra Militarum. On the other hand, Admiral C-Pi Air and Colonel Sa-Kate were quite surprised by the bluntness of this war codex, which meant that if the codex was implemented smoothly, the forces under Bo-na's command would be more efficient than the Empire's war machine. It must be known that although the Empire's military power was vast, it was also very slow. One major reason was the intricate complexity of the military forces. The Astra Militarum was an independent force, the Imperial Navy was another independent force, the Astartes chapters were yet another independent force, and the Mechanicum was still another independent force. To launch a great crusade, one had to slowly request each faction, then wait for replies, then send notices asking the leaders of each faction to come and discuss. After all these operations, combined with the Empire's corrupt and slow efficiency, it was possible that the soldiers on the front line had long died before reinforcements arrived. This approach of directly crushing the little pride in the Astartes' hearts and forcibly stuffing them into the war machine would undoubtedly increase the efficiency of the war machine. He-Lu-Si beside him looked smug. Guess who was the main author of this war codex? As the mastermind behind the He-Lu-Si rebellion, He-Lu-Si knew better than anyone how he, once filled by the 4 chaos gods, had incited 9 legions to launch the Great Rebellion. Next, I will seek the help of the Mechanicum to build a base for us. In my absence, Inquisitor Airly Tay and He-Lu-Si will act as spokespersons. I hope you two can complete the construction tasks according to the actual situation. Of course. XXXXXXXXX. Traitor. Bo-na stood quietly gazing at the person before him. He was still young, with a hint of innocence and naivety on his face, yet there was also an indescribable air about him. The person also wore a white robe and possessed the same eyes as Bo-na. "You are a traitor," he said. "No, I am not," Bo-na quietly refuted. "You are," he said. "He-Lu-Si is not the greatest traitor. You and I both know that you are the greatest traitor. Traitor Bo-na, the first to ignite the Great Rebellion, the one fooled by the 4 gods. Even after 10,000 years, the Imperium of Man has not escaped the shadow of the Great Rebellion, becoming the very form you least wish to see. You destroyed Father's dream." Bo-na did not argue. He simply stood quietly watching the person before him. And that youth continued speaking. "You personally killed Uncle Malaku, who watched you grow up. He died to awaken you. You also forced Grandpa Makaduo to his death. He struggled for mankind his entire life, without even a moment's rest. You destroyed the dream Father worked so hard for. He is still sitting on that torture device, enduring endless agony, while you rest here, as if nothing happened. For 10,000 years, countless humans in the galaxy have died every second because of your actions. You are a traitor. More and more black shadows appeared behind the youth, and they spoke in unison. You are a traitor. You are a traitor. Your Highness. Your Highness. Bona woke from sleep, his vision blurry. After a moment to recover, he could see the anxious face of Company Commander Akin before him. Your Highness, forgive my insolence. I saw you in pain, so I woke you. It's nothing. Bona rubbed his temples and dragged his heavy body to his feet. Your Highness, we still have some distance to the Astartes galaxy. You have rested less than 3 Terra standard hours. Do you need to rest a little longer? No, I can't sleep. Where is Sage Duoku-san? Sage Duoku-san is currently in his own quarters. Good. Bona prepared to dress and happened to see him. He saw himself in the mirror, a huge terrifying scar on his chest, and those black eyes staring back at him. Suddenly his mirror image opened its mouth. You are a traitor. Bona did not respond. He silently put on his white robe and walked out. He made his way to the room of the Mechanicum sage, more precisely the domain of the Mechanicum sage. Admiral C. Pyre still showed this sage considerable respect. Even if he had lost all his troops and his ship was destroyed, he was still a Mechanicum sage, not like those tech priests in the military who were almost exiled. Sage, are you there? Bona stopped outside waiting quietly for a response. But for a long time there was no answer. I'm coming in then. As soon as he entered, he saw piles of manuscripts filled with dense formulas. Bona carefully stepped over the papers and saw thick black smoke billowing from the room. Did GAGAC come into the sage's room to work on its strange invention? Sage. Upon entering, Bona saw a massive mechanical monster. Well, not a monster, it was Sage Duoku-san. At that moment, more than a dozen mechadendrites extended from his back, writing rapidly on the manuscripts without pause. And visibly, Sage Duoku-san's brain was actually emitting black smoke. Sage, what are you doing? Sage Duoku-san finally stopped his frantic calculations and turned to look at Bona. Even though Bona could not see any flesh on his face, he could tell that Sage Duoku-san seemed a bit fanatical. Sage, please speak low Gothic. I cannot understand your binary language. State your purpose. You have wasted 3 seconds and 2 moments of my time. I want to remind you that you should return the book to me. No. Sage Duoku-san turned around, his dozen mechadendrites bracing against the bulkhead, and suddenly moved his oil-scented face right in front of Bona. He scanned Bona with his monocular detector. This book is an unparalleled treasure. It is worth the lives of an entire fleet. I cannot return it to you easily. But its origins may not be so good, and it may not be of much benefit to you. Sage Duoku-san examined Bona, calculating everything in an instant. In an instant, the sage understood Bona's subtle implication. Then I can return it to you, but I need to keep it for about 5 Terra days. Alright, I just hope that by then, Sage, you will stand by my side. Sage Duoku-san's optical sight rotated slightly. Of course, that is part of our contract. But I must warn you, the probability that the local Archmagos fabricator will agree is less than 7. 461. Alright, Sage. That is my concern. The righteous guardians soon arrived at the Mandeville point and emerged from the warp. The Astartes galaxy, a newly established forge world 50 years ago. A massive smeltery sat at the planet's north pole, using magma beneath the crust to provide a constant source of thermal energy. Spreading outward from the central smeltery relay stations, and huge open-pit mines rose across the planet. And Archmagos fabricator and Dun A, the Mechanicum's planetary governor, was the sole authority governing this newly risen forge world. If the far eastern sector was already quite remote, then the Astartes galaxy was a place even ghosts could not find. In such a godforsaken place, Archmagos fabricator and Dun A harbored a grudge in his heart. As an Archmagos who had lost the political struggle within the forge world, and Dun A was strictly speaking an unlucky fellow exile to this place. Those colleagues had united against him to obtain the technologies he had collected, driving him out of Huanquan 8 and placing him on the Inquisition's watch list. This made Archmagos fabricator and Dun A's already irritable temper even more sullen. He became intolerant of even the slightest mistake, even if that mistake caused no problems. Yet some unlucky tech priests or apprentices were still turned into Scutarii. Suddenly his apprentice walked over. Mugos, an Imperial lunar-class cruiser, is requesting to land. And Dun A put down his work and looked at his apprentice with an irritated expression, while the apprentice also looked nervously at Dun A. Imperial Navy. Did they state their purpose? They said they wished to make a deal with you. And Dun A became more puzzled, rapidly calculating all possibilities. And the most likely possibility was that the Imperial Navy in the nearby sector had suffered severe losses, forcing them to seek help from a newly established forge world. Coincidentally, he also needed some materials. Archmagos and Duna gazed at the peculiar assembly before him. If his memory storage served him correctly, he recalled that in the Imperial Navy the captain was typically the most paramount authority. Yet now he witnessed a figure in white robes occupying the foremost position with a Mugos and a captain flanking either side. Tell me your purpose, Imperial Navy. Bona said as he examined the creature before him, which seemed to possess barely any flesh. From his psychic sight, its life was precarious, sustained solely by the mechanical apparatus. Bona possessed little knowledge of this enigmatic mechanicum, his understanding deriving entirely from the accounts of Captain Dacan and Horus. The mechanicum had originally been a power entrenched on Mars. Before the Great Crusade commenced, the Emperor personally journeyed to Mars, and by some unknown means persuaded the mechanicum to join the Imperium. These redrobed individuals revered an entity known as the Omnicia, the machine god. They believed that the machine god governed all machinery in the universe and zealously performed mechanical modifications upon their own bodies, striving to draw closer to the Omnicia. Mortals harbor emotions and desires, Astartes seek glory, but these red robes are driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Each of them would tirelessly pursue every piece of knowledge, even Zeno's knowledge, hoarding it and refusing to share it with other tech priests. Now Bona intended to break this stalemate. We have a small transaction to discuss. Do you think it might be acceptable, Archmage? I need to know what you can offer. Bona glared at Mugos Duo-Kusin, who then with extreme reluctance began transmitting data. Archmagos and Duno was somewhat puzzled, but after verifying that the data contained no viruses, he commenced examining the content transmitted by Mugos Duo-Kusin. Then Bona could visibly see black smoke rising from Archmagos and Duna's head, followed by a rapid burst of binary language from the adjacent speaker. Mugos Duo-Kusin responded in binary as well. Bona knew the two red robes had exchanged a great deal, but he could not understand a word. Finally, after they had replaced nearly a dozen processing boards, they both turned their gaze toward him. I must personally verify the Black Mechanicum Ordinance, mentioned by Mugos Duo-Kusin. Bona handed the parchment to the Archmagos, whose Mechadendrite opened it. It read: 1. Activate Abominable Intelligence. 2. Lift most weapon restrictions with strict hierarchical controls to ensure these weapons are only deployed when 3. Every member of the Mechanicum who joins the Black Mechanicum must contribute 50 of their unique knowledge and technology for sharing among all members. Archmagos and Duna read it over several times before confirming the contents of the parchment. He looked at Bona. These violate the edicts of Mars, and even those of the Imperium. Bona smiled at him. I never claimed to be loyal to the Imperium. In an instant, Archmagos and Duna felt a chilling sensation. Within a nanosecond, he issued commands. The surrounding Skitarii soldiers reacted swiftly, and the hidden killing machines began to activate. But in the blink of an eye, an unknown force suppressed them. The Skitarii soldiers emitted meaningless error codes, collapsing in agony and convulsing, while the killing machines wailed in metallic anguish, twisted into heaps of scrap by an invisible power. A psyker. Archmagos and Duna felt half his body on the verge of meeting the machine god. Yet Bona still smiled at him. Archmagos, you must understand this. If I wished to kill you, I would not go through such trouble. I came to converse with you in sincerity. Archmagos and Duna's mind raced, analyzing the situation at lightning speed. But from the reaction just now, he had only a 0.00000014 chance of escaping this predicament. The opponent's mastery of psychic power was terrifying. My soul belongs only to the great Omnicia. Bona chuckled. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. I am not dragging you into the embrace of the warp demons. I simply wish to shatter this rotten Imperium, nothing more. Not to become a servant of the warp gods. Archmagos and Duna's processors overheated, too, had just burned out, slowing his operations. And if I still refuse? Bona's smile remained amiable, but his words were chilling. So cold that Archmagos and Duna recalled the days when he could still feel the chill. I will kill you, then seek out your apprentice. If your apprentice refuses, I will kill him too and move to the next subordinate until I have eliminated everyone. If you all prove so unyielding, I will have Mugos Duo-Kusin take over here. Bona stood up, gazing through the viewport at the massive machinery in operation beneath, which countless machines and servitors toiled. Humanity now faces increasingly powerful enemies, yet almost everyone remains unchanged from 10,000 years ago. No, that is incorrect. Humanity is worse off than 10,000 years ago. Archmagos and Duna, perhaps you never witnessed the glorious era of the Great Crusade a millennium ago and cannot comprehend its radiance. Humanity is in a terrible state now. I no longer care about damnable restrictions. Do I care not whether abominable intelligence will provoke a second Men of Iron rebellion, nor whether those dangerous weapons will shatter the entire galaxy. What I care about now is utilizing every power, whether from chaos heretics or Xenos, to pull humanity back from the brink of extinction. Even if I must bear the guilt, I will use it. We need stronger weapons, a mightier fleet, and unwavering resolve. If humanity is destined to be the loser of this galaxy, then I will drag the entire galaxy into the abyss. Do you understand, Archmagos? Archmagos and Duna fell silent. This time he did not waste wetware on extensive calculations. He simply looked. For some reason, this heretical speech, when heard by the Archmagos, did not ignite the fury of denouncing heresy. Instead, It possessed a strange allure that compelled him to act. After a calm analysis, Archmagos and Duna finally gave his answer. I shall join. I wish to become the first fabricator general of the Black Mechanicum. Of course, welcome. Let us strive together for the future of humanity. Gahid 3 was a thoroughly desolate world with a thin atmosphere and a thick layer of rock beneath the sparse soil. Yet it held few mineral deposits, a godforsaken place that would make even a dog shake its head in dismay. But recently Gahid 3 had changed. No longer was it a realm of lifeless rock alone. Green mushrooms began to sprout upon its surface alongside giant mounds of refuse. Had the Inquisition witnessed this sight, they would have sneered and unhesitatingly issued an exterminatus, eradicating every single bacterium from the planet. In short, Gahid 3 had gone green. Gagos's eye had butchered a few greenskin pirates who refused to recognize him as their boss, chopped them into pieces and tossed them onto Gahid 3. Strictly speaking, orcs were not animals, but rather motile fungi. Each individual endlessly emitted spores into the... If an orc were chopped into pieces without thorough cleansing by a promethium flamethrower, a massive cluster of spores would soon grow, differentiating into the basic units of greenskin society: orcs, Gretchen, and squigs. These orcs, after prolonged infighting, would produce a war boss, a greenskin warlord who would lead them to weld together junkyard vessels capable of soaring into space, seeking battle after battle. The greenskins on Gahid 3 had been established under bonus authorization. To ensure that his little rebel empire would not be casually wiped out, Bona unhesitatingly chose to exploit these brutal, war-hungry Xenos. He even ordered the massive debris from the demolished Hive City to be dumped directly onto Gahid 3 to help the orcs evolve more quickly. Thanks to the psychic aggregation field known as the WAC, field greenskins could unite with immense will to fight while using their junk to craft weapons and ships that defied the laws of physics. In other words, a wooden stick could pierce a Terminator simply because the orc thought it could, and a wooden spaceship could fly without falling apart solely because they believed it. Now Horus was busy with the finishing touches. A large greenskin wailed as it collapsed, a gaping wound in its chest spouting endless blood. The enraged orc let out a final roar, whack. Then its head lolled, and it was still. Horus flicked the Xeno's blood from his power claw, looking around with satisfaction. Well, orcs. Now by your rules I am your boss. The surrounding orcs were bewildered, clutching their motley assortment of cobbled-together weapons, their minds overheating. A Gretchen jumped up and said, "You ain't no orc, we can't call you boss." Instantly the other boys chimed in agreement. Silence. Horus let out a fierce roar, cowing the orcs once more. There's no rule saying a war boss has to be an orc. By your traditions I beat your boss, so y'all gotta listen to me. I'm the strongest, biggest, most whack thing here. The greenskins' brains began to churn, entering a state of thinking. After a long while they seemed to realize something. Maybe. This big shrimp is right. Then why should we follow you? Because I can give you the whack you crave. Horus clenched his claws. You stupid fools waste your lives fighting over nothing on this rock. Beyond this planet, there are countless worlds with wars beyond your imagination. A whack. Bigger than any whack you've ever seen. My boss is called the Emperor, the most powerful, most whack boss in the galaxy. Every day billions of his boys are wagging. If you want to join that super whack party, shut up and listen to me. Then behind Horus, a giant screen rigged by several tech priests displayed visuals based on his descriptions. Massive warships exchanged broadsides, fought and boarded in the void. The Imperial Eagle and the Orc face visibly clashed until brains nearly spattered. When all the greenskins saw a cruiser accelerate and ram a frigate into a brilliant explosion, a gorgeous firework in space, these unsophisticated orcs cheered in unison with a chorus of whack. On the ground, human Astartes and orcs locked in combat. Colossal titans and gargants exchanged fire across hundreds of kilometers, a sight that sent many greenskins into ecstasy. Then came that super explosive, ultra awesome hyper-whack figure, his body as tall as a house, armed with a massive cannon and magnificent tusks. Good grief. Such a mighty whack. Greenskin boss, they had never seen the like. By me teeth. That get is huge, massive, and whack. The greenskins marveled, and many orcs yearned to join that big fellow in the whack. But then a majestic silhouette flashed, a giant human shrimp radiating golden light, who cleaved that whack fellow in one swing. The greenskins fell silent. Suddenly Gahid 3 was filled with the sound of whack. As the orcs realized this planet had lost its appeal. Even the previously entertaining greenskin brawl now seemed as dull as a bunch of Gretchen playing house. Horus gazed at the dumbfounded greenskins and nodded in satisfaction. Now we're gonna launch a massive whack. We only take the toughest, fiercest boys. The rest of you weak gits don't embarrass yourselves. The greenskins, still rooted in place, stared blankly at Horus. Without a moment's hesitation, they grabbed any weapon at hand and began to fight. Once again, a grand greenskin mosh pit erupted on Gahid 3. The triumphant orcs swaggered onto the whack ships while the beaten boys stood outside, seething with resentment. And the so-called whack Ships were in fact the enormous boarding torpedo factories built by the Mechanicus. Bonus little rebel domain lacked the brave officers from imperial academies or the elite soldiers of the Astra Militarum. Its navy was mainly composed of undisciplined pirates and desperate souls sent on penance crusades by the Imperium. Expecting them to defeat the Bloodandran Imperial Navy was nothing short of a dream. Thus they had to resort to this blasphemous method, one that would by Imperial standards warrant the execution of an entire fleet command, to try to tip the scales. As soon as the greenskins entered the factory, they were subdued by poison gas in the compartments. After simple processing, they were stuffed into specially modified boarding torpedoes. These greenskin boarding torpedoes steadily lowered the temperature to suppress their activity, while continuously delivering sedatives through simple tubing, keeping them unconscious. Once the torpedo was launched, its Melta warhead burned through the ship's armor, triggering the greenskins' awakening. These greenskin boarding torpedoes were prepared precisely for the potential naval battle ahead. Since the rebel fleet lacked the firepower and discipline of the mighty Imperial Navy, they would resort to boarding tactics. As long as the Imperial Navy's firepower wasn't overwhelming enough to swiftly destroy the fleet under Spire's command, the torpedoes packed with greenskins would give the Imperial Navy a hefty dose of trouble. In addition, there were similar greenskin drop pods, greenskin megaboulders, and a host of other profane devices, essentially using the greenskins as living bombs. The reconstruction of the Astartes Legion was proceeding in an orderly fashion. As for progress, a new folder was created filled with nothing but a placeholder image. To cultivate a qualified space marine, one must start from childhood. Chapters typically selected children aged 8 to 14 as candidates for genocide implantation. Through 19 genocide surgeries passed down from the Emperor, an ordinary human could be transformed into a demigod superhuman with 2 hearts and 3 lungs. One of the primary factors limiting the number of Astartes was the scarcity of a vital organ known as the genocide. Each candidate was implanted with a genocide, a small organ containing crucial genetic material, the most precious asset of an Astartes chapter. It carried the combat experience of predecessors, helping the Astartes rapidly become a seasoned warrior. Every mature Astartes would generate another genocide, achieving a form of reproduction. But it was too slow. Not everyone possessed the suitable genes and indomitable will to endure the protracted genocide surgeries. Moreover, Astartes were constantly deployed on the front lines, hindering the smooth propagation of genocides. For a traitor empire that controlled only a single barren star system, the current method of inheritance was utterly insufficient to support the construction of an Astartes legion on the scale of the Great Crusade. And Bona was conducting this very experiment. With the assistance of 2 magi of the Mechanicus, a simple, yet functional genetic laboratory was established. So how do you plan to modify the gene surgery? One wrong step, and everything will be lost, Horus inquired, seated on a crate observing the bustling Bona. I have performed gene surgery on Thunder Warriors before. Without tampering with the core organs, this task isn't as challenging as you imagine. Oh, tell me the plan. Bona tapped a plan pinned to the wall with a rod. It listed the 19 gene surgery procedures for the Astartes with 2 huge crosses marked on it. Those 2 crosses covered the neuroglottis and the progenoid gland. The former was an organ that helped Astartes innately learn survival skills, even allowing them to gain memories by devouring the flesh of other beings. However, after closely observing the Blood Angels, Bona noted that their organ had overdeveloped. The genetic flaw of the Blood Angels' thirst for blood was clearly linked to this organ. Bona recalled that the Emperor had hastily deployed the Astartes legions, and many genetic defects remained, perhaps intentionally left unresolved. What was most absurd was that such a glaring defect existed in the vast Imperium, yet no one dared to fix it. Yet considering that the entire Imperium worshipped the Emperor as a god, it seemed almost normal. The latter was the organ critical for the growth and development of the genocide. I understand why you modified the first one, but why delete the progenoid gland, the source of genocides? Horus asked. Bona clapped his hands. It hinders mass production. What do you mean? Horus was puzzled. I plan to adopt the clone cultivation technology of the Mechanicus, using cheap and controllable clones to mass-produce genocides. Horus' face twitched. He wanted to say something, but genocides were indeed in dire shortage. Heresy or not, they were already branded as traitors. And what are those 5 you listed? These. Bona gazed at the 5 new surgeries he had added. Take a look yourself. Horus took the data slate Bona tossed over and studied it carefully. The first was an implanted organ called the genetic foundation, which would occupy the spot where the original genocide resided. Essentially, it was a gene extract from Thunder Warriors. After 10,000 years of iteration, the originally gene-modified Thunder Warriors had become the most genetically stable group of superhumans. They rarely suffered warp mutations and could even substantially overcome genetic conflicts, improving the success rate of modification surgeries. Its excellent resistance to the warp not only increased difficulty of corruption, but also provided the theoretical basis for the success of the subsequent 4 organs. The second was named War Bone, which would replace the Astartes' original bone marrow, greatly enhancing their hematopoietic function and releasing massive amounts of excitatory hormones during combat. The third was the Tree of Serenity, to be implanted in the Astartes' lower back. By activating and strengthening the stem cells in the kidneys, it granted the Astartes regenerative abilities akin to a starfish, limb regrowth, even agelessness. The fourth was Essence of Humanity, intended to liberate the overly suppressed emotional brain cells of the Astartes, enabling them to better empathize with ordinary humans' emotions rather than being mere killing machines. The fifth was the Few, located between the cerebellum, allowing Astartes to perceive the duality of matters in a short time and think from multiple perspectives, thereby cultivating more comprehensive and rational reasoning. But Horus' brow furrowed deeply. The last four clearly bore traces of the four ruinous powers of the warp. How dared Bona use them directly? Where did those last four come from? I extracted them from my own body. What? When did you do that? I had no idea, Horus exclaimed in shock. Bona shot him a disdainful look. Then he picked up a bolter and fired at his left palm. In an instant, flesh was shattered and bone was exposed. Yet in the blink of an eye, the missing left palm regenerated at an astonishing speed. Necrotic tissue sloughed off, new skin formed, all visible to the naked eye. In a moment, it was indistinguishable from before. Horus stood with his mouth agape, momentarily speechless. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. If you're bored, go ask the two Magi, Doxin and Antana, about their progress. Watching Bona's bustling figure at the lab bench, Horus wanted to speak, but couldn't find words. He felt Bona was becoming more and more like the Emperor, loving everyone, yet cruel to all, even to himself. Get some rest, take care of yourself. Horus didn't know why he said that, and he walked out. Inside, the busy Bona looked at Horus back with confusion. What's gotten into him? Bona thought Horus was becoming increasingly noisy. He considered retrieving a few of Horus' brothers to keep him company. But who was close to Horus? The only name he remembered was Robert Gilliman, until a cold sensation on his hand alerted Bona that he had spilled a reagent. He frowned slightly and sighed in resignation. Time to start over. Keys Lien was an utter scum dwelling in the underbelly of the bottom nest. He had grown up there since infancy, orphaned, for he had descended with the colossal refuse through the massive pipes as a baby. He was a true junkman. The White Steel Bar took him into this gang, arranged for an old man named Old Rotten Tooth to care for the infant. Keys Lien's name was discovered by Old Rotten Tooth on a trash packaging box. Finding it suitable, the name stuck. Old Rotten Tooth carried the pitiful Keys Lien on his back as they scoured every garbage mountain in the bottom nest. From a tender age, the gaunt Keys Lien could swiftly discern valuable items amidst the refuse. His greatest joy came when scraps of food descended from above. His happiest moment occurred on his 13th birthday, a day known as the Emperor's Ascension Festival. Keys Lien knew not who the Emperor was, perhaps a formidable gang lord of the Hive. On that day, a cascade of uneaten food tumbled down the pipes, sparking a frenzy among the junk men of the bottom nest. Using his slender frame, Keys Lien snatched half an energy bar for Old Rotten Tooth. The old man and the young boy shared it bite by bite. On days when dumping was forbidden, Keys Lien idly sifted through discarded items, finding books adorned with illustrations that captivated him. Keys Lien loved reading. With no one to teach him, he deciphered characters one by one, aided by illustrations and his remarkable talent. He became one of the few literate individuals in the bottom nest. Yet literacy was of little use, especially when Old Rotten Tooth fell gravely ill. During this time, the old man lay bedridden, and Keys Lien desperately scavenged the garbage, hoping to gather enough batteries to buy medicine. He even risked climbing nearly 200 meters up the pipes into the lower nest to scavenge. Today, Keys Lien stealthily returned to his dwelling. If that rusty iron sheet could be called a home. He tiptoed into the shack, but the next moment a harsh roar echoed in his ears. "You little brat, daring to demand payment." A heavy blow struck his head, and the next moment Keys Lien saw the ground, followed by a flurry of kicks and punches. Several gang members viciously kicked Keys Lien, then pinned him down and snatched away the valuable iron plate with a digital display that he had painstakingly collected. That was worth a fortune, enough to buy a bottle of water. "No, give it back. That's mine." "Yours." "No, it belongs to the Blood Fawn gang." The leader gloated over the digital plate. "So you've been scavenging in the lower nest lately. No wonder you suddenly had money for medicine." "That medicine is for my father." "Your father? A dying old man, why waste medicine? This is just interest. He'll be back in 3 days." The smug gangsters turned to leave when suddenly the leader collided with the steel plate. "Who the—" Looking up, he saw a massive iron can twice his height. The gangster— At that moment, a voice came from the side. "Which one of you is?" He'd goad Keys Lien. Bona read the name, struggling to recognize the crooked letters. All eyes turned to the battered figure lying on the ground. Bona frowned, walked over gently, and helped Keys Lien up. "Are you Keys Lien?" The blood-streaked youth was stunned. He had never seen such pristine white robes. This must be a lord from the upper nest. A wave of terror washed over him. He scrambled to his feet and began kowtowing frantically. Sorry. I didn't mean to steal the trash. I thought it was abandoned. I just wanted some garbage to heal my father. He'll repay it, I swear. Please don't throw my father out. Bonus' expression was complex. With a glance, the Thunder Warriors gagged the gangsters and dragged them away. He looked at Keys Lien, who had gradually calmed down. Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you a question. All right, Keys Lien replied timidly. About 42 days ago, did you take an exam? Keys Lien recalled. Earlier, while scavenging in the lower nest, he had run into the enforcers and fled in panic into a building. There were many people inside, and they were told to take an exam. After the door sealed, Keys Lien followed a long answering question. Forgive me, sir, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm sorry. Quiet. Bonus shout silenced Keys Lien. He held up the exam paper, its crooked script, excluding those who only wrote the Emperor's Prayer or couldn't write. You gave the best answers in Sector C2 of the lower nest. At least your solutions were practical. The Department of Justice couldn't find you, so I came personally. Now answer me one question. Would you like to become an officer of the Internal Affairs Department? Keys Lien was stunned. He had no idea what an Internal Affairs officer was, or what it entailed. Yet he still waved his hands in panic, refusing. No, sir, I have to care for my father. I can't leave him, hell starve. If you could give me some time, I'll serve you after I've taken care of him. He'll definitely come, I swear. Bona frowned slightly, and Keys Lien, fearing displeasure, kowtowed even more frantically. Bona pulled him up, leaving stains on his white robe. Keys Lien, I'm not making you my servant. You're a human being, not anyone's slave. Now, in the name of the Emperor, I ask you to dedicate your energy and time to work for the future of humanity. Do you understand? What Bona saw was only a face of utter ignorance. The bottom nesters had once again shattered his expectations of the Empire's citizens' ignorance. Fine, Keys Lien. Now get to work. Your reward will be about 10 energy bars per day. Instantly, Keys Lien's eyes gleamed with light. Yes, sir. He'll work hard for you. He then tried to kneel and kiss Bona's shoes, but was pulled up. All right, now come with us. The autonomous government of the Talon Keedstar sector was officially established yesterday. We shall follow the will of the great Emperor to rebuild a grand empire filled with reason and dreams. We shall rescue humanity from ignorance and chaos. The colossal audio array system broadcast the latest news in a powerful resonant tone, repeating the message of Talon Ked's independence throughout the entire star sector. Though its broadcast amplitude did not reach the far ends of the eastern star domain, the Empire knew this announcement was inevitable. Now flying over the planet Talon Keed was no longer the Imperial double-head eagle flag, but a soaring eagle with a lightning bolt clutched in its left talon and a sharp sword in its right. This emblem originated from the Thunder Eagle banner adopted by the Emperor during the distant era of Terra's unification. Bona chose this flag precisely to revive the glory of the Great Imperial Crusade. Colonel Sakit of the Imperial Guard's nosed 3rd Regiment stared grimly at the cities rising one after another in the colossal hive cities had been bulldozed by the heavy machinery of the Mechanicus, peeled layer by layer from top to bottom like some native wild plant. In their place stood colonization ships laden with departing immigrants and cities sprouting up across Talon Keed 3. The devastated ecosystem was being restored with the help of the Mechanicus. Now even the dregs from the Underhive could enter the newly built factories, earning a salary with their own labor instead of being driven away by enforcers due to their birth. The newly established autonomous government of the Talon Keedstar sector was not, as many imagined, a mere plaything for the upper nobility. It genuinely absorbed large numbers of people from the mid-hive, lower hive, and even the former Underhive dregs. From the moment it took root, it generated surging momentum, driving Talon Ked's construction with an unprecedented speed and fervent enthusiasm. A process that previously would have required centuries as a unit of time. What astonished Colonel Sakit most was that the formerly listless Imperial lowborn now seemed filled with vitality. They no longer worked themselves to death just to scrape together a meager meal, but labored to put meat on their families' tables. Colonel, I broke my promise. I hope you can accept this apology delayed by 4 years. Colonel Sakit saw the mysterious figure approach from beside him. It doesn't matter. At least you kept your word, said Colonel Sakit. During the first year, he had kept the nosed 3rd Regiment on constant combat alert. At the slightest hint of chaotic sacrifice, he would have charged in without hesitation, fighting to the death, even if the entire regiment perished just to buy time for the Imperial forces. But contrary to his expectations, the other party did not conduct any large-scale sacrificial rituals. In fact, they were quite averse to chaos, even executing chaos cultists who mutinied aboard a starship. Over these 4 years, he employed an iron fist and shrewd governance to drive Talon Ked's development, achieving efficiency that rivaled even the Mechanicus. No, he could even command the Mechanicus and the Astartes, compelling these two proud entities to obey his orders docilely. The nobles, unwilling to see their privileges steadily stripped away, constantly created petty troubles trying to prove their worth to this man, but each was resolved in turn. Until at last his patience was exhausted by endless political maneuvers. He gave the nobles a chance to rebel, allowing them to launch an uprising they believed would succeed. Then, Then all the rebel nobles were hanged from the emperor's statue. To this day, the man in white robes had accomplished in just 4 years what the local nobility had failed to achieve in centuries. Bona gazed at the base still under construction. On the vast construction site, tiny black dots moved. Each one, Colonel, this galaxy is dark. Chaos, Xenos, and even factions within the Empire are all hoping for the collapse of the Imperium of Man. The Emperor alone cannot save the already decaying Imperium. He is already overburdened. The only ones who can save humanity are humans themselves. I don't mean the nobles, lords, or some general. I mean the hard-working people, the soldiers fighting at the front, even the slave laborers in the underhives. If they become utterly disillusioned with the Imperium, preferring to embrace the demons of chaos rather than the hell that is the Imperium, then humanity's doom is only a matter of time. Bona extended his hand, pointing to the wilderness in the distance. The sun set and darkness began to shroud the land. In the distant plains, dots of light appeared one after another, swallowed by the darkness, yet still persisting. I gave them the dignity of being human and the right to pursue happiness. Now they unleash unprecedented passion, defending all this with a drive never seen before. Bona turned to face the colonel. I have founded a military force called the Dawn Army, meaning to bring a glimmer of hope to the toiling masses of the Imperium, using this tiny light to win a possible future for humanity. So Colonel Sakit, I need your experience and knowledge to help Talankid build an army that can restore human glory, an army that dares to fight and sacrifice. This path is dangerous. Our enemies include Xenos that have endured for millennia, heretics of extreme danger, and even threats from the very empire you are loyal to. Yet are you still willing to strive for the future we long for? Colonel Sakit was silent for a long while, then let out a long sigh. He removed the imperial emblem from his chest and stared solemnly at the man before him. I will do everything in my power within my limited time to build a mighty legion. Bona smiled and clasped his hand. Welcome, Colonel. Recently, Horus found himself in a state of intense anxiety. The 16th Legion under his reconstruction was approaching the stage of implanting genocide. After 4 years of construction, the batch of Astartes candidates Horus had selected had reached the age for genocide. This batch of candidates was meticulously chosen by Horus. His selection criteria were not based on social class, but on individual merit. He refused to accept the Emperor's fanatical followers, as seeing them always reminded him of his brother Lorgar. Nor did he want those stained with blood and marked by infamy, especially the scavengers from the Underhive, whom Horus deemed overly brutal in their methods. What he selected was a group of seemingly ordinary individuals. Many of those Horus recruited were wilderness scavengers who could not even enter the Underhive. He believed their agility, resilience, and cunning matched the qualities of the Luna Wolves he once led. The Gene Foundation organ crafted from the genetic extracts of Thunder Warriors had proven remarkably successful, greatly enhancing the candidate's success rate, a result that astonished Horus. The subsequent 4 additional surgeries also failed to produce the large-scale warp mutations Horus had anticipated. As for the outcome, whether these Astartes would be more susceptible to the embrace of chaos, Horus remained uncertain, though for now things appeared promising. If bonus 5 additional surgeries had already set Horus on edge, the genocide about to be implanted was even more momentous. For these materials originated from the Black Legion. Genocide, in essence, is a hybrid of genetic virus and specific hormones, the key to transforming a mortal into an Astartes. It was a creation of the Emperor derived from the Primarchs 10,000 years ago. Perhaps remnants of the loyalist 16th Legion still existed, but Horus could not find them. Even if he did, they would likely fight to the death armed with Meltas. If bonus 5 additional surgeries carried potential warp influence, then these genocides were indisputably tainted by the warp. Thus Horus knelt daily before the Emperor's shrine praying. Yet he stubbornly refused to pray using the Lectitio Divinitatis written by the zealot Lorgar, instead clasping his hands before the shrine and reciting improvised prayers. Finally, when the day arrived, Horus stood anxiously at the doorway. My lord, do not worry, we shall endure. Before him stood a youth named Nalif, a hunter's son, and one of the candidates. Horus frowned at the spirited young man, memories flooding back. But he quickly cast them aside and offered a smile. Go on, lad. I believe you can do it. Yes, my lord. Nalif replied, brimming with excitement. Horus watched him enter. An apothecary from a renegade war band would soon implant genocide into all candidates. Horus had personally investigated that warband was sent by the Imperium on a penitent crusade, still faithful to the Emperor and not yet swayed by the Chaos Gods. Quite reliable. Now all he could do was hope for no mishaps. Meanwhile, Bona was in discussion with Archmago Zenona. We need output. With this paltry production, we cannot even assemble a fleet with full combat capability. The Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, augmented with additional storage, appeared quite agitated. Oh, foolish. The necessary respect for the great Omnicia must be maintained. I have already streamlined the production process as much as possible, but the requisite rites and blessings are indispensable. Only thus will the great Omnicia bestow his glory. Bona listened utterly exasperated. The greatest challenge facing the Laying Empire was the agonizingly slow rate of ship construction. Archmagos Annona stubbornly insisted on his sacred ritual of consecration and adhered to a host of incomprehensible dogmas. Currently, the space shipyard built with the aid of abominable intelligence could only produce cruiser-class vessels, such as the Gothic and Dictator-class cruisers, limited by scale and available resources. The original construction speed could have been swift. Bona calculated that a batch of cruisers could be launched every 5 years at best. However, the stubborn adherence of the Mechanicus to ceremonial rites and various perplexing rituals had severely slowed progress. Though the construction speed had already leaped ahead of typical Mechanicus shipyards thanks to abominable intelligence, it was far from sufficient in Bona's eyes. He foresaw that in the near future, boundless terror would spill from the Eye of Terror, tearing the already crumbling Imperium asunder. Although Bona also wished to tear down the Imperium, his goal was conquest that left behind reason and prosperity, not the flames and bloodshed left by the Black Legion. Thus, for now, he had to help the Imperium survive this crisis, which required a sufficiently powerful fleet and legion. Bona sighed in resignation. Now begin construction of Chaos warships, prioritizing the Hades and Murder classes. The Archmagos stared at Bona, emitting strange sounds from his. I lack the knowledge for this type of construction. Bona understood immediately. He was angling for that book again. Archmagos, I need sufficient vessels, and I am well aware of the expected construction speed for these ships, Bona said, fixing his gaze on the Archmagos. Most of the current Chaos Fleet's vessels were new designs from the later stages of the Great Crusade intended to quickly supply the legions. Their construction time and material costs were less extravagant than traditional Imperial ships, but this came at the cost of relatively weaker armor and short-range firepower, hence why Chaos Fleets were often broken by close-combat Astartes strike cruisers. Archmagos Annona snatched the book almost instantly, and Bona could swear he saw the Magos' non-existent organic eyes gleam. Of course this type will be faster, completed. Do you require demon engines? Bona looked at the Mechanicus Archmagos in astonishment. Since joining the Dark Mechanicum, this Archmagos had become markedly enthusiastic about employing technologies once banned as heretical. No, I need controllability. We cannot afford to waste energy on those untrustworthy demons. That will be easy. Now do not disturb my precious time. The Archmagos turned and left, eager to study the valuable knowledge. Bona did not press further. He hoped they would make it in time. Eastern Far Space Sector Military Command. 8 years after the fall of Terrancade. Amid towering stacks of documents, a standard servitor glided silently. Its metal shell reflected the ceiling light joints, emitting faint mechanical whirs as it extracted a newly arrived astral message from the mountain of files and slid it smoothly to the edge of Grand Master Izimu's desk. Grand Master Izimu raised his head, movements sluggish and heavy. His temples were already gray, sparse silver hair above a face etched with wrinkles and age spots. The years had carved deep marks upon him. The Empire's most advanced biotech and the most efficient medical treatments maintained his aging shell day after day, like precision instruments. The biosavants of the cult Mechanicus monitored his every bodily parameter, ensuring that the pillar of the Eastern Far Sector would not fall easily. The burden was immense. Nearly half of all military affairs in the vast Eastern Far Sector converged upon him. Everyday documents requiring his review, directives needing his approval, and matters demanding his decisions flowed in like an unceasing tide, wave after wave. Grandmaster Izimu rubbed his slightly tired eyes, his weary, yet still sharp gaze sweeping over the cold Imperial Eagle emblem on the message's cover and the emergency level marked in standard font. Grandmaster Izimu scanned the contents of the astral message with those tired yet shrewd eyes. Terrancade 3 was under attack by a Chaos fleet with over 1,000 Chaos Astartes and a Chaos fleet that included a battlecruiser-grade vessel. Grandmaster Izimu frowned. Terrancade 3. He searched his memory for a long time, but could not recall which. I need the last 200 years of records for Terrancade 3 intelligence on Chaos forces active in the Eastern Far Sector, and the last tax collection records from the Administratum. A military aide beside him immediately began searching the vast archives. Soon enough, the relevant materials were delivered. With the aide's help, Grandmaster Izimu quickly learned about Terrancade 3. Terrancade 3. Imperial Feral World. Population 182300000. Tax tier 3rd class intermediate, suitable for recently colonized frontier worlds. According to records from a century ago, Terrancade was a relatively habitable world with 3 moons a day of approximately 23 Terran hours and a certain amount of mineral deposits. It hosted some harmless xeno species suspected to be of potential breeding value. But due to its great distance from the Astronomican's light on Terra, Terrancade remained uninhabited for a long time. Only in recent millennia, because of the Black Crusades, did some refugees flee to the Eastern Far Sector. According to Grandmaster Izimu's estimate, Terrancade's current population likely reached around 3 billion. But Grandmaster Asemu still could not understand why nearly 1,000 Astartes would attack this godforsaken place. Even if they sacrificed everyone there to summon demons, there was no valuable target to strike. The most reasonable hypothesis was that the astropathic choir had made an error and misreported the scale of the Chaos Warband's attack. It might have been just a destitute Chaos Warband raiding a world for supplies. Just as Grandmaster Asemu was about to place Terrancade 3 on the endless rotational strike list, he noticed an attached message. The Empire now has completely betrayed the Emperor's will. We will, a bright future. Calling a god is supreme blasphemy. This astral message came from a rogue traitor. Those brave souls wandering the Empire always appeared in the most unexpected places. And this message contained broadcast content from Terrancade 3. Asemu frowned deeply, then imagined the most plausible scenario. The Chaos Warbands were attempting to corrupt Terrancade 3 and use it as a foothold to launch an offensive across the entire Eastern Far Sector. A significant portion of the Eastern Far Sector's forces had already been diverted to confront the great Chaos enemy, and the whole sector was teetering on the brink of eruption. If Chaos were allowed to develop this stronghold, it would bring trouble to the entire Eastern Far Sector, burning like wildfire across the whole region. Grandmaster Asemu removed Terrancade from the rotational strike list and placed it on the emergency strike list. With the command of the Departamento Munitorum, the vast and decaying machine of the Imperium began to turn, deploying its forces in the remote sector. Over a dozen Astra Militarum regiments were called up, an Imperial Navy squadron was assembled, and 3 Astartes chapters were ordered to attack. The process would likely take over a decade. The Imperial Guard needed to be raised and trained. The Imperial Navy had to extract enough ships from its endless patrol rotations, and the Astartes chapters also required sufficient free time. Finally, 30 years after Terrancade 3 sent its distress signal, the Imperial Relief Force would arrive in haste. Of course, if nothing went wrong. Terrancade 3, a fleet assembled. This fleet had an extremely complex composition: Imperial traders, pirates, and a newly formed navy with fresh ships. The ship types were equally diverse, from classic Imperial vessels with boot-shaped prows to Mechanicus fleet ships engraved with giant mechanical skull motifs to Chaos craft resembling massive blades. There were also boarding troops from the Dawn Army and a group of Astartes recruits clad in shiny white power armor. The gene surgery modifications were highly successful. The overall success rate was terrifyingly high, allowing the nearly extinct 16th Legion to once again raise 800 Astartes. They had undergone training under Thunder Warriors, and led by the former traitor chapters, filed orderly into the strike cruisers. Oh, and those former traitor chapters could no longer be called traitors, such a blasphemous term. Now they were bona fide veterans of the Great Crusade. Bona stood on the deck of the Just Defender, gazing at this small fleet. There were many ships, but compared to the Imperial Navy they might face, the fleet was tiny. If confronted by a renowned fleet like the Gothic fleet, it would be crushed in an instant. But there was no more time to wait. Bona could feel the storm brewing within the eye of terror, the myriad thunders poised to shatter. He strode to the bridge and spoke into the Vox system. Comrades, though we are small, our will is as hard as steel, like the dawn that pierces the dark future. For the return of prosperity and reason, for the future of humanity. Dawn Crusade Advance. The Cabral Galaxy was the borderland system within the far eastern star domain. It marked the farthest reach where the Astronomicon could shine steadily. Beyond lay the mysterious outer rim, teeming with alien species, heretics, and all manner of bizarre entities. Cabral, as the Empire's frontier in the distant star region, stood guard steadfastly, separating the Imperium from the chaotic forces beyond. Alternatively, it provided supplies for those rogue traders bold enough to venture into the outer rim. To protect the Imperial border, a certain number of Astra Militarum regiments and an Imperial Navy subfleet were stationed here. But now Cabral had fallen into panic. A warp rift opened at the Mandeville Point, and immediately a massive fleet emerged. If a full Imperial Navy main fleet had been stationed here, it might not have been too great a problem. But for Cabral, which only possessed a cruiser squadron, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. Commodore Arax led his cruiser squadron out of the starport, preparing to intercept the attacking Dawnlight fleet. Order the Ghost to advance to Sector VY6, the Despair to Z8, execute Standard Tactic 3, and warm up the torpedoes. Just as the Commodore was methodically assigning combat tasks, his adjutant suddenly reported, "Commodore, they are hailing us. Put it through." Instantly, the Vox system crackled to life. "Imperial fleet, we are the Dawnlight army come to deliver the Imperium from its suffering. The Emperor's will has been twisted for 10,000 years. The Imperium now is corrupt and decadent, and human civilization faces extinction. I ask you to join us, or at least cease hostilities." Arax's face contorted with rage as he roared back, "Heretics! We will die here before we let you pass." He cut the communication. Arax stared at the fleet approaching in the distance. "Launch torpedoes, prepare for boarding actions." Bona, whose call had been rudely terminated, looked at the Imperial fleet ahead with a conflicted expression. Beside him, Horus seemed unsurprised. I told you it wouldn't work. Anyone who sees us will open fire with everything they have. Well then, Bona watched the Imperial Navy warships launching torpedoes in the distance. Admiral Spear, it's your turn. Admiral Spear nodded and immediately began the work he excelled at. The battle fleet fanned out, interceptors were launched to engage the incoming torpedoes. The Harbinger-class Chaos warships mounted lance batteries with nearly twice the range of Imperial Navy lances. Now colossal crimson lances pierced the dark void, striking the cruisers with pinpoint accuracy. The void shields shimmered, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors reminiscent of the warp. This ancient protective technology diverted physical attacks into the immaterium, a method typically reserved for Imperial Navy vessels and god machines. The Pluto-class, however, mounted an even more terrifying number of lances, overloading the lead ship's void shields and the blink. Both Imperial and Chaos warships primarily mounted their main armament along the broadsides. Engagements often resembled ancient Terran naval battles, with both sides forming a line of battle and exchanging broadsides. Admiral Spear elevated this tactic to an art form. Under his precise orchestration, every ship in the fleet occupied the optimal position, delivering accurate firepower onto distant enemy vessels. Standing on the bridge, Bona observed the battle, thoughtfully absorbing naval combat knowledge. Admiral, why did you order the priority targets to be the ships? Bona inquired. Those cruisers are standard Imperial designs, the Tyrant and Overlord classes. Both are modifications of the Shadowman class. They have thick armor and a sturdy ram at the bow, but the stern is usually more vulnerable. As Admiral Spear explained, Bona silently committed these details to memory. Then it seems the Cabrald fleet is at a disadvantage. Bona asked. Yes. Admiral Spear watched the Imperial fleet, which had already begun to turn. Standard procedure now, they will charge at us at full speed using their rams to break our formation, then tear apart our fragile Chaos vessels with macro cannons at close range. Those ships' armor cannot withstand point-blank bombardment. Spear glanced at Bona. Considering that our Chaos fleet still bears the Emperor's holy icons instead of demons, and most of our crew are pirates and raw recruits, we might not even win the upcoming boarding actions. Bona felt a headache coming on. So many ships yet threatened by a handful of Imperial cruisers. He looked at the distant cruiser squadron. Exactly as Spear had predicted, brilliant flames erupted from their sterns as they charged at full speed. All right, Admiral, I understand. Prepare to launch our orc boarding pods. As Commodore Arax's led ship raced toward the Dawnlight fleet, the cowardly traitors predictably began to accelerate to avoid collision, scattering their formation. Arax's face broke into a grin, and he immediately gave orders. Prepare boarding pods. Macro cannon batteries focus on enemy engines, strike them from the rear. In the void, no race, except the orcs mounted weapons on the rear engine sections of their ships. Even the nimble Eldar vessels, when outflanked from behind, would suffer catastrophic damage. Both sides launched boarding pods at each other from close range, a torrent of pods raining down upon the opposing ships. Every second some unlucky pod was struck by point defense fire, its occupants becoming drifting corpses in the void. At this moment, Commodore Arax's Imperial cruiser squadron had achieved a major tactical success. They were hammering the Dawnlight fleet's rear with macro cannons at extremely close range. The mass of Chaos warships at the rear of the battle line were like lambs to the slaughter. Just a few more salvos to overload their void shields, then destroy their engines, and they would be reduced to helpless hulks. Suddenly, the adjutant rushed over holding a voxcaster. Commodore Arax. Colonel Yaliko reports the middeck area is lost. 3 macro cannon positions on the port side have gone silent. What? Arax was shocked. Were the enemy boarding pods packed with demons or Astartes? Boarding parties were essentially cannon fodder. Their purpose was to cause as much chaos as possible before dying. How could they have taken so many sectors so quickly? Give me that. Arax took the voxcaster. Colonel Yaliko, what's happening over there? But instead of Colonel Yeliko's voice, a deafening roar echoed through the speaker. Wahhhhh. Today was the most joyous day for Hahadapeo, without a doubt. Just as that bald human shrimp had said, following Boss Di Huang meant an endless supply of wog to join. He raised a boomstick thicker than a bolter while brandishing a massive choppa. For Boss Di Huang, wag. Wag. Instantly the surrounding orcs began to wog as well, charging toward the distant human lines. The desperate naval troopers paused for a moment, then answered the greenskins with even more furious battle fervor. You disgusting blasphemous Xenos dare to defile the Holy Emperor. Slay them all. For the Emperor. The orcs grew excited. These shrimps truly had taste, and joined in the chant. For Di Huang. If there was one type of combat that could most level the gap between an Astartes and a mortal, it was undoubtedly naval boarding. In cramped corridors, naval troopers would use boarding shields, plasma guns, and meltas, suddenly meeting the enemy at a corner. Then life or death was decided in a single second. Even the demigod supermen, the Astartes, struggled to leverage their advantages in naval boarding, their survival rate was only slightly higher than that of regular naval troopers. This was why most species in the galaxy disliked boarding actions. Of course, greenskins and Tyranids were exceptions. The former loved mindless brawling. The simple-minded, thick-limbed orc boys often turned their foes into whimpering husks during boarding actions. The latter simply relied on sheer numbers. After all, while the scope of an empire might be too vast for the Tyranids to swallow whole, overwhelming a single warship was still effortless. When the Kabalite sector fleet discovered that the boarding pods launched by the Dawn fleet were packed entirely with orcs, everything became irredeemable. The orcs effortlessly tore through the naval troopers' defenses and brought slaughter to every corner of the vessel. Gun decks, engine rooms, power cores. Finally, Commodore Alex sent a final transmission to Kabalite. This is Commodore Alex. My ship has lost control of most areas. The greenskins are attacking the command deck. I have ordered maximum engine thrust and overloaded the power core. For the Emperor. Under the gaze of Bona and Spire, the blazing flagship of Commodore Alex erupted with a blinding radiance from its stern, then rammed into a Huanquan-class cruiser on the flank, its prow driving deep into the cruiser's side. The flagship then detonated, cleaving the cruiser in two. A brilliant fire briefly illuminated the dark void, then faded back into darkness. Only the flickering flames from the Imperial warships that had been consumed by the orcs still glowed. Bona was silent, then reached out and grasped the air. Tiny points of light appeared in his hand, radiating a barely perceptible golden glow. "What is that?" asked Admiral. "The souls of Alex and his men who just fell in battle." Bona clenched his fist and closed his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of voices flooded his mind, or it took him several minutes to suppress them before he opened his eyes again. He looked at the crew on the bridge, their morale somewhat low after witnessing the heroic sacrifice of their sister ship. "I understand your feelings, but this is no time to waste. There are hundreds of millions of Imperial citizens on Kabalite who need to be saved. Prepare for ground assault." Admiral Spire watched the white-robed figure depart. He then turned to Inquisitor, all right beside him. There was something off about that one. "Inquisitor, did you notice anything?" All right snapped back to attention, looking at Spire. "Nothing." Aboard the Luna's Kiss. At that moment, Horus was inside the strike cruiser, gazing upon. The pristine white power armor gleamed under the lights, forming a stark contrast with the weathered battleplate of the veteran warriors around them. Upon their shoulder guards was the black and white wolf's head emblem, below it a crescent moon. Their faces were so youthful, their vigor soaring to the heavens. This was the rebuilt 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves. The first 800 were all meticulously chosen by Horus. They hailed from different places, the scavenger waste of talent, or the smoke-choked factories of the Underhive. Standing at the front was First Captain Nerif, the Hunter's son. Second Captain Kober, the Wanderer's son. Third Captain Jamf, the lowborn noble's son. Horus, like the alpha of a wolf pack, looked upon these growing cubs with great satisfaction. "Children, are you ready for your first battle? Though you have achieved good results in training, true Astartes are forged in the crucible of war. Many of you will not return. The Astra Militarum's will to resist will far exceed your expectations. They would rather die than abandon their positions. Are you afraid? War will win." Jamf stepped forward. "Father, we will bring you a glorious victory. The corrupt imperial tyranny shall be destroyed." The somewhat inarticulate Kober didn't know what to say. He simply shouted the slogan he had learned, "For the Empire, for humanity." Nerif, meanwhile, struck his chest with his right fist. "The Luna Wolves will not fail your hopes. The Luna Wolves will not fail your hopes." The scene before him suddenly shifted, and the three figures before Horus transformed into others. First Captain Abaddon, Second Captain Tarek, Fourth Captain Hastur. And one more. 10th Captain Loken. Loken was staring at him with determination, striking his chest with his right fist. "The Luna Wolves will not fail your hopes. Father, Father." When Horus came to, he saw the puzzled expressions of Nerif and the other two. He pinched the bridge of his nose and collected himself. "Prepare for the landing assault. I will lead the attack with you." The three who had been confused immediately snapped to attention. "Yes." The Legion dispersed, organizing into landing parties under the guidance of veteran sergeants. Horus watched them with a complex expression. He had just recalled an extremely painful memory. Istvan III, the Grand Palace collapsed under the bombardment, the blood of the Loyalists drenching the entire planet. Inside that palace, a desperate Loken knelt on one knee, staring at him with eyes full of hatred and despair. "Father, you have betrayed the Emperor's will. You are destroying everything. You are destroying all of humanity." And he replied, "No, the Emperor wanted to sacrifice humanity. I am the one who will save it. Now I order you to surrender, my son." Never. After the Imperial Navy was annihilated, Kabalite II now faced the direct bombardment of the Expeditionary Fleet. Bona requested another communication demanding the surrender of Kabalite II, but the only response was, "We will never surrender, heretics." Bona frowned, snatching the communication array controls from Commodore Kaiki. "Kabalite, I repeat, we have not come for war or slaughter. The will of the God Emperor has been twisted over 10,000 years, Now ignorance and madness are the main themes of the Imperium. I now demand your surrender, and your join our dawn expedition. Cabalide's response was simple. The few remaining planetary defense systems on the planet fired furious artillery at the Dawn fleet. Bonus' face twitched. He couldn't understand why all humans nowadays were so insane. He remembered when his father unified Terra, those techno-barbarians and warlords could be negotiated with peacefully. So why did everyone in the Imperium now seem more deranged than those madmen? But when he thought of the ecclesiarchy, it seemed more reasonable. Horus was right, the current Imperium was simply uncommunicable. The offensive began. Unlike Talon Keed III, which no one cared about, Cabalide had deployed a considerable number of Astra Militarum Imperial Guard regiments with a total force of perhaps around 100,000. The number of Astra Militarum seemed large, but spread across Cabalide it was sparse. Only the starport at the equator, the main hive city in the northern hemisphere, and a few other hives had Astra Militarum garrisons. The main hive city had only about 20,000 troops. After losing the Imperial Navy, every strategic point was completely isolated with only a few Thunderhawks shuttling between. Once a large force moved, it would easily suffer strikes from the fleet in orbit. Considering his lack of actual experience commanding large armies, Bona handed command to Horus. Horus' plan was simple. Use fleet firepower to isolate the Astra Militarum forces, and other hives concentrate all firepower to capture the main hive. Then we'll have plenty of time to deal with the remaining Astra Militarum forces. We can wear them down slowly with artillery. Under Horus' orders, landing craft began to descend on the surface of Cabalide about 200 kilometers from the main hive city. A large number of Dawn Corps mortal soldiers were deployed. The Dawn Corps soldiers were recruited from Talon Keed, many ordinary civilians trained by the former Noster 3rd Regiment Astra Militarum. Although many tactical manuals were similar, there were huge differences between the two. The Astra Militarum, also known as the Imperial Guard, was the main foundation of the Imperium of Man. They were formed from the tithes of each imperial world, usually the most valiant and battle-hardened individuals from each planet. There were exceptions, but not many. Their numbers were so vast that tens of millions of Astra Militarum soldiers bled on battlefields across the galaxy every day, and even the Departmentum Unitorum did not know their exact numbers. The Emperor did not grant them thick ceramite and powerful physiques, but gave them tenacious spirits and unyielding souls. Their enemies, from ferocious tyrannid Xenos to chaos cultists, fought against powerful foes every moment. They constantly used their sacrifices to prolong the life of the vast Imperium of Man, hence the saying, sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Imperium. Unlike the Astra Militarum, the Dawn Corps was a completely different force. Limited by the narrow dominion of the Thunderhawk Empire, they were mostly conscripted soldiers from Talon Keed with complex composition, not as resilient as the Astra Militarum, which consisted of the toughest humans from each planet. Under the influence of the Dark Mechanicum and abominable intelligence, the weapons and equipment used by the Dawn Corps surpassed those of the Astra Militarum. Even some weapons labeled as chaos due to the Horus heresy were reactivated. Because Bona deeply detested the religious worship of the Emperor and the absence of commissars, the Dawn Corps could not withstand heavy casualties like the Astra Militarum. Consequently, emphasis was placed on rationality and discipline. Dawn Corps soldiers could not be arbitrarily executed on the spot unless clearly contaminated by chaos, biological infection, or severe violation of military discipline. The rationality of execution had to be determined by a military court. Although a series of imperial military leaders represented by Admiral Spire and Colonel Sikoti opposed Bona's decision, Bona resolutely implemented it. His original words were, "When I fought alongside my father on Terra, I never saw him execute mortals for lack of resolve." And now under Horus' command, the battle unfolded in a manner extremely suitable for the Dawn Corps. The Dawn Corps slowly surrounded the main hive city, then deployed various heavy artillery pieces. Many of them were the masterpieces of Archmagos and Duna, who seemed to have become much more liberated since joining the Dark Mechanicum. Previously, he had disregarded the Mechanicum's prohibitions. Now he used them as toilet paper. The heavy artillery, called Roarer, slowly rolled forward, its four-way tracks unfolded, and internal stabilizing legs drilled into the ground. Then its barrel extended, the dark muzzle pointing straight at the hive city. In an instant, thunderous roars erupted around the hive city as huge shells were sent into the city. Drones deployed in parallel orbits precisely calculated the trajectory of each shell and fed back to each roarer 1,000 times faster than the Imperium's wetware computers. The Imperial side's basilisks also launched counter-battery fire, sending retaliatory shells. But they were quickly calculated by the computers and then overwhelmed by the terrifying number of roarers. After 90 of the planned artillery targets were destroyed, the brutal street fighting began. One heavy artillery piece, named Will of the Omnisia, aimed at the battered but still standing Hive City Gate, its coils spinning rapidly, shooting a huge... Then the Hive City Gate melted. Literally melted. The entire gate collapsed like children's building blocks. All the onlookers stared at Archmagos and Una. This weapon clearly did not exist in the Imperial arsenal, and such precise and efficient weapons were not the style of the Mechanicum. But Archmagos and Una didn't care at all, frantically calculating the weapon's effectiveness. Archmagos, this thing hasn't been tested on the proving ground, has it? According to the original calculations, the success rate of the Nirvana cannon is 35.1517 by the Omnisia. When Archmagos and Una excitedly looked around to tell them of the Omnisia's greatness, he found everyone gone, all fled. A bunch of fools. The war had begun. This battle was, to say the least, exceedingly unfair. The Dawnlight army possessed fleet artillery support, far superior firepower to the Astra Militarum, and the aid of the Astartes. Not to mention that the Dawnlight army was commanded by Horus, the War Master of the Great Crusade 10 millennia ago, a master of campaign strategy. Under his masterful command, the Astartes executed swift strikes, paralyzing the Astra Militarum's command chains and severing their communications. Then the Dawnlight army deployed drones for reconnaissance, methodically clearing the Astra Militarum's perimeter outposts and encircling them completely. What followed was a merciless artillery bombardment that reduced the entrenched Astra Militarum and their strongholds to rubble. The only weapons the Astra Militarum possessed were their loyalty to the Emperor and their faith in protecting humanity. Amidst the deafening thunder of artillery, Seiko crawled out from a pile of debris. He was now covered in dust, oil, and blood. His ears rang with a persistent hum, and the world seemed to spin before his eyes. Someone pulled him up and dragged him to the shelter of a wall. It was Sergeant Cordrian. He knelt down and patted Sako's face, and only then did Seiko hear the sergeant's shouts. "Get up, the enemy is upon us." The sergeant thrust a lasgun into Sako's arms, then peered around the corner at the advancing enemy, before quickly ducking back. A Chimera armored personnel carrier emblazoned with the Thunderhawk insignia rumbled over the shattered Merchant Guild building, followed by Dawnlight soldiers in full protective gear. The officer waved his hand, and the surrounding Dawnlight soldiers swiftly fanned out, advancing in a steady formation. It was then that Seiko finally made out the soldiers of the Astra Militarum. Your command center has fallen. All major hubs of this hive city are under our control. There is no need for futile resistance. Your lives are precious. Your families await your return. Now lay down your arms and join us in restoring the Emperor's will. Seiko peered out to look. Suddenly, he saw a figure rise from the rubble. The man raised a melta-gun. "Die, heretic!" The surrounding Dawnlight soldiers opened fire instantly. The autogun rounds easily pierced the Astra Militarum soldier's body, but the melta rounds still struck the Chimera with deadly accuracy. In the blink of an eye, the Chimera exploded. A sight like the volcanic eruption Seiko had witnessed in his homeland. A cascade of sparks burst from the turret's seams, hurling the entire turret into the sky. For the Emperor. The voice of Commissar Jackson rang out, its distinctive, gravelly resonance unmistakable. Instantly, numerous Astra Militarum soldiers emerged from the surrounding wreckage, and countless red laser beams lanced into the caught-off-guard heretics. To be honest, even now the battle remained profoundly unfair. The full protective suits worn by those heretic soldiers were even more sophisticated than those of the Kazarkan Seiko had seen. The Astra Militarum's lasguns often needed to hit the same spot multiple times to penetrate. In contrast, the heretics' autoguns could punch through the Astra Militarum's flak armor at an astonishing rate of fire. Yet, praise the God Emperor, the heretics' will was fragile. After suffering a few casualties, they would quickly retreat. Their combat skills were also clumsy and rigid. Even the Astra Militarum regiments stationed long on Cableth outperformed them. But suddenly, before Sako's eyes, Commissar Jackson exploded. Only then did the terrifying roar of bolter fire belatedly reach his ears. The demigod superhumans in white power armor descended upon the battlefield, butchering them with brutal efficiency. That Astra Militarum unit broke. The few survivors in despair laid down their weapons and awaited death. But what awaited them was not slaughter, only a savage beating from enraged Dawnlight soldiers. At last, the last stubborn stronghold in the primary hive fell. Horus stared at the battle report. His brow was deeply furrowed. The situation appeared grim. Of these 23,000 Astra Militarum, 18,000 were killed in action. They inflicted 16,000 casualties on us, including over 20 Astartes fallen. He paused. If every Astra Militarum we encounter fights with such tenacity, we might as well halt the Dawnlight expedition here. Bona gazed quietly at the hive city, its smoke pillars rising into the sky. That won't happen. Horus shook his head. Beyond Cableth, nearly half the far eastern sector lacks a fortress world of this caliber. At least the outer star systems of the far eastern sector are now in our hands. If we don't mind the counterattack from the sector government, then it's enough. The Imperium's attention isn't on us right now. Bona handed Horus a Horus unrolled it. It was a collection of transfer orders. The content was simple: reinforce the Ultima Segmentum. More and more enemies are appearing. The Imperium has pulled back forces from some less critical regions. For a time at least, we don't have to worry about threats from the Imperium. He turned to the next page. But we need to be more concerned about those strange enemies. They were attack reports. Several Imperial ships had reported being assaulted by bizarre vessels, and the descriptions of those strange ships were remarkably consistent. Black Xenos fleets attacking with green lightning and particle whiffs. These ships could materialize instantly before Imperial fleets, catching them completely off guard, and they bore an abundance of metal skulls. Their weapons were eerily effective, able to kill Astra Militarum soldiers with ease, and even Astartes could not withstand their onslaught. Horus frowned deeply. What are these things? Necrons, Bona replied, recalling a prophecy he had glimpsed long ago. An ancient Xenos race. They have no flesh or soul, only bodies of steel. Their origin is unknown. Archmagos Enona has long studied them, or rather the Mechanicus has been researching these recently awakened Xenos. That cannon which blasted down the fortress gate back then was reverse-engineered by Archmagos Enona, based on this mysterious faction. Horus knew virtually nothing about these Xenos, especially when he saw the photograph in the file. A warrior who looked like a son of lion. His chest armor melted away by the Necron's strange weapon killed with chilling ease, made Horus' composure crack further. These dangerous Xenos must be eradicated. Tolerating their existence threatens the entire galaxy. Agreed, but our strength is pitifully inadequate right now. Bona looked into the distance at the wounded Dawnlight soldiers limping out supporting one another. Our army is still too green. Recklessly provoking Xenos that have lived who knows how long would be utter folly. Let us seize the surrounding star systems first and consolidate our power. You weakling rookies, losing so many men against a bunch of mortals. Before them stood the most formidable fighter in the entire expeditionary force, an Astartes, or rather a dreadnought named Bars, who was furiously berating the recruits of the 16th Legion. If they're still breathing, they can get up and shoot you. Every corpse, as long as it still has a head, must be finished with a bullet. The Tactical Codex is just a guide, a teaching tool, not a set of rules to be blindly followed. On the battlefield, the fastest way to kill the enemy is the only rule. Before Bars stood the Astartes sergeants who had led the previous assault. Their faces flushed as if they wanted to say something, but facing a veteran of the Star Claws who had survived long in Comarak, they found it hard to argue. Extra training starts now. Yes, right now. Immediately the group's faces fell. Even in power armor, facing a dreadnought offered no sense of safety. But they had no choice but to steel themselves and charge, only to be beaten like punching bags by Bars. The dreadnought appeared clumsy and indeed was cumbersome, but its reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Horus watched from a distance as his sons were repeatedly sent flying, only to rise again and resume their assault. They still needed more tempering, not just physically and spiritually, but mentally. He had not told them about the Black Legion. He himself was not yet prepared to. With the arrival of reinforcements from the expedition fleet, the expeditionary force gained more troops, swelling the 16th Legion to 3,000. Though still far from its glory during the Great Crusade, reaching that level was only a matter of time. Currently, the expedition fleet was spreading out like a flower based on Cabrald, and in the coming days would gradually consume one imperial world after. Bona was still pushing his plan. Wait, that fellow. Horus remembered. He had gone to see the ecclesiarch. Bona silently stared at the man before him, the sector preacher of the Cabrald star system. This preacher had graying temples and a decaying body, but his eyes held a peculiar shrewdness. He knew well that this imperial preacher was someone who did not fear death. Or rather, anyone who would travel so far to spread the faith of the emperor was inherently a being without desires, one whose devotion to the emperor was absolute. Killing this preacher would be easy, but completely breaking his spirit would be far from easy and would instead make the Thunderhawk Empire's rule over Cabrald even more precarious. Preacher, I hope you can cooperate with us. You must understand better than I how the ecclesiarchy poisons the people of the empire. The preacher silently looked at Bona. I understand. There are many vermin within the ecclesiarchy. I've even heard of the Dark Age thousands of years ago. Bona frowned, now even more confused. Then why do you still cling to the worship of a god? If the emperor could walk among men, he would never allow his subjects to be persecuted in his name. But the preacher continued to gaze at him. I understand it all. I know that many in the empire persecute others in the name of the holy emperor. I know that many within the ecclesiarchy vie for power and profit in the name of the holy emperor. I know even more that countless beings across the universe encourage themselves to survive in the name of the holy emperor. Young man, I can understand your thoughts. I was once an unyielding radical dreaming of reforming the ecclesiarchy, and was even branded a heretic. Only then did Bona notice the scorched skin beneath the old man's collar. But when I was in the Underhive, I saw the common people of the empire. They knew nothing, understood nothing, and could see their future at a glance. Yet they still devoutly believed in the emperor, trusting that under his protection their lives would get better. I also saw the emperor's warriors, every one of them believing they would return to the Golden Throne, fighting with passion and unwavering will against all foes. Child, if you suddenly jumped out and said the emperor is not a god, that he cannot care for everyone, what do you think would happen? Looking into the old man's eyes full of stories, Bona fell silent. He stood up and bowed respectfully. I have learned. The preacher returned the gesture but was too old to stand. When Bona left the church, his expression grew even more troubled. This had been his oversight. If he had rashly moved against the ecclesiarchy, the consequences would have been since his father ascended the golden throne, the Adeptus Ministorum, or the imperial cult, had developed for 10,000 years and become deeply intertwined with humanity. Though Bona knew better than anyone that the ecclesiarchy's doctrine was fundamentally wrong, even diametrically opposed to the emperor's vision. But the ecclesiarchy could not be wrong, especially not now. Perhaps the imperial ecclesiarchy was a parasite, a foul, stinking corpse, a giant leech clinging to the empire. Yet it was the faith of the people at the bottom, the conviction that sustained every soldier on the battlefield. If Bona so easily destroyed the ecclesiarchy, faithless humanity would be more prone to embrace chaos, and he might become an even greater scourge to all humankind than the War Master Horus. The Horus heresy had only halted the progress of the Imperium. Bona could very well destroy the very will to survive among humanity in the galaxy. When Horus rushed over in panic, he saw Bona sitting on a discarded crate in front of the Imperial Church, and the church was still intact. He let out a sigh of relief. Good, nothing had happened. Horus knew well that in Bona's eyes the ecclesiarchy's faithful were on par with chaos cultists, the only difference being that one carved the emperor's holy scriptures onto their bodies, while the other carved the 8-pointed star of chaos. He was genuinely afraid that Bona would simply burn the ecclesiarchy's priests alive. That would trigger unrest not only on Cabrald, but also within the Dawn army. He walked over. So you talked with the ecclesiarchy priest? Bona nodded. Yes. What are your thoughts now, eh? Horus suddenly noticed Bona staring intently at him, a gaze that seemed to cut into him like a knife, dissecting him from the inside. Then, as if struck by a thought, Bona recalled a phrase Horus had casually mentioned before: endless blue suns and grandsons. That's it. Bona said, I'm going to Ultramar. An exceedingly minute and concealed subspace rift opened, and a figure clad in noble attire emerged. Bona gazed upon the Macrage before him. This was the purpose of his journey. Horus' words had enlightened him. Since during the siege of Terra, the sheer number of Ultramarines had already instilled fear, even in Horus, the Chaos War Master. It stood to reason that the Ultramarines must possess a stable homeworld, one of terrifying scale. And indeed this was. Bona walked the streets of Macrage, scrutinizing every detail. The pedestrians, the roadside shops, and the airborne skiffs flying overhead. Though Bona had not visited other star systems since his awakening, he deeply admired the ethos of Macrage. Here prosperity and strength reigned. Compared to those foolish, explosive ecclesiarchy worlds, this place radiated a rare and welcome aura of reason. At least Bona did not witness fanatical worshippers of the emperor kneeling before statues, scourging themselves in penance, or burning those with disdain. Nor did he encounter any hive cities that would send his blood pressure soaring. He could not fathom the purpose of such structures. Bona continued his slow observation of everything around him. He ventured deeper into the streets, engaging the locals in conversation. He also studied the distant, majestic architecture, examining its intricate details. The constant flow of trade vessels underpinned the prosperity of the Ultramar sector, which in turn supported the healthier, more opulent lives of the Imperium citizens compared to other regions. With each deepening understanding, Bona grew ever more admiring of Robot Guilliman. It was hard to imagine that the policies and laws he had established 10,000 years ago still formed the bedrock of Ultramar's prosperity. Though Bona had heard rumors from Horus about Guilliman, such as his being both weak and fond of duels, nearly losing the overall, in Bona's eyes, Guilliman was an exceptional being. The insights he gained on Macrage gave him a clearer understanding of how to change the current situation. Oh right, he suddenly recalled that he had made a pact with Slaanesh. The mere thought of it made him want to die. He had thought Slaanesh merely intended to mess with some poor soul, perhaps an aged patriarch of some powerful family. That seemed accurate. Guilliman was indeed the current retired patriarch of the Ultramarines. Had he known who Guilliman was, he would have refused, even if it meant personally spending centuries hacking through Comarak. Now there was no choice but to proceed. He gazed into the distance at the highest peak of Macrage, upon which sat the fortress of Hera, the fortress monastery of the Ultra. If the ancient folk ballads passed down through the ages were true, within it resided a sleeping giant. Bona spread his arms, and a micro-war pripple expanded. In an instant a scepter and the Book of Omniscience appeared in his hands. Summoned along with them was the bewildered Slaaneshi handmaiden Teresa. Have you met that Eldar called Evrain? The slightly confused Teresa quickly composed herself and nodded. Good. When the time comes, do exactly as I say. The Book of Omniscience held aloft in his left hand flipped rapidly, and ancient blasphemous incantations began to materialize in the air. The gem atop the scepter in Bona's right hand emitted a flash of light. Once the spell was complete, Bona waved his hand, and the scepter and book dissipated into nothingness. Let's go. The two strode boldly into the fortress of Hera. The Ultramarines and sentry automata at the gate seemed to regard them as invisible, allowing them unimpeded entry. To avoid alerting the guards, Bona refrained from using psychic probes and could only slowly search the vast fortress of Terra. Throughout the long hours, not a single soul within the fortress detected the presence of Bona and Teresa. Finally, as the sun set, they located a particular place. Upon the throne sat an aged figure, yet his eyes were like steel, capable of tearing through anything. Also glaringly conspicuous were the two power fists. Chapter Master Chief Librarian Tigurius has just entered the Mandeville Point and urgently requests an audience. The current chapter master of the Ultramarines, Marnius Calgar, nodded. I understand, brother. He may come directly to see me. Yes. Bona watched Calgar, then shifted his gaze to the mysterious gate behind him and strode over. Seated high upon his throne, Calgar sensed something amiss, but upon scanning his surroundings, he saw nothing except the honor guards still as statues. Strange. Bona and Teresa passed straight through the inscribed door, then soundlessly slipped through the steel gate. Beyond the gate lay a long corridor, its walls adorned with extensive high Gothic script and murals depicting the deeds and glories of the Ultramarines Primarch Robert Guilliman. In the alcoves along the walls were displayed worn power armor, relics left by Ultramarines of great renown, silent medals of honor. And upon the lofty throne sat the magnificent giant, Robert Guilliman. His brow was furrowed, his expression serene, but his throat bore a horrific wound, and Bona could sense the chaotic corruption emanating from it. The Primarch now hovered on the boundary between life and death, sustained by a stasis field barely preserving his flickering existence. Bona pondered whether to deactivate the stasis field and use the blood from his own ring finger to save this Primarch, thereby granting humanity a greater chance against the impending darkness. But Nurgle might use that very blood to directly corrupt him. For a Primarch was worth such an effort. He dismissed the idea. Bona could glimpse fragments of the future. This one would not die. Someone would come to rescue him, even with the aid. Though the stasis field blocked physical contact, the soul's communion from the Empyrean was not something a mere stasis field could impede. Teresa, disguise yourself as of Rain. Understand. What do you require of me? Raise Guilliman's affinity toward the Eldar to the maximum. Teresa's expression then turned puzzled. She had expected something else. Not such a tedious task. But knowing when to refrain from questioning and simply act was one of the key reasons she served Slaanesh. Yes, my lord. Bona glanced at the door behind him, and with a mere wave of his hand, a magical array sealed it tight. He would now have to keep constant watch over the Ultramarines. Flames. Boundless flames consumed Terra, and everywhere one looked there were blood and corpses. The great ships had become floating debris in the void. The valiant warriors were now merely gory remains along the roadside. And the architect of all this was the figure before his eyes. My foolish brother, our father, long ago abandoned all of humanity, focusing solely on his grand ambition of ascension to godhood. The silhouette stepped over the bodies of the custodians, blood steadily dripping from its power claw. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, and a foul, corrupt aura emanated from him without pause. Now join me. Together we shall shatter our father's wicked scheme of apotheosis. Guilliman gazed at Horus and the brothers arrayed behind him. Mortarion, Perturabo, Longron, and Fulgrim. Guilliman staggered to his feet, tightening his grip on the Emperor's sword. I do not know what our father intends. But you, Horus, are at this moment shattering the Imperium and destroying humanity's future. Horus let out a cold laugh. Suddenly his expression shifted, then twisted in agony. A blade unlike any human design pierced his chest, and in the blink of an eye the assembled traitor Primarchs vanished into nothingness. Eldar warriors materialized on the battlefield, engaging the traitor legions. Massive phantom titans moved with unsettling agility, their blades sundering the advance of the warp engines. Graceful Eldar warriors emerged from the void, their weapons slaughtering the unsuspecting chaos warbands. Guilliman stared in astonishment at the figure standing atop. Rise, human. This is not the time for you to fall. An Eldar? Xenos, what business do you have here? Guilliman demanded. Ivrain twirled her blade with elegant confidence, flicking off the blood, then offered a contemptuous smirk. Against the great enemy, our cooperation should outweigh our differences. Guilliman pondered for a moment. I believe your words, but I do not trust your kind nor your identity. Believe it or not. In an instant, Ivrain led her forces into battle. Guilliman hesitated, then raised the Emperor's sword high. For the Emperor. Purge the heretics. Meanwhile, in the material world, Boner wearily broke contact and sat down on a step to rest. It was far too difficult. Invading a Primarch's mental realm was an arduous task. He had to ensure every detail appeared harmonious and aligned with Guilliman's rational mindset. Otherwise, Guilliman would instantly see through the dream, with his lightning-fast intellect leading to failure. But now it was done. Dealing with someone like Guilliman, who prized reason and order, was challenging, but not impossible. Boner dreaded encountering a being utterly devoid of desires. That would be a truly hopeless situation. For now, Boner had some idle time. According to the plan, Teresa still had a while before completing her objective. On his way here, he had noticed many secret archives, presumably writings from when Gilliman was still awake. Perfect. He wanted to understand the Primarch's thinking. Boner wandered around, guided by his instincts and the distribution of... Finally, he arrived at a building watched by dozens of overt and covert agents. With such heavy security, it surely contained what he was looking for. After all, given the Imperium's current fanatical state policy documents, signed by the Primarch 10,000 years ago, would have been venerated as holy relics. Entering, he found exactly what he expected, a vast archive room. The documents bore skull-embossed lead seals apparently treated with sacred oils. To avoid damaging these precious pieces of knowledge, Boner refrained from using Tsianshan sorcery for rapid scanning and instead manually flipped through them one by one. As expected, most were indeed documents signed by Gilliman or his decrees. Most dated from the early and late Great Crusade. The former primarily containing Gilliman's directives for building the 500 worlds of Ultramar, the latter emergency deployments during the Horus Heresy. There were also documents the Ultramarines chapter considered supremely confidential. Perhaps they were, but Boner, knowing almost nothing, could not discern their significance. Until he opened a top-secret file. Reading its title, The Second Empire, he grew even more bewildered. What the hell was the Second Empire? A desperate founding after losing contact with Terra? He felt as though he was reading a document so incendiary that if dropped on Terra, it would spark a civil war between the Imperium and Ultramar. Though the measures were indeed justified. According to the description, the whole universe had gone dark and panicked crowds had flocked in. What Gilliman did was entirely in character extreme rationality, even if others deemed it blasphemous. But that would not stop the Emperor's faithful from tearing Ultramar apart. From Boner's understanding of the Ecclesiarchy's upper echelons, the entire 13th Legion would be branded traitor, forcing the Ultramarines, who had fought for 10,000 years, into open rebellion. As Boner quietly perused the documents, a figure hurried into the fortress of Hera. The newcomer was the chief librarian of the Ultramarines, Vero Tig. A librarian is a space marine psyker who wields his formidable psychic might to support his battle brothers and foresee the chapter's future. The title, Chief Librarian, is the highest honor a librarian can attain. Vero Tigurius shared a bond of life and death with chapter master Marnius Calgar, and his powerful prescience had helped Ultramar repel an invasion of orcs. His return now brought the latest intelligence. Tigurius, my brother, what urgent matter do you have to discuss? Calgar, I foresee that the great enemy will bring a cataclysm from Cadia, Tigurius said. Cadia? Yes. Tigurius continued. We must elevate the readiness of the Ultramar sector to face the coming crisis. Macrage itself must go on war footing, prepared for any attack. We also need to send reinforcements to Cadia. As Calgar listened to his friend's counsel, he noticed Tigurius had fallen silent, his expression severe. My brother, what is it? Tigurius' face darkened. He twisted his features toward Calgar. My brother Calgar. Then he all but roared. Can you not sense the foul taint of chaos sorcery suffusing the fortress of Hera? When Bona was awakened by the violent footsteps outside in the sea of books, he looked toward the door. At least there are capable individuals among the Ultramarines. His understanding of Tsianshan sorcery was so shallow that even some Tsianshan sorcerers could easily surpass him in arcane attainment. For those Tsianshan devotees who painstakingly pursued sorcery, Bona possessing such abundant psychic power, yet mastering Tsianshan magic so crudely, was nothing short of a crime. However, for Bona, sufficiency was enough. Rather than painstakingly studying ancient texts to enhance his spells, he would leverage his own advantage and overwhelm his enemies with sheer psychic might. Talisa, are you done over there? Yes, master. The most important thing now was to prevent the Ultramarines from discovering Talisa's little scheme. Bona gently raised his hand, and with a faint flash of light, a conspicuously explosive energy fluctuation radiated from the archive room. The Ultramarines, still searching frantically, were stunned. A Tsianshan sorcerer had sneaked into the deepest sanctum of the Ultramarines' fortress monastery, and even set off a flare to taunt them. Such audacity was like tearing off the Ultramarines' faces and using them as toilet paper. And then, as if that weren't enough, he'd stick it back on. Furiously, Calgar roared and charged toward the archive, smashing the thick door apart with a single punch. The fiercest Astartes of the Ultramarines, Calgar. As he entered, he saw a figure clad in white robes. Calgar looked around. No Tsianshan sorcerer in sight. But seeing the chainsaw sword in the other's hand raised toward him, he knew this guy must be an enemy. Heretic. Calgar lunged forward like thunder. But in Bona's eyes, Calgar's speed was not so fast, yet still. He ducked under the whistling heavy punch, then collided with Calgar, staggering him back a step. But a powerful vertical chop came crashing toward his head, and Bona sidestepped to avoid it. The chainsaw sword with an incomparable roar sliced deep into Calgar's right knee. Yet instead of the sound of cutting flesh, only the grating noise of severing. The next second, a heavy punch struck Bona, sending him flying. Bona crashed through two thick walls and finally slammed into the last one. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had underestimated this Space Marine chapter master. Becoming the chapter master of the Ultramarines was no harder to fight than a greater demon of Khorne, only slightly weaker than Skarbrand in the material universe. Bona felt his lower body go numb, but his rapidly regenerating body allowed him to struggle to his feet. Looking up, he saw Calgar and a cohort of Ultramarines approaching him slowly and deliberately. Tigurius frowned deeply. Through the eyes of this librarian he could detect nothing of the mortal before him, neither soul nor warp reflection, yet he could sense the formidable warp fluctuation of feeling. As if staring straight into the eye of terror. Chapter Master, be careful. This enemy is not simple. Calgar glanced at Tigurius, nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on the mortal before him. Tell me your purpose, filth of chaos. Bona shrugged, then used his left hand to pop his dislocated right arm back into place. No comment. Calgar sensed some conspiracy shrouding the fortress of Hera. After all, the Tsienshan cults were the ones who loved to stir up trouble. If you didn't defeat the Tsienshan demon army, you were outmaneuvered. If you defeated the Tsienshan demon army, you were outmaneuvered. If you didn't fight the Tsienshan demon army, you were outmaneuvered. If you attacked the Tsienshan demon army, you were outmaneuvered. Seize him. I want to know what's going on. At that moment, 2nd Company Captain Sicarius and the Ultramarines 2nd Company rushed in. Sicarius drew his prized Mastercraft power sword, the Talisarian Tempest Blade, and stepped forward. Of course, Chapter Master. Ikedo Sicarius shall assist you in capturing the enemy. He looked at the figure before him. Heretic. You shall remember that the one who defeats you is the champion of the Ultramarines, Ikedo Sicarius. I will make you understand the consequences of invading this sacred ground. Remember, the one who defeats you will be Ikedo Sicarius. Sicarius charged with incredible speed. The savage roar of the chainsaw sword and the faint hum of the power sword's energy field intermingled. Sicarius' sword strikes were like a weaving shuttle. Bona, currently in a mere mortal body, could not even counterattack, only parry hastily. Yet what puzzled Sicarius was why this seemingly ordinary chainsaw sword could withstand so many blows from a power sword. But it was over. Sicarius seized the opponent's weakness, exploiting the Space Marine's rapid reflexes to create an opening in an instant, then, with lightning speed, severed both of the enemy's arms. Then he grabbed him by the neck with his left hand and slammed him to the ground. Sicarius pressed the blade against his throat. Mortal, you have done well enough, but unfortunately you are up against me. Ikedo Sicarius. But Sicarius was shoved aside. Calgar and Tigurius stepped forward, looking down at the figure. Yet the mortal's form dissipated into a phantom. Damn it, we've been tricked. Calgar roared in fury. At the foot of the Crown Mountain, Bo-Na, having completed his ritual, watched as countless thunderhawks rose from the fortress of Hera like a disturbed beehive, with piercing alarms echoing across the plains. He smiled. Talisa beside him looked at Bo-Na with curiosity. How did you fool them? Valor in battle is important, but calm thinking is even more so. A warp rift opened, and Bo-Na stepped through. Talisa gazed at the extremely lively fortress of Hera, lost in thought, then followed him in. When Tigurius, realizing he had been played, rushed here, nothing remained but slightly scorched grass, forming the Tsienshan emblem of twisting change flame. The librarian frowned as he examined the grass left after the teleportation. The situation was dire. For most warp sorcery, there were two methods. One was to torture and sacrifice countless souls. As their deaths drifted into the warp, the barrier between real space and the warp would be greatly weakened, allowing easy use of psychic power. Alternatively, the Psyker's own psychic power was so immense that he needed no supply from the warp and could directly cast spells. Unfortunately, the intruder was of the latter kind. A powerful Tsienshan sorcerer was enough to destroy a world, and Tigurius still had no idea why they had come to the fortress of Hera. He had to report this to Chapter Master Calgar. After Bona returned from Makridge, he threw himself into the construction of the Raptor Eagle Empire with full enthusiasm. The prosperity of Ultramar further confirmed to Bona that the path he had chosen was utterly correct. After all, the Ultima Segmentum was separated from Terra by the Eye of Terror, a remote region, yet even so Ultramar had become a thriving realm. This demonstrated that if the quality of life for the Imperial citizens could be markedly improved, eradicating rebellion and heresy would become remarkably simple. But if the Imperial citizens were already living in hell, they likely would not care whether they worshipped the God Emperor of mankind or the Chaos Gods. However, Bona would not, like his father, distribute the power of a vast empire among a handful of High Lords and a multitude of nobles. Perhaps the High Lords' council worked diligently, and indeed they might have died at their desks for the empire, but the crimes they committed were perhaps no less than those of the Chaos War Master Abaddon. The inefficient bureaucracy of the High Lords' council had led to an extremely poor level of jurisdiction over each planet within the empire. They only wanted to collect the tithe, utterly indifferent to what the planetary governors did on their worlds. Consequently, the living standards of the vast imperial populace depended solely on the moral caliber of the planetary governors, which in turn was determined by the even more inefficient Departamento Munitorum. Once the Departmentum Unitorum made a slight miscalculation, an entire planet's population could starve to death. The inefficiency of the Terran Council had already proven the Father's failure, so Bona delegated imperial power to numerous commoners. Bona specifically added 2 points to the currently enforced Codex Humanitas. First, the imperial tithe was not to be calculated by the Departmentum Unitorum, but only to collect 1/10 of the current planet's output. If this world could supply 10 warships, then 1 warship would be levied. If this world could only supply 10 machetes, then only 1 machete would be collected. Second, under no circumstances could a planetary governor serve more than a 10-year term unless 80% of the planet's populace agreed to their re-election. Meanwhile, Bona gathered a group of ecclesiarchy radicals and established the new ecclesiarchy. Its doctrine was largely identical to the mainstream ecclesiarchy, except that begging the God Emperor for strength was changed to the Emperor requires us to fight for humanity ourselves. Furthermore, Bona relaxed a few minor standards. With the help of Inquisitor Arlet, the citizens of the Raptor Eagle Empire could legally purchase Xenos products that typically required centuries of layered approvals. Although on Kabul being at the edge of the Astronomican trade with Xenos was common knowledge, this decree merely brought the practice into the open. Bona had originally intended to organize reviews and permit a small number of friendly Xenos to legally enter Imperial territory. For instance, he felt that those beings called Tau were quite sincere, their trade goods were clean, and their prices very reasonable. Bona believed this would serve as an excellent positive propaganda tool to suppress the diehard opponents of Xenos trade. Trading with Xenos could bring us the wealth of 10 worlds, while exterminating these Xenos might cost us 20. But upon hearing that these Xenos had been trying to persuade Imperial citizens to convert to something called the Greater Good, he summarily ordered the execution of all Tau merchants within his domain. No matter, there were other Xenos, the Nofdak people seemed decent. And during these years the Eastern Fringe had been suffering greatly. In just a few years the news of the Raptor Eagle Empire's establishment swept across the entire Eastern Fringe, causing immense upheaval within the sector government. A vast number of ships bearing the Raptor Eagle emblem seemed to sprout from the ground, appearing at an extraordinary pace, raiding Imperial worlds everywhere. Not only did the Raptor Eagle Empire possess far more vessels than the Imperial Navy, but their tonnage also included a large number of heavy ships, such as battlecruisers and grand cruisers, which put the Imperial Navy of the Eastern Fringe primarily composed of cruisers on the defensive. But what made the already understrength Imperial Navy even more desperate was that the raiders fielded not only standard Imperial Navy warships, but also Astartes strike cruisers and Mechanicus vessels. They even used ships of chaos origin. These 4 distinct types of warships operated in concert with an unimaginable degree of synergy, and the Imperial vessels from various factions scattered across the Eastern Fringe suffered heavy blows. The various Imperial factions taken by surprise had not yet mustered their forces when they were dealt a devastating strike. The strike cruisers of the Astartes chapter's masters of close-quarters combat often found their engine rooms crippled by a barrage of lance fire before they could close, and then were destroyed at extreme range, leaving these noble angels of death to perish like common soldiers in the cold void. As for the powerful Mechanicus vessels, they faced boarding actions and ramming. Their Scutarii, skilled in fighting in static formations on the ground, were then massacred by Orcs and Astartes. With the loss of naval support, the vast ground forces on the planets, be they Imperial Guard Knight houses or even Space Marines, could only remain planetside, raging impotently at the stars. Such masterful combined arms operations threw the Eastern Fringe's strategic deployment into chaos, plunging its command headquarters into utter disarray. And the architect of all this was the War Master Horus. At this very moment the War Master Horus was commanding a Mars-class battle cruiser. He had proclaimed himself War Master, but his authority was now indeed close to that of a War Master. After all, the one above him, Bona, was still in the rear worlds playing family elimination with the hereditary nobles on the newly conquered Imperial planets. The plan could have been more moderate, but Bona had no patience to waste time with these fools. Often the Dawnbreaker Corps would conquer a world, fight the local Imperial Guard, and then upon the arrival of the reform decrees, have to fight the local nobles all over again. Meanwhile, Horus, burdened with heavy responsibility, frowned at the upcoming plans. He had punched through the Eastern Fringe, and his control had even extended into the Ultima Segmentum. This was also per Bona's request to facilitate the timely dispatch of reinforcements to support Cadia against the Black Legion. But for now, compared to the brewing Great Darkness, the already enraged Imperium was more worthy of attention. Horus frowned deeply as he studied the Imperial counterattack force on his data slate. This expeditionary fleet originated from the Ultima Segmentum, a massive force comprising Imperial Guard Knight, houses Titan Legions, the Mechanicus, as well as the Blood Angels and Ultramarines. His fingers tapped nervously on the armrest, his brow furrowed as he watched the arrow representing the Imperial double-head eagle on the star chart advancing majestically toward Kabolet. To stop this fleet, Horus had to find a suitable place to intercept the Imperial forces. His gaze fell upon a fortress world named Hyzank. This was the optimal route for the Imperial fleet to reach Kabuled. Any detour would require passing through the territory of the awakening Necrons. Horus finalized the plan. Assemble the forces. Defend Hyzank. Heretic Dreadnought. The massive flagship sailed through the void, its golden holy statue emitting a faint glow, followed by a vast fleet of immense scale. Under the decree of Holy Terra, the mighty fleet assembled at terrifying speed and then charged toward the Yuandong Star. Heavy footsteps echoed across the deck as a stern-faced ultramarine strode into the War Council chamber. His power armor, covered in scratches and damage, bore the marks of glory. The oil-soaked purity seal fluttered in the wind, while only the laurel emblem of a veteran campaign was imprinted on his shoulder plate. And above his resolute gaze, the golden nail, representing a century of service to the divine emperor, glittered brilliantly. He entered, and the multitude inside turned to look at him. Ultramarine's first Captain Ageman saw the newcomer. Taitusi, come to me. Taitusi looked at the people in the command room. An Inquisitor, a Cardinal, a Mugos of the Mechanicus, a Chapter Master of the Space Marines, and the Lord General of the Imperial Guard. He gave a simple salute, and then walked behind Ageman. The interrupted meeting resumed. This is utterly heretical behavior. For such a large heretical nation to be established, the local sector command must pay the price, shouted Cardinal Nuoshaware. We have done our utmost. Over 30% of the warships in the Yuandong Star sector have been destroyed or captured, the local sector commander said angrily. That is no excuse. The Cardinal roared. He banged his sword on the table, his expression furious. This damned heretical empire is an absolute heresy. The Emperor is the sole supreme existence of humanity. He is the absolute God, not some damn mortal. I will seize every heretic on the planet, drench their bodies with holy oil, and then burn away their filthy faith with the Emperor's wrath. Ahem ahem. Inquisitor Achilles coughed softly twice. Cardinal, I can understand your extreme hatred for heretics. But before that, let us first decide our battle strategy. Only then will you have the chance to slaughter those heretics. Cardinal Nuoshaware snorted coldly and said no more. The Admiral opened the star map. For this expedition, we must first sweep the rebel fleets roaming within the Jishin Star sector to secure our rear. Then we need to rescue the Imperial Guard and Night Houses stranded on various planets, allowing them to join our expeditionary force. Finally, we will attack the enemy's capital, Kabuled, and cleanse it of heretical and Xenos scum. Blood Angel's 5th Captain Mechanicus pointed to a point on the star map. There lies Haxon, marked in red. The Admiral continued his briefing. The traitors have gathered formidable forces there and are turning Haxon into a fortress world. We have almost no chance to bypass it unless we step into the domain of the Necron dynasty. Ageman looked at the deployment on the star map and had to admit the enemy's tactics were brilliant and swift. If the enemy had been just a little slower and failed to seize Haxon, the rebel empire would have been overwhelmed by the mighty expeditionary force like a tidal wave, instead of being blocked before this narrow passage of Haxon. Who is the leader of the traitors? At that moment, Inquisitor Achilles approached. This is exactly what I want you all to know. He activated the holographic projection. Suddenly, a tall figure draped in wolf fur appeared in the projection. Except for the Cardinal, everyone else's faces were filled with confusion, though the Space Marines felt a foreboding. What is this? Captain Ageman asked. An image transmitted by the assassins of the Calidus Temple before their deaths. It is the overall commander of the Rebel Empire's operation, it is. Damned heretic. Cardinal Nuoshaware roared almost hysterically. Then he trembled and knelt down, saluting the Emperor's icon on the wall. Great Emperor, Almighty God, please bestow your power and annihilate the great dark enemy once more. Great Emperor, grant me the righteous wrath, grant me the blazing wrath. Let me be the trumpet of your wrath to scatter all your enemies. Ultramarine's 1st Captain Ageman's displeasure was almost palpable. He had had enough of this mad ecclesiarchy cardinal. He suppressed his patience, and then inquired, Lord Inquisitor, we wish to know more detailed information. Inquisitor Achilles looked at Ageman. The enemy commander is Helusi Helusilapiker, the gene-sire of the Black Legion, the sons of Horus. The one who instigated the great heresy 10,000 years ago. Instantly, the entire room fell into great shock. The entire War Council chamber fell into a panic. The mortal commanders closed their eyes and murmured prayers. The Space Marines were also in great shock, and the Mugos of the Mechanicus was clearly overheating his cogitator. Captain Ageman began to understand why this expedition was organized. The scale of this expedition was too massive for the Empire, especially when the chaos scum in the Eye of Terror were becoming increasingly active. If it were merely to suppress some rebellious scum, it would seem foolish and timorous. But if it was to campaign against the War Master, Helusi Ageman even felt the fleet size was too small. They would need more reinforcements. We need more strength. The current forces are likely insufficient to handle the coming battle, said the Lord General of the Imperial Guard. Lord General, our mission this time is not to defeat Helusi, but merely to delay his offensive pace, said Inquisitor. Now the Black Legion's actions are increasingly frequent. The Empire is focusing most of its strength on the Eye of Terror and lacks the forces to deal with the deteriorating situation in the Yuandong Star sector. To assemble a fleet of this scale, we had to abandon nearly 100 Imperial worlds, letting those disgusting Tyranids, orcs, and chaos scum have their way. Intelligence shows that Helusi is currently attacking toward the Eye of Terror. If he joins with the Black Legion, it will be the greatest disaster since the Horus Heresy 10,000 years ago. Do you understand? The Lord General said, nothing silently performing the Aquila salute. Inquisitor Achillesi then turned to the Space Marines. Angels of the Emperor, your mission is to find the Chaos War Master Helusi. Blood Angels 5th Captain Mechanicus slammed his fist on the table, leaving a huge dent. Excuse me, what does our mission, find the Chaos War Master, mean? Mechanicus almost roared. Inquisitor Achillesi looked at, I cannot disclose, but I hope you understand. Professional warriors will handle this matter. The meeting concluded with an air of profound dissatisfaction. The Blood Angels firmly refused to let slip this golden opportunity, adamantly demanding the utter annihilation of Horus to avenge their genetic father. However, the other attendees were not in agreement with this plan, as launching an assault against the rebel fleet and ground-based artillery would likely cost the better part of the expeditionary fleet just to seize this chance. And if the Empire were to so recklessly sacrifice the expeditionary fleet, Horus might be slain, but the entire eastern fringe along with portions of the Ultima Segmentum would likely be lost. In a more severe scenario, even Ultramar would be engulfed in war. When the Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus stated that the probability of success was merely 11. When it reached 11, 1816, a Blood Angel's Captain Macdoss' face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he directly stormed out of the chamber. He went back to rally his brothers. As many of Sanguinius' sons as he could muster, even if they all perished, they would still cut down Horus. Meanwhile, Titus silently followed Ultramarines' 1st Company Captain Ageman back. Demetrian Titus, formerly the captain of the Ultramarines' 2nd Company, boasted a record of many glorious historical exploits. However, for reasons unknown, he had been taken away by the Inquisition for investigation. This time, Inquisitor Achilles temporarily restored his original status. Also temporarily conscripted were many Inquisition talents with questionable backgrounds who, like Titus, were dragged into this deep space expedition. After all, compared to the possibly problematic Titus and the motley crew of oddities, Horus, with his far greater threat, was more deserving of the Inquisition's attention. Captain, could this be true? Asked Titus. I hope it's false, or else we'll be in serious trouble, replied Captain Ageman. Titus, this time you will fight as a lieutenant in the 2nd Company. I hope you perform well and avoid conflict with Sicarius. Titus showed no expression. I fully understand the chapter master's decision. Sicarius is a fine warrior, and I am confident in the 2nd Company under his command. Good, go prepare. We will launch a frontal assault alongside Krieg. For the Ultramarines. For the Ultramarines. Ageman and Titus saluted each other by striking their right fists against their chests, then parted ways. Hixen Crescent Fortress. Horus sat silently in his seat, gazing at the configuration on the star map. On the vast star map, the Imperial forces bearing the double-head eagle were surging toward Hixen in overwhelming numbers. Barring any surprises, within half a month the first shell would strike the soil of Hixen. Truth be told, Horus disliked defensive warfare. The instincts etched into his very genes were filled with the urge to attack. Such a task would be better suited to his brothers who excelled in defense. But circumstances prevailed over personal preference. Horus had made ample preparations. He abandoned the defense of the southern continent, promising all its territories to the orcs. The Greenskins were exceedingly excited about the coming war, to the point that they set aside their internal conflicts and began sharpening their arms for battle. The northern sector, however, was under the personal command of Horus, leading the Dawn Legion in its defense. As a barren world, Hixen had previously been inhabited only by a handful of pirates, allowing Horus to boldly set up numerous fire traps and landmines. Subsequently, with the North Pole as the core, Horus constructed a vast array of fortresses radiating outward. The Dark Mechanicum had developed quite well. Some outcast Imperial tech priests and those excessively hungry for knowledge had joined this sect, along with some from the Dark Mechanicum. With the aid of abominable intelligence and vast quantities of heavy machinery, Hixen was rapidly constructed at a speed unimaginable to the Empire. The entire northern hemisphere was covered by a massive network of firepower. The Continental ground-based artillery was so formidable that even battleships dared not approach lightly. At the same time, an extensive network of railway lines was established connecting all the fortresses. The Dawn Legion, lacking a stable foundation, did not possess the super-heavy equipment like knight armor or god engine titans that Imperial forces had. Therefore, they extensively employed the new weapons manufactured by Archmagos Antona, though anyone not blind could see those things were Xeno's weaponry. These layered defenses turned Hickson into a sphere bristling with thorns that whoever approached would be lacerated and bleed profusely. All that Horus had done was to await the arrival of the new fleet led by Bona, so as to thwart the Empire's deep space expedition. Finally, after the 257th rotation of Hickson, the Imperial Expeditionary Force surged into the Hickson system in overwhelming numbers. Unlike the scattered Imperial forces encountered before this time, various Imperial powers had united under the banner of the expedition, immediately displaying superb command and coordination. The first Imperial ships to emerge from the Mandelbrot Point were struck by the ultra-long-range fire of the Hell Lance from the Chaos warships. In an instant, the leading frigates in the fleet became brilliant sparks in the dark void. Subsequently, the Adeptus Mechanicus vessels with their heavy firepower launched a counterattack, and the Imperial fleet increased thrust to surge out of the Mandelbrot Point. Unfortunately, they encountered space mines. These tiny black specks in the void detonated after a brief delay upon triggering, exploding precisely at the midsection of the warships. The larger Imperial vessels sustained only damage while the smaller frigates and light cruisers were blown to pieces. However, the second wave of ships that arrived moments later unhesitatingly pushed aside the wreckage of the Vanguard and unleashed a barrage of vengeful fire upon the Dawn fleet. In that instant, the dark void was lit only by the blazing exhaust of warship plasma engines and the glowing tails of macro-cannon shells streaking through space. Occasionally, a land beam would flash as if the gods had drawn a line of light between two ships, leaving seared scars upon. The interceptor and torpedo bomber formations of both sides engaged in a chaotic dogfight, yet the Dawn Legion was visibly dominant, as their fighters were all controlled by abominable intelligence and vastly outnumbered the enemy. However, in terms of naval combat, the Dawn fleet suffered a catastrophic defeat. Their crews, composed of recruits and pirates, were clearly no match for the Iron and Blood Imperial Navy. Admiral Spire stood on the bridge watching warships continuously detonate in the void, becoming flaming scrap metal. A Nova cannon from an Adeptus Mechanicus cruiser fired, obliterating a Dawn vessel that had lost its void shields at extreme range. The flaming debris trailed by the shell painted a fiery arc across space. He fully understood where his fleet's advantages lay. The Dawn fleet's warships possessed a higher degree of automation than the Imperial Navy. With vast arrays of automated machinery, the Dawn fleet significantly outperformed the Imperial Navy in macro-cannon reload speed and the like. However, the smaller crew numbers and their wavering morale doomed the Dawn fleet to be at a disadvantage in boarding actions. First battle line: withdraw to the predetermined area. Second cruiser assault force launched torpedoes to cover the battle line's retreat. Heavy artillery line commenced bombardment. Under the deft maneuvering of Admiral Spire, the Dawn fleet fought, while retreating, doing its utmost to ensure every ship could disengage. Finally, as they retreated to the asteroid belt, the automated gun emplacements deployed on the asteroids opened fire, allowing the battered Dawn fleet to escape. And before the Empire's eyes lay Hickson covered in wilderness. Tai-Tusi walked up to the drop pod and retrieved his tactical helmet. Beside him stood his current superior captain of the Second Company, Katawa C. Senior, rest assured, I, Katawa C, will lead the company to victory. Tai-Tusi nodded lightly and performed a final check of his gear. The nearby lights flashed red rapidly, and then a group of battle brothers boarded the drop pod. Prepare for airdrop, the servitor announced in a flat, emotionless tone. Thick safety restraints descended, pressing down on the shoulders of the Astartes. Then the hatch closed, followed by an endless. The drop pod shuddered, and a sliver of light pierced the dark interior. Tai-Tusi saw the curved surface of the planet, the face of Hickson. In the distance, the Kinyu fortress at the North Pole was visible. The drop pod slowly descended and then entered the atmosphere. The entire drop pod began to tremble violently, and Tai-Tusi saw the viewport start to catch fire. At that moment, the ground's anti-aircraft artillery became visible. Flaming snakes lashed into the sky like whips, striking unlucky fighters and dropped. The air forces on both sides were engaged in fierce combat within the atmosphere. Not only the nearly identical fighters of the Imperial Air Force and the Shuguang Army, but also the Orc fighters belching thick black smoke. Tai-Tusi saw a massive fireball plummeting. An Imperial Thunderhawk crashed downward amidst raging flames, then was hit by a burst of anti-air fire and exploded in midair. 20 seconds to impact. The drop pod's thrusters ignited. With a powerful surge of acceleration, Tai-Tusi felt himself pressed deeply into his seat by immense force. If a mortal had ridden this drop pod, they would have been crushed to pieces, but the Astartes felt nothing. Finally, Tai-Tusi could discern the ground details. The armored columns of the traders surged across the plane's massive barges of fire, reaching skyward, forming a network of flame. 10 seconds to impact. The drop pod entered its final sprint, thrusters at full power. On the ground, the Shuguang Army Armored Company watched the pods hurtling down and panic-strickenly swiveled the turrets of their Hydra anti-air vehicles. But it was too late. The massive objects slammed into the ground in succession, knocking several nearby Shuguang soldiers. Dust billowed up, instantly blanketing the area. The Shuguang soldiers around had not yet reacted, only to see pairs of red eyes glowing within the dust. With flashes of fire and the roar of heavy weapons, a dozen bolt rounds precisely struck down the caught-off guard Shuguang soldiers. Their armor, capable of withstanding lasgun fire from the Astra Militarum, was as flimsy as paper before bolter fire. A Chimera's autocannon swept fire toward the Ultramarines, but they saw a shield-bearing warrior charging forward, weathering the Chimera's barrage. The power sword gleamed with an eerie light, and then severed the multi-barreled cannons with pinpoint precision. The shield-bearing warrior leaped aside, and a Melta shot finished off the Chimera. Tai Tusi gazed at the battlefield filled with distant artillery fire and frowned as he looked at his service skull. We veered off target. The heretic's anti-air fire shredded one of our thrusters, a battle brother beside him reported. Tai Tusi opened the comm. Amid the static, he finally heard Zakalius' voice. Lieutenant, your landing position is off. Acknowledged, well, be there immediately, Tai Tusi replied. No, 50 kilometers south of your position, Squad D Hare is under attack by enemy armored forces with heavy casualties. They need your support. Understood. Tai Tusi closed the channel and looked at his battle brothers. Arm yourselves with enough anti-material weapons, brothers. We're going to support Squad D Hare. The number of Shuguang army armored vehicles exceeded pre-war expectations, causing heavy losses among the Astartes and Cadian forces, serving as the first wave of assault. Even at the squad level, the enemy carried a heavy loss cannon, a high-energy laser weapon capable of killing an Astartes at a considerable distance. In addition, there were vast armored columns and automata. However, this was the expected resistance for the Imperial Expeditionary Force. A massive castle descended from the sky, crashing to the ground like a boulder. Amidst the deep resonant horns, the drawbridge lowered, kicking up dust, and a colossal night titan strode out of the drop pod. The moment these 10-meter-tall heavy bipedal machines entered the fray, they reversed the assault force's passive and beleaguered situation. The Knight's ion shield could block most incoming attacks, while their thermal cannons and plasma cannons easily defeated the various armored vehicles, apparently modified Lehman Russ variants. Purge the heretic sisters. Let them taste the Emperor's wrath. For the Emperor. The Battle Sisters also joined the fight. These daughters of the Emperor regarded loyalty as their very life. They never feared death, for they firmly believed that upon dying their souls would return to the Emperor's side. These young women, clad in power armor, wielding chainswords and bolters, threw themselves into battle with fanatical zeal. Together with the Kazakhin who dropped alongside them, and the Elysian drop troops who parachuted through the atmosphere, they inflicted great chaos upon the Shuguang army. These most loyal and valiant mortals of the Imperium, with fire support from the Night Titans, successfully tore apart the Shuguang armored counterattack and firmly secured a substantial beachhead. With the beachhead stabilized, the Imperium's vast military might began to pour onto the surface. The Shuguang army's attempt to overrun the Astra Militarum's landing zone completely failed, forcing them to bombard the Imperial landing site with heavy artillery from extreme range. As a day on Haxen passed, an extremely cold night arrived. Both sides simultaneously ceased their slaughter, granting a moment of tranquility to the field strewn with blood and corpses. Yet the sky above still raged. The fortress anti-air fire and missiles continued to pour out without pause, and from time to time a brilliant firework of an explosion bloomed briefly, illuminating the heavens. On the quiet ground, the Imperium was continuously airdropping landing forces, and the Imperial strength on Haxen was rapidly swelling. The Shuguang army meanwhile withdrew all its field units and retreated into the frontline fortresses. At the same time, the razor trains, bristling with artillery, raced ceaselessly between strongholds, resupplying ammunition and armored vehicles. Everyone understood that the first day's slaughter was but a prelude. The second day would bring even more brutal warfare. On both sides, some could not sleep tonight, gazing into the distance at the faint outlines of the enemy positions on the horizon. Under those anxious yet expectant gazes, the sunlight of the second day spilled across the land. Fort C1T3. Tam was polishing his helmet, rubbing it several times, yet feeling something was still missing. Enough with the polishing. If it reflects light, it'll attract bullets. Tam glanced at his comrade, then put on, "Do you think we'll win, Oi?" Tam asked. "We will win. We are the liberators of humanity. They are bound to fail." Tam did not reply. He merely inspected his automatic rifle, its Thunderhawk emblem gleaming. "Yesterday I shot a woman." "A woman? Those in power armor?" "Yes." Tam raised his rifle, aiming into the distance. "She killed Ek and Prissy, then I shot her and watched her bleed out on the ground." "Didn't you capture her?" "Such a woman is worth a fifth-class merit." "No. She drew a pistol and fired twice at me. I dodged quickly and she missed." "Then what?" "She shot herself." The two fell silent, the only sound being Tam checking his weapon. "Tell me, is there truly an emperor? I mean, do you believe he is a god?" "No." If he were truly a god, he would have saved my sister instead of letting her be taken by those black witches. Suddenly, a red warning flashed on the display in front of them, accompanied by the sergeant's shouts. Bombardment. Instantly, the two rolled down the parapet and crawled into the bunker. Soon howls came from the horizon. Countless shells slammed into the fortifications, hurling rifles and debris that had not been withdrawn into the air. The Dawn Army soldiers huddled inside the bunker. Even though they wore full shock-absorbing armor, they could feel as if some force were gripping their hearts. The bombardment lasted a mere 5 or 6 minutes before ceasing. Up! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! Everyone rushed out of the bunker and laid down at their fighting positions. At last they saw the attackers clearly. A group of soldiers in gray uniforms wearing heavy gas masks and semicircular steel helmets advanced. Nobody fires until I give the order, the sergeant shouted. Tam pulled back the bolt. This automatic rifle named Liberator Mark III could effortlessly spit deadly bullets. His most reliable companion. On his tactical helmet display, those gas-masked figures charged across the ditch, rushing forward swiftly. Ready. Suddenly a crisp gunshot shattered. Instantly, everyone opened fire. A lethal rain of bullets poured out while the heavy machine gun lashed a whip of flame. Damn it, who fired? The sergeant cursed. But the storm of lead had already been unleashed. Many of the still charging Star Army troopers burst with blood mist, then collapsed limply. The powerful rounds could even punch through 2 men in a row. The remaining Star Army soldiers halted their advance, seeking cover to return fire. Yet compared to the torrent of bullets from the Dawn Army, their sparse laser beams soon ceased. Tam stared in astonishment at this wave of Star Army attackers. No tactics, no formations, no tanks, no support. Just a headlong rush. What kind of maneuver was that? But before he could think further, artillery struck again. As Tam prepared to take cover, he witnessed what might be the most shocking sight of his life. More Star Army soldiers surged forward wearing heavy gas masks, carrying laser guns, charging in utter silence. Shells crashed onto the fort as well as into their assault columns. Many of their own were torn apart or blown into the air by the barrage, yet they still charged without a sound. By the Emperor, what are they, oi? Someone exclaimed. But there was no time to dwell. The Star Army's shells dropped on their heads again. The sergeant roared for everyone to prepare, and then both sides exchanged fire under the baptism of artillery. Dawn Army drones traced the ballistic trajectory and located the Star Army's artillery positions. The Roarer heavy cannons with a far greater range than the Star Army's launched a counterstrike. Soon the Star Army's artillery fell silent. Tam wiped mud from his tactical visor and saw that the gas-masked figures had already reached his position, with the foremost one spotting him. Both raised their rifles simultaneously. A laser beam struck Tam, while his automatic gun shredded the Star Army soldier. Tam fell to the ground. His left shoulder, struck by the laser, felt as if it were on fire. He tore off his helmet and saw the left pauldron charred black. He quickly grabbed his canteen and poured water over the wound, steam hissing as smoke rose. Whether the Emperor was watching or not, Tam felt he was remarkably lucky to be alive. The heavy machine gun roared again. Beside the gun nest lay 7 or 8 Dawn Army corpses with scorched skulls. A new gunner showered bullets onto the Star Army soldiers, charging right up to the trench. At last this wave of Star Army was shattered by the explosive storm of lead before the fortifications. Everyone stared in horror at the ghastly wreckage of corpses, blood, and severed limbs in front of the position. God, are they the legendary Penal Legion? So reckless with their lives. No, they seem to be from Krieg. Krieg. The Krieg Death Corps, the Silent Legion. As Tam stood up, bracing himself on the parapet, he saw an unforgettable sight. A far greater number of Krieg soldiers were charging. They had no artillery support, only Chimera transports and Lehman Russ tanks as assault vehicles, but the Krieg soldiers sprinted faster than the armored vehicles. The regimental banner of honor was raised high on a Lehman Russ. Suddenly Tam realized those madmen. The first 2 assaults were all probing, using lives to test their defenses. We need artillery support. Firewall coordinates C7TT2, over. C7TT2, received. The Krieg horde rolled forward with unstoppable momentum. The front ranks fell, and the rear ranks filled in. Their lasers formed a column of beams suppressing the defensive fire. Suddenly a dozen shells struck. They detonated in midair, drenching the area with gelatinous promethium. In an instant the promethium ignited, engulfing the Krieg vanguard in a sea of fire. The veteran beside Tam slumped to the ground, letting out a deep sigh. Those madmen. Truly terrifying. Tam gazed at the inferno, sensing something was wrong. He saw dark figures emerging from the flames. 1, 2, 10. The Krieg soldiers burst out of the fire, flames draping over them like cloaks. Their hellguns were already melting, and many collapsed after a few steps. But they kept charging. Wreathed in flame, they surged forward without a single scream or roar. Braving the hail of bullets, they broke into the line, and in the terrified eyes of the enemy embraced them in the promethium blaze, dying together. The Dawn Army collapsed. They were overwhelmed by the Krieg, who had smashed through them with sheer lives. As the Krieg tore through the first defensive line and began their assault on the second, the earth echoed with the roar of engines. In the distance, dense armored columns surged toward the Krieg forces. The Krieg soldiers who had just seized the position stared in shock at the approaching armor, woefully under-equipped with anti-tank weaponry. Yet the shock quickly faded, and they charged without hesitation. The machine guns roared across the plain, their tracers lashing out like the whip of a fiery god, cutting down the Krieg soldiers. But the Krieg knew no fear of death. A single burst from a Lehman Russ machine gun could only fell a dozen Krieg soldiers, but those hiding behind their comrades' bodies would pull the detonator cords, embracing the Meltas and charging armored vehicles in mutual destruction. Shells exploded among them, but this thunder was not from the Lehman Russ cannons. It came from the Krieg's own artillery. Yet the Dawn Corps, drunk on blood, did not halt their advance. They rolled over the trenches, mowed down the charging Krieg, pushed aside the wrecks of their comrades, and opened fire on the second echelon of night houses. The noble knights piloted their war machines, slaughtering armored columns like giants. But their ion shields began to falter under the relentless fire and finally collapsed. The noble knights were destroyed in the bombardment. Yet they had bought enough time. Gunships emblazoned with a great U arrived on the battlefield, pouring rain of death from the heavens. The Katofgard armored columns had their spearhead blunted in an instant. And then, face me, heretical dregs. A massive sarcophagus descended from the sky, crushing a Lehman Russ tank under its weight. With an uncanny agility, the dreadnought leaped off the crushed Lehman Russ, its power claw swinging to smash an armored vehicle charging at it. The front of the massive Chimera vehicle erupted in a huge breach, the entire chassis flipping backward and rolling over. Like a war god, the dreadnought strode forward, its arm-mounted Melta cannon blasting at the approaching armored vehicles as shells and searing beams hammered its. Support the dreadnought, brother. The Ultramarines leaped from their Thunderhawk, backing the enraged dreadnought. Suddenly another burst of bolter fire echoed across the battlefield. Several Katofgard battle brothers fell. When the Ultramarines looked up, they saw another group of Astartes. They wore white and black power armor adorned with the emblem of a crescent wolf's head. Titus frowned slightly. Others might not recognize it, but he knew this was the classic heraldry of the 16th Legion. He raised his chainsword and roared, "For the Emperor." The opposite side bellowed back, "For humanity." Then both sides charged into a bloody melee. Chainswords clashed, sparks flying, accompanied by the roar of bolters. Warriors from both sides proved their faith with the blood of their enemies. Titus parried a chainsword aimed at his head, then kicked his opponent's knee to shatter it, and finished the off-balance Luna Wolf with a single blow. Titus panted, staring at the dying Luna Wolf on the ground. Something was wrong. Their combat prowess was off. Their experience was far too green for Chaos Astartes, unnaturally so. Moreover, their strength and reflexes outpaced their own. Very wrong. Before Titus could ponder further, a Luna Wolf with a red crest approached. The numerals on his armor marked him as the first company captain. He removed his cracked, blood-stained helmet, studying Titus. Titus returned his cold stare. Heretic. Fanatic. Without another word, they lunged at each other, chainswords singing. While the Luna Wolves and Ultramarines were locked in bloody combat, the Imperial war effort in the Southern Hemisphere situation, we want WAC. We want to join the planet-wide WAC. This is Boss Daiwang's WAC. Several orcs with crude instruments stood on the shoulders of a colossal super tank named Boss Dihuang, bellowing savage taunts through amplifiers the size of skypots. On this moving pile of scrap, a glowing golden orc boss face was painted across the chest. In the orc understanding, Boss Dihuang must be a very big, very whack entity, so he must have huge tusks and the meanest eyes. This was Gaga's latest creation, for he thought all Dihuang boys should be able to whack anytime, anywhere. Now the Boss Dihuang fired its Daiwang's death glare lasers from the eyes on the chest icon, instantly blowing apart a Night Titan. Endless tides of orcs crashed against the Imperial landing zone, and the Imperial Guard were buying time with their lives. Most furious were the Sisters of Battle, who had sent half a dozen squads to destroy the blasphemous icon of Dihuang, only to fall on the back. Big Steel Tooth sat grinning on the tusk throne inside the head of Boss Dihuang, the throne's tusks adorned with the bodies of sisters who had made desperate suicide runs. Haha, these runts, this is whack. Louder whack. The orc wah singers who had been flagging howled with renewed frenzy. Suddenly Big Steel Tooth saw a flash of light. Before he could react, a gaping hole appeared through the middle of his Boss Dihuang. Through the hole a trail of molten earth stretched both ways. The ground trembled, sunlight was blotted out. Big Steel Tooth fell to the ground and scrambled up. Who wrecked my Boss Dihuang? Which git? He glared toward the source of the beam, then froze. By Gork and Mork Dihuang. Mountains strode forward with firm, heavy steps looming over the green tide like descending gods. Even the orcs paused, stunned, for they saw the shrimp icon of Dihuang atop those mountains. The next second the mountains flashed again. Company Commander Na Lufu returned to the Kenwa fortress. His originally black and white Inuit Sunglong power armor was now stained with blood and gunpowder smoke, and and a terrifying slash nearly tore apart the right shoulder plate. Passing by the mess hall, Na Lufu saw a group of wounded soldiers from the Inuit Songlong Legion, eating heartily. These Inuit Songlong soldiers had missing limbs and massive wounds on their bodies. At this moment, they were voraciously devouring all kinds of food, even crunching down iron plates, as if they were snacks. The genocide of the 16th Legion was produced through batch cloning, unlike the traditional inheritance of normal Astartes chapters, which led to a severe lack of combat experience and frequent failures in battle. However, fortunately, thanks to a kidney implant called the Tree of Serenity, the activated stem cells exhibited powerful regenerative ability. As long as a soldier of the 16th Legion was not completely killed, bringing them back would generally save them. Within a few months, they could regrow new limbs and bodies, bouncing back as if nothing had happened. The only problem might be that due to regrowing lost limbs, the Astartes experienced an extremely intense hunger, so ravenous that even when encountering Tyranids, they would bite the Tyranids first. But this had nothing to do with Na Lufu. He strode straight into the operations command room and saw his Gene father. "Father, address me by rank during operations." "Yes, Legion Master." "Has Zone C fallen?" "I'm sorry, it's fine." Horus looked at the simulation table where the operations staff had already marked Zone C in. During this period, the Imperial forces' attacks had been progressing smoothly. They had broken through the defenses with the fearless sacrifices of the Krieg Death Corps, to the point that frontline units now preferred to fight Astartes rather than face those Death Corps. Horus clearly understood the weakness of the Dawnlight Army. The soldiers of the Dawnlight Army were conscripted, not actively fighting for the Emperor, like most Imperial Guard, so their morale was far lower than that of the Imperial Guard. Therefore, he had been rotating the battle order, using a war of attrition to make each legion fight, in turns hoping to break the Dawnlight soldiers who had never experienced such brutal warfare. But even so, the Dawnlight Army was slowly losing fortress after fortress, and now they had been compressed into the Arctic Circle. Meanwhile, the corpses of Imperial soldiers were scattered across almost the entire continent, but these losses were acceptable to the Imperial forces. The only good news was that Admiral Spire's Dawnlight fleet had inflicted heavy losses on the Imperial Navy with excellent tactics, leaving them unable to completely blockade the entire planet. After all, Imperial Guard units were easy to find, but a battleship was not so easy to obtain. Suddenly, an emergency communication came in. "My lord, they have deployed the Titan Legion." Titan Legion. On this vast and boundless land, magnificent giants walked like moving mountains, advancing toward those who dared defy the Emperor's will. Their steps were heavy and powerful, though every footfall made the earth tremble, as if the pulse of the entire world rose and fell with them. The vibration struck the heart like a giant hammer, pounding on every chest, inspiring awe. As the sun set, the lingering twilight should have gently bathed the earth in a golden warmth, but the arrival of the Titan Legion changed all that. Their colossal bodies, like moving fortresses, blotted out the sky and swallowed even the last gleam of sunset. In the domain occupied by the Titan Legion, light was banished. They themselves were the darkness. As one of the most formidable ground forces of the Imperium, the Titan Legion, composed of Titan orders, was surely a force that shattered the spirits of all the Imperium's foes. Titans were equipped with weapons usually found only on naval vessels, such as volcano cannons and heavy laser cannons, and were also paired with powerful void shields. However, Titans did not act alone despite their immense firepower. They usually operated collectively as a Titan Legion, crushing the Emperor's enemies like a mountain range. During combat, the void shields of each Titan would link together, and through formation changes, all Titans remained under shield protection at all times. Accompanying the Titans were usually large numbers of knights and armored units. Therefore, when the Titan Legion appeared on the battlefield, it often signaled the end of the war. And now Lao Cci was leading the Titan Legion in an offensive. Lao Cci came from an extremely ancient family, so ancient that it was only slightly younger than the Great Imperium. It once governed several star systems, and at its peak even controlled 400 planets. Though now in decline, it was still a noble house in the Ultima Segmentum. Now Lao Cci, warlord-class Titan Princeps, led the Titan Legion across the soil of Huxon. Elian Na was somewhat restless at the moment. Cci could feel her anxious emotions to the point that the heart of the Titan's reactor raced faster. "Be at ease, darling. Nothing will go wrong." Over 200 years they had fought together for long, and every battle was a shared memory. Whether it was the profane forces of chaos or the endless hordes of orcs, all had fallen at their feet. When he linked with Elian Na, it was as if another person existed in his mind. Elian Na was both fierce and every part of her was so beautiful. Her pounding heart drove mighty power, channeling energy to every corner. Elena loved tearing enemies apart with the volcano cannon, watching them mix with molten magma under its bombardment. Only then would her restless heart find some peace. And every time Cci entered her core, she would resist slightly, requiring a certain ritual of appeasement and blessing to make her recognize him and become somewhat gentle. But once he and Lien Na were successfully merged, the sensation transformed instantly. Hard steel formed his body, and at this moment the glory of the Omnisia blessed them. He was the great mountain. Raging rivers became gentle streams, and lofty peaks turned into small hills. The starry river flowed above his head, and enemies became mere ants. Every step Sibai took required caution to avoid accidentally stepping on his own comrades. The Imperial Guard would look at him with reverence while the tech priests would loudly praise the glory of the Omnisia. At such moments, Sibai always felt like a supreme god with tens of thousands of lives in his hands. But Sibai did not consider himself a god, for he knew that Lien Na was the true deity. The glory of the great machine god descending upon the mortal world. Arrived at combat position. Weapons preheating, reported the weapons officer. Sibai no longer suppressed Lien Na's restless and fanatical desire to fire. Go ahead, my dear. Bring the glory of the Omnisia to our enemies. Grind those heretical scum to dust. Only death can be the hymn that soothes you. Thus Lien Na responded joyfully. In an instant the heavens and earth darkened, and even the sun's light grew dim. And the radiance of the volcano cannon became the only sun between heaven and earth. How truly magnificent, praised Sage Duasisen. The Dawn Army's defensive formation before him had transformed into a sea of flames, with only those swift enough to flee having successfully evaded the Titan's devastating strike. Deep within Sage Duasisen's soul, even in this remote corner of the world, the sacred and glorious radiance of the Omnisia could still pierce through all obstacles, instantly illuminating his spirit. This experience was not merely a spiritual shock to him, but a profound awakening at the very core of his faith. He could almost hear those distant and solemn footsteps, each one treading firmly upon the solid earth, yet also stirring ripples within the lake of his heart. Though brief and heavy, these footsteps bore the boundless might of the Omnisia. Each fall was a sublime tribute to all things in the universe. For Sage Duasisen, this was not merely an auditory perception, but a resonance of the soul, where every vibration forged a profound connection with the depths of his faith. Yet Sage Duasisen now held a slightly different conviction. The divine engine titan was indeed magnificent, a tribute to the Omnisia. However, compared to the secret project their Black Mechanicus cult was undertaking, Sage Duasisen felt that the divine engine titan was but one of the Omnisia's humble servants with some troublesome wetware that needed to be excised. And Sage Duasisen would be the one to excise those troublesome wetware. At that moment, the massive vehicle beside Sage Duasisen drew back its curtain. A colossal entity stood silently, its very existence seeming to defy the laws of nature and overturn conventional notions of scale. Its immense broad tracks, like the footsteps of a giant from ancient myth, steadily supported this awe-inspiring great. Even the Emperor's Baneblade, a war machine that struck terror on the battlefield, appeared diminutive and insignificant beside it, like a child's toy. The creation's exterior exuded an indescribable majesty and power. Its dark launching ring, like the eye of an abyss, silently gazed upon everything around, revealing a sinister yet captivating beauty. It was an existence beyond conventional aesthetics, a perfect fusion of power and terror, inspiring both awe and fascination. Behind it, the mounted engine roared like a furious beast, seeming to radiate boundless surging power, each breath trembling the very space. This power could reduce any enemy that stood in its way to dust, an undeniable source of destruction on the battlefield. Even more astonishing, the creation was flanked by 4 towering spire-like energy storage facilities. They stood like guardian spirits, silently providing an endless stream of energy support to this behemoth. These energy storage facilities not only symbolized boundless power, but were also the crystallization of wisdom and technology. Their presence elevated the creation's combat capability to an unprecedented level. The Wrath of the Omnisia, this was their latest masterpiece. Had it not been for the urgent situation on the Hexen front, this great work would not have deigned to be under. Sage Duasisen knelt in prostration, then proclaimed, "Immortal machine god, hear our prayers. We are your children, the many scholars on the path of machinery. We are shielded by steel, protected by your war angels, and we labor tirelessly to recover your lost gifts. Ring the great bell once. Push the levers, start the pistons and pumps. Ring the great bell twice. Press the buttons, ignite the engines, fire the turbines, infuse with life. Ring the great bell 3 times. Sing in unison, praise the machine god." The heavy machinery slowly awakened, the roar of the engines synchronized with the beating of hearts. Amid the incense and the hymns of the tech priests, the Wrath of the Omnisia slowly raised its cannon barrel. Sage Duasisen personally pushed the operating lever, and the ring-shaped heat dissipation belt above the cannon barrel began to spin rapidly. The cannon barrel began to emit an extremely intense light. The surrounding air warped from the high temperature, and the illuminated ring units on the energy towers went out one by one. "In the name of the great Omnisia, let your wrath descend upon the world. Fire!" A powerful green sphere tore through the sky, streaking toward the Titan Legion with bolts of lightning. The void shield overloaded in an instant. The destructive sphere struck the leading Warhound-class scout Titan, then exploded into a blinding flash. Then it vanished, as if the Supreme Creator had gently scooped a spoonful out of the land of Hexen. The divine engine Titans, the knight armor, the Skitarii below, and the very soil of Hexen, all gone. The Warlord-class Titan at the rear watched helplessly as the space ahead emptied, then stepped into the hemispherical crater. 400 sensed Elena's fear. Following her gaze, he saw the mysterious creation in the distance. But 400 was utterly stunned. He could not comprehend how the vast Titan Legion had vanished, leaving only him behind. Elena's fear intensified. She urged the volcano cannon to charge, while the Titan's defensive autocannons uselessly sprayed fire toward the horizon. But 400 noticed that the strange massive vehicle was rapidly retreating. He comforted his beloved, telling her to stop being afraid, yet Elena's fear only grew to the point where 400 could not command her to take another step forward. And 400 felt Elena's fear as well. Her siblings had been killed so abruptly and violently. Retreat, 400 shouted. Meanwhile, Horus received Sage Duaseason's notification. Great and almighty Omnisia above his wrath has been vented. Now he needs rest. All right, retreat. He'll arrange air cover for you. Horus ended the communication, a frown creasing his brow. Sage Duaseason's timing for opening fire was terribly unlucky, coinciding exactly with the Titan Legion's formation change, leaving one Warlord-class Titan unscathed. But against that single Titan, the Dawn Army had no effective countermeasure. To defeat a Titan, one needed another Titan, and the Dawn Army did not even possess a single knight armor. The energy required to recharge the wrath of the Omnisia was immense. Unless a cruiser's engine was used, it could not fire a second time for at least a month. Yet there was still a way. Horus opened a channel to the second company. Father, speak. Kobold, take your second company and board that Titan. It must not return to their line. The 78th Armored Regiment will support your operation. Glory to humanity, my father. Cultivators, the 78th Armored Regiment provides cover for you. We will do our utmost to draw the Titan's attention. Good luck. Acknowledged, Colonel. Thank you for your support. Fight for humanity. Captain Kabir boarded a Raider-class combat bike, while the entire second company mounted combat bikes, land speeders, and Rhino troop transports. They surged out of the fortress like a pack of wolves. Ahead, the 78th Armored Regiment had already launched its assault. From a distance, it resembled a mythic horde of ants attacking the giant Goliath. A vast array of armored vehicles rolled over the magma left by volcano cannons, charging valiantly toward the towering Titans. The lofty mountain stepped backward relentlessly. The volcano cannon slung beneath its left arm carved a trail of fire, with each blast engulfing the unfortunate armored vehicles. To cover the retreat of the sole surviving Titan, the Imperial Army committed the severely depleted Armored Corps and a reserve knight household. The two steel torrents clashed violently on the vast plain, like surging currents colliding. The Emperor's Venom Blade roared its super-heavy chassis, crushing the various modified Leman Russ variants fielded by the Dawn Army. Night war machines swung chainswords, reaping the charging armored units. The Dawn Army lacked STC construction templates for heavy vehicles like the Emperor's Venom Blade. They relied mainly on diverse modified Leman Russ variants. Thanks to the deployment of abominable intelligence and Xenos technology, an armored core of the Dawn Army far exceeded the scale of the Astra Militarum. To field the new weapons developed after technology sharing with the Black Mechanicus tech priest had performed various modifications on the Leman Russ. The special variant known as the Duelist stood as a powerful testament. A roaring Duelist halted, its cannon barrel extending like a fishing rod. Bipods extended from the hull, their tips anchoring firmly into the ground. The muzzle aimed directly at a rampaging Emperor's Venom Blade, which towered above the mass of armored vehicles. In the blink of an eye, a scorching golden-red beam shot forth, instantly striking the main turret of the Emperor's Venom Blade, burning through the thick adamantium armor and reducing the tank to only its still advancing lower half. The gallant knights found themselves gradually encircled, their ion shields overloaded, and heavy shells pounded their armor adorned with exquisite family crests. Finally, they collapsed to the ground, battered and scarred. Captain Kabir at last reached the foot of the Titan. From below, even the Titan's foot resembled a massive alloy building. Kabir raised his grapple gun, aiming at the silhouette against the sky. The grapple fired its magnetic tip, securing firmly to the Titan's abdomen. Kabir leaped, abandoning the combat bike, ascending rapidly along the grapple until he pressed against the abdomen. Glancing back, he saw several battle brothers firing grapples below. The others were nowhere to be seen. But time was of the essence. Captain Kabir pulled out a melta-bomb, attached it to a weak joint in the Titan's armor, then swung away. A violent explosion erupted, and the next second Kabir rolled into the Titan's interior. Looking up, he saw two Mechanicus servitors operating instruments, seemingly indifferent to the roaring wind and the demigod superhuman's intrusion. Kabir ignored the mindless servitors rushing directly toward critical areas. Sibai struggled to control the war machine, bombarding the fearless armored swarm with cannon fire. Suddenly he felt a lurch. The massive titan tilted. He barely managed to correct the course, preventing the titan from crashing to the ground. What happened, Ileana? The now calm Ileana swiftly informed him of the situation. The right foot had lost control. Ileana sensed something moving within the titan, slaying key tech priests and crewmen at vital nodes. Following Ileana's eyes, Sibai saw the demigod superhuman clad in black and white power armor punching a terrified Mechanicus apprentice to death. An immense wave of terror surged over him. Boarded. He frantically manipulated the war machine, sealing blast doors one after another, only to hear the roar of bolter fire. This sound was not heard through Ileana. It came directly to his own ears. Sibai struggled to open his physical eyes and saw several demigod superhumans on the bridge executing his crew with bolters and fists, while the gunner had been ripped from the Mechanicus throne, writhing and screaming on the floor. The demigod superhuman standing before him seemed to sense something, turning to look at him. The Titan war machine ceased moving, falling into an eerie stillness. It neither attacked nor moved, standing frozen, as if bereft of its soul, allowing all manner of metal storms to batter its void. Soon everyone realized the situation. The Astartes had successfully boarded. In an instant the tide of battle turned. The Dawn army, which had been fiercely attacking the Titan, now began protecting it, while the Imperial forces launched a frantic assault on the war machine. The colossal Titan stood motionless like a towering mountain, watching the armored vehicles slaughter each other at its feet. The Imperial command fell into silence. We must increase our forces. The glory of the Omnisia must not fall into the hands of those heretics. The Archmagos of the Mechanicus set his tone, unusually furious. Archmagos, that would not be a wise choice. We should accept that we have lost the war engine permanently. That vanished Xeno's cannon may have completed its charge by the time we regain control of the Titan, the Lord General of the Astra Militarum countered. This is a blasphemy against the Omnisia. If you refuse to reclaim the war engine, I will recall the Omnisia's servants from every front to retake it. No, that would strip our forces of already scarce heavy fire support. The frontline Astra Militarum regiments cannot withstand another barrage of their heavy weapons. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. A knock. The Inquisitor rapped the table. All eyes turned to the Inquisitor, who respectfully stepped aside, revealing another Inquisitor. The mysterious Black Hammer Inquisitor strode forward. His cold, piercing gaze swept over everyone present. Then he produced a sealed directive. From this moment you are under my command. My orders are simple: launch a direct assault on the main fortress. The Lord General of the Astra Militarum wanted to protest, but the Black Hammer Inquisitor's icy stare silenced him. Regardless of losses, do it now. My lord, they have broken through our defenses. Horus looked at the arrows on the simulated war table with confusion. The Imperial army, which had been fighting in an orderly manner just moments ago, suddenly launched a desperate assault, concentrating most of their elite forces as if they had gone mad. Night Titans, Battle Sisters, Kazarkan assault troops, and Space Marines. These most elite forces tore through the final defensive line and stormed into the waning moon fortress. Horus did not understand the meaning behind the Imperial army's actions. If they intended to achieve a breakout from within or cause internal explosions, they were simply too naive. Horus had not yet deployed his reserves. All he needed was to gather the armor units and the Luna Wolves to seal the gap they entered, and that entire force would be annihilated. The other fronts, having lost this force, even allowed the Dawn army to counterattack. It was truly baffling. Horus simply could not understand them. Suddenly Horus' expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Oh, so they are coming for him. Nalef, assemble the first company and all the wolf cubs in the fortress. Let us go meet the enemy. Inside the waning moon fortress on the wide main avenue, the Dawn army and the assault troops were locked in a bloody battle. By the blood of Sanguinius. Faith is our armor. Courage and honor. On this square there gathered a congregation of extraordinary talents, with both the venerable and the young present. On that long straight avenue there appeared Terminator-armored Astartes, penitent sisters of the Battle Sisters, and Night Titan. Such elite forces swiftly pierced through the hastily constructed defenses. The Dawn army soldiers and the Luna Wolves were barely holding the last line before the gate. Suddenly the fortress gate opened. A towering figure emerged, the massive wolf head on his pauldron, seemingly proclaiming his identity. The aura of confidence and nobility instantly made both sides cease fire. Although Titus had never seen a Primarch, he immediately recognized him. The master of the 16th Legion, Horus. Oh, what a risky decision. Did the codex compiled by Gilliman not tell you that such an action would doom the entire expeditionary force? So said Horus. Captain Mechanicus of the Blood Angels' 5th Company instantly turned red with rage. More precisely, the entire 5th Company and a number of Blood Angels' successor chapters all burned with fury. Wretched scum! You shall atone for the atrocities of 10,000 years ago. For the name of Sanguinius. The sons of Sanguinius charged forward in a full assault. Horus clicked his tongue in displeasure. If blood debts are to be repaid, it is not your turn. The pre-march of the legion thundered forth, and the Luna wolves around him followed their Gene Father into battle. For the War Master for mankind. The Imperial army also launched a charge. In the distant Far East sector, this was perhaps the first large-scale battle between Astartes since the Great Crusade. Both sides fired everything they had at each other on the open ground. Soldiers fell continuously, then they clashed, wielding chains, swords, and blades in close combat. The Luna wolves were clearly inferior in combat effectiveness to the Imperial Astartes despite their numerical advantage, and they fought hurriedly. However, thanks to their Gene Father leading the charge and the massive hormones released by the war bone, they gradually overwhelmed the loyalist warriors. Titus fiercely deflected two chain swords slashing towards him, and in the blink of an eye he saw another dark gun muzzle aimed at him. He swiftly twisted his body, using his thick pauldron as a shield. A hail of bullets then struck the pauldron with sparks, and Titus seemed to hear the sound of bones cracking. But the roar of a chainsword came whirring. Titus parried hastily, but was kicked to the ground. Just as the enemy moved to finish him, a power sword swiftly severed the enemy's arm, then plunged through his chest at incredible speed. Oh, it was Iketo Sicarius who saved you. The second company captain before him extended his hand. Titus grasped it. He frowned at the Luna wolves ahead, who outnumbered the Ultramarines. We are heading toward defeat, said Titus. Sicarius looked at the towering figure. Horus' speed was so great that he could barely see it. With one kick he sent a Terminator flying, then, with lightning claws he bisected a penitent engine at the waist. Meanwhile, the Luna wolves fought even more courageously under the inspiration of their pre-march. Damn it, they were going to lose. Suddenly something flew toward Horus at incredible speed. Horus reacted swiftly, knocking the projectile away. He looked toward the direction of the assailant and saw golden-armored warriors standing there imposingly, the red plumes on their helmets fluttering in the wind. Beside them stood a group of figures in silver Terminator armor with books bound on their heads. The Imperial army, seeing reinforcements, let out cheers of disbelief. The Custodes. And what were those guys all in Terminator armor? Chaos War Master, your evil crusade ends here, said the leading custodian. Hey, you are not worthy, Horus taunted. Custodes. He and Bona had killed quite a few. But the silver Terminator, crackling with lightning, stepped forward. A psychic Astartes. The Grey Knight Justicar's floating book flipped rapidly, psychic lightning surging through his whole body, and the Emperor's radiance shone upon him. The Justicar launched his attack, using his power from the warp to deliver a lethal strike against the demon pre-march. Horus Lupercal. The voice was thunderous, amplified by the warp, echoing throughout the entire square with the Justicar's roar. In an instant the entire square fell silent, leaving only the distant sound of gunfire. Horus looked at the strange figure, his expression filled with confusion. The Grey Knight Justicar was somewhat bewildered. He glanced down at the book again, then shouted loudly, Horus Lupercal. Beast. Giant. Killer. Nagu. In an instant both sides were dumbfounded. The Imperial army was perplexed. Was this psychic Astartes trying to unbox Horus? The Luna wolves fell into collective silence. Only the Grey Knights were stunned. The demonic true names they possessed. By shouting an opponent's true name when fighting demon princes or demon primarchs, they could drastically weaken their combat effectiveness. Commonly known as the box strike. But why did this Chaos War Master seem completely unaffected? Could they have boxed the wrong name? Horus, on the other hand, was panting like a bull, his expression furious, full of the anger of being boxed in public. I will mince you all into pieces. It was evident that the Grey Knight's actions had enraged Horus. He hacked apart the Astartes, blocking his path, charging straight toward the Grey Knights. The custodians who stood in the vanguard joined the fray. Wielding their guardian spears, they launched attacks at a speed that the Astartes could scarcely perceive, suppressing Horus in an astonishingly short span of time. The Luna wolves roared in fury, attempting to aid their Gene Father. Yet the Imperial army's layered encirclement left them powerless. Any warrior who managed to break through was cut down by the custodians in the blink of an eye. The Grey Knights also unleashed psychic attacks, weaving their warp-born sorcery in concert with the custodians' assault, hurling a kaleidoscope of powers at their foe. And then it was all for naught. He discarded the lightning claw, twisted into slag by the psychic barrage, and with lightning speed seized a guardian spear, driving it through its owner. In the next instant 3 or 4 spears struck Horus within nanoseconds, but he swiftly deflected them. He grabbed a charging Grey Knight and hurled him like a bowling ball, carving a bloody swath through the ranks. Horus then leaped back, creating a brief distance. In that fleeting moment the ground was littered with the bodies of custodians and Grey Knights. The sons of Sanguinius, who had charged at the forefront, suffered grievous losses. Their leading captain Gdoth lay unconscious. Horus seemed to hear something. He pressed his left hand to his Vox unit, then nodded. A smug grin spread across his face as he regarded the Imperial forces. Fools, I permit you to leave this place. This is not my mercy. We have a more significant enemy to face. If you don't want Terra to explode, get lost now. The Imperial troops were stunned, and the Emperor's daughters offered Horus their friendly blessings along with comprehensive suggestions for his mental and material well-being. What followed was another bloody clash as warriors on both sides resumed their furious slaughter. Yet Horus clearly had lost the will to engage further. The fortress unleashed all its automata to hinder the enemy before he withdrew. None were more incensed than the Blood Angels, especially Captain Doth, who lay dismembered on the ground. "Coward, fight me to the death." But a new order spoken in urgent tones reached the ears of the remaining Imperial forces. "All units emergency retreat. Enemy reinforcements have arrived." Titus stared at the order in disbelief. "This is an affront to honor and loyalty. We will not retreat." Sicarius spoke first, his voice seething with rage. "This is a command from the Expedition Fleet Command." Not only the Ultramarines, but the other factions also stared at the order in disbelief. Yet the situation no longer allowed for delay. The Imperial Navy dispatched an entire transport wing to force its way into the fortress. After sacrificing 2 full fighter squadrons, they barely managed to extract the troops, leaving even the Genocide unrecovered. Only when they reached the void did Titus understand why the Imperial forces had so hastily ordered a retreat. In the high heavens, more and more warships emerged from the Mandeville points, launching attacks on the Imperial fleet. Countless lances and macro-cannons rent the void, and warships exploded in succession. The forward screening force that had been intercepting the enemy reinforcements was torn apart as an increasing number of Dawnlight warships began striking deeper. The Imperial fleet, already barely holding its own against Admiral Spire, now faced such a massive armada and began to crumble into retreat. A terrifying number of warships occupied nearly half the star system. Every second, Imperial vessels fell to the bottom. Aboard the battle flagship, the Imperial Expeditionary Council wore bitter expressions as they watched the tidal wave of enemy ships, then reluctantly ordered a withdrawal. As for the vast ground forces still on Hexen, they had to be abandoned. To extract the elite troops from the Crescent Fortress alone, they had lost a battlecruiser squadron. On other fronts, they only managed to evacuate more critical units like the Night Titans. The Mechanicum directly abandoned the massed ranks. One Imperial fleet was ordered on a suicide mission. They charged valiantly at the Dawnlight fleet, only to be melted into molten metal by hundreds of lance beams. Bona stood on his flagship, opening a channel to Horus. "It seems I haven't arrived too late." "I disagree. I nearly got cornered by the Custodians." Bona frowned. "Could the Custodians defeat a Primarch?" Horus spoke first. "Where did you get so many ships?" "Half crews for each ship, barely enough to man the newly launched vessels. I bet the Imperial fleet is too scared to attempt a boarding action." "Ha ha ha, you're a genius. I'm growing fonder of you by the minute." As the Dawnlight fleet drove the Imperial Navy out of the Hexen system, the battle concluded. The ground forces abandoned on the planet's surface fell into despair. Except for the unwavering Sisters of Battle and Space Marines, morale among most units began to collapse. Commissars had to execute soldiers, spreading panic, while some inferior Astra Militarum regiments even shot the commissars, maintaining order, broadcasting pleas for the Chaos Gods to take them in. They were then rewarded with lance bombardment, wiping out the entire unit. Bona admired these ground forces who, despite being outgunned by the Dawnlight forces, their faith in the Emperor had nearly allowed them to capture Hexen. If they could be absorbed into the Dawnlight forces, it would be a worthwhile enhancement. Of course, he had no desire to accept those turncoat scum. Still, dealing with the Astra Militarum units on the ground that were regrouping, determined to prove their loyalty to the Emperor through death, would be easy. After all, he had been delayed en route, capturing a few Chaos Demons eager to contribute. Though they might not have been willing, it was of little consequence. Tens of thousands of special shells were fired into the planet's surface. Instead of the expected flames and explosions, they emitted a violent shockwave. A surge of warp energy swept across Hexen in an instant. The demonic power within the shells plunged the Imperial forces into unconsciousness. Not even the demigod-like Astartes could resist. Even the Dawnlight troops were affected, collapsing into slumber. The only ones spared were the orcs in the southern hemisphere, who were still bellowing and cursing the Imperial forces for fleeing, calling them a bunch of cowardly gits. "We have captured approximately 4.5 million Astra Militarum troops. We have separated the officers, commissars, and enlisted personnel from one another," Colonel Sackett reported. "Good. They'll send some priests from the new ecclesiarchy to try to re-educate them. Those willing to join the Dawn Army should be vetted and promptly appointed. I agree with the plan, but our forces still lack commissars. Morale is low, and if we face Chaos or Xenos, it will be a disaster. They'll find a way." Thinking about commissars, Bonus head ached. He hoped commissars would join the Dawn Army, but every captured commissar so far had refused, offering only friendly greetings to the Thunderhawk Empire. Oh, and there was another fanatical group. Bona walked to the detention block where the Sisters of Battle were held. Stripped of their power armor, the sisters wore only simple robes. They sat together training themselves in the Emperor's will. Undying Emperor, pity our insignificant suffering. Lord of the galaxy, protect your flock stranded among the Xenos. Guardian of light, guide our dark path with your radiance. We are your warriors, we are your servants. Just watching the sisters praying in a circle gave Bona a headache. If commissars offered a glimmer of hope for persuasion, these ecclesiarchy-born sisters were utterly impossible. From his conversations with Teresa, Bona had learned that the sisters were even famous among the demons of Slainish, who delighted in capturing them and using every method to tempt them into the embrace of the Prince of Excess. Send them to Carbard and Talencode. Those places are short on labor, aren't they? Since these sisters are so devoted to the God Emperor, let's see whether it's the human empire built by frontline workers and soldiers, or the distant ecclesiarchal deity that forges the human empire. Colonel Sackett opened his mouth to speak. After all, sending these brave warriors to screw in bolts was a terrible waste. But considering the sisters' fanaticism, he decided against it. The two men walked to the detention area for Space Marines. Not many, just 7. These demigods, stripped of their power packs and bound with magnetic locks, were mostly volunteers who stayed behind to cover their battle brothers' retreat. The majority of the Space Marines had successfully escaped. As they approached, the Marines glared at Bona with murderous intent. Bona found it amusing. Nothing more to say. Send them to the Luna Wolves to serve as punching bags for training. After a round of inspection, every single one was a hard. While that was to be expected, those who could participate in this expedition were undoubtedly among the most iron-willed in the Imperium. Colonel Sackett seemed to remember something and added, "We've captured a Titan Princeps along with a fully intact Titan and a dozen damaged knight suits." A Titan Princeps. Bona went to the cell and saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. The Titan Princeps sat in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. Who is he? No idea. He won't say a word. Then keep him locked up until he talks or dies. The Imperial campaign on Hexen had ended with the Imperial forces suffering a crushing defeat and paying a heavy price. The engineering ships of the Dark Mechanicum were salvaging warships in outer space. The construction cost of Imperial standard vessels was several times that of Chaos-aligned ships, making salvage highly valuable. Occasionally minor skirmishes broke out. Some lucky souls managed to survive on wreckage after their ships exploded. But for Horus, the battle was far from over. "Hey, you little shrimp," roared a massive orc. His left leg had been replaced with a mechanical limb, and his right hand wielded a chainsword scavenged from a knight suit. A hideous scar ran across the greenskin's chest, the mark of a knight. The orc war boss had nearly been cleaved in two by the knight, but he had survived. This greenskin boss was upholding the orc tradition. "The boss sits today, but tomorrow it's my turn." Horus looked at, "Oh, so if I understand correctly, you think you're worthy." "Orc," the greenskin boss roared. "I big none should be the orc boss. You're just a shrimp, even if you're big and tough and whack. Enough, you ain't one of us. So I'm challenging you." Horus laughed, and the Luna Wolves guard around him joined in. Horus took a heavy hammer from his guard, stepped forward, and beckoned to the greenskin boss with a taunting gesture. The orcs around cheered and roared whack in excitement. Gretchen, perched on the kill cans, hammered the cans' heads with wrenches while orcs raised their guns of all sizes and fired into the air in joy. One orc sat atop a heavily modified Emperor's Shadowsword. The orcs thought the shrimp driving this huge tank was cool. They had fought to the death shouting for the Emperor orc. But the tank had too few guns, so the orcs had added a bunch of extra artillery. Then they scraped off the Imperial double-head eagle emblem and painted a very awkward-looking Thunderhawk emblem in their version of the Emperor orc. Its blasphemy was enough to make the Sisters of Battle charge with meltaguns to die alongside this heretical Emperor's Shadowsword. An orc sat on the shattered main turret of the Emperor's Shadowsword, clutching something he thought was very whack, and bellowing, "This is a whack. Big Nunu and the shrimp boss whack. A whack. After the big ball of whack." The greenskin boss roared and charged at Horus. The orcs cheered in excitement as they watched the huge greenskin boss, bigger than those Super Astartes tin cans. Then Horus swung his hammer. The greenskin boss head was smashed into his chest. With a gurgle, the boss died. The orcs who had been cheering moments before froze. "Pathetic excuse for a warrior, and you dare challenge me?" Horus mocked. He looked at the other orcs. "Anyone else? You weak little runts, so boring you almost put me to sleep." The orcs blinked. Then, "Boring. No fun. I'm out." Horus snorted coldly. These greenskins had to be dealt with decisively. M41, 999, The End Times. The Cadia system, a fortress world of the Imperium, lies before the Eye of Terror. Those who live there have never been able to look up at the stars since birth, for above them hangs the terrifying warp rift. The warriors stationed here are the most resilient and valiant in the Imperium, having garrisoned this world for an eternity, defending the Imperium of man with their blood and loyalty. Now the shadow of the Black Fleet looms over the entire Cadia sector. The Chaos Warmaster has schemed for 10,000 years. The time for harvest has come. Around the Cadia sector, Nurgle's zombies pour forth from the underhives in endless waves. Typhus, the herald of Nurgle, spreads his plague across world after world. The brave Imperial defenders fight to the death, yet are overwhelmed by the tide, losing all resistance before the plague fleet even arrives. The Night Lords also unleash their bloody massacre in the Stellaris sector. These masters of assassination flit through the shadows, torturing every innocent Imperial citizen with the most cruel methods. The flames of war begin to spread across the Segmentum Obscurus. Vast numbers of Chaos cultists rise to welcome their masters. Upon countless worlds, the Word-Bearers Legion erect their vile altars for Chaos sacrifice. Thousands upon thousands of lives are butchered. The Word-Bearers use their potent Chaos sorcery to sacrifice countless innocent captives, then exploit the violent psychic echoes of their agonizing deaths to tear open the thick barrier between real space and the warp. Thus the warp descends upon the Cadia sector. A ferocious warp storm engulfs Cadia. From the Eye of Terror, the colossal Chaos fleet emerges. Even the mightiest Imperial navy, the Gothic fleet, appears powerless before such a vast Chaos armada. Among the countless warships, a massive Gloriana-class battleship emerges. An ancient vessel whose construction secrets have been lost to time. It is the flagship of the sons of Horus, the vengeful spirit. This flagship, passed down from 10,000 years ago, has witnessed countless wars, yet none compare to the scale of this one, the largest since the Great Crusade. The 13th Black Crusade. Abaddon stands on the deck of the vengeful spirit, watching Cadia draw closer on the horizon. For this moment, he has striven for 10,000 years. Humanity is a naturally psychic species. Even the Eldar, who style themselves as the firstborn of the gods, cannot match mankind's profound affinity with the warp. And that foolish corpse emperor, to further his own apotheosis, has placed humanity under his rotting, chaotic, and squalid imperium, blocking the true path to embrace the gods. 10,000 years ago, his father Horus failed. He was betrayed by the gods and slain by the false emperor, delaying humanity's ascension for 10 millennia. 10,000 years. In that time, humanity has been butchered like pigs by Xenos, and under the rotting Imperium, mankind has become even more ignorant than in the Age of Strife. Now the greatest army since the Great Crusade rallies at his feet. The power of the Chaos gods descends upon the world once more, and humanity's hope is reborn. And he, Abaddon, shall carry on his father's will, completing the unfinished work of 10,000 years. Father, do you see? Your wish is about to be fulfilled. Abaddon raises the Drachnian, the sword that once grievously wounded the corpse emperor, and issues his command. Destroy the worthless Cadia, make the world tremble. The mighty Blackstone fortress, the will of eternity, slowly moves into firing orbit, plowing through the molten wreckage of the Imperial Navy, and glides toward Cadia. This octagonal vessel, forged by the ancient Eldar, is one of Abaddon's most powerful warships. It can draw power from the Empyrean, hurling the raw might of the warp against Cadia. A single strike would shatter that stone lodged in the throat. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a dazzling rainbow of light. The roar of the Blackstone fortress slams into Cadia. But suddenly the long-defunct planetary shields of Cadia reactivate, operating at several times their normal strength, deflecting the terrifying blow. The warriors of the Emperor on Cadia let out fanatical battle cries, giving thanks for the Emperor's blessing. Enraged, Abaddon raises Drachnian. Send in the landing forces. Tear apart the dogs of the corpse emperor. From the heavens above, countless landing craft and drop pods rain down like a storm. The Imperial anti-aircraft guns tear the sky apart. The Imperial Air Force fulfills its duty with blood in the blink of an eye. A torrent of demon engines falls from the sky. These war machines, housing bound demons, effortlessly shatter the Imperial Air Forces. On the ground, the Chaos hordes charge, roaring toward the Imperial fortresses. For Cadia, for the Emperor, not one step back. The Commissar roars to bolster morale, but in an instant is blown apart by a bolt round. His blood-soaked cap falls to the ground. As far as the eye can see, the Chaos horde charges across the plains. The roar of bolters, the scream of chainswords, and the inhuman shrieks of demons fill the air. The massive Lord of Skulls rolls over the fragile Cadia lines. The blood cannon mounted in its belly vaporizes entire Imperial regiments in a single blast. Mortal soldiers face the Chaos forces like paper torn apart at will. Before such a terrifying Chaos horde, their options are few. Stand and fight to the last, facing the great enemy of Chaos. Or turn and flee, dying like beaten dogs on the road. Countless Chaos Astartes storm the fortresses, slaughtering within. The Sisters of Battle and the Black Templars answer with furious retribution. Craft Keep is battered by shells and flame. It is riddled with wounds. It sways on the brink of collapse. If a single Chaos Astartes can kill 100 Cadia soldiers, then 100 will charge forward using their blood and loyalty to slow his advance, and the 101st will embrace him with a Melta charge, dying together. The footsteps of the Fire God Titan Legion shake the earth of Cadia, attacking alongside the demon engines. The front line crumbles like a landslide. But at that moment, Lord Castellan Creed raises the battle standard and strides out of the fortress. He walks all the way to the front line, glaring at the Chaos soldiers. For 10,000 years the great enemy of Chaos has attacked again and again, all for this day. We have no mighty equipment, no impervious bodies, but our will is as steel. Cadia stands. Cadia stands. Above the sky the Valkyrie squadron swept past, charging fearlessly toward the encroaching Fire God Legion. The renegade Titan Legion advanced like mountains, and within those mountains countless torches flared up. The traitors' anti-aircraft cannons blazed like stars in the heavens. Facing the approaching rain of fire, Squadron Commander Stellaris issued his final command. All aircraft commence attack. We shall bathe the sky with our blood, we shall die with glory. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! The Valkyries bravely flew through the rain of fire, unleashing missiles upon the Emperor's foes. But despairingly, all missiles struck the shields, while the approaching rain of fire effortlessly tore apart the Valkyrie squadron. Stellaris could no longer see ahead. He wiped the blood from his eyes and felt the howling wind. 119 Squadron prepare for a second attack. But at that moment the comm channel was silent. Stellaris let out a faint smile. He gazed at the mountain-like Titan divine machines below, then pushed the control stick forward. For the Emperor! The blazing, already faltering Valkyrie bomber began its dive, and amidst the terrified gazes of the Chaos traitors, it slammed violently into the cursed weapon. A massive green flame erupted from the back of the Warhound-class Titan. Then the colossal machine took 2 steps forward and ceased to move. The Imperial forces cheered and poured heavy artillery fire onto the Titan Legion. But just a moment later the giant divine machines began to move again. The hope that had just risen in the Imperial army was extinguished in the blink of an eye. More terrifying was the Chaos army that had breached the fortress. BLD for the BLD god. Blood for the blood god. The Kongnu demon prince Wakanchuosi let out a terrifying roar. The Kongnu worshipping splinter within the Black Legion, the hounds of Abaddon, now surged in like a tide. For the Emperor! The warriors of Cadia valiantly charged forward and clashed with the followers of the blood god. Unlike a glorious duel, the interior of the Kelafilingbayo fortress was a hellscape. With each swing of a chainsword, several Xinjia army soldiers were cleaved into carcasses, and in the blink of an eye more Imperial warriors filled the gaps of the fallen. The brilliant flashes of melta explosions and the azure bolts of plasma shots interweaved, but more often it was the fearless Kongnu worshippers who surged through. As blood was spilled, the blood god poured his power upon his followers, making the already ferocious Kongnu cultists. Wakanchuosi swung his chainsword, slaying several charging Kazakhstan warriors, and let out a wild, arrogant grin. Every inch of Kelafilingbayo fortress was engulfed in battle, blood almost soaked the entire ground, yet their defense line was steadily retreating. The surviving Astartes formed a mixed company holding the gates, and with their loyalty, repelling wave after wave of the Kong. But Marshal Ermaligi of the Black Templars gazed at the ever-strengthening demon prince in the distance, his eyes filled with, "Emperor above, please save your subjects." Suddenly a golden light illuminated the dark enemy, dispelling the oppressive black blood veil. A warrior clad in golden armor radiating blinding light appeared above the battlefield. Her countenance shone with divine radiance, and holy wings grew from her back. In an instant the surging demonic tide withered, and even weaker demons began to be scorched by flames. The soldiers of the Xinjia army all thought of that living saint, Shung Sail citing Saint Celestine. People began to fervently praise and cheer, some even knelt and loudly acclaimed the arrival of the miracle. The remaining monastery bells of Kelafilingbayo fortress rang out together. The living saint, whose eyes shone with holy light, looked at the blasphemous thing on the wall. "No lackey of the corpse emperor." Wakanchuosi roared. "Your time has come, filth." Sail sighting descended like a meteor, and the blade radiating holy light struck Wakanchuosi's heart. The massive demon prince let out a wail and fell from the wall, burning with flames. The Imperial defenders, who were on the verge of collapse, suddenly had their morale boosted. They picked up their weapons and launched a counterattack. For the Emperor! The Chaos army began to crumble and was then driven out of Kelafilingbayo fortress by the forces led by the living saint. The banner of Cadia once again flew atop the walls of Kelafilingbayo fortress. Beneath the banner lay the corpses of the Xinjia army and Chaos alike. The cheers of the Imperial defenders drowned out the blasphemous roars of the Chaos army. At that moment an extremely bright light erupted in space. The Imperial and Chaos forces, still locked in battle on the ground, suddenly saw that the Blackstone fortress, like a monument to Chaos, had exploded. Its brilliant flash swallowed nearly half of the Chaos fleet in an instant, and the violent warp energy almost tore everything apart. Meanwhile, the colossal object on the other side even blotted out the sunlight over the planet Cadia, and emblazoned upon it was the symbol of the Imperial fists, the flagship of the 7th Legion, the Phalanx. It had appeared at Cadia at some unknown time, but now it had become the sun that illuminated the stars. The Chaos fleets swarmed around it like ants, but all were torn to pieces by the Phalanx's overwhelming firepower. Seeing the Blackstone fortress reduced to a massive wreck, the wounded War Master Abaddon roared with fury. Bring that. Under the stunned gaze of the Imperial Navy, one Chaos warship after another rammed into the Eternal Will, and then engaged their engines at full power. Realizing what the Chaos forces were doing, the Imperial Navy abandoned all other battles and recklessly charged to attack the Chaos fleet. Both sides exchanged fire at point-blank range. Massive macro cannon shells pierced through one warship and could immediately strike a second. But the Blackstone fortress still slowly began its descent toward Cadia. The Imperial Navy went mad. Many of their brave ships rammed the Blackstone fortress from the opposite direction, trying to thwart Abaddon's dark plan. Even the Phalanx, ignoring its wounds from the recent battle, closed to extreme range and pounded the Chaos fleet. But it was all too late. The Blackstone fortress broke through Cadia's atmosphere, wreathed in layers of flames, and slammed into Cadia with devastating impact. Logically, a Blackstone fortress no larger than Kelafulingbayo fortress crashing into Cadia should have caused nothing serious. Yet bizarrely, the continental plates of Cadia began to crack, and then magma erupted from the ground. The planet's core began to shatter, and the entire structure of Cadia underwent drastic changes. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Cadia broke apart. Jishian Star Region, Haixin Fortress World. We have lost contact with the fleet again. An oppressive atmosphere began to spread inside the control tower, carrying with it a trace of despair. Admiral Sapayer said, "Dispatch the 7th Fleet. We must break through the channel." "No need." Bona halted further. "We have already sent enough people to die. Further action holds no meaning whatsoever." He stared helplessly at Cadia, now a pitch-black expanse on the star chart. Since the warp storm erupted, they had been dispatching fleets toward Cadia, hoping to discover a passage leading there. Yet 7 whole fleets had vanished into that turbulent sea of souls, without transmitting even a shred of information. It was then that Bona truly grasped the meaning of fate, as spoken by the god of wisdom. The warp storm had descended as if from the heavens, swiftly shrouding the Cadia sector. To be precise, not only the Shuguang army, but also the imperial forces surrounding Cadia had dispatched numerous fleets attempting to breach Cadia, yet all had failed without exception. According to Halusi, even during the Great Crusade they had never encountered such a violent warp storm. As to whether the 4 gods had a hand in this warp storm, they did, but how much force they exerted Bona had no way of knowing. Suddenly a communication channel was urgently opened. Admiral Sapayer walked over and saw it was from an astropath. "Speak. The sky is howling." "Venerable One, what did you say?" "The earth is burning, the world is shattering, boundless darkness engulfs the stars. The sacred light has dimmed, we are lost in darkness, surrounded by fierce and cunning beasts." Admiral Sapayer's face turned grim in an instant, while Bona and Halusi seemed to have already accepted this outcome. "In my name, suspend combat with the Imperial faction. Do not actively attack Imperial forces. All star systems enter combat readiness. Open heavy weapon arsenals to militia and PDF. Organize the fleet. We will reinforce the Jishian Star region." Orders were quickly issued, and the Shuguang army fleet began preparations. Then it exploded. 2 battlecruisers were exiting the dock, when suddenly they crazily collided with each other. The engines erupted with violent sparks, and then the 2 warships carried by inertia swung sideways, completely blocking the exit. Similar incidents occurred at the other departure gates. Admiral Sapayer's face jolted with alarm. He urgently opened a channel. "What happened?" "Admiral, the Emperor's angels are attacking us. They have seized the control gates." Halusi's face instantly turned shocked. It was known that within the Expeditionary Legion, the only Astartes capable of organizing such a large-scale assault were the Luna Wolves. Even if all the Black Shield warriors acted together, they could not simultaneously control all gates. "They'll handle this. If there's a situation, I hope you can tell right from wrong." Halusi paused, turned his head, and glanced at Bona. "If they are corrupted, I will execute them myself." At that moment, the starport dock had already become a slaughterhouse. Mechanicus personnel performing port duties and mortal soldiers on watch were suddenly slain by the Astartes beside them, while the deployed automata were disabled. Only a few surviving Shuguang army soldiers and rapidly arriving reinforcements were engaging the rebellious Luna Wolves. Halusi charged into Gate 3, the only starport gate that had not yet been demolished. He plunged in like thunder, slaying the Astartes, blocking his path in the blink of an eye. Then he swung his warhammer and hurled it, smashing a tech marine who was planting melta-bombs from afar. The arrival of the pre-march and his honor guard instantly shattered the local situation. The rebellious Astartes were all slaughtered in moments. Halusi's face was dark with gloom. He flicked the blood from his power claw, letting it drift into space. Before him stood several forcibly captured rebel Astartes. Halusi walked over, stood before them, and studied them for a moment. "You are not my sons." The surrounding Luna Wolves were stunned. Halusi removed a rebel Astartes helmet, revealing a face that was chillingly calm. And upon that head there was the unmistakable mark of a serpent. Ah, I recognize you, Alpha Legion. This time I miscalculated forgetting your presence. Let me guess. You won't reveal your purpose, will you? The captured Alpha Legionnaire's expression remained unruffled as he said, Hydra Dominatus. Hydra Dominatus. 9 heads alone dominate. Helusi sneered, then smashed his head with a punch. Execute them all. The Luna Wolves kicked their knees, forcing the Alpha Legionnaires to kneel, then delivered a bolter round to the back of their heads. Now Yafu, start inspecting all Astartes in the Legion from now on. Arrest any suspicious members. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Yes, Father. The Alpha Legion could be anyone. Helusi returned to the bridge and broadcast this result to all. Alpha Legion. Bona stared at the Alpha Legion emblem on the holographic projection, lost in thought. He had long heard Helusi speak of his brother Erferwizi. Unlike the rebellion records unilaterally declared by the Imperial faction, Helusi, who carried memories of the Chaos Warmaster, had his own understanding. In summary, neither the Imperial side nor the Chaos side knew what the Alpha Legion was thinking or what they were doing. I cannot comprehend the Alpha Legion's actions. They sacrificed 300 Space Marines just to prevent our fleet from leaving port, said Admiral Sapayer. Their actions have always been a mystery. The Alpha Legion is capricious as purposeless as their Gene Father. No, they have a purpose, and they've upheld it for 10,000 years. Everyone looked at Bona. Bona stood up, then walked over to the holographic projection. He wrote down several names: the Helusi Rebellion, the Beast War, the Age of Apostasy, the Gothic War, the Badab War, the Black Crusade, the Battle of Qadiyah. This is their purpose. Captain Dakin was puzzled. These wars don't all involve them. I don't understand. Bona turned around and looked at Dakin. Their purpose is to plunge the Empire into endless civil strife and war, leaving it no time for other matters. I disagree. If they fully supported the Black Legion, the Empire would have already been plunged into total war, said Inquisitor Agilisi. No, their purpose is not to destroy the Empire. Bona looked at everyone. Erferwis's goal has always been simple: to make the Emperor a god. Horus was the first to grasp the truth. I see now, Horus said. Alfarius wants the Imperium to remain in perpetual chaos and wars, steadily fueling the Golden Throne. A mighty empire or one enslaved to chaos cannot serve as fuel. Whenever one side gains an advantage, they immediately aid the other. That's why these vermin keep the Imperium mired in turmoil. I don't understand, Admiral Spire said, glancing at the Inquisitor and the Imperial Guard colonel beside him. Perhaps it's blasphemous to say this even in our present roles, but why do they want the Emperor to become a god? It's not that I think the great Emperor is lesser than the ruinous powers. Only a human god can shield humanity from the horrors of the warp. Bonus words plunged everyone into silence. After a long pause, Horus asked, even at the cost of all humanity? Bona replied, even at the cost of all human lives. Then we crush them. What is Alfarius? Horus said angrily, that's not our concern right now. Bona interrupted, turning to address everyone. Every second Imperial citizens are being slaughtered by Xenos and heretics. We have no time to waste here. Horus and I will lead the expedition fleet forthwith. Captain Dakin, Admiral Spire, Colonel Salkit, I urge you to do all you can to aid the surrounding star systems. After the fall of Qadiyah, a terrible scar tore across the galaxy and continued to expand. This scar, known as the Great Rift, or the Cicatrix Maledictum, split the Imperium in two. One side was the Segmentum Solar, still illuminated by the Astronomicon. The other was the Imperium Nihilus, shrouded in darkness. In this apocalypse, the Imperium Chaos, the Eldari, and the Necrons all suffered varying degrees of impact. Even the tendrils of the Great Devourer were severed, driving a swarm of Tyranids mad. The Imperium of Man bore the brunt of the catastrophe. The entire galaxy plunged into war. After 10,000 years, Chaos Warmaster Abaddon's efforts had finally succeeded. Humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation. Yet from the shattered Qadiyah system, a peculiar group escaped using a webway gate to reach Ultramar. Thanks be to Asurian's teachings, we have eluded our pursuers. The group was a bizarre motley, members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Black Templars, an Inquisitor, and even living Saint Celestine and Eldari. They had fled the doomed Qadiyah system via the Eldari webway, following a prophecy to Macrage. But Macrage too was engulfed in flames as the Ultramarines and Chaos Legions locked in bitter combat. Though the Ultramarines were well-traveled, they had never seen a group where a living Saint Eldari and the Inquisition sat peacefully without fighting. Yet bound by the official mandate carried by Archmagos Belisarius Call, they reluctantly assigned a strike cruiser to escort them back to Macrage. Thank you for your aid, Archmagos. I feel much better now, said Inquisitor Greyfax. I am merely fulfilling our pact called... Indeed, the pact. Greyfax crushed the glimmering neurocontroller creature under her boot. Damn Xenos, trying to control her with that. But compared to Xenos, Inquisitor Greyfax was more concerned about the other side, the living saint. She cast a cold, appraising gaze at Celestine, who sat cross-legged on the ground, faintly radiating holy light. A living saint. Or perhaps a heretic. Greyfax murmured. Given Tzeentch's penchant for sustained scheming cases of a living saint suddenly descending to slaughter enemies only to secretly corrupt the entire world after victory were all too common. If that so-called living saint showed the slightest hint of corruption, Greyfax would execute her without hesitation. Sensing the hostility, Celestine opened her eyes from her meditation and smiled, gently nodding like a neighborly girl. TCH. Heresy or loyalty? That was the question. Meanwhile, Archmagos Belisarius Call held a brief meeting with a representative of the Inari. Ivrain had become the chosen of Ennead, the god of the dead. In the original fate line, she would have been impaled in the Comarak arena and reborn as Ennead's champion, astonishing all. But thanks to Slaneche's scheming via Bona, Ennead lost the long-awaited opportunity. Moreover, the poor Eldari death god was pursued by Slaneche, who seemed ravenous for a bite, turning Ennead's already tragic situation into a farce. Ennead had no mind for elaborate rituals. He sent a vision to Ivrain, essentially saying, "Hey kid, wanna lead the Eldari to rebirth?" Ivrain, what? Ennead, great, you're my chosen now, done deal. Gotta run before that madwoman catches me. Ennead, good luck, love you moi. Ivrain. With such a pathetic deity, Ivrain's fears for the Eldari's future only. The once mighty Eldari pantheon was now reduced to kind, shattered, literally, Isha captured. Segarak, the laughing god whose deeds were as mysterious as Tzeentch's and Ennead, newly revived, yet immediately trapped in his spawning point by Slaneche, now oddly cheerful. Our Eldari future is truly glorious. Mechanicus, human, to bring the young god back among the stars we need power from the brink of death, Ivrain said as concisely as possible to Call. Call pondered for a long while, but failed to analyze her meaning. Explain. Ivrain raised her sword. This blade must sever his connection to the material realm, freeing him from the taint of darkness. Then you may use your treasure to achieve resurrection. Call rapidly computed, and then nodded. Agreement established. Maculage. At this moment, Maculage had been transformed into a gigantic war fortress. Chaos Fleet was stationed in low orbit, bombarding the planet's surface with overwhelming firepower, and countless drop pods were descending from the sky. And the Ultramarines' chapter monastery, Hella Fortress, became the primary target of the Black Legions. The Chaos Legions attacked the Hella Fortress from all directions. Although the Ultramarines were resisting fiercely, any person with strategic vision could see that the Chaos Horde would inevitably reach the walls of the Hella Fortress. Kergia was somewhat annoyed. He withdrew from the battle to meet these strange guests. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the Black Templars, the Inquisition, and the Xenos Eldar. Kergia sat upon the throne, his power fist still stained with blood. Beside him were First Company Captain Ageman of the Ultramarines, Chief Librarian Digelisai, and Grand Master Voldus of the Grey Knights, who had come to support due to a prophecy. Amid the distant thunder of artillery and the roar of aircraft screaming overhead, he began to speak. Tell me your intentions, guests. I have little time to waste on audiences. Archmagos Cower stepped forward. I have come here to fulfill a pact made with the Lord of Ultramar. Kergia frowned. I do not recall making any pact with the Adeptus Mechanicus. If there was, it was nothing more than the routine trade of Ultramar. The one I made a pact with was the true Lord of Ultramar, the genetic father of the Ultramarines, Lubot Gilliman. Everyone present was instantly shocked. Living Saint Salai Siding wanted to explain further, but the already taught Ultramarines honor guard unhesitatingly aimed their bolters at all of them. Although the Ultramarines were renowned for their rationality, the subject of their genetic father had always been a taboo among taboos. Moreover, the invasion of the Hella Fortress a few years ago had made the Ultramarines even more sensitive. Chapter Master, throw these strange fellows into the prison. Execute these two Eldari directly. After we have dealt with the Chaos Traders, we will handle them slowly, said First Company Captain Ageman. Hold my brother, Ageman, said Chief Librarian Digelisai, as he stepped forward. Digelisai stood before the expeditionary force, spreading his arms to protect Cower. Digelisai, what are you doing? Kergia asked, his face darkening. Before this I have received many prophetic visions, and I have long known of their arrival. Now the great chaos enemy is upon us, and hope is about to arrive, my brother Kergia. I am willing to stake my life, my rank, and my loyalty to vouch for these strange petitioners, that all they do is necessary. Kergia furrowed his brow tightly, fixing Digelisai with a piercing gaze. Even if among those you vouch for there are Xenos. Yes. The scene was silent for a long time, everyone waiting for. Then he stood up. Follow me. Ageman, the field command is now yours. Do not let the chaos scum break into the Hella Fortress. Ageman struck his chest with his right fist. I will not fail this duty. Notify Zakaliushi to bring reinforcements. Kergia cast a glance at the two Eldari. Bring your strange contraption, and I will be watching the two of you. Under the close surveillance of the Ultramarines, the group made their way to the Primarch's sanctum. The hall was as solemn as ever, exuding an aura of historical weight and sanctity. Passing through a long memorial corridor, the group arrived before the throne, where the Upon seeing the figure on the throne, Yifulini was shocked, and her heart began to race. It was exactly the same as the tall figure she had seen in her dreams, exuding an aura of holiness, wisdom, and immense power. But why did she always sense a faint trace of the god of desire? Kergia stood at the lowest step of the Primarch's throne, bowed in salute, then turned and blocked the crowd. Archmagos Cower, I wish to know now what pact you made with our father. Cower's mechanical voxcaster emitted a rasp. 10,000 years ago, Lubot Gilliman foresaw that he would soon face the threat of death, and ordered me to find a way to resurrect him. For this I have toiled for 10 millennia, scoured countless Xenos technologies, and sought the means of salvation. Praise be to the Omnisia, the god of machines. Now I have crafted an artifact capable of healing the Emperor's son, the armor of fate. I have come here to fulfill the pact made eons ago, to resurrect Lubot Gilliman. All the Ultramarines present were stunned. Soon most of them were filled with excitement, and some even began to give thanks for the Emperor's grace. But one sentence from Yifulini, the Death God's emissary, immediately made the Ultramarines press their bolter muzzles against the foreheads of Cower and his party. To save the young god from the chaotic poison of the dark gods, I must exercise the function of the god of the dead and whispers in the material realm. Therefore I will use the power of the Death God to extricate him from that painful hell and personally sever his connection to life. Only thus can the dead be revived. Kergia went mad. He raised his fist and chambered a bolt round. Then he roared, as long as a single Ultramarine remains, no Xenos sorcerer will approach our great genetic father. The ever-suspicious Inquisitor Jellificisi and the High Marshal of the Black Templars both unhesitatingly aimed their weapons at Cower, Selly and the others. Cunning heretic, you cannot deceive us, said Jellificisi, then pressed the muzzle against Selly chest. The latter showed a helpless expression and tightened her grip on the flaming sword. But suddenly Digelisai stood beside Cower and his party, staring at his brothers with eyes brimming with psychic energy. Calm down, brother Kergia. Digelisai, you damn traitor. Kergia aimed a fist at him. Oh, Chapter Master, you need to understand that this is a necessary action, Cower explained. All things are ordained by the Emperor, thus all is his will, Selly also argued. But the frenzied Ultramarines were completely deaf to their words. And Kergia was even more convinced of his own judgment. Foolish heretic scum, burning our librarium some time ago was due to our folly and sloth. But this time it will not happen. I swear by the name of Maniusi Aegusita Kergia, unless I fall otherwise. Just as Kergia was swearing, the Chaos warships still dropping drop pods over the planet. Perhaps a demon had a fit, or a button malfunctioned. A shell went off target, and somehow struck a Thunderhawk. The Thunderhawk wobbled and crashed toward the Hall of Truth. The Hella Fortress dense anti-aircraft net somehow failed to hit it with a single shot. Then, the Thunderhawk pierced through the ceiling of the Hall of Truth, which was theoretically capable of withstanding volcano cannons, and slammed straight into a certain Chapter Master who was in the middle of swearing an oath. Kergia will never. Pong. Kergia was smashed into the ground by the Thunderhawk, and then many newly spawned Chaos warriors dropped from the ceiling. They raised their chain axes high. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. The enraged Ultramarines swiftly opened fire upon the Chaos traders, but more and more heretic Astartes surged into the Primarch's sanctum. A teleport Homer was planted on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, accompanied by flashes of lightning, a horde of Chaos Terminators materialized within the hall, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The Honor Guard and the First Company Terminators clashed with the Chaos traders. In an instant the shrine filled with the roar of gunfire and explosions. Except for the four figures at the heart of the battlefield. Ivrain, the Herald of Death, Belisarius, Call the Archmagos, Saint Celestine, and Chief Librarian Tigurius. They stood there in the middle of the melee, mere paces away from the combatants who were already spilling brains and blood, yet everyone seemed blind to their presence. And the grand pathway leading to the Primarch's throne lay wide open with no one blocking the way. The four exchanged glances, then swiftly dragged the massive iron box containing the armor of fate, trampling over the wreckage of a Thunderhawk as they dashed forward. Calgar roared as he hoisted a Thunderhawk, hurling it aside to crush several Black Legionnaires. I will kill you all. The Chapter Master plunged into the fray with righteous fury, his power fist, driven by the force of 500,000 horses, pulverizing any foe in his path into dust. The Second Company rushed in from outside, but more and more Black Legionnaires were dropping through the breached ceiling. The once hallowed shrine had become a blood-soaked battlefield with all locked in close-quarters combat within its walls. Inquisitor Greyfax, tending to her wounds behind cover, glanced up casually and beheld a sight that stunned her. Call's colossal bizarre machinery was activating, enveloping Gilliman, who sat within the stasis field. No, how could they? How had they gotten past? Greyfax was about to rush over to stop them when two Terminators, as if on cue, unleashed a hail of heavy bolter fire, pinning her behind cover. And the Eldari had already raised the sword of the crone high. The frustrated Inquisitor could only shout at the Chapter Master, who was still pummeling Terminators. Calgar. The throne. Calgar, who had just driven a Terminator's head into its chest, turned and witnessed a scene that made his heart stop. The Eldari raised her weapon and was about to strike the power cable of the stasis field. Tigurius stopped that witch. But Tigurius only shook his head at Calgar. Do it, Eldari. In the despairing eyes of Calgar, Ivrain severed the cable. A blinding flash erupted, the stasis field collapsed, and from the machine encasing Guilliman came a deep ancient sigh heavy with the weight of ages. Calgar was overcome with despair, as were all the Ultramarines present. In an instant, these despairing Ultramarines cast aside reason, unleashing their fury upon the Chaos traders around them, trying to drown their despair and wrath. The Chaos warriors sensed something amiss and erupted in exultation, launching an even greater assault. A cruiser even closed in on the fortress of Hera, braving the artillery fire to drop a wave of drop pods. The Loyalist warriors began to fall one by one. The High Marshal of the Black Templars was left with only a few sword brethren, and even Saint Celestine had one hand severed. Chaos warriors fell beneath their attacks, only to be replaced by an even fiercer wave. Just as the Chaos traders were about to overwhelm the Loyalists, a tremendous noise erupted from the machine upon the throne. The heavy grinding of gears and the hiss of steam filled the air. A towering, majestic figure stood before them all, radiating a noble and sublime aura so potent that every combatant lowered their weapons and stared in awe. He was drenched in a terrifying, killing intent, as though he had just returned from the bloodiest of battlefields. Robot Guilliman awoke from a nightmare that had lasted 10,000 years. He gazed at those around him, lost in confusion, for he had only just been fighting Horus during the siege of Terra. Who are these people? And these? And who is that winged being? Suddenly a corn berserker bellowed. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. He charged forward, seeking to offer the head of the Emperor's son to. In the blink of an eye, before even the two Eldari masters of the warrior path could perceive it, the corn berserker was cleaved in two by the Emperor's sword wreathed in flames. Guilliman, filled with rage, fell upon the Chaos traders. Those blessed by the dark gods were but chaff before him. Even the ancient warriors who had burned 1,000 worlds, veterans of millennia, were slain before they could lift their weapons against the fury of an Emperor's son. In mere moments, Guilliman's wrath reduced the traders within the hall to ash. The Imperial Loyalists erupted in fervent cheers. For Ultramar. For the Emperor. They followed the Emperor's son into the enemy ranks with boundless zeal and excitement. Calgar, who was being surrounded and beaten, indeed literally surrounded, opened his eyes and beheld the towering sacred form, overcome with awe and shock. Saint Celestine wept tears of joy. The blood and grime upon her vanished in an instant, and her severed hand grew back anew. The stubborn Imperial defenders, one after another, raised a thunderous cheer. The wavering line now blazed with renewed. Guilliman, awakened from the nightmare of 10,000 years, suppressed the turmoil within, assumed command of the Ultramarines, and began directing the battle with practiced precision and elegance. The crumbling fortress of Hera began a methodical and efficient counterattack. Each Chaos assault left behind nothing. Finally, as a hell-forged Chaos cruiser above the fortress of Hera was pierced by a cannon shot and exploded into a blazing fireball, the Chaos invasion collapsed completely. The Imperial defenders methodically hunted down the fleeing Chaos dregs. Order was re-established on Makridge, and the Imperial Navy began driving the fleeing Chaos fleet from the planet's orbit. And the son of the god Emperor Robot Guilliman finally had a moment of respite to ponder the questions gnawing at him. For instance, why was there a person who could fly? And the Lectitio Divinitatis inscribed everywhere, as well as the floating skull, suspiciously made from an infant's corpse, that hovered around him. Rise, my valiant warriors. I am proud of your bravery. The Ultramarines commanders stood up, gazing with fervent emotion at the figure seated upon the throne. Thanks to your courage and wisdom, Makridge was spared from the trampling of Chaos traders. Your names deserve to be engraved in the Hall of Truth. Calgar, his armor bearing countless cuts and boot prints, spoke with intense emotion. To fight for Ultramar is our honor, Father. Warriors, you are among the wisest of the Ultramarines. Now tell me the current situation. Yes, Father. Chapter Master Calgar, First Captain Ageman, Second Captain Sicarius, and Chief Librarian Tigurius reported everything they knew to Guilliman. This gave the Emperor's son a deeper understanding of the present situation. Of course, there were also some confidential pieces of information, such as roughly how many Astartes in the entire Imperium were his own descendants. Thank you for your information. It is very helpful to me. Guilliman managed his sons using the skills he had learned from his adoptive father, the consul, skillfully probing for more intelligence. So, am I currently the only remaining pre-march? Guilliman keenly sensed that after he uttered these words, the Ultramarines commanders fell into hesitation. Do not hesitate, warriors. Tell me what you know in my name, I guarantee it. Calgar looked at Ageman, then both raised their heads. Father, there is indeed another pre-march alive. Oh, who is it? Guilliman felt a surge of excitement. Is it Roble Dorn? Or Vulcan? Whoever it was, Guilliman thought the situation would be much better. Horus Lupercal. Instantly the air grew tense. Calgar watched his father take a deep breath. Truly, aged man, and Sicarius stepped forward. It is true, father. My lord Iketo Sicarius have also fought that demon. With that, Sicarius handed over a data slate. Calgar took it, and then passed it to his father. Gilliman opened it, and saw the figure on it. His vision went dark. It truly was Horus. He had just been fighting Horus in a dream for 10,000 years. He could not be mistaken. Wait. Gilliman suddenly noticed that this Horus was different from the one he knew. He exuded no trace of evil aura. Instead, he radiated a kind of contempt born of confidence along with a smile that spoke of his own formidable power. Gilliman's expression grew somber. It reminded him of the Lord of the Luna Wolves during the Great Crusade, not the Chaos War Master of the Horus Heritage. Moreover, the Astartes he led bore the most original and classic Luna Wolves paint scheme. I want to know, is Horus leading what you call the Black Legion? No, father. He commands another traitor force. Another one. Captain Ageman continued to explain. He commands a rebel force called the Dawn Army, which is backed by the Thunderhawk Empire that occupies most of the far eastern star sector. We recently launched the Deep Space Expedition, but we failed. However, rest assured, father, we have crushed their nefarious attempt to join forces with the Black Legion. Gilliman studied the factions on the data slate. Though his expression remained resolute, and his beautiful blue eyes were calm, his heart was shaken. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Gilliman would even suspect that this so-called Deep Space Expedition was a clash between the human empire of 40K and the human empire of 30K. The heretical doctrines preached by the other side largely overlapped with the imperial truth of old. Even the revulsion toward religion was identical. Gilliman felt his mind was a bit chaotic, but he was still busy receiving others. You may go, my mighty Ultramarines. I am proud of you. Calgar, standing at the front, was deeply moved and struck his chest with his right hand. As you wish, father. The group of Ultramarines commanders filed out. Gilliman forced down his immense confusion. He still had others to receive. These matters could be pondered later. At the call of the honor guard, a graceful figure entered. When Gilliman's eyes moved to her, his pupils suddenly contracted. If Rain, looking at the noble, majestic, yet elegant figure, stumbled slightly in her steps for some reason. By Assyrian, how could there be such a remark? She felt her heart pounding and her blood surging. Somewhat dazed, Rain walked to the throne and bowed to him. Greetings, leader of the human warriors. I am the messenger of the god of death. You may call me Rain. But Rain did not receive an immediate answer, even though the delay was short. I'm all right, emissary of the Eldari, please sit. Gilliman felt his mind was in a whirl. He did not know what was happening. This strange sensation had unsettled him. His adoptive father and the Emperor had never taught him how to handle this situation. The two sat there, one on the high throne and the other lower, and both unconsciously turned their heads away. An awkward silence fell. Gilliman then realized that he was the host, and he had been discourteous. Would this leave a bad impression on the Eldari emissary? Should I change into formal attire? This armor seems too crude. Wait, why should I care about the opinion of a Xenos? No, I do need to care. Might this cause trouble for Ultramar and the Imperium? Might it? Meanwhile, Rain was also lost in frantic thoughts. Would he mind that I once cut him down? Would he, like those mad dogs of the Inquisition, now be thinking of killing me? Wait, is my clothes fresh from killing too filthy? You? They both spoke at once, and their eyes met. The tense and awkward atmosphere suddenly exploded. It was the socially adept Gilliman who broke the ice with a smile. Miss Rain, would you like something to eat? After all, I have kept you waiting for so long. Oh no, I am not hungry right now. I see then. Just as the two finally began to chat, the entity in the Empyrean was going mad. Kiss her, you foolish creature. Have you been asleep so long that your brain doesn't work? My little toy didn't even strike at your crotch. What's with the hesitation? Slaanesh, spying through a bone mirror, was losing her mind. Her entire body writhed like a serpent tormented by what Slaanesh hated most was this situation. Indulging desires was wonderful, but waiting was the most torturous. She now wished she could possess Rain directly and get straight to business. If only that boring bastard wouldn't stop her. Slaanesh glared at the distant golden light with a look as if her mother had been killed, and the giant within that golden light unhesitatingly gave her the middle finger. Damn it. Marduk is a barren planet located in the remote star domain, desolate and uninhabited with an extremely thin atmosphere. It is a planet where almost no life can survive except for the orcs. However, even the orcs would not come to this godforsaken place. There is nothing here but rocks. Wait, there is something else. A massive and pitch-black obelisk stood towering above the planet's surface, its height surpassing that of a Titan war machine, already piercing through the thin atmosphere. But Marduk, usually desolate, now had its orbit filled with warships. Members of the Black Mechanicum, clad in black robes, set up various instruments on the planet's surface to collect data on the obelisk. Bona gazed at the colossal black obelisk. A marvelous xeno-construct. The expedition fleet had once again lost its way in the warp. The entire fleet was as if suddenly plunged into a raging ocean. Even the astropaths could not see the light of the Astronomicon. The fleet could only advance by pure guesswork and calculations barely moving forward. Yet the Marduk system was unexpectedly calm, like a massive rock standing in a river, splitting the raging currents in two and leaving a relatively placid patch of water. It seemed that the tranquility of the Marduk system was closely linked to these xenomonoliths. What are these things? Horus asked. I don't know, Bona replied, looking at the obelisks engraved with strange scripts. These xenoconstructs are wondrous. They can smooth the scars left by the raging sea of souls, preventing the powers of the Empyrean from manifesting in the material realm. Just looking at them makes me uneasy. Horus watched the small figures in black robes bustling about, with Archmagos and Duna at the lead, clearly ecstatic as he furiously collected data. Since this Archmagos joined them, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened and his actions were without restraint. If not for Inquisitor Alright being certain that this fellow had not crossed the line, Horus would have thought he was engaging in unspeakable work. If we could make good use of these xenotechnologies, they would be of great benefit to us, said Horus. At least we won't be bumping around in the warp like a bunch of blind men. Agreed. Bona looked up at the many warships still undergoing repairs. I hope we can make it in time. Through the layers of mist, Bona and Horus had already foreseen the disaster facing the Imperium of Man. Now the Imperium, after the Great Rift appeared, had become a tangled mess, with both Chaos and Xenos taking advantage of the chaos to plunder. The only way to save the Imperium was whether Lobot Gilliman could return to Terra in time to inject a glimmer of hope into this decaying and aging empire. Both the Emperor and the Chaos Gods were aware of this issue, and their struggle for power turned the already turbulent warp even more chaotic. Horus could even sense that his fallen brothers were beginning to make moves. This only made Horus more anxious. Among the 18 Primarchs, Lobot Gilliman might not be the weakest, but he is definitely the most prone to throwing himself. He'll go tell Archmagos and Duna and the others to hurry up. We can study these stones later. Horus was about to leave when he saw Bona staring fixedly at once. He keenly sensed something was wrong. Bona gently made a gesture with his right hand, and Horus understood. He glanced at the first captain, who also understood his father's intention. The Luna Wolves patrolled as if nothing was amiss, then subtly surrounded a tech priest who was studying a data slate. The tech priest looked around and saw the Luna Wolves aiming bolters at him. What are you doing? Killing a tech priest without authorization is an unforgivable act. Even a dying man's soul fire still burns faint, but still present. Bona walked over, his gaze fixed on him. But you, I cannot sense your presence. The tech priest froze, then spoke in a voice completely different from before. How amusing. I didn't expect to be discovered this way. His voice was hoarse, utterly unlike what the Mechanicum's Vox system should produce, as if steel grinding against steel. In the blink of an eye, the black robe fell away, his form twisted, and a burst of green phosphorescent light flashed. Then a towering metallic skeleton appeared before everyone. It waved its hand lightly, and a scepter materialized in its grip. The surrounding Luna Wolves were about to raise their weapons and fire, but Horus stopped them. Xeno, state your purpose. Interesting. The metal skeleton turned its green glowing eyes toward the two. I am the Necron Overlord, the Infinite Talashin. I have been collecting interesting historical events, but it seems I have failed this time. Bona looked at the sudden appearance of the Necron, his expression unperturbed. Perhaps due to the obelisk, Bona felt his mind was unusually calm. Anyone who sees a stone awkwardly pretending to be a living thing would find it strange, I think. A very amusing but apt metaphor. Talashin stepped forward one step at a time. The Luna Wolves tried to block him, but Horus waved them off. It stood before Horus, curiously examining him. I have seen many, Horus, but this one feels very different to me. He is a very worthy collection. Horus looked at it with, if you can just try it. Oh, then it'll pass, especially since I'm standing next to someone who might be more prone to exploding than a star god. Talashin looked at Bona, and the two locked eyes with emotionless gazes. So all Necrons are so fond of stalking. That depends on who is being stalked. For example, someone who slaughtered a third of Kamaraf's living beings is certainly worth following. Bona frowned, drew his bolter with his left hand, and shot the Necron in the knee. Talaxin's right leg buckled, and the next second a chain's word decapitated it. But the Necron's head still emitted sound. Haha, excessive violence is not a good thing, especially for an individual who should suppress his emotions. Bona walked over and picked up the head. Do you think I cannot threaten you, Xeno? If you believe your ancient dynasty can achieve anything, you may try. But Talaxin, oh, if you could help me eliminate some of my rivals, I would be quite willing. As an apology for this intrusion, I can leave you some gifts. Humans are truly fascinating beings. With that, Talaxin, is he dead? Horus asked. Bona tossed the head to Archmagos and Duna, who was watching from the side. On a certain massive warship in the universe, a giant crescent-shaped vessel floated silently in space, emitting a green, ghostly light, sailing through the cosmos like a specter. A certain immortal standing quietly beside the throne suddenly trembled, and in the blink of an eye its structure disintegrated. Then the living metal quickly transformed into the form of Trazyn. The next second, several Gauss beams shot over, blasting Trazyn into pieces. You are still so brutal, my friend, came Trajan's mocking voice. I welcome friends, but I am not so kind to a thief. There seated high upon the throne was the Punisher, King Amarkin from the Tales. Data streams flowed rapidly within Amarkin's computational core, and in an instant the Necron bodyguards surrounded the audacious intruder. Relax, there are always some topics we can discuss. We have nothing to discuss. Amarkin roared, angrily striking his scepter on the ground. The Necron bodyguards' Gauss cannons began to charge, ready to shatter the intruder at any moment. Even the control of the Dark Throne. Trajan clearly realized that the Punisher King was tempted. The Gauss cannons of the Necron guards around him stopped charging. Dark Throne. You are willing to pay such a price. That is not your style, said Amarkin. Of course, because I will gain much more. Trajan waved his hand, and a holographic projection appeared on the ground. It was, as long as you can capture this one, I will personally hand over the control codes of the Dark Throne. For such a dangerous individual, Trajan pondered, and concluded that only the Punisher King Amarkin, renowned even within the Necron dynasty for his military exploits, was suitable. Amarkin's eyes flickered, countless data streams flowing in his mind. Agreed, but put it in writing. Trajan was taken aback. There's no need to be so ruthless, my old friend. Do we have to maintain our relationship this way? I need that because after you break the agreement, I can more conveniently hunt you across the entire galaxy. Trajan. Then I dare not violate the Punisher King's pact. Macrich, a colossal warship hung across the void. The Golden Eagle on the prow of the Gloriana-class battleship radiated dazzling light. This 26-kilometer-long behemoth was the flagship of the 13 Legion, the Macrich's honor. A massive expeditionary force was assembled, including countless Imperial soldiers. Their target was Terra. To rescue the perilous Imperium of Man and prevent the birth of a second age of eternal night. Guilliman had to return to Terra to take charge of the overall situation. His retinue included his own second captain Sicarius, Grand Master Voldus of the Grey Knights, Emperor's champion Amalrich of the Black Templars, Inquisitor Greyfax, Archmago's Call, and living Saint Celestine. As for the Eldar Inari, they were busy returning to save their own kin. Whenever he thought of that graceful figure, Guilliman's mind was somewhat disturbed. Of course, there was also his brother, Horus. Guilliman had already instructed Calgar and the other heroes to adopt a defensive stance toward the Thunderhawk Empire until his return. Now the Terran Crusade was in trouble. Intense warp storms tormented them relentlessly, with 1 or 2 ships occasionally being blown away from the fleet by the "My lord, we have exited the warp." A shout roused Guilliman from his thoughts, and then, when he looked outside, he saw that a batch of ships that had emerged earlier from the warp were burning with flames. A fresh wreckage of warships drifted in space. The attackers were the Thousand Suns Legion ahead. Welcome, my brother Roboute Guilliman. Guilliman recognized the voice instantly. Magnus, Guilliman said fiercely. We have been waiting here for a long time. The architect of fate led me here for you. Then I will crush your evil schemes. Immortal fool. Guilliman saw the Thousand Suns ships in the distance beginning to emit dazzling light, and the towers of broken wisdom on them blazed brilliantly. In a blink, the already unstable star system began to tremble. The barrier between reality and the warp started to tear apart. The entire expeditionary fleet was enveloped by a warp rift, and in an instant they were thrown back into the warp. This time they arrived inside the Maelstrom system. Around them, there was no longer the dark void and shining stars, instead a universe filled with fantastic, gorgeous colors and twisted planets. The Maelstrom was born before the Eye of Terror and had long been a place shrouded by the warp. Guilliman's expression was grave. He did not understand why Magnus did not strike a fatal blow. But matters of cinch must be handled with caution. Sicarius summoned all ship commanders and report the situation. Yes, father. As the reports came in, Guilliman's face grew darker. The expeditionary fleet suffered heavy losses. Most ships had various damages, and a considerable number had gone missing. Being lost in the warp could only mean being devoured by demonic tides. Order the astropaths to find a way out of the Maelstrom system. All ships send out reconnaissance squads to chart the stars. The vast Imperial expeditionary force began to mobilize. Guilliman also led an assault, launching a surprise attack on the Red Corsairs in the sector. Even Guilliman, renowned for his reason and wisdom, was filled with rage when facing Magnus' schemes. Countless loyal Imperial soldiers had died because of his rash decision, and now even more warriors might die here for him. No, the graver consequence was that the entire Imperium of Man might be destroyed because of him, and the achievements of his father and brothers would be ruined. Thinking this, Guilliman grabbed the Red Corsair commander before him, but it suddenly moved, lifting its head at a twisted angle. Roboute Guilliman. Foolish warmonger, your fate of defeat was sealed from the moment you began your crusade. Ultramar is plunged into endless war. The people you abandoned will die because of you. Ha ha. Guilliman twisted the Red Corsair's neck with a contorted face and threw him aside like garbage. This is the great demon of Cinch Kalos, said Celestine beside him. Guilliman glanced at Celestine. We are being watched. May the Emperor's light shine upon you and dispel the evil spirits. The expeditionary fleet slowly arrived at a star system near the Great Vortex. The scale of the fleet had diminished significantly compared to before, bearing nearly everyone's spirits were taut as drawn bowstrings, with soldiers falling to madness under the constant encroachment. What sustained the expeditionary forces' morale was the presence of the Emperor's son leading them, Robot Guilliman. His unyielding commands silently inspired all, reminding them that he remained standing. Yet only Guilliman knew that ever since his encounter with the great demon of Tsinch Kabanda, his vision was plagued by horrific illusions. Macrage burned before his eyes and chaos fleets relentlessly rained down bombs. Chapter Master Calgar and his battle brothers fell back to the Temple of Truth only to be decapitated by the great demon of Corn. But Guilliman knew these were illusions, holding fast with his formidable will and fortress of reason. Yet now it should soon be over. Father, enemy vessels. The Auspex array blazed with massive energy signatures. Guilliman looked up to see a horde of red corsair ships emerging from concealment, striking at the expeditionary force from all directions. Form defensive positions, watch for enemy torpedo bombardments, Guilliman commanded swiftly. The expedition fleet dispersed rapidly into a guerrilla defensive formation. Suddenly a blinding light erupted. A librarian of the Ultramarines let out a pained shriek, collapsing to his knees as light burst from the apertures of his face. Under the influence of the warp, he exploded with such force that a dreadnought was overturned. As the warp fog dissipated, a mighty figure materialized upon the bridge. Robot Guilliman, your path ends here, Kabanda declared. A flood of Tsinch demons and red corsair warriors poured from the rift, charging at Guilliman. Second Captain Sicarius raised his power sword high. For Ultramar. For Guilliman. Loyalist soldiers of the Imperium clashed with the forces of chaos bolter shells and psychic orbs intermingling. Amid the roar of chainswords, loyal warriors fell and demons were banished. The great demon of Tsinch, wielding the staff of tomorrow, channeled the warp's might upon the Macrage's honor. Time and again loyal Imperial warriors perished under the profane sorcery of Tsinch. Guilliman frowned deeply, then grasped the Emperor's sword. Only he could defeat this foe. Kabanda, he roared, breaking from the honor guard's protection and charging forward. The flaming Emperor's sword swept through, reducing all before it, Tsinch demons and red corsair Astartes alike, to dust in an instant. Guilliman advanced with the Emperor's indomitable will, reaching Kabanda in a heartbeat. The head, representing the future, twisted into an eerie grin. Just as the Emperor's sword was about to strike, the staff of tomorrow flared with myriad lights. A beam of blue energy nearby. Tsinch demons began chanting blasphemous spells. Guilliman's sword raised, stopped mid-motion, and let out a chaos power radiated from him, its force so overwhelming that Guilliman lost control and collapsed to one knee. Father, my lord. The Imperial forces went berserk, launching reckless charges to save the Emperor's son, but were halted by endless waves of chaos warriors. Living Saint Celestine attempted to reach Guilliman, but demons seized her wings and hurled her to the ground. You will not defeat me, Guilliman roared, rising unsteadily. He raised the hand of Dominion and fired at Kabanda, tearing away great chunks of. But Kabanda seemed indifferent. Of both its heads exuded the warp's power. Fate is unstoppable. It swung its chains again, and the light in Guilliman's eyes began to fade. The bomb he had suppressed within him detonated. He saw his father lying aboard the vengeful Spirit, a look of sorrow upon his. My son, why have you betrayed me? The scene twisted into Rogel Dorn's stoic, emotionless expression. Guilliman, I always knew you were a traitor. The vision shifted to Macrage, where the fortress of Hera was ablaze. Blasphemous chaos hosts stood atop the fortress, cheering like victors, while his own chapter master Calgar hung. Help! Lord Robot Guilliman, where are you? Save us! Under the grinning face of word-bearer's master Erebus, the people of Ultramar were slaughtered like cattle. Their anguished souls cried out, condemning Guilliman. Finally the vision settled on holy Terra. Its light began to fade, flames swept across the entire planet, continents shattered, and magma from the crust formed the profane, eight-pointed star of chaos. All because of you, Kabanda's distant voice echoed. Robot Guilliman, you have doomed everything. You are the greatest criminal of the Imperium. And all of this is your doing. Guilliman stood, dazed, on one knee. No. No. Seeing Guilliman ensnared by his meticulously prepared sorcery, Kabanda smiled. Chains woven from pain, remorse, and despair tightly bound Guilliman. The mighty Primarch had fallen to his enemy. Kabanda placed the staff of tomorrow at Guilliman's throat. Cease your foolishness, mortal fools, or the one you revere will become history this very day. The Imperial forces moments ago charging in frenzy halted, staring in despair at the motionless Guilliman. Even living Saint Celestine froze. As all prepared to surrender, a violent warp disturbance erupted. Guilliman cried out in pain, then awoke from the illusion. If your will were so fragile, you would have disappointed me, my brother. Startled by the voice, Gilliman turned to see a towering figure emerging from the... Horus walked forward with a determined expression, regarding Gilliman with disdain. If the fate of the Imperium rests in your hands, then I might as well take it, and hold it firmly myself. Horus! Horus! Gilliman cried out in shock. Carlos was utterly stunned. Both of his heads radiated with the brilliance of psychic energy, rapidly scanning the river of time as it flowed. Yet he found no trace of Lucy appearing here. No, you shouldn't be here, he roared. Why not? Lucy hurled the thunder hammer with crushing force, blasting Carlos away. The Shadow Moon Wolves surging through the warp rift rained bolter fire and flames upon the Xiantian demon host. The Imperial warriors, who had been frozen in shock, snapped back to action. For the Emperor, caught between two fronts, the Xiantian demon host was shattered in an instant. Lucy strode to G. Lyman's side and picked up the Emperor's sword. He studied his father's blade with a cold sneer, then severed the psychic chains binding G. Lyman. Freed, G. Lyman swiftly leaped back into the protective ring of his sons. In the next moment, Sicarius and his honor guard formed a triple shield before G. Lyman. Lucy, you're alive. Why are you here? G. Lyman demanded. Rather than that, you should focus on how to escape the maelstrom. Lucy tossed the Emperor's sword. G. Lyman caught it, deftly casting a wary glance at Lucy. But Lucy seemed unconcerned, gazing instead at the warp rift behind him. We'll have our answers soon. A figure stepped out of the warp rift, clad in white robes, dragging a half-dead Eldar Shadowseer by his left hand. G. Lyman recognized him instantly, the very being who had previously provided him with intelligence. Bo-Na hurled the Shadowseer to the ground. I was delayed dealing with some minor pests. It seems your troubles are resolved as well. Yes, if you'd arrived a bit earlier, you'd have seen some arrogant fool make a spectacle of himself, Lucy taunted with a pointed jab at someone. Bo-Na glanced at G. Lyman, who instantly recognized him. This was the very man the Emperor had ordered them to find during the Great Crusade. I've burned out his mind. I'll tell you how to get out of here. The Shadowseer lay on the ground, drooling and giggling idiotically. What, not coming along? Lucy asked with puzzlement. But Bo-Na didn't answer. He simply stared out the viewport. G. Lyman followed his gaze and saw a blood-red meteor breaking through the heavens, hurtling straight toward them. Even from a distance, G. Lyman could feel the overwhelming fury it radiated, his blood surging in response. It's coming for me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Bo-Na drew his chainsword and turned to depart. Wait, G. Lyman suddenly called out. Bo-Na stopped and glanced back at him. For a moment, G. Lyman froze. That look, he had seen it somewhere before. Every second you waste here, tens of millions die. Every minute a world is burned. Go do what you must. When G. Lyman came to his senses, he saw Lucy hoisting the mind-burned Shadowseer. Time to go, coward, Lucy sneered. Why should I trust you? G. Lyman demanded. You don't have to believe me. Heh. With that, Lucy led the way into the warp rift, followed by the Shadow Moon Wolves. G. Lyman hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Move out. He led the warriors of the expedition fleet into the warp rift, following Lucy. In an instant, the vast Macrage's honor fell silent. In the chapel of Macrage, Bo-Na knelt before the Emperor's image. The door behind him was smashed open by a battle-axe, and a colossal figure strode in. The great demon of Khorne, Si-Ka-Bulan, let out a roar, and in the blink of an eye the holy chapel was engulfed in flames. Ever since Bo-Na wounded Khorne in the material realm 10,000 years ago, this exiled great demon of Khorne had ceaselessly sought to defeat Bo-Na, proving himself to the blood god. At that time, freshly cast out by the Bluebird, Bo-Na had been a blood-crazed killer, mindlessly slaughtering warp demons. Now it was the first time Bo-Na had faced Si-Ka-Bulan since his awakening. He pulled the chainsword from the deck and pointed it provocatively at the demon. Si-Ka-Bulan swung his mountain-shattering axe and bellowed, "You are nothing but a thieving thief, borrowing the power of the gods for hollow fame. You were never one of us. You were never the focus of the great blood god's attention." Bo-Na responded with indifference. Words are useless, defeated foe. Si-Ka-Bulan charged at Bo-Na's massive axe, crashing down with immense. In an instant, the colossal Emperor's image was shattered, the thick warship deck cleaved in two layers, collapsing downward. Bo-Na had barely dodged when he saw the axe hurtling toward his face. He took the blow, blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing straight through the entire Macrage's glory and plunging into the void. The great demon Si-Ka-Bulan tore through the breach and charged after him. Bo-Na released his restraint, unstrapped the ecclesiastical relic from his back, cast it aside, and felt the power of the immaterium flow through his heart. Instantly, the suppressed voices in his mind resurfaced. As the approaching Si-Ka-Bulan drew near, the long-dormant, killing intent surged within him. When Si-Ka-Bulan closed in and swung his axe, Bo-Na caught the haft with his left hand and drove a vicious right hook into the demon's face. The great demon of Khorne retaliated, ramming his horns into Bo-Na. From a distance, the two monstrous demons wrestled in the void, each blow seeming capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. They plummeted like meteors onto a nearby planet of flesh, gouging a massive crater into its surface. The crust ruptured, spewing rivers of magma from the fissures. Then the two terrors engaged in close quarters, slaughter, the roaring chains whirred, and twin axes clashing with a terrifying thunderous din. Even a glance from afar would plunge any observer into an abyss of endless rage. The earth cracked, mountains crumbled, and the planet of flesh let out a grievous howl. At last, in the magma-drenched valley, the victor was decided. Bo-Na planted a foot on the dying demon's head and seized one of its horns. Amid Ka Bulan Des' agonized roar, Bo-Na wrenched off a blood-soaked horn and raised it high like a triumph. The great demon of Tsinch Ka Luasi watched from afar, then shook his head and departed. The group passed through the webway gate and arrived at a colossal pit where they beheld Terra. Terra hung above them, wreathed in smoke and flames. Horus' face darkened utterly. The Eldari had brazenly opened a gateway at the very heart of the Imperium, yet no one had discovered it in 10,000 years. This webway gate could accommodate the passage of an entire expedition fleet, even warships. What has happened on Terra? Guilliman, having just passed through the gate, exclaimed in shock. Even from the moon, the blasphemous shrine of Korn upon Terra was starkly visible, as vivid as a bloody gash piercing the skin. It is the servants of the blood god. I can sense their presence, said Celestine. Did you do this, Horus? Guilliman roared. The Terra Expeditionary Force immediately aimed at the nearby sons of Horus, who returned the gesture with equal defiance. Horus gazed contemptuously at his brother. It seems 10 millennia have dulled your wits, Guilliman. Just as the two were locked in confrontation, another voice rang out. Welcome, my brother. The thousand suns suddenly appeared atop the crater's rim, their soulless armor, staring intently at both factions. A colossal red cyclops floated triumphantly in the air, a vortex of psychic energy spreading around him as rifts between real space and the warp began. The red giant, Magnus Primarch of the 15th Legion, the Thousand Suns. Second only to the hero Malkador in psychic might, a seeker of knowledge and sorcery. Now, having surrendered a part of his soul to Tsinch's mastery of sorcery, had reached its zenith. Robot Guilliman, long time no see. You remain as foolish as ever. Every step you take is within my design, like a headless fly blundering about. Kneel now, and I may grant you a chance at survival. You are still as arrogant and foolish as ever, Magnus. That voice. Magnus looked down and saw the White Legion, and Horus. Magnus' mind reeled as if new thoughts were sprouting within his skull. Why was there a Horus here? And Magnus could clearly sense that this Horus was no mindless flesh puppet. And who are you? Magnus demanded. Who I am matters not, but you are about to have a very bad day. Then let us see. Magnus brandished his staff, and the blasphemous incantation was uttered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a psychic barrier rose around the Thousand Suns, while a flood of Tsientian demons surged from the rift below. A hail of sorcerous bolts rained down from above upon the Expeditionary Force's soldiers, whose furious return fire failed to harm the spell-wielding Thousand Suns. Led by Magnus, the Thousand Suns sorcerers called upon the powers of the Empyrean to assault the expedition force. Charging Astartes were suddenly frozen in ice, shattering like splinters of frost in the next instant. The mortal ranks cried out in agony. Some were ensnared in inescapable illusions, while others, their vision warped, opened fire on their own. The mighty nemesis Dreadnought of the Grey Knights spontaneously combusted in warp fire, melting into a pool. Guilliman stared in horror. He exchanged a glance with Horus, and both saw the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Magnus' power had become the— I suggest we set aside our dispute for now, said Horus. Agreed. Only a Primarch could counter another Primarch, and the two charged forth with the fury of a thunderbolt. Magnus regarded them with scorn. Fools. With a casual wave of his staff, a torrent of lightning erupted from his palm, striking Guilliman and sending him. The power claw then slashed toward Magnus' neck, but could not descend another inch. Magnus leered at Horus. Oh, it seems our War Master wishes to whitewash his tainted history. Better that than a blubbering fool who ruined everything, Horus retorted. Fool. A psychic blast hurled Horus away, and Magnus then deflected the Emperor's sword, striking from his flank, and with a swift punch sent Guilliman reeling once more. You remain so weak and ignorant, Guilliman. I have grasped the supreme power of the great architect, while you are as feeble as ever. Guilliman did not answer. He only roared and struck back. While Magnus effortlessly fended off the combined assault of Guilliman and Horus, the tide below was quietly shifting. The expeditionary force, earlier beaten like a cornered cur, began to counterattack in an orderly fashion. The rhino transports charging ahead were blasted to rubble by sorcery, then slowly slid backwards down the slope. Hold it, brothers. The Ultramarines advancing undercover braced the falling rhino and began pushing it back up the crater. Titus strained against the transport, but its immense weight pressed them downward. Suddenly another pair of hands joined. Titus looked over. It was Nera, first captain of the Sons of Horus. They exchanged a glance and heaved with all their might. Push! Suddenly the ruined rhino, battered by sorcerous fire, surged upward and burst out of the lunar crater. The Ultramarines and Sons of Horus opened fire on the 1,000 Suns around them, then charged forward with Chainsword's. These 1,000 Suns, now mere empty suits of armor, proved clumsy in close combat, and quickly shattered into piles of hollow shells and magical sand. But a few Astartes were blasted back into the crater by sorceress bombs. Fools, submit to the supreme truth. A Tseentian sorcerer riding a disc of Tsench brandished his staff, unleashing a volley of baleful bolts at the nearby warriors. Titus tumbled into a small trench, and the tracking missiles above exploded. Someone else was already there. Both Nerif and Titus instinctively reached for their combat knives, then froze. Any bright ideas? Nerif asked first. Titus drew a plasma pistol. You draw his attention, I'll take him out. Nerif grinned. See, old man. He rose and opened fire with his bolter. In an instant, a storm of bolts rained upon the Tseentian sorcerer, only to be halted by his barrier. The sorcerer snarled and waved his staff, sending Nerif hurtling backward like a cannonball in a blast wave. But then he turned to see a figure sprinting toward him. Titus fired the fully charged plasma pistol at the sorcerer, overloading his. Then he leaped, and in the sorcerer's stunned gaze drove his Chainsword through his heart. Both fell heavily. Titus rolled to a stop, and before him stood Nerif, Chainsword raised. Nerif smirked and extended his hand. Nice shot. Titus rose. Brave, but inexperienced. Experience will come in time. Meanwhile, the battle among the Primarchs was nearing its end. To be precise, it was Magnus unilaterally trouncing his opponents. Guilliman's armor of fate was damaged, leaking gas from within, while a lock of his hair was scorched, and some ice crystals began. Horus was slightly better off, being more combative than Guilliman. He hadn't been beaten as badly, but his face was black and blue. Magnus, already immensely powerful and psychic, might have fully unleashed his potential after falling into the embrace of my foolish brothers. Magnus sneered. You are still too weak, unable to comprehend true power. Just then the long silent webway gate suddenly rippled. A figure emerged through the gate. Bona's white robe was now torn and stained with copious amounts of blood. The Chainsword in his hand was drenched in demon blood. The crimson fluid dripped drop by drop from his arm onto the blade. Magnus suddenly felt immense dread. He looked at that small figure and couldn't help but scream in terror. The Tseentian sorcerers around him, as if witnessing something horrifying, collapsed to the ground, wailing. No, impossible. He ceased attacking his Gene brothers and began to brandish his staff. A torrent of psychic energy surged, and Magnus hurled his immense power at Bona. The power of the Empyrean poured down from the warp instantly, making Magnus even more formidable. But Bona just stared fixedly at Magnus, his eyes turning pitch black. Magnus let out a piercing scream as the energy from the Empyrean flowed out of his 7 orifices. Just as Guilliman and Horus were bewildered about what was happening, they suddenly felt the ground tremble, and then the lunar surface began to quake. Great fissures began to appear on the ground, then rapidly expanded, turning into massive chasms. The meager remaining magma was exposed to everyone's sight, those unlucky enough not to escape, and some armored vehicles plunged into the planet's deep. The moon began to crack. An entire section of its crust broke away and slowly detached from the moon. By now Magnus, who had transformed into a vast psychic source, radiated countless beams of light. Then, his form abruptly shrank, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless ever after. The 1,000 suns who had been fighting moments ago suddenly ceased all motion. The soulless warriors erupted with Tseentian warplight from within their armor, then exploded. The still-fleshed Tseentian sorcerers let out agonized howls, their psychic energy began to dissipate, and they were banished back into the warp. Even the Grey Knights within the Imperial Expeditionary Force emitted agonized roars, several of them burned to ash on the spot, yet miraculously their armor showed no damage. Bona staggered forward 2 steps, and collapsed as well. Horus walked over, kicked Magnus twice, and seeing no response grabbed his leg and dragged him toward the webway gate. Before the survivors could rejoice, an eerie atmosphere spread among the warriors who had just fought side by side. The Luna Wolves and the Expeditionary Force silently separated from each other, aiming their weapons at one another. Only the apothecaries were still hastily tending the wounded and recovering genocide. However, the Luna Wolves were more direct. They didn't even attempt to save the dying wounded, merely stuffing them into transport vehicles. Horus lifted Bona and placed him over his shoulder. You cannot leave, Horus, Guilliman said. Horus turned to see Guilliman holding the Emperor's sword and the Expeditionary Force soldiers silently closing in. So you think you can stop us? Although I don't know what happened nor why you are still alive, Guilliman said, then subtly signaled Sicarius to lead men to block the entrance to the webway. But if I am not mistaken, that man is the one our father ordered us to search for during the Great Crusade. Guilliman extended his hand. Hand him over to me. Horus seemed to hear an absurd joke, unable to suppress his expression. So, you want to bring him before Father? Indeed. How we seek to see Father the Emperor, not the God Emperor. Guilliman looked puzzled. What do you mean? Horus glanced at Celestine. You will understand. Horus ignored Guilliman, taking Bona and dragging Magnus into the webway gate. Those around looked at Guilliman as if waiting for an order. But Guilliman made no move, simply allowing the 16th Legion to depart. The rear guard of the Luna Wolves' first company walked backward, their bolters still aimed low at the distant expeditionary force, who watched them with equal wariness. Guilliman remained in deep thought until the Custodes and Imperial Fist garrison units from Terra arrived. If Horus were in his right mind, Guilliman did not think he would be the kind to fear death, even if the command came from Father. On the contrary, if possible, Horus would be more eager to rush to see Father rather than avoid something. But seeing the golden-armored giant descend, Guilliman decided to first deal with the issues on Terra. Greetings, Custodes. I am Robut, Guilliman, the 13th son of the Emperor. The lead custodian centurion looked at Guilliman. His appearance indeed matched the legends. A son of the Emperor, truly a miracle of the Emperor. Can you tell me what happened on Terra? The evil blood god has attacked Terra. Now we can only control the Imperial Palace on Terra, but the minions of the Chaos Gods are expected to launch an assault on the palace soon. Guilliman frowned deeply. Terra, once the sanctuary of the Imperium of Man, was now engulfed in total war, with only the Imperial Palace area retaining a semblance of peace. We have lost contact with the outer forces, though only a few loyal legions are still tenaciously holding key positions. Guilliman nodded. I will deal with the riots here as soon as possible. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Guilliman turned his sharp gaze to the corpses strewn on the ground. Not only expeditionary force soldiers, but also a few Luna Wolves who had only time to have their genocide retrieved. Call these Astartes are not right. Collect some corpses for research. I detect anomalies in these Astartes. They are of research value. Then Guilliman, along with the Grey Knights Custodes and the Living Saint, departed, first boarding a shuttle to return to Terra. Guilliman looked at Celestine before him, at her wings radiating a faint holy light, and suddenly recalled what Horus had just said. We seek to see Father the Emperor, not the God Emperor. Guilliman realized something. Magnus stared at the black water before him. The sky above was a silent expanse of black, and beneath his feet lay a stagnant pool of lifeless black water. Arms formed of black water reached out, attempting to grasp Magnus. Filthy things, keep your distance. Magnus swung his staff, hurling massive psychic blasts upon them. But the psychic energy that could once shatter mountains now merely splashed like water thrown into a pond, creating only, and the Primarch's immense strength proved equally futile. As these arms began to coil around him, Magnus realized what they were composed of. No, you cannot do this. More and more arms climbed onto Magnus, dragging him alive into the black waters. No. Magnus strained to keep his head above the surface, but was ultimately engulfed by the black water. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him until his lungs burst, and as he gasped for fresh air, he saw a blinding light. Wait, why do I still need to breathe? His recovering ears began to adapt, and a cacophony of alarms flooded his mind. Meanwhile, his eyes registered a sea of red warning lights and the stunned faces of Luna Wolf Terminators. Several Terminators' weapons trained on Magnus, who was strapped to a bed, shouted, "Quick, fetch the father." When Horus arrived, he saw Magnus bound to the bed, surrounded by a crowd of blanks holding their rods. At this moment, Magnus appeared completely opposite to his previous mad demeanor, showing no trace of demonic corruption. He looked more like himself from before the Great Crusade. Oh, of course, it would be even more fitting if that I were still there. So do you need a couple of slaps to sober you up? Horus said mockingly. You bastard, let me go. Magnus roared. Who knows if you'll get up and hit me with some weird sorcery. After all, your madness is well documented. That's a rather ironic statement coming from the mouth of War Master Horus. Horus frowned, sensing something amiss. Magnus, have you broken free from your shackles? Magnus sneered, unsure whether he was mocking Horus or himself. What I have seen. Far more than you. Terra, Guilliman arrived at a secret chamber where even the Custodes outside did not approach. Lying on the bed was the dying Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Voldus. Voldus, I need to know what just happened on Luna. This may be unfair to you, but the other Grey Knights are either dead or mad. You are the only survivor. I need your help. Voldus nodded slightly and spoke with effort. Did they devour the demon Primarch? What do you mean? Who devoured Magnus? Not who, but they. They. Voldus nodded. Guilliman became even more perplexed, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. But I saw Magnus perfectly fine. No, it's different. Voldus struggled to explain the horrifying vision he had witnessed. They killed the demon Primarch. Despite his power, his soul was fragile. Then some of them joined Magnus, becoming a part of Magnus. Even Guilliman's mind, capable of processing vast amounts of information in an instant, could not grasp what Voldus was saying. They? Who are they? Bona. People, said Voldus. Many people, more than 1,000 worlds. Many. Guilliman suppressed his doubts and left. Outside, the battle still raged. Custodes waited anxiously. Let's go to the throne room. Under the escort of the Custodes, Guilliman passed through layers of guards and countless halls, finally reaching the massive door. Guilliman took a deep breath and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. On the familiar throne instead of the golden-armored imposing emperor sat a colossal corpse connected to numerous life support. Just one glance made Gilliman feel a burning sensation and hear the faint wailing of psychers. "We are here to see the emperor, not the god-emperor." Horus' words echoed in Gilliman's ears, once more causing him to pause. But Gilliman still walked over and knelt on one knee before the throne. He softly called out to the emperor, "Father." But the vast, deep throne room held no other sound, only the ever-standing custodes like statues and the faint crackling of sacred oil candle. Just as Gilliman looked up in confusion, he suddenly heard a voice from the Empyrean, a chorus of countless mouths crying out simultaneously. Tool, son, 13th, master of the ultramarines, liar, traitor, a sword, good exemplar, the only way, robot Gilliman. Countless voices resounded in Gilliman's mind, yet said nothing. In the blink of an eye he saw the grand expedition fleet of the Great Crusade, then it transformed into the shattered Terra. Countless thoughts pierced Gilliman's mind, more agonizing than the poison of chaos, causing him to scream uncontrollably. Finally the storm began to calm, and the myriad thoughts coalesced into a single aged, weary voice. "Robot Gilliman, my most proud son, my greatest victory. You have succeeded in overcoming countless obstacles to reach Terra. I am sincerely glad. Father." Gilliman looked at his father with complex emotions. He wanted to ask, "Are you still my father?" But he didn't say it. "Father, can you tell me how to save humanity?" Instantly vast knowledge and history flooded into his mind again, making Gilliman scream in agony. "Fate must be seized, my child." Gilliman gasped for air. The content his father had given him was too much. He would need time to unravel these terrifying revelations. However, Gilliman had one last question. "My father, can you tell me about Bona?" This time, there was an opposite stillness, as if his father had fallen asleep. After a long silence, the emperor spoke slowly. "He is not the fated one. We cannot predict his path. One person becomes a journey, three become a crowd, grains of sand can build a tower, and mayflies can shake a towering tree. Before the final moment arrives, do not let him come to see me." When Bona slowly regained consciousness, he saw the ceiling of the warship and the scent of holy oil permeating the air. He sat up, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. Memory began to flow back, reminding Bona of what had happened before. He had lost control again. After defeating Skarbrand, he seemed to have rampaged forward, roaring and slaughtering a great many things. Skarbrand had challenged him time and again, vying for the title of Khorne's chosen, but Bona truly had no interest in contending. If Skarbrand wanted it, he could take it. Should it claim to be the foremost of Khorne's chosen, Bona would not dispute that at all. Nonsense, that Skarbrand is not worthy. Bona. I think Skarbrand is quite brave. This time it was Tzeentch's voice again. "I swear one day I will pluck out all your feathers one by one." Bona picked up the imperial relic on the table and strapped it onto his back. The clamorous voices in his mind faded away. Good. Bona walked out, leaving his room. He went to the mess hall to request a meal, but the nearby officers' mess had only ant beast canned rations left, as they had provided relief to many during the expedition. The quartermaster seemed to search for something edible, but Bona did not mind. He opened the ant beast can only to have the ant beast pierce through his arm, and the severed hand gripping the can fell to the floor. The entire mess hall froze in that moment. The officers who were dining were instantly stunned. The quartermaster broke out in a cold sweat. Especially when a political commissar who was eating glanced over, he felt as if one foot was already in the grave. Had Bona not picked up his severed hand with a calm expression, reattached it, and offered forgiveness, that quartermaster would likely have been burned to death by phosphorus fire under the strict naval discipline. When Bona arrived at the bridge, he saw Horus sitting with his head bowed in thought. "What's wrong?" "Thinking about Magnus. The Cyclops. He's awake." Bona had heard Horus tell the story of Magnus, the most powerful psyker among the Emperor's sons, a poor fool deceived by... "What's his attitude?" "How I suggest you go see for yourself." The group arrived at the detention chamber. Outside hung several large shields made from the bones of soulless ones, and a piece of blackstone was mounted at the entrance. Entering, they saw a giant bound hand and foot with thick chains. Magnus wore a simple robe, sitting on the bed with a book in his right hand, carefully marking something. When he saw the visitors, he snorted. Magnus tossed the book aside, then bowed with exaggerated respect. "Oh, welcome, your highness, for an inspection of your loyal servants." Bona frowned, grabbed a chair, and sat down opposite Magnus. "I don't understand what you mean by that." "What? Is it not true?" Magnus sprawled carelessly on the bed. "I have long known the purpose of your coming here. You want me to pledge my loyalty to you to kill the corpse emperor on the throne. What? Do I need to kiss your toes, your highness? After all, you are father's only true son. We genetic monstrosities should serve you with utmost reverence." Bona let out a deep sigh. Then with lightning speed he punched Magnus in the abdomen. Magnus doubled over in pain. Bona pressed Magnus' head down with one hand and smashed the bedboard. "Listen, I didn't save you to play these petty fake games. You once destroyed the Imperium of Man. Now I want you to atone for your foolish crimes." Magnus roared in fury. I did nothing wrong. If I am guilty of anything, it is my thirst for knowledge. My foolish father always tried to conceal the existence of the warp, treating it as his own private domain. I know exactly what you are. You cannot deceive me. I never intended to deceive you, you fool. Bona grabbed Magnus by the head and dragged him out of the cell. He then hauled him to a shuttle bay, opened the shuttle hatch, and revealed the surreal, twisted warp outside. The demons loitering outside, excited to see someone daring to open the hatch, rushed forward, until they saw who stood at the door. Then they fled in terror. The scene outside rapidly shifted, becoming the ever-changing labyrinth of Tzeentch. The labyrinth transformed its shape, and a massive figure appeared within. The figure was Magnus, but in his demon form, wandering in agony through the endlessly shifting maze. Look, this is our clever Magnus. You pride yourself as the wisest being, yet you walked straight into a blinding trap. In an instant the scene changed, revealing the immense golden throne. Because of your stupidity, Father sits on that accursed throne, suffering endlessly. And you, a coward, fled your responsibility like a timid grot. It should have been you sitting there. No, Magnus roared. He's nothing but a cold-blooded killer, not my father. I know he wanted to kill me, but he failed. Haha, I knew it long ago. Since he killed our two brothers, I stopped believing he was our father. No, you are wrong. Horus walked over with a grim expression. 10,000 years ago, Father's order was to capture you, not to erase you. Magnus was struck as if by lightning. No, that is a lie. It is not the truth. But Bona did not waste words. He used his power to search the river of time for the truth, and soon located the scene from 10,000 years ago. The Emperor and Malkador hurried into the throne room. My liege, must you truly sit upon this throne? For humanity, I have no choice. Magnus could sit here. The Emperor shook his head. This is my destiny, not his. He is my son. Bring him back. Without his legion, our fight against the demons will be far more difficult. The warp vision began to shatter, dissolving into fragments. Magnus stood frozen like a statue. Magnus was undoubtedly the proudest Primarch, believing himself to know the truth, but the truth did not always align with his expectations. Bona did not spare him another glance and turned to leave. Horus shook his head as well and followed. No sooner had they left the shuttle bay than Bona weakened, dropping to one knee, a ringing noise echoing in his mind. Are you all right? I'm fine. Bona swayed as he stood up, clutching his head. It's my first time using a tracing spell of such magnitude. I'm not quite used to it. Suddenly, Admiral Spire approached. My lord, we have just received word. The hive world of Zadek has been destroyed by the Eldar. No survivors. Bona appeared not to hear his expression, unchanged. The Eldar destroyed Ja Deku planet. How did they destroy it? They detonated the planet's crust, causing the core of Ja Deku to explode. Fleet Admiral C. Pyre said, Ja Deku planet has been destroyed. Only the crew of a single ship managed to escape the Eldar's pursuit. Bona's expression remained unchanged. He produced a dagger and clasped the blade with his left hand. Fleet Admiral C. Pyre, please excuse yourself. Unaware of Bona's intentions, C. Pyre saluted and left, sealing off the compartment. Suddenly, a crystal-clear orb appeared on the ground, and decaying vines rose abruptly, supporting the orb as it ascended. Many eyes and blue crystals grew from the vines. Horus seized Bona's right hand. What are you doing? I simply want to know what happened, Bona said, staring at Horus with an utterly emotionless gaze. Horus wanted to dissuade him, but saw Bona draw the dagger. The blade tore through his skin, spilling blood onto the crystal orb. In an instant, the scene within the orb began to shift, like endless ink swirling within, then coalescing into a clear image. A colossal Eldar arc world was poised in the void, surrounded by stars like satellites orbiting a planet, while nearby lay the shattered remains of Ja Deku world. Several Eldar farcers stood on the deck. The guidance of fate has led us astray. There is no gift from the god of the dead here. Ifu Lei and I succeeded only by chance, but we have destroyed another world for a relic. It matters not, only a few Mankai have died. The farcers glanced at the humans dying painfully in the void, then piloted the vessel away. The vision ended. A moment of stillness descended. Horus showed little reaction, having witnessed such deeds by the Eldar for relics during the Great Crusade. But one man disagreed. We return to Ka-Bolida. Muster every vessel and soldier that can move. We will find that arc world. Bona said quietly. This course is unwise. We can avenge later, for our current strength is insufficient to take an arc world, Horus said. But Bona glared back fiercely. I will handle that problem. Now devise the tactics. With a faint flash of light, Bona vanished from the spot. Horus could only sigh. When Bona reappeared in the crystal labyrinth, Tzeentch, the Lord of Change, showed no surprise. Oh look, revenge brings you to me again, said Tzeentch without surprise. Bona stared at him sullenly, saying nothing. Hey, you think I did this? I don't know who did it, so I think it was you. Oh, that reasoning is as foolish as those who still believe I locked humanity's technological progress. Tzeentch lightly traced a quill across a book, and a sheet of parchment drifted into Bona's hand. The location of Kalar Arc World. You understand the rules between us. Bona examined the result on the paper, then stowed it away, and looked at the middle-aged scholar. Speak. Since the lever of fate has begun to shift, we might as well add some weight. Those vermin are troublesome. They have even organized hive fleets dedicated to hunting demons, making some maneuvers difficult for me. From my observations, their shadow converges here. Bona watched the star chart formed by shifting runes which all converged at a single point. Menshur Luo go. That should be the forward node of the Great Devourer. Destroy it, and it will lose control over all the tyrannid swarms in the galaxy. If successful, it won't be able to extend its power into the galaxy for a century. Bona frowned as he looked at the star chart, where Menshur Luo go was nearly a solid black mass. Why don't you go? Cinch smiled faintly, turning his head slightly and adjusting his glasses. Gods are 5, but only one has followers in the material realm. Kaler Arkworld. Efenliki the Farser frowned deeply, his face full of anguish. Since not long ago, prophecies had become chaotic, filled everywhere with Cinch's mocking laughter. This powerful interference had deprived Efenliki of any grasp of the future, and several Farsers sensed a growing unease. Then a shadow fell over them, its claws seeming to tear at the souls of the Farsers, and some of the Eldar compatriots could not help. Not long ago, a warp rift suddenly opened near the Arkworld, and a bewildered Tyrannid Hive Fleet detachment was spat out, colliding with the advancing Kaler Arkworld. Now the world cannon of Kaler Arkworld roared, its immense psychic power charring the vast Tyrannid fleet into, but more bioships charged fearlessly, engaging the fleet of Kaler Arkworld in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with the blood of Tyrannids and the blazing fire of exploding Kaler warships. Kaler Arkworld had long prowled the outer rim of the galaxy. Its fleet was fierce, raiding like corsairs across the. This Tyrannid detachment could not defeat them, but it heavily damaged the Kaler pirate fleet. Now the Council of Farsers on Kaler debated Cinch's inexplicable. After all, Cinch could not have simply taken a whim to throw a Tyrannid hive fleet at them to annoy them, could he? By Assyrian above, we should seek aid from Death's ally. The dark enemy seeks to strike at us, said Mani the Farser. Those sons of wandering. We will never ask help from those fools, another Farser retorted. Efenliki watched the arguing Farsers quietly, his mind probing the threads of fate to grasp the changer of Wei's intention. Brothers, what is the status of our fleet now? Efenliki asked. Our brave warriors suffered few casualties, the soulless Xenos have been thoroughly cleansed. But the acidic slime from their deaths has heavily damaged our solar sails, if our artisans are still laboring to heal the wounds of our home. Efenliki suddenly understood. Wait, he seemed to grasp something. At that moment, Cinch's laughter grew louder in his mind, as if mocking his ignorance. Quick, leave this place. Efenliki suddenly stood and shouted. Far behind the Arkworld, majestic warships burst out of the warp, advancing toward the Arkworld. Lately, Yifulini had sensed an unsettling undercurrent. You seem restless lately, Divine Envoy. Prophet, I sense something awry. Darkness is churning. Ear-allowing pause, then. It is only natural, Divine Envoy. The emergence of the Crimson Path allows the Dark God's power to seep more easily into the mortal realm. More pressingly, we must focus on the search for the artifacts, for others have already begun seeking them. Yifulini looked puzzled. Since becoming the Death God's chosen, she had devoted herself to collecting the 6 artifacts spoken of in prophecy. Once assembled, they would awaken the Eldar Death God, Enade, and utterly annihilate Cini. Though Yifulini harbored many doubts, she understood a truth that few Eldar grasped. The Lady of Pleasure was essentially an Eldar deity herself, and it remained uncertain whether Enade could truly kill Cini. After all, the waning Eldar, unlike the Imperium of Man, lacked a vast congregation of worshippers. Their souls might not provide Enade with power as immense as that which the God Emperor commanded. But we must press on, for Enade is the Eldar's only hope. Which of our kin have also begun searching for the artifacts? Yifulini asked curiously. Among the vast starry void, none are more eager than Kaelur of the Hunter's Sons. Kaelur. Yifulini knew that Kaelur Craft World was the most adventurous of all craft worlds. The majority of Eldar pirates in the galaxy hailed they. That is not surprising. Wait, Prophet, where has Kaelur Craft World gone recently? Yifulini asked urgently. The children of Kaelur recently journeyed to the far eastern sector, where they discovered that the human worlds there radiated an unusual brilliance. Yifulini froze, and then an overwhelming dread surged within her. No, tell them to leave immediately and harm no humans. Irdaliwing looked at Yifulini in bewilderment. Divine Envoy, I know you have good relations with humans, but you do not comprehend what will happen. Yifulini rushed off. Kaelur Craft World. The Eldar vessels resembled ethereal fish swimming through the void, with sleek hulls reflecting starlight and solar sails like beautiful fish tails. But at that moment, an Eldar battleship was torn asunder from within. A colossal ramming prow, like a harpoon, shattered the vessel's spine. An irreversible explosion followed. The Wraithbone wailed in agony. Energy conduits detonated one by one, transforming the entire ship into a vortex of violet storm in the void. And from that seething energy emerged an Imperial warship. The stars were ablaze with war. Human lance batteries streaked across the black, followed by the roar of macro cannons hurling massive shells into the void, delivering the Emperor's wrath upon the foe. Unlike the Imperial Navy, which formed battle lines like swimming dragons, the Eldar fleet fought in dispersed packs akin to a pack of jackals. The pirate-spirited Killua fleet would charge at high speed toward the Imperial vessels, bombarding them with pulse cannons, launch a volley of torpedoes, then aided by Wraithbone chant execute, and in place, turn, and accelerate away, waiting for the Wraithbone to recharge before renewing the attack. Ordinarily, naval engagements between humans and Eldar had only two outcomes. One, humans prevailed, and the remaining Eldar ships activated their holofields and fled in panic. Two, the Eldar won slowly, wearing down the Imperial vessels until they could no longer withstand the assault and jumped into the warp to escape. But today was different. Neither human nor Eldar had a single ship willing to retreat. At point-blank range, both sides exchanged relentless fire, launching torpedoes and boarding torpedoes, fighting tooth and nail like gladiators. It was because not far away the Killua craft world was in desperate retreat. The world cannon, the Starlight Cannon, positioned atop the Killua craft world, roared without cease. Normally the cannon required periods of rest for the Wraithbone, but now it disregarded all damage to the Wraithbone. The charging Imperial vessels pressed forward without stop, the leading frigates deliberately rammed into incoming energy spheres, exploding to shield the capital ships behind. Gradually, the desperate Eldar fleet's fire began to wane, and more Imperial warships surged toward the immense craft world. It was like the ancient Terran sharks hunting a great blue whale. Under the shark's assault, the Leviathan shed large chunks of flesh. The boarding action had already begun. Space Marine strike cruisers plunged straight toward the huge craft world, pierced its outer hull, and embedded themselves like projectiles. The enraged Astartes used meltas to blast through the strike cruiser's hull and burst forth. In the name of the great Emperor and humanity, purge the Xenos. Avenge the 50 billion of Zardek. Blood to blood. The Emperor's angels killed everyone they encountered, whether it was the hasty Guardians or unarmed Eldar civilians. Every Eldar civilian received some military training. Though they were not of the path of the warrior in times of crisis, they would don the war mask at the Shrine of Kine to defend their homes. Now the Guardians, led by aspect warriors, launched a counterattack against the invaders. In the name of Kine, the bloody-handed drive away these monkey. The Luna Wolves charged valiantly, but one by one fell to the hail of shuriken cannon fire. But they were not alone. With the craft world's shield system detonated by First Captain Nalyafu, the furious guns of the Dawn Navy finally descended upon the Killua craft world. A torrent of drop pods rained down, crashing into exquisite gardens and thriving markets, disgorging even more mortal soldiers and space marines. Human warriors burst out of the drop pods, answering the Eldar shurikens with bullets. The Imperial ships, braving the fierce ground fire, closed to point-blank range, unleashing their fury upon the enemy before being destroyed and reduced to wreckage in the void. In the distance, Bona and his company coldly watched the Leviathan being torn apart by sharks. Already white-haired Colonel Sakit approached to report the battle. We have only secured 2 of the planned demolition points. The Xenos' resistance is fierce. Can that destroy the craft world? Asked No, Admiral. Then I will send ships to drop cyclone torpedoes at other locations. No, you cannot destroy it. Bona gazed quietly at the massive vessel. I can feel its anger kindling. I will go and kill it myself. The gates of the temple were pushed open and several tribal warriors escorted Sakewang Sijan into the sanctum. At this moment, the mighty Sakewang Sijan appeared, utterly battered. His left arm was gone, much of his back armor had melted away, and the war mask had long since fallen from his face. Sakewang knelt on one knee, coughing up blood, while the tribal warriors around him gripped their weapons, warily scanning their. From the sanctum, one could see in the distance the massive Wraithguard letting out a furious roar before it collapsed weakly to the ground, having shattered several Astartes with its final blow. The Eldar defensive line crumbled with increasing speed. Though the Eldar warriors were valiant, ordinary Guardians could easily defeat mortal human soldiers, and those who had walked the path of the warrior, the Avengers, could even match the Astartes. Yet facing the tide of human troops surging forward like a flood, the Eldar felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Under the command of the abominable intelligence and the warp sage, the human army operated with tyrannid-like precision, executing a kaleidoscope of orders, while colossal war machines mercilessly crushed one defensive line after another. The tyrannid swarms might be terrifying, but humans fighting with desperate fury were even more so. Sakewang Sijan glanced at the advancing army in the distance. Let's go to the Temple of Kine. When Sakewang Sijan arrived at the Temple of Kine, he found a gathering of Eldar Farseers and the elite guard of the Farseer Council already waiting there. However, they were not the focal point. Instead, a young female Eldar seated beneath the statue of Kine was surrounded by them. Farseer Finlaki cast a glance at Sakewang Sijan, who simply nodded. He rose to his feet. Children of the gods, our home is now threatened by the brutal primitive savagery of the Menkai. Our kin are being slaughtered, our homes burn, and the lament of the dead echoes across the stars. The time has come. All the Farseers turn to look at the young Eldar at the center of the circle. The young king. The emissary of kind, the immortal symbol of Eldar loyalty. From birth, she had been summoned by the war god. Now destiny was sealed, and it was time for the spirit bone to sing. The Farseers rose together, chanting an ancient hymn in unison. When dust arose on the ancient battlefield, the war god kind stood tall as a mountain unyielding. Your sword light cleaves the sky radiant. Your wisdom shines like stars. Your arrows strike precise and merciless, piercing darkness, carving a path for light, leading the way of hope. Within your heart burns the eternal flame of victory, like infernal fire, an undying will to fight. The Farseers surrounded the young king, unclothing her of mortal garments, leaving only her pure body. Pure water gathered from between the stars was poured over her head, and the Farseers used ancient instruments to engrave war runes upon her back. Blood flowed down her back, sliding past her slender, smooth waist, and then dripped into the chalice of Creel. Then the young king herself began to chant the ancient song that had accompanied her since birth. As the final war rune was carved, Sakewang Sijan, now with only one arm, raised high the long dormant, the wailing doom, and knelt before her with head bowed, offering the blade. The young king accepted the blade, then took the golden chalice of the sacrament offered by Farseer Finliki. I shall bring his wrath upon his people. The young king drank her own blood, then entered the shrine of Kine with the blade. After the young king entered the shrine, the others rose to their feet. Finliki picked up his weapon. Now is the moment of our glory. On the distant garden battlefield, the war had already reached its climax. Even the Eldar guardians, unaccustomed to close-quarters combat, now grabbed their blades to fight the monkey men before them. Lynx grav tanks hovered above the ground, their high-energy pulse cannons firing ceaselessly, smashing through the endless waves of Leman Russ tanks. Each Lynx could destroy 8 Leman Russ tanks, but the 9th would destroy the Lynx and the 10th would roll over its wreckage. New assault vehicles from the Dark Mechanicum also appeared on the battlefield. These heavy automatons, named Punisher, were armored with terrifying thickness, yet boasted monstrous firepower and chilling accuracy. Even the heavily armored Wraithguard dared not engage them. But reinforcements finally arrived. Monkeymen, you will pay dearly for your atrocities. The Supreme Farseer of Finliki descended into the battlefield amid lightning and thunder. As the pinnacle of the Eldar's Farseer path, the Supreme Farseer merely waved his staff, and vast bolts of lightning erupted from the void, blasting an entire armored company into slag. Through his prophetic visions, the Farseer directed the army with uncanny precision. The Eldar forces, whose morale had been on the verge of collapse, began to stabilize under the command of Supreme Farseer of Finliki, even starting to push back. The fallen kin did not abandon their brethren either, as some wraith constructs were urgently activated. If only Finliki could continue to command. A streak of lightning struck directly into the center of the battlefield, and wild warp energy swirled around him, causing some Eldar to cry out in agony. The single eye of the Crimson King, gleaming with psychic light, glared fixedly at Finliki. Your death is at hand, Eldar. Magnus, wielding his immense psychic power and masterful Tsiancient sorcery, hurled several wraith constructs directly into the warp. Then great waves of stasis spells and psychic storms erupted across the craft world, rendering the craft world's psychic-dependent forces sluggish, and some individuals with weaker psychic potential were even blinded by the psychic backlash. Finliki saw the red giant. He had long foreseen his own fate, yet he charged forward without hesitation. Young god, your opponent is me. Ignorance. Horus, watching from afar, raised an eyebrow. Magnus. So that one had come to join the battle of his own accord. Horus had been considering allowing the Dark Mechanicum to deploy demon engines or launch orc drop pods, but now it seemed Suddenly Horus felt the craft world beneath his feet tremble violently, accompanied by intense shaking. He saw a towering figure in the distance, overturning a temple. Its roar was clearly audible even to Horus on the other side of the craft world. The avatar of Kine. It rose from flames and hatred, and when it appeared on the battlefield, it became the most formidable incarnation of the colossal deity of vengeance emerged from a noble sacrifice, the dead souls within the Ark's spirit bones fueling its wrath, while the blood-soaked warriors of the spirit race cheered in the field. The incarnation of Cain, wielding the blazing doom's lament, leaped and plunged directly into the advancing human army. The mighty war spirit crushed the retreating poison blade tank with a single stomp, exhaling a torrent of flame that instantly scorched vast swaths of troops. The Astartes roared as they charged, attempting to slay the formidable alien god, but were cleaved into several broken pieces in the blink of an eye. Magnus beheld the mighty deity. He cast aside the lifeless supreme prophet like refuse as the power of the warp. Alien, face me. In an instant, waves of psychic ripples erupted around him, and a barrage of psychic light cannons hammered the war god Cain. Taken by surprise, Cain staggered back as psychic explosions detonated across its form. Then its gaze locked on Magnus. It roared and charged. Though the war god's incarnation had been a kilometer away moments before, it instantly closed the distance, bringing its blazing greatsword down upon Magnus. Magnus swiftly dodged the heavy strike, but was sent flying by an extraordinarily agile punch, skipping across the ground like a stone and smashing through several buildings. The war god Cain gave Magnus no respite. It leaped, gripping its sword with both hands, and brought it straight down. Yet instead of striking the ground, a cerulean sorcerous radiance caught the giant blade. Magnus staggered to his feet, his remaining eye glowing with the unmistakable light of a psyker. "You have angered me, alien." Countless rifts in the immaterium appeared, from which chains shot forth like serpents, swiftly coiling around the war god and dragging it to the ground. The fallen war god's incarnation let out a furious roar. The ground began to burn as it cried out in an ancient tongue. "You will pay for humiliating me," Magnus declared from his lofty floating position. Yet just as he prepared to execute the divine incarnation, his expression abruptly changed. The chains binding the war god Cain began to glow and shatter as the deity's power surged. Magnus looked into the distance. From the spirit race's seer council onward, every being knelt and chanted an ancient hymn. The spirit bones of the Ark crumbled, and the souls of the dead, gathered for 10 millennia, began to fuel the war god with immense power. When the chains shattered, the war god's incarnation seized Magnus with terrifying speed and hurled him away with a blow from doomed slaughter. Magnus carved a massive trench as he tumbled, his blood-streaked face burned with fury. The immaterium resonated with him once more, flooding his form with supreme power. Suddenly Magnus heard other voices. Yes, that's right, don't resist. The voices were his own, or rather the shards of his soul that had fallen to chaos. No, the psychic energy that had just risen plummeted. But as Magnus snapped back, he looked up to see the war god Cain trampling human regiments and charging with a drawn blade. The war god roared and swung its massive blade. Suddenly another figure collided with it, sending both tumbling. This newcomer wore ancient armor reminiscent of old Terra's warriors. The silver plate shimmered with an eerie light in the flames. After a few rolls, they separated. Cain raised doomed slaughter for a strike, but the other grabbed its wrist with blinding speed and drove a knee into its chest. The war god spat a torrent of fiery blood and punched back without hesitation. Yet the roaring chainblade severed one of its legs, and the unbalanced war god collapsed. As it tried to rise, the chainblade pinned it to the ground. A heavy boot crushed its skull. Bona tore off his warped helmet. The left side of his face was scorched black, but it healed at an astonishing speed. He gazed coldly at the despairing spirit race seers in the distance. "What you do, you shall suffer for." His form shrank, rapidly returning to its original size. The stunned human army erupted into cheers, charging with renewed vigor against the demoralized spirit race. The Chiron Ark lost its will to resist. Small ships attempted to flee, but were destroyed by the encircling navy, becoming debris in the void. Magnus gasped for breath, barely suppressing the surging warp energies. When he looked up, he saw Bona standing motionless before him, chainblade in hand. After a few seconds of silence, Bona extended his hand. Magnus took it and rose to his feet. "Don't let emotions cloud your mind. I know you don't have to say it. It seems our two warriors have improved their relations," Horus said as he approached. Magnus shot Horus a look of disgust. "I only exterminated the vile aliens, nothing more." "Oh, as you wish, say what you will. You." Meanwhile, the Archmagos Andin and several magi arrived in haste and began arguing vehemently with Bona. "You don't understand the value of an intact Eldari Ark. We cannot simply destroy it. By my calculations, it's worth 3 fully equipped Grand Forge complexes. I need." Bona cut off the Archmagos with a wave, actually using psychic power to temporarily disable his vocal array. "Archmagos, this Ark must be destroyed, and I want you to record it so every citizen of the Thunderhawk can see it. I fully grasp its value, but even destroyed, it holds immense research potential. Besides, the spirit race has more than one Ark." The Archmagos brandished his great axe, unable to speak, but visibly cursing. Bona sighed, knowing how these tech priests were. Suddenly a nearby gate, seemingly ceremonial, blazed with radiance, and numerous figures emerged from the webway portal. When Yifuloni passed through the webway gate, what she saw was only the burning Ark world, and she could clearly hear the entire world wailing in agony, as well as the 2 rows of Terminator Astartes before her. The moment both sides met, they aimed their weapons at each other, the Death Guard elites and the Terminators watching each other warily. But the hastily arriving armored vehicles and automata broke the deadlock, placing the Death Guard at a clear disadvantage. "I want to know the purpose of your coming here, champion of death," Bona said coldly, standing atop a Baneblade tank, staring. "I come for peace, human," Yifuloni replied, her gaze fixed on Bona. "A peace?" Not only Bona, but even Magnus, who rarely smiled, seemed amused. "What kind of peace?" Horus asked. "Zadig's death originated from a misunderstanding shrouded in mist, young god. Kalar paid a terrible price for their folly. Enough blood has already been spilled in the Empyrean. It is time to cease this calamity. I believe Kaler will offer reparations that satisfy you. Bona smiled slightly, then gestured and Magnus tossed the soul stone of the Supreme Prophet over. He held up the soul stone, looking at Yifuloni. So champion, tell me one thing. What can Kaler offer to repay the deaths of 5 billion humans? Yifuloni was about to answer when she was pulled back by Chinyan beside her, who shook her head. Only then did Yifuloni understand what Bona meant. Though Bona's expression remained unchanged, it grew increasingly cold. Yifuloni, while you may be the most enlightened leader among your Eldari, you are still a proud member of the ancient empire. 50 billion vibrant lives ended because of a ridiculous prophecy, and you come here, hoping to mediate this war. Bona extended his hand. In his palm lay the soul stone of Prophet Finrich. This is my answer. He clenched his fist, and the soul stone shattered instantly, its essence devoured by the Lady of Thirst. 10,000 years ago your so-called great empire fell due to your arrogance and folly. 10,000 years later, you still refuse to accept this fact, still arrogantly view the newborn races of the galaxy as livestock, even thinking that the souls of 5 billion humans are an acceptable price for peace. Since you cannot see your place through the mist before you, I do not mind burning away that mist with blood and fire to make you see clearly. I can be merciful enough to let you take the young Eldari of Kaler, for I am not as arrogant and cruel as you. But I can tell you plainly, every single Eldari on Kaler will pay with blood for the fall of Zadik. From now on, every captured Eldari pirate will be summarily executed. Bona finished, cast a cold glance at them, and turned away. Yifuloni watched his retreating figure, and Chinyan, beside her, leaned in. Calm yourself, divine emissary. If we clash with them here, even the gods cannot protect us. I know, mentor. Yifuloni cast one last look at the departing white robe, then walked toward the webway gate. The battle on the Kaler Ark world was nearing its end. In truth, ever since the Avatar of Kind fell, their will to resist had been nearly exhausted. The only thing that kept them fighting was to buy time for their kin to evacuate. But it was futile. Outside the Ark world, the Imperial Navy fleet filled the void. Any Eldari vessel attempting to flee was turned into fireworks in space. The Kaler Eldari launched a desperate assault on the webway gate, trying to carve a path with their lives, but were easily crushed. When the Astartes, their armor riddled with bullet holes, stepped over the last of the resistance and kicked open the deep gate, what greeted them was a group of terrified young Eldari. They huddled together in fear. A few braver ones brandished blades to protect their kin, but their eyes betrayed their The Eldari mothers caring for them spread their arms to shield the children, trying to stop the bolter rounds with their flesh. Second Company Captain Kobier deactivated his chainsword, its roaring whine slowly dying down. Father, the Ark is purged. We have found a batch of Xenos young. Bring them here. Yes. The Astartes strode over, in human speech punched aside the Eldari nursemaids who tried to stop them, and then carried the Eldari children out like chicks. Outside, the young Eldari infants saw their once home reduced to broken ruins and the corpses of their kin littering the children broke down. Some were catatonic with shock, others wailed loudly, and a few struck the Astartes' pauldrons with their tiny fists. Outside, masses of human mortal soldiers were finishing off the wounded, ensuring death regardless of whether the bodies were already dead. They stared in bewilderment at the crying Eldari young, muttering among themselves. But the busiest ones were the Mechanicus personnel. Those scientific madmen exulted in their fortune. They deployed every last Skitarii to haul Eldari corpses and tech samples, even recruiting some Dawn warriors to help. Finally, they arrived at the webway gate. The Death Guard, still confronting the Terminators at the entrance, let out a unified roar of fury. Even the ever-calm Chinyan tightened her grip on her warblade. But they held back and began to take in the sole survivors of the Kaler Ark. Horus, watching from a distance as the Death Guard received the survivors, frowned with displeasure. You are letting the tiger return to the mountain. These Xenos will engrave what they have seen into their minds and etch rage and hatred into their bones. But that is my intention, Bona said, watching the Death Guard finish their reception and prepare to withdraw. I will spread fear and rage to every corner of their realm. I will shatter this ancient proud empire. These fools see us as uncivilized beasts, a notion already deeply ingrained in nearly every one of their minds. Perhaps killing a few dozen beasts gives no pause, but when the beast turns around and tears a huge chunk of flesh from them, they will think twice before raising their hunting rifles. Horus smiled faintly, his eyes thoughtful as they watched the closing webway gate. Heh, using fear to intimidate the enemy. You remind me of that bastard Conrad. But you're clearly smarter than him. That fool only ever kills. Today was another ordinary and uneventful day on Mugenland World. The 38th Engineering Battalion, carrying a set of tools, began another day's work. Or they had other names: the 5th Hardic Regiment of the Astra Militarum, the 38th Siege Company of Krieger, and the Battle Rose. These soldiers, carrying engineering tools of various sizes, still wore their tattered Astra Militarum uniforms, and the sergeant in front bore their regimental banner. Abandoned during a deep space expedition, the Thunder Eagle Empire regarded them as a peculiar form of human resource. After some personnel chose to join the Dawn Army, those who remained were almost entirely loyal to the Terra Empire. Their units were mixed and dispersed, with most assigned to labor for reclamation work. At the front were two battle sisters amidst a mix of various Astra Militarum soldiers, and at the rear a silent Krieger. That Krieger had refused to speak or communicate with others since his capture. It was said that only he survived from his regiment, and he was captured because he was knocked unconscious by an artillery shell. But when they reached yesterday's worksite, they were stunned. A vast number of automated engineering machines shuttled back and forth, transporting raw materials, while on enormous scaffolding crowds of workers were welding. Olivia gazed at the scene and walked over furiously. The audit officer in charge of their engineering battalion happened to be there, speaking with the workers about something. More, why have our tasks been replaced by these damned abominable intelligences? You are toying with us. Moore turned and looked at the battle sister, who was much taller and more imposing than himself. I'm sorry about that, Moore said, but you'll have to apologize to these workers first. Sister Olivia looked at the workers in confusion and only then realized that many of them were dressed like ordinary civilians, not like the professional Adeptus Mechanicus work teams. They are the intended residents of this residential area. Because of your sluggish pace, they had to take matters into their own hands. At that moment, the workers who were still busy noticed the 38th Engineering Battalion, and some of them showed expressions of disgust. City No. 15 had been largely constructed, but the entire city, specifically the Olek district, had such a low level of progress. Many people had already received their own homes, while theirs were still under construction. A major reason was the 38th Engineering Battalion's resistance to the involvement of abominable intelligences. Although these warriors of the God Emperor had been unfortunate captives, they did not mind contributing their efforts if it was for the sake of their fellow humans. However, they would never allow the evil abominable intelligences to defile their work. You are betraying the teachings of the God Emperor. We will never allow these damned evil machines to defile our work. You are putting the Empire's subjects in danger. Many angry soldiers stepped forward, vehemently denouncing Moore's foolishness. Seeing the commotion, several border patrol soldiers nearby walked over. Hey, what's going on here? Stand back, what do you think you're doing? Moore shook his head helplessly. Same as before, nothing to say. The border soldiers glanced at the 38th Engineering Battalion. Behave yourselves. After a few words of caution, they left. Moore opened the datapad in his hand and glanced at the data. Holy daughter, I hope you understand one thing. In about 109 standard Terra hours, a massive global sandstorm will sweep across the entire planet, followed by the possibility of a sulfur and nitrogen acid rain. Over the 8 Terra years of environmental modification by the Muggos, such scenes will occur many times. I don't know what the Emperor needs, but faith requires at least someone to believe. Understand. Moore closed the datapad and left. Having lost their work, the 38th Engineering Battalion had to return to the Prisonerforce camp in City No. 13. It was called a prison camp, but this so-called camp had become a joke. Due to the incredibly rapid expansion of City No. 13, the camp, which was 8 kilometers away from the city 2 years ago, was now almost engulfed by the city. Some news came that the prison camp was about to be demolished. Once deemed useless, they would have their prisoner status revoked and be allowed to move freely. But Sister Olivia looked at the bustling streets. The people here wore a vitality rarely seen, with eyes full of hope and motivation for the future. After the massive taxation of the Departmentum Unitorum was removed, even an Ogren sitting in the planetary governor's seat could build the planet well. The abundant resources on remote worlds were enough to provide most people with a decent life. The large sign in front of the prison camp was being dismantled. It read, Labor Family People. Self-reliance, responsibility, humanity. Here faith in the God Emperor was not mandatory. Only about 30% of the people believed in the God Emperor. The majority revered a concept called the human collective. Occasionally service skulls flew by broadcasting news loudly. For example, recent news of a great victory on the path of avenging the 5 billion people of Zodek would often elicit cheers of long live humanity. The civilians would then excitedly watch the scenes of terrifying aliens being annihilated in the battle footage. Or they would broadcast recent Star Sector government policies as well as methods for identifying dangerous Xenos and guarding against chaos cultists. The Empire often did not treat the lower classes as people. This meant that the lower classes were only noticed when chaos cultists had gathered enough souls for a sacrificial ceremony. But everything here was different. A large number of people were brave enough to enlist. Although the Dawn Army at the front suffered heavy casualties time and again, they could always quickly replenish their ranks with enthusiastic soldiers. Although the Thunder Eagle Empire currently controlled only most of the far eastern segmentum and part of the Ultima segmentum, it had an extremely high mobilization rate, so that the number of troops it fielded was comparable to that of Ultramar. What was even more unacceptable to Olivia was that these madmen actually dared to reveal the existence of the warp and chaos to civilians. After all, to prevent the invasion of chaos demons, the Imperium of Man had been implementing a policy of ignorant education, deliberately keeping the vast majority of human civilians from knowing about the warp. But here they did the exact opposite. Not only did they openly tell people about the existence and characteristics of the warp, but they also published the common symbols of chaos. Olivia had been constantly railing against the local corrupt government over this issue and organizing the surrounding prisoners to prepare for possible chaos incursions. But now it seemed the effectiveness of these measures had wavered in Olivia's heart. With the prison camp about to disband, Olivia felt lost. She continued to be loyal to the God Emperor, but did not know how to serve. Perhaps the ecclesiarchy church on the street was a good choice. Today was a secret meeting. The surroundings had been thoroughly inspected, all personnel screened, and even a Calidus assassin had been uncovered. On the wall hung the urn of the untouchable seal behind a thick, blast-proof barrier. Present at the meeting were not only Forge Master Anton and some relatively important archmagi. The Adeptus Mechanicus had a complex composition, and at least 2 members of the Dark Mechanicum were confirmed by Boner. Considering the already intricate nature of the Mechanicus, this was quite normal, as their sole deity was the Omnicia, the machine god, not the Emperor or the Chaos gods. This led to many radical sects within the Imperium's Mechanicus that were even more extreme and heretical than the Dark Mechanicum. Boner, however, could not care less as long as these cogboys provided safe, reliable, and practical equipment. "Alright, speak," said Forge Master Anton, nodding slightly as a projection appeared on the wall. The Planetary Ring Psychic Broadcasting System. This was a massive system installed on a planet's equator or orbital ring, inspired by Magnus' terrifying psychic bomb. As the controlled territory expanded, the Thunder Eagle Empire began experiencing delays in information transmission. From the westernmost Haxan Fortress world to the easternmost Talon, 3 normal astrotelepathy took about half a year, and the content often changed. Although the Thunder Eagle Empire employed a vast number of abominable intelligences and mortal officials, achieving terrifying efficiency unimaginable to the Terran government, the distortion of astrotelepathy still caused immense trouble. To address this, under Boner's request, the Adeptus Mechanicus used collected Eldar technology to create this device, a brutalist masterpiece of the Mechanicus. By gathering numerous astropaths and psychers in orbital broadcast towers, they would unleash a terrifying psychic transmission toward the intended direction. Amplified by Eldar technology, this astrotelepathic signal became extremely formidable, making it difficult for the surging psychic tides of the warp to affect it. Even chaos demons would expend immense power to corrupt its content. This was exactly why 10,000 years ago Magnus chose to gather his legion's psychic power to send a message. Though a minor accident occurred, the message was delivered nonetheless. To prevent this terrifyingly powerful astrotelepathic signal from instantly killing all psychers at the destination, or tearing another gaping hole in the webway, some minor improvements were made. Unlike Magnus' spear-like broadcast, this system was a layered planar broadcast using outer shockwaves to press down a relatively calm surface in the Sea of Souls, allowing the astropathic message to travel more easily. However, this system was prohibitively expensive, so it could only be installed on 1 or 2 planets per star zone. The subsequent proposals were rather dull, such as larger-scale demon engine production, deeper liberation of abominable intelligences, or forbidden weapons that could easily cause planetary collapse. Those were vetoed without hesitation. These madmen even wanted to use chaos demons on a large scale. Without the strength of the Iron Warriors next door, once these archmagi lost control, many would die. Not to mention that Boner would never sacrifice mortals to fuel demon engines. The rebel faction, these Ultra-Astartes supremacists, treated mortal lives as nothing. After a while, the session moved to Eldar weapons, which passed quickly. Most Eldar weapons were psychic, such as the Shuriken catapult carried by nearly every warrior. It had high firepower, rapid fire rate, no recoil, and was not prone to overheating, surpassing most Imperial standard weapons, including bolters. However, these weapons were entirely powered by the Eldar's own psychic energy, lacking even a trigger, making them unusable by other factions. Other Eldar wargear faced similar issues, such as the Wraith constructs powered by soul stones of the dead, which were essentially unusable by humans. At the next session, a remark from Forge Master Anton jolted the drowsy Boner awake. "We found what appears to be a military propaganda film from humanity's technological age on the Ark." Boner sat up straight, staring at Archmagos Anton in confusion. The technological age? I'm interested. Though Boner had never personally experienced that glorious era, from what his father and grandfather Macador had told him, it was an age of unparalleled splendor. Considering the Eldar's history far predates humanity's, and the Cryer-Ark world was notorious for piracy, they likely possessed knowledge long lost to mankind. As you wish. A modified player was brought in, which, judging by Boner's knowledge, was not even a holographic projector. It started up. A stirring orchestral sound filled the small room. Boner saw a starfield projected on the wall, then a stream of yellow characters scrolling upward from below. Just as Boner grew puzzled, the screen turned to static. "What's this?" he asked. "According to my calculations, this is likely due to data corruption. However, I managed to salvage some important content." The image shifted to show a man in a black officer's uniform, standing on a high platform, speaking passionately. Boner could not understand the language. It sounded like a mix between low Gothic and high Gothic. Below stood a legion clad entirely in white armor. In an instant, Boner strained to analyze these ancient technical records. The armor appeared to be fully sealed, capable of operating in various hazardous environments. The firearms were small and short, likely not chemical propellant weapons. The soldiers appeared shorter than modern humans, suggesting they had not undergone genetic modification. As Boner continued his rapid analysis, the black uniformed officer snarled something with a ferocious expression. As the camera pulled back, not only Boner, but even the tech priests could not help but gasp with their broken bodies. A colossal planet appeared to be sliced open by a god, revealing a vast array of machinery. From within extended a massive cannon barrel, which suddenly emitted a blinding radiance like the rising sun. A colossal beam of light burst through the planet's surface, tearing into the void with terrifying speed, illuminating the dark cosmos. Its velocity grew ever more terrifying, swiftly crossing the distances between star systems until, when those beams split and obliterated an entire star system, nearly every tech priest in the room fell to their knees chanting binary hymns. Except for Forge Master Anton and Boner. Boner was utterly stunned. Such was the terrifying weapon of the technological age, capable of destroying planets across several star sectors. "Our ancestors have proven the feasibility of this technology, Forge Master Anton. I order you to recreate this glorious weapon of humanity," said Boner. "Of course, this is the manifestation of the machine god. To offer it the highest tribute I require." Boner interrupted him. "Understood, Forge Master. Just draw up a list, and we'll handle the rest." Accompanied by a ship passing through the inspection checkpoint, it arrived at a land bathed in sunlight, the heart of the human empire. Holy Terra. This was a pilgrim vessel carrying countless faithful souls who had endured untold suffering. For many of them, birth itself marked the beginning of this pilgrimage. They were undoubtedly among the most fortunate. This sacred journey might have started with their grandparents through endless hardships, finally reaching the legendary Holy Terra. Now, bearing the hopes of their ancestors, they came to behold the divine emperor in their stead. Among the filthy, disheveled pilgrims stood a solitary, towering figure. His frame was massive and powerful, yet he remained perpetually silent, leading all around him to believe he might be mute. His only distinguishing feature, aside from his overly tall stature, was the mechanical prosthetic replacing his left arm. The quiet giant was assigned to operate the D4 heating unit. The ship's tech priests deemed him ideal for such heavy labor. He used his mechanical limb to feed raw materials into the square container. After arriving at Terra, they spent nearly 3 more years anchored in Pluto's orbit. Previously, only a year's wait was required, but ever since Robot Gilliman's return to Terra, traffic between the solar system and the outer realms had surged. As a pilgrim vessel with low transit priority, its path was clogged with ships of every kind. Practically any vessel outranked it, even food freighters could cut ahead. Yet astonishingly, the hulking figure vanished, abruptly and without a trace. No one cared about his disappearance, perhaps except for the local tech priest, who had lost a fine piece of wetware. But the giant had reappeared on the pilgrims marched along the avenue in ecstasy, every step followed by a kneel and a prostration, singing hymns at the top of their lungs. Meanwhile, members of the ecclesiarchy delivered impassioned sermons, and clerical sisters eagerly distributed food and water. But the towering figure showed no inclination to emulate these pilgrims. He walked at a steady, unhurried pace. At the avenues, in the great gate loomed with the distant silhouette of the imperial palace of Terra. Ordinarily, pilgrims would kneel here and worship for 3 days and 3 nights, the mere sight of the golden giants guarding the gate enough to stir their souls. Yet the giant strode straight past the cordon. Mortal soldiers guarding the gate swiftly blocked his path. "Step back," they barked. "I need to enter," the giant replied. The soldiers activated stun rifles. Behind them, others chambered their weapons. But the giant swatted them aside with a speed they could not even register. The custodians guarding the gate activated their guardian spears and lunged in an instant, intent on subduing the intruder. Yet in the blink of an eye, even the mighty custodians were defeated. The giant seized a guardian spear with speed surpassing theirs, then sent 2 more custodians flying. Within 10 seconds, the custodian rapid response force, the cataphractoi, arrived, alarms blaring. But to their bewilderment, the assailant seemed to harbor no hostility. He simply stood there. "Intruder, state your purpose," demanded a shield captain. The giant pulled back his hood, revealing pale hair and a face etched with age. "I seek my brother, Robot Gilliman." Gilliman had been busy of late. The Imperium now teetered on the brink of collapse, beset by threats both within and without. The external threat was the emergence of new foes. The Great Rift had cast half the Imperium into the Dark Imperium. Though he had appointed Dante chapter master of the Blood Angels as Lord Regent of the Dark Imperium, its efficacy was plainly limited. Now the Dark Imperium harbored countless factions, Necrons, Tyranids, a motley assortment of Xenos, and even a Thunderhawk. The Imperium's only remaining foothold in the Dark Realm was the Ultramar sector. But the situation on the other side was equally grim. The Black Legion propelled by the power of the warp rampaged forward. Soon they would encircle the solar system, using vile sacrificial rituals to strangle Holy Terra. Even that might have been manageable if not for the High Lords of Terra. Corrupt and incompetent, they dismissed the Black Legion as a mere sideshow even after the Great Rift's appearance. Their focus instead was on power struggles among themselves. They actually believed the sons of the God Emperor posed a greater threat than Abaddon. Guilliman felt utterly exhausted, the burden of 2 stars and 13 dominions pressed down upon him. Now he had to prepare the Indomitus Crusade, to break the Black Legion's blockade, and deliver a defibrillating shock to the Imperium's faltering heart. Suddenly his second captain Sicarius entered. "Father, there is someone to see you." "If it's another sycophant seeking a sinecure, refuse." "No, father, he claims to be your brother." "Who?" Guilliman rose. "Rogal Dorn." Guillimar walked swiftly straight to the heavily guarded audience chamber where the custodians stood watch. There he saw the familiar silhouette. Dorn had changed much, the scars on his body told silent tales. But that eternally unyielding stone-like expression, Guilliman could not mistake it. "Dorn, my brother, I have never missed you so much." Guilliman strode forward, arms outstretched for an embrace. But Dorn stepped back, eyeing him warily as if pondering something. Then he extended his hand. "Long time no see, brother." They shook hands briefly, and the custodians, confirming no threat, withdrew their guard. Still covert surveillance remained. "My brother, the Praetorian of Terra, the unyielding stone of the Imperium. Your return is the greatest fortune for the realm. I urgently need your help. But tell me, what have you endured, my friend?" Rogal Dorn pondered for a moment. "I failed my legion. Though the situation demanded it, and they understood my orders meant death, they still went." Guilliman knew what Dorn referred to. When the Codex Astartes was promulgated, the Imperial Fists had harbored considerable dissent. To prevent the legions from igniting another civil war that could destroy the Imperium, Dorn deliberately sent them to assault Perturabo's iron fortress, purging the dissidents within his own. "For that I went into self-exile to atone for my sins." "Then, have you atoned?" Guilliman asked. "No." Dorn shook his head. "Because I foresee that the Imperium needs us now more than ever." After conversing with Dorn for a while, Dorn took his leave first. He wished to visit his descendants and prepare for the Empire's upcoming battles, and Guilliman did not deter him. He still had some work to coordinate with Belisarius Call. Guilliman arrived at an unknown location, which seemed more like an underground training base. On the platform, 2 unarmored giants were wielding weapons and fighting each other. Even from a distance, one could feel the immense power resonating, stirring the air into turbulent currents. This was Call's latest creation, the Primaris Space Marines. Long ago, Guilliman had foreseen the crisis of the Imperium of Man and tasked Call with developing more powerful military means to counter these threats. Beyond technical equipment like newly developed weapons such as the Mark X power armor, the more crucial element was the Primaris Space Marines had 3 additional surgeries integrated into the original 19, resulting in 22 procedures. This made the Primaris Space Marines larger, stronger, and more combat capable than their predecessors. The birth of the Primaris Space Marines remained a mystery in the shadows. It was said that genocide from traitor legions had been used, and even the 2 lost legions might have reemerged. However, who knows? As it stands, the Primaris Space Marines have reached the expected performance, even exceeding 964, and are ready for deployment. "No, Call." Guilliman shook his head. "It won't be that soon." Although Call was considered a heretic within the Adeptus Mechanicus, he still retained some of its fixed mindsets. The proliferation of Primaris Space Marines is unlikely to be a technical issue. Those stubborn conservative and xenophobic chapters will probably be reluctant to accept these new warriors. Not to mention the issue of military organization. Guilliman could see that the current Imperial Army was a complete mess. The Black Legion, which adheres to the Great Astartes doctrine, holds Astartes in supreme authority, allowing them to easily lead armies to strike wherever they command. In contrast, the Imperium, due to the Codex Astartes and the reorganized Imperial Army, often spends ages in bureaucratic wrangling, requiring coordination among various organizations before taking action. Guilliman was truly frustrated. He had no idea how the tactical guidelines he had written long ago had become the immutable truth of the Imperium. According to the intelligence he had received, the sons of Horus, who used the Legion organization of the Great Crusade, were far more combat effective than most Imperial forces. "Wait. Call, how are those Astartes corpses I asked you to study earlier doing?" "Venerable, please use Low Gothic or High Gothic. Their modification is based on the original genocide surgeries with some additions and some removals." An appendage extended from Call's body, handing a data slate to Guilliman, so that he could convey information more quickly. What Gilliman received were the autopsy results showing that 2 genocide surgeries had been removed and 5 new surgeries suspected of warp contamination had been added. Gilliman furrowed his brow slightly. He knew well that when the Emperor created 20 sons, he must have made some deal with the warp. Each of them was inextricably, especially after the Horus heresy, when the traitor Primarch's psychic powers became prominent. This point had already formed an unspeakable answer in the minds of the 9 loyal Primarchs. And as genetic extensions, the Astartes also bore the influence of the warp. If the genocide surgeries were truly only aimed at the physical level, then the Astartes' resistance to chaos should be the same as that of Ord. However, Gilliman never expected that someone would actually implant warp entities directly into Astartes. Seeing the report, some of the doubts that had troubled Gilliman were, for instance, the absurdly large numbers of the sons of Horus. If Horus had not sought Abaddon's help, it would have been impossible to forge such a massive army in such a short time. Also, the treatment of wounded soldiers. It seemed they never had to worry about anyone dying from injuries. But what puzzled Gilliman most was a gene-modified organ located near the brain. "Do you mean that the modifier deliberately activated the emotional cells of the Astartes, eh?" Gilliman asked. "Yes, my lord. According to my observations, this gene surgery is expected to reach 576 efficacy, bringing the hormonal secretion ratio of the Astartes to 96. 16 of that of an ordinary human. However, this is clearly an extremely inefficient modification. According to my calculations, it would reduce the combat efficiency of the Astartes by approximately 12.7 and would induce unnecessary empathy and hesitation. No call, my friend." Gilliman shook his head. He closed the data slate and handed it back. "That's not how it's calculated." Call looked at Gilliman with some confusion. "You are viewing it from the perspective of a war machine, so you deem it inefficient. But the modifier's perspective is from that of an Astartes. He wants to eradicate the Great Astartes Doctrine. Both the Imperium and Chaos inevitably face the emergence of the Great Astartes Doctrine, where Astartes hold higher status than mortals. In the Imperium, even an ordinary Astartes brother receives the respect of mortal officers. In Chaos, the Astartes wield unquestionable power of life and death over mortals. If placed in the era of the Great Crusade, this situation was even more pronounced and could be considered one of the causes of. After all, the proud Astartes had conquered countless worlds for the Imperium, only to discover that they were nothing but war tools, gene-forged monsters to be discarded. For Astartes, they are brave, tenacious, and unafraid of death. They know no fear, because the organ that generates fear has long been removed. In their eyes, mortals are utterly cowardly. But the modifier wanted to make Astartes like ordinary humans, to feel dejection over failure, to shed tears over life and death, to pull down the lofty angels of the Emperor. Gilliman had also heard of their bizarre tactical doctrine. They were not allowed to deliberately sacrifice civilian lives to achieve tactical objectives. Good heavens, what an absurd regulation. The salamanders might approve, but in most chapters civilian lives are rarely prioritized. However, if it were truly implemented with widespread civilian support, the recruitment efficiency of the Astartes would become terrifyingly high. If the Imperium could also implement it. Gilliman shook his head. This plan was very bold. Currently, even the promotion of Primaris Space Marines faced obstacles at every level. From individual Space Marine chapters to the Inquisition and the High Lords of Terra, all doubted him. If only he could act as freely as that one. While Robot Gilliman was troubled by the decay of the Imperium, Bona also found himself vexed by the affairs within his own empire. First and foremost was the increasingly audacious Adeptus Mechanicus. The Black Mechanicum had begun to gain notoriety in a certain sense as the rule requiring each member to contribute 50 of their unique technologies upon joining had led to a growing number of tech priests eager to enlist. Even those tech priests who were aligned with the Imperium sought membership. This in turn drew censure from the Cult of Mars, which denounced the organization as a criminal assembly rife with blasphemy, filth, and refuse. Archmagos Enuna was also placed on the assassination list of the Officio Assassinorum. However, thanks to the fact that anyone wishing to see the Archmagos had first to pass Bona, and Horus the former could see through a well-disguised assassin from hundreds of meters away, while the latter possessed extensive experience in surviving assassination attempts. Perhaps some might wonder, if the Calidus assassins failed their objectives, what about the other 3 assassin temples? The Culexis assassins, specialized in anti-psychic assaults, would quickly be minced into paste when faced with the sea of armored warriors. The Everzer assassins, whose bodies were packed with explosives and whose very blood ran with high-energy detonating fluids, nearly succeeded. They slew over a dozen Astartes in a single burst before being crushed by Horus. As for the Vindicare assassins, who would find a spot and lie prone with a sniper rifle for years on end, they were the most pitiful, as service skulls equipped with gravity field detectors could pinpoint them with ease. Yet compared to the Dark Mechanicum, the actions of the 4 assassin temples could be considered mere child's play. Bona never felt at ease with these members of the Mechanicus. No sooner had he permitted the use of abominable intelligence than they presented a fully functional artificial intelligence system. The time elapsed was insufficient even to type out a script. Now they were intent on demonstrating their new invention to him. This is our latest creation, they said. The rampant battle automaton. Bona gazed at what appeared to be merely a large combat robot, but he could clearly hear the agonized screams and indignant roars emanating from within. Isn't this just a demon engine? No, you're mistaken. This is more than a mere demon engine. We have carefully cultivated a demon host through rigorous calculations, removed unnecessary organs, and implanted it into the automaton's body. This greatly reduces maintenance costs while also granting high controllability. Yet Bona remained utterly unfazed. According to Archmagos Anduna's understanding, whenever Bona wore that dead-eyed expression, his proposals would most likely, then he would have to present something persuasive enough to move him. According to recent intelligence, the Imperium has developed a new type of Astartes called Primaris Space Marines, whose combat effectiveness far surpasses that of both our forces and ordinary Space Marines. If we do not make corresponding changes, I fear we will fall behind in equipment and technology. At this, Bona perked up considerably. Primaris Space Marines. Though for now the Thunderhawk Empire, benefiting from its Legion organization and higher efficiency, was able to keep Terra at a distance. To underestimate the wisdom of a pre-march would be sheer folly, no different from putting a noose around one's own neck. Based on Bona's combat experience, on paper an armored company of mortal troops could defeat a standard 10-man squad, but in reality no deranged captain would have his battle brothers engage in a heathen armored vehicle duel. At worst, a few brothers would draw attention while the rest launched a flank assault. And now a similar situation was unfolding. These Primaris Space Marines about to be deployed could very well overturn the current balance. Fine, I authorize a small quantity of rampant battle automatons. I authorize a small quantity of rampant battle automatons to be deployed to the front, to be used only with the joint approval of the frontline commander and the commissar. Hearing Bona relent, Archmagos Anuna brightened considerably. Despite the stringent conditions based on what Archmagos Anuna had learned, the Northern Front was locked in a life-and-death struggle against the Tyranids. The local commander would surely not hesitate to use such weapons. After wrangling with Archmagos Anuna, Bona unexpectedly received a piece of news. You mean? 1,000 Suns Legion is surrendering to us. Yes, I suggest you come see for yourself, said Horus. Alright, I'll be there soon. Having just finished a stack of affairs at Koborlid, Bona boarded a cruiser and set course for the fortress world of Hexton. Finally able to rest for a while, Bona entered the officer's cabin arranged by the captain and lay on the bed, cherishing this hard-earned respite. Yet his mind remained on the matter of the 1,000 Suns. The 1,000 Suns Legion had split. They had divided into two factions without civil war, parting peaceably. According to Horus, one faction of the 1,000 Suns had chosen to betray the Changer of Ways and follow in their Genefather. The other part, led by Chief Librarian and First Captain Araman, had chosen to remain with the Changer of Ways. Their reasons for staying remained unknown. Bona clearly sensed the involvement of the Changer of Ways. Perhaps this was an advance payment of a share of the reward, fearing that he might be killed. The more he pondered, the more confused he grew, and his already weary mind began to grow drowsy. Suddenly, a violent tremor threw Bona from the bed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Bona looked out the porthole and saw. In the dark void, a strange green glow suddenly appeared, and the next moment a colossal tomb-like warship materialized before his eyes. What's happening? Bona hailed the captain. My lord, a Necron fleet has ambushed us. By the throne, there are so many of them. Captain Rand, can you hear me? You? Greetings, honored guest. A metallic voice came through the communicator. Bona frowned. Who are you? I am the Necron Overlord, the Punisher, King Amaquan. I hereby invite you to meet with me. I hope you will not let your subordinates make futile sacrifices. According to my calculations, it will take only 10 minutes to destroy your fleet. Bona ended the communication, his brow furrowed. Damnation. This time he was traveling with only an escort fleet, which was merely guarding civilian transports between Hexton and Koborlid, not the naval fleet under Admiral Spire. There was no hope of victory against a Necron fleet ambush. When Bona arrived on the bridge, the situation had already deteriorated into utter chaos. The captain, clearly a greenhorn fresh from the academy, was issuing frantic commands. Captain, tell me what's happening now. On my lord, now. Now decks B and C are entirely compromised, and the enemy's boarding parties continue their steady advance. We've lost contact with all 6 escort frigates, and the light cruiser Kishinuo is critically damaged. Bona glanced out from the bridge, and his face instantly darkened. The Necrons had deployed 3 battleship-grade vessels and over a dozen cruisers. By some unknown method, they had suddenly materialized before everyone. Green lightning lanced from their warships, precisely striking the nearby light cruiser, melting its hull and igniting its internal structures. As for the cruiser under their feet, a vast number of Necron warriors had teleported directly aboard. Over 80 of the ship had already fallen. Yet, curiously, the Necrons did not attack the defenseless transport fleet. Bona doubted it was out of mercy, rather they were likely buying themselves time to think. He sighed and walked to the edge of the bridge. Necrons, I know you've cracked our communications and can hear me. Cease your attack now. I will go with you. Everyone on the bridge was stunned. The captain flushed and protested vehemently. No, my lord, you must leave. We will give our lives to help you escape into the warp. And what of the 40 million souls in the immigrant fleet behind you? The captain wanted to argue, but seeing Bona's icy gaze, he wisely fell silent. He felt that if he actually spoke his mind, his head would be crushed in the next second. Your mercy and tolerance toward your subjects command my respect. A voice like grinding metal echoed from the bridge. The Necrons. A green portal opened, and 2 ornate Necron Lichguards bearing long halberds stepped through. Bona straightened his attire. Remember this lesson, Captain. I expect not to encounter such foolish low-level mistakes when I return. The captain's face was crimson, at a loss for words. Escorted by the 2 Lichguards, Bona stepped through the portal. The moment he crossed, the Necron boarding parties that had been launching fierce assaults dissolved into beams of green light and vanished. The immense Necron fleet also emitted a blinding green radiance and disappeared from the galaxy in an instant. Were it not for the drifting wreckage still burning in the void, no one would have guessed that a brutal battle had just taken place. Only the survivors understood that the matter was far from over. The Eternal Terror-class battleship, an ancient and colossal Necron vessel of bizarre design. It eschewed all conventional aerodynamics, instead taking the form of a sinister crescent moon. Even an orc knows that to make a ship move you need to strap on big loud whack rockets at the back, but the Necron ship had no aerodynamic structure whatsoever. This was thanks to the ancient race's unique propulsion system, the inertialist drives. These drives allowed the Necrons to cross the galaxy in the blink of an eye, yet they did not enter the warp like the Imperium's warp. Consequently, Necron warships were generally slower. To their ancient foes, the Eldari, they might as well have been stationary. But that didn't stop a massive flying dark pyramid from suddenly appearing right in your face. Aboard that ancient vessel, the Necron overlord was quite satisfied with the raid. So how is the target? Amarkin asked. The target is calm. Our psychic suppression technology is effective. Good. Bring him forth. A massive green barrier rose from the floor, encasing Bona within. He appeared asleep, utterly motionless. Cryptek, Za approached the throne. It seems we have achieved our goal, Za. Prepare the fleet. If that wretched thief dares to renege, I will cross the entire galaxy to kill him. I would advise against that Punisher Lord. Based on my preliminary scans, this individual is highly unusual. Very well, conduct a brief study first, but ensure we deliver a complete specimen to Trazen. So this is how your ancient race treats its guests. An abrupt voice rang out. Amarkin and Za stared incredulously in another direction. If their mechanical faces could register emotion. There stood Bona. Impossible. How can you be over there? Amarkin exclaimed in shock. How intriguing. Bona drew his chain's word. The characteristic roar of human industrial craftsmanship filled the air. Words are useless, Xenos. Time to pay the price. The next instant, Bona vanished from his spot. Seated upon the throne, Amarkin instantly raised his scepter and swung it behind him, but the chain's word still pierced through his body. Bolter rounds tore through the cryptek's frame. Only then did the honor guard beneath the throne begin to return fire. Their movements might have been swift by Necron standards, but to Bona, who had fought against all manner of Xenos, they were pathetically slow. In the blink of an eye, a dozen powerful Necron guards lay fallen. In an instant, the throne room fell silent. Yet Bona knew full well that the Necron overlord was far from dead. He had likely activated a new body elsewhere. In the distance, pairs of green eyes began to rekindle. A vast Necron army was awakening. Bona's expression darkened as he stared into the dark corridors, seeing nothing. To him, these soulless beings were like stones. He could only locate the Necron warriors by sight. But brute force was not his plan. Only a fool, not a warrior, would charge headlong. He sheathed his chainsword, gripped his bolter in his right hand, then fired a single shot at the base of his left ring finger. The finger snapped off. Bona swiftly picked it up and used the bleeding digit to draw a blasphemous ritual circle on the floor from which 7 tendrils branched out. The Empyrean answered his call, pouring down 7 heretical strains of the Iron Blight. From the circle, as its epicenter, decay and corruption spread outward. Even living metal could not withstand this dreadful power. But the expansion of the Iron Blight slowed, locked in a stalemate with the constantly regenerating living metal. The Necron warriors accelerated their advance, clearly intent on capturing him quickly. Yet Bona had already devised his escape. Destroy the ship's power core and the Iron Blight would annihilate everything. Aboard the battle cruiser Dark Dread, Akin was now somewhat incandescent. If his data core weren't heat-resistant, he would have roasted himself by now. Through the eyes of a Necron lord on the front lines, he had witnessed that formidable being dismantle one squad of immortals after another, and finally, even made off with the Necron lord's phase axe. Terrasin, you shameless bastard, a scoundrel devoid of any noble etiquette. He should have realized long ago. If even Terrasin dared not touch the human, how could it be so easy to deal with? Now aboard his flagship, the Terror plague had spread to 30 of the entire vessel. To repair the damage caused by this plague, 3 escort ships had already been consumed. Akin had thrown wave after wave of troops into the fray, immortals that could fill mountains and seize mighty destroyer lords and canoptech spiders. But none of it was of any use. Most Necron warriors couldn't even lock onto a target. He only needed to strike down a few command nodes, like beating a fool, letting the Terror plague devour the Necron army. Only the death marks had a chance to land a hit, because the target couldn't see them at all. Only after being struck by a death mark shot would they be noticed. But even when the death mark's neural shredders hit, they weren't entirely ineffective, though their effect was pitifully small, perhaps even worse than a single shot from a Gauss blaster. Punishment King, I must remind you that he is about to reach the hyperdimensional cube prison. This farce must end. Lock him and that thing inside, and let Terrasin retrieve it himself. Akin rarely lost his temper. As you command, Punishment King. Bonner slammed the switch, watching as the mighty Gauss raised disintegrated rows of Necron warriors back into molecules. As for the phase axe he had looted from that oversized skeleton, it was incredibly handy. Each swing cut through like a hot knife through butter. When Bonner finally shattered a heavy door and strode into what should have been the energy core chamber, a vast plaza, he had seen the engines of Imperial warships, monstrous constructs hundreds of meters tall composed of countless gigantic pipes. The Eldar engines, or solar sails, were smaller, but still a vast complex of wraithbone structures. As for the Orc engines under Gragskull's command, they were plainly recognizable volatile reactors. But why was the Necron engine room so empty? He walked across the vacant plaza in disbelief, staring at the spot where the colossal energy conduits pulsating like a planet's veins converged. Tower. This tower defied everything Bonner knew. None of the materials he had ever encountered could achieve such efficient energy output. Even in his wildest speculation, if this were a legendary matter-antimatter annihilation device, it couldn't possibly be so compact. Suddenly Bonner lost all connection with the outside world, including those faint fragmented whispers in his mind. He could no longer perceive the positions of the stars. He turned and ran back along the path he had come, but found he hadn't made any real distance. A maze. Not quite. The energy patterns on the floor had warped. Once straight lines, they were now curves. It seemed he had been transported into another space. A deafening boom erupted around him. When Bonner looked over, the tower had split open, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. Yet what astounded him was that inside there was no complex machinery, instead a strange alien creature. Its body structure was bizarre. In Bonner's eyes, the very existence of such a creature was a logical fallacy. When a peculiar glimmer emanated from its form, Bonner heard its voice, a roar of despair and fury, while it itself was tormented by the agony of its body tearing apart. "Who are you?" Bonner demanded. But it did not reply. Instead, the moment it saw Bonner, it attacked. Deadly weapons materialized in the air and opened fire in unison. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on Bonner, the terrifying bombardment shattered everything. The Necron's living metal floor turned to powder in an instant. But in the next second, Bonner appeared behind the strange alien, swinging his phase axe down. The phase axe cleaved through, or rather passed through. Not physical. Bonner watched the phase axe dissolve into motes of light. An instant later, the axe materialized in the alien's hand, slashing down at Bonner. He barely blocked the blow with his chainsword, but was sent flying. Tumbling across the ground, Bonner raised his bolter and fired, only to hear the click of a jam. Even the simple structured chainsword refused to function, leaving Bonner even more stunned. The alien, however, seemed intrigued and conveyed more meaning. Foolish, peculiar structure. The strange alien appeared to lose interest in attacking, merely observing Bonner with its. Bonner rose and faced the alien. Kindred, it seemed the creature could communicate, and considered him a kindred spirit. Bonner closed his eyes, but found he could not see the entity at all. He pulled out a data slate from his pocket and tossed it over. The data slate disintegrated into countless particles midair, becoming part of the creature. In less than a second, the alien had learned human language. "Who are you? I have never seen your kind before. Nor I yours, alien. I am Magraladros. This is the name my servants bestowed upon me, but I have never encountered an existence like you. You appear similar to my kind, yet not. My name is Bonner. You seem ancient and incomplete somehow. Yes, my lifespan is coeval with the stars themselves. Yet I was cast here by vile treachery, but what you see before you is but a fragment of me. I am a Tan." But when Magraladros saw Bonner's utter lack of comprehension, it felt a hint of frustration. Both of them probed each other using their own methods. To Bonner, the creature simply did not exist. Only the pain in his hand and the direct sight of his eyes confirmed its reality. Magraladros was equally perplexed. It had never encountered a life form like this. Or if it could be called life, it seemed more akin to itself. In the end, Bonner spoke first. It seems we can agree on one thing: we are both trapped here by the Necrons. Yes, those accursed insects. I shall crush those arrogant vermin. Perhaps we should first find a way out. The man and the alien thus began their collaboration. Although Magdraloth was immensely powerful, it was still far too weak to shake this otherworldly space. What Bona had to do was follow Magdraloth's guidance to accomplish everything. Under close observation, Bona finally understood what Magdraloth's ability was. Telekinesis. It could control every particle, assembling them in the direction it desired, achieving a true alchemy of turning sand into gold. Extraordinary. This surpassed Bona's comprehension. Under Magdraloth's guidance, a colossal structure was successfully erected. This device can directly connect to the warp. Those surging brutal energies will be enough to overload this world and bring us back to reality. That is excellent, Bona said absently, his gaze never leaving the instruments. But Magdraloth did not act immediately. Instead it looked at Bona. However, composite, I believe there is room for improvement in our communication. Bona looked at the creature with some confusion. Speak, alien. As you know, I consist of many MES and I am but one of them. To become I must devour the other MES. Then let me guess, you are not the strongest, Magdraloth. Yes, the me on Mars should be the strongest. Mars. When had the Mechanicus secretly hidden a star god? Unfortunately, I don't care about your fate, and I think you should be aware that after we get out we are more likely to be enemies. That is different, composite. Though you are similar to us, you still cannot understand us. This is merely a warning I give you. Before Bona could react, he saw Magdraloth suddenly shatter into countless starry particles. In the blink of an eye, those particles rushed toward Bona and vanished. In that instant, the world before Bona's eyes changed again, this time on a different level. The heavy, colossal machinery before him seemed to acquire a voice of its own. Bona could clearly sense the excitement of its newborn consciousness. At that moment, Bona also understood what Magdraloth had just done. It had shattered itself, willingly reduced to mindless fragments, and merged into his body. Among the countless particles that constituted Bona, perhaps only a certain number were Magdraloth. At the same time, he could sense the direction of the other selves. In the distant depths of the galaxy, beyond the remote star rings, and the one deep within Mars. What shocked Bona most was that he could feel a gaze from himself within the radiance emanating from holy Terra. So Father had once tamed Magdraloth as well. In an instant, Bona understood why Magdraloth had forcibly merged into him. Because once he got out, even if he narrowly escaped the Necron pursuers, he would inevitably be devoured by the other selves. Never mind, let's not think about that now. First get out and settle accounts with those metal skeletons. Are you sure there's no problem? Akin asked again. Still, rest assured, Punisher King. The Void Dragon is one of the most powerful star gods. According to my observations, the target individual is not adept at physical combat. As if sensing he had omitted something, Za added, at least there won't be major issues before we deliver. I hope so, Akin said gloomily, sitting on his throne. To deal with Bona, he had already lost 2 cruisers, and even his flagship had sustained 70 damage. Now his stone tomb flagship was surrounded by a swarm of scarabs wrapped tightly, like a hive busily repairing the warship. Thanks to the Necrons' advanced living metal technology, their ships could repair themselves while fighting. In comparison, the resurrection of those mindless Necron warriors was a simple matter. Tear down a wall needed, and it became a new Necron warrior. Suddenly Za detected an extremely terrifying energy source. When the master and servant subconsciously looked over, a dazzling purple light characteristic of the warp flashed from within the black flagship. Then a terrifying warp rift appeared in the flagship, tearing the Necron vessel into shreds. Warp energy surged forth, tearing the barrier between reality and the warp, and a colorful rift materialized in the void. All surrounding escort ships, along with a vast swarm of scarabs, lost contact, swept away by the horrific warp current. Za! Akin roared furiously. One moment, Punisher King. The Blackstone systems on the surrounding ships activated, emitting a dazzling green light. The warp rift, which had been expanding wildly, seemed to suffer a severe blow and became unstable. Many warp creatures and demons rushed out from the rift, roaring as they charged, only to find a bunch of metal skeletons. The two sides immediately clashed. A large number of warp demons boarded the Necron ships. But the powerful Necron fleet tightened its formation, and the demons, finding no souls to claim, lost their will to fight. In the end, the newly formed warp rift gradually became unstable, and under the light of the Blackstone obelisks began to shrink until it vanished. The enraged Punisher King cared little about the mindless Necron warriors that had died. He was more concerned that his flagship had exploded. I need a reasonable explanation. Punisher King, calm down. I am still searching for the origin. No need to search. The familiar voice came again. When the two turned around, they saw the familiar figure again. You again? Akin shouted angrily, while Za quickly issued commands. A faint glint flashed in Bona's eyes. Za found that his commands had failed to go through, while Akin was astonished to discover that his underlying logic had been altered. The Necron Overlord's body involuntarily rose and faced Bona. You've mastered its power. That's impossible. Akin said in a panicked tone. All things are possible, Necronter. Traitor. When Bona uttered the ancient word Necronter, Akin clearly saw the furious figure of the star god Magdraloth. Yes, it was Akin under the command of the Triarch Council who had shattered Magdraloth back then. But that fury was quickly suppressed, replaced by Bona's calm, unremarkable voice. I've cut off your signals now. If I kill you both here, your backup bodies won't activate. Tell me, why did you attack me? Akin glanced at Za, who nodded slightly. On commission from the infinite Trazyn. Trazyn? Yes. Bona looked thoughtfully at the two Necrons then. A bold yet immature idea came to him. When Talashin received the message, he eagerly came to the tomb world of the Punishment King. As usual, he possessed a Necron Lichguard's body. After dodging dozens of Gauss rays, Talashin saluted the figure on the throne. Respected Punishment King, Undying War God, I applaud your might. As always, a Makuin seated high on the throne wore a displeased expression. Talashin wears what I want. One hand delivers the goods, the other the payment. You should understand, Talashin said. Beside him, Ja's eyes flashed, and a hyperdimensional labyrinth cage rose from the ground, trapping precisely what Talashin strode over, attempting to touch the cage with his hand, but was stopped by the Necron Lichguard. Seeing Amakun's hostile expression, All right, I'll give it to you now. Talashin waved his scepter, and a pearl-like object from its tip fell and flew. Amakun caught the key and tossed it to Jai beside him. Ja's eyes flashed with scanning beams, then he nodded. Punishment King, this is indeed the activation key for the Dark Throne. The feature codes match the original perfectly. Amakun turned his gaze back to Talashin. Transaction complete. Oh, of course, great Punishment King, Talashin said with some excitement. This exhibit was far more valuable than most in the museum. He was already considering which items to instruct the scarabs. Indeed, transaction complete. Talashin felt a pat on his shoulder, then completely lost control of his body. Bona stepped out from behind, silently watching Talashin. Talashin was stunned. His computational core raced, and he was forced to acknowledge he had been tricked by these two bastards. Punishment King, you actually cooperated with a human. Talashin shouted. Oh, I believe that even if this is reported to the Sansheng Ihui, a liar and thief who roams the galaxy, and an undefeated general of the Necrons, I think Ji Jing Wang will make a reasonable judgment, Ma Kuan said. The Overlord General and I have reconciled our accounts and reached some simple cooperation, Bo Na said leisurely. I don't want to completely offend a Necron military overlord with a massive army, and the Overlord doesn't want to expend too much to eliminate me, so we decided to remove the middleman and each take our share. Talaxin's reputation among the Necrons was only slightly better than that of the flayed ones. Suddenly Talashin was numb. If he could still sweat, he would be drenched in sweat now. Seek help from a Makuin. Good heavens, that one wished him dead right now. As for the others, I think there might be some misunderstanding. We can sit down and talk, Talashin said. No, misunderstanding. A Makuin struck the ground with his heavy scepter. Bo Na tapped lightly, and Talashin collapsed and lost consciousness. He twisted off Talaxin's head, then bowed to a Makuin on the throne. Thank you for your cooperation, Overlord of the Necronter. His goodwill toward the Necrons was far greater than toward those wretched Eldari. At least this Necron Overlord did not open fire on civilians, which already surpassed 99 of the Eldari. This is merely cooperation based on mutual interests. Next time we meet, we are more likely to be enemies, a Makuin said. With that, Bo Na vanished from the spot. Ja immediately detected the data anomaly. Punishment King, a cruiser has lost control. Its inertialist drive is activating. Let him go. A Makuin watched the cruiser flickering with green light vanish in the blink of an eye, an unreadable glint in his eyes. Closing that warp rift is the most important task for our dynasty's revival. When Bo Na began to wield the authority of the Void Dragon, he truly felt the terror of Necron technology. Even just this one ship he controlled could perform multiple spatial jumps with its inertialist drive. Normally, if the warp did not act up, most Imperial ships could not outrun Necron ships. Except for those warp anomalies where reinforcements arrived yesterday, when called today. But this drive was extremely stable, not requiring entry into the warp, a quality that alone outclassed most Imperial ships. After several jumps, he returned to the fortress world of Hai Kusun, and all this took less than a single day. However, Bo Na distinctly noticed the massive artillery batteries activating on Hai Kusun, and even the naval warships docked in planetary orbit were scrambling to power up. He had forgotten that he came in a Necron ship. He simply used living metal to construct an Imperial Standard Comms tower, then connected to the battle command system. This is Bo Na. I am aboard a Necron warship. Theater clearance code DYK 1854, a vessel clearance code EF12516. There was a moment of silence on the comms, then a voice returned. Proceed to the outer perimeter of berthing zone 1. Await our confirmation. Do not make any unnecessary movements. Then two Imperial cruisers flanked the Necron ship Bo Na piloted, escorting it to the berth. During this, a boarding party came to inspect the ship. They nervously made their way through the corridors and only left after confirming they saw Bona. The communication was quickly connected, but it was not he Lucy Magu Nu Si Captain Decan or anyone else, but you snatched a complete Necron warship. Move it to berthing zone 6 right now. Archmagos and Dune. I am somewhat surprised yet not that surprised. How did you come to Haiku-san? Because only here is there enough space for me to test weapons. Don't waste time. I've already cleared zone 6 of clutter. Alright. To avoid provoking the somewhat neurotic Navy into opening fire, Na could only let the ship drift slowly rather than flash there with the inertialist drive. As they approached the berthing zone, a large crowd of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel had already been waiting for some time. Before the ship had even moored, they leaped on board. Good heavens, this is a starport. One mistake, and they'd plummet into the atmosphere. Given Archmagos and Dun's personality, he wouldn't bother to salvage those fools. Bona disembarked carrying Talaxon's head. The moment his foot touched the deck, Archmagos and Dun cornered him. I need the control commands for this ship and a full set of its auxiliary systems. Sorry, Archmagos, their control method is different from ours. As for the auxiliary systems, they're all on board. The Archmagos fixed Bona with his mechanical eyes. Bona could clearly sense dissatisfaction. Then step aside. He Lucy has already set out and will arrive at Haiku-san soon. Archmagos and Dun pushed past Bona and rushed onto the At least this time, Archmagos and Dun volunteered the information without Bona having to ask. Thus, Bona waited on Hexen for roughly 11 Terran days before Horus and the other high-ranking officials arrived in haste. The Emperor protects you have returned successfully. The information blockade this time was executed flawlessly. During Bona's absence, the Thunder Eagle Empire did not descend into chaos. Only a handful of high-ranking officials knew of his disappearance. He met with representatives of the civilian government, as well as Captain Spire and Horus inquiring about the situation. This took about 2 days. There was little fresh news. The gist: the Eastern Front had defeated the Tyranids. The two sides had clashed for 8 months on a planet named Amshi, and ultimately the Dawnlight Army outlasted the Xenos, forcing the starving Hive Tindril to change course, thereby saving the fate of a dozen worlds behind it. In the Western region, they encountered a power calling itself the Tau Empire, seemingly a collection of colonies. The Tau had sent a diplomatic request. Not long ago, a vast Nurgle plague fleet had sailed toward the Ultramar sector in the south. Also, the pre-march of the Imperial Fist's Rogel Dorn had returned. That was the extent of significant intelligence. Though Bona had established a mortal government capable of handling most affairs, some crucial documents still required his personal review. Fortunately, he had studied under the Imperial Regent Malkador in his youth, so Bona finished the work in 2 days. Afterward, he collapsed into his chair. So what are your plans next? We don't have many expansion paths left, Horus said. Bona massaged his temples and fell into meditation. Looking at the star chart, to the right was the barren outer rim. Above lay a cluster of Necron dynasties. Below was the Ultramar sector locked in battle with Nurgle. What about the left? It seemed to be the so-called Tau Empire of Xenos. Couldn't fight the Necrons, couldn't fight the Imperium, but the Tau. No qualms at all. Summon the Xenos envoy of the so-called Tau. Well, expand in that direction. A fine choice, though I suggest sending some reinforcements to the Ultramar sector. We have spare military capacity after defeating the Tyranids, Horus said. Agreed. By the way, where is Magnus? At this, Horus looked somewhat surprised. He took his army and went off somewhere no one knows. Bona was puzzled. He took out the Tome of All Knowledge, its pages flipping rapidly. Soon he found the answer he sought. I see. If Magnus comes looking for me after his return, tell him that I already know. Then what will you do? Bona brought out Trazen's head, gazing at the dim data core within it. Something both insane and vital. If we succeed, a heavy weight will be added to our side. Magnus looked at his sons before him. Unlike the legions of other Primarchs before this vast army, stood only about 100 sons capable of speech. The rest of the warriors had become nearly puppet-like rubrici. After the Horus heresy, the 1,000 sons, having entered the warp, suffered even greater flesh change than before. Their innate psychic prowess made them more susceptible to the warp's influence. To escape the affliction of flesh change, first Captain Armin employed a psychic sorcery known as the rubric, attempting to resolve the issue. But it led to catastrophic consequences. The majority of the Legion's members had their flesh annihilated, leaving only mobile armors housing their souls. Only those individuals with strong psychic potential and resilient souls survived. This shaped the 1,000 Sons combat doctrine, a few thousand Sons sorcerers leading a host of animate armor and Zongers into battle. So, Armin made his choice, still unable to let go of his obsession, Magnus murmured. The 1,000 Sons sorcerers exchanged glances, then looked at Magnus. Magnus regarded his sons with a complex expression. It doesn't matter. I lost Armin's trust long ago, whether on Prospero or in the Eye of Terror. I won't try to force him to follow my will. As for you, my children, if you choose to continue following me, you may not meet a good end. Your freedom will be curtailed, your safety not guaranteed. This time I want you to leave me. Stay away from the Imperium, stay away from chaos. The sorcerers were silent for a while, then silently knelt on one knee. Magnus let out a heavy sigh. He knew Bona would never allow these Thousand Sons sorcerers whose hands were stained with blood to directly enter his army. If Bona hadn't been abducted by the Necrons, a punitive fleet would likely have already arrived overhead. Magnus waved his hand, and a warp rift appeared before all. Follow me. This time, I will stand before you. Magnus stepped in, and the other sorcerers swiftly followed. They entered a black space, the ground faintly glowing gray, the ceiling an impenetrable pitch. After a few steps, Magnus took a deep breath, then knelt on one knee with reluctance. The other Thousand Sons sorcerers also knelt. At last a blinding light tore through the darkness and engulfed the ground. Endless flames rose and furious roars echoed from all around. Many Thousand Sons sorcerers could not withstand the searing heat and were reduced to ashes by the terrible power. Magnus, standing at the forefront of the light, was entirely ablaze, his single remaining eye fixed straight ahead. Finally he could not help but roar, "Father!" The flames seemed to intensify, then whispered words mingled with them. Boundless fire howled and consumed everything. When the Thousand Sons returned to the material realm, only a few dozen of the original 100-odd sorcerers remained. Magnus was covered in scorch marks. He looked at his sons. Each bore heavy, irreparable wounds. "Come, our path of atonement is still long." In the secret laboratory, many instruments were arranged. A subspace amplifier made of black stone, a clone lying on a bed, and Ta La Zin's head connected with cables. For the past month, Bona had been decoding the underlying protocols of the Necrons. Even with the help of the Void Dragon Plus, using Tsinch's sorcery to quickly look up information in the warp, Bona was exhausted half to death. But now the task was complete. Only the final step remained. Bona walked to the warp amplifier and silently knelt. He called out to the stars for help, hoping someone would answer his summons. Eventually a soul appeared before him. "You need my help?" "Yes." "What can I do for you?" "I will erase all your memories, erase everything you are. You will die completely." "You may refuse." "No, I agree. I wish to remember your name. I have accomplished nothing in my life, never contributed anything to anyone. If I can help others after death and do a little for the God Emperor, then let it be. I will remember your noble sacrifice, Nameless One." That wisp-like figure ignited flames from top to bottom, scorching everything. And that wisp muttered a final sentence. "Forgive me." Then the flames burned everything, turning the wisp into a white spark. Bona stood up and guided that pure white soul into the lifeless body, then shut down the warp amplifier. He quickly turned on all the complicated instruments around, and the supercomputer rapidly input data. After about 10 minutes, the progress bar on the computer finally reached 100. Bona cut off the transmission channel, and then initiated the awakening process. The nutrient fluid in the cultivation pod drained rapidly, and the indicator light flashed red. Then when the indicator light turned green, the pod cover opened, and the clone opened its eyes and sat up. "Ama-kun, I will make you pay." The clone looked around blankly, then blushed. Body instinct made him choke, and then he took deep breaths of air. A blinding light shot into his eyes, making the clone instinctively close them. "Looks like you aren't dumb. Open your mouth and say 1 2 3 3 2 1. 1 2 3 3 2 1. Good." Bona showed a smug smile. "Looks like the experiment was a success." Ta La Xian looked at Bona blankly, then lowered his head and saw a human body. He hurriedly stretched out his hand, and the fingers moved according to his will. Then he scraped his skin with his nails, feeling real pain and seeing blood flow from broken skin. Ta La Xian then looked at the head on the table, or rather his own mechanical head. He had to admit a fact. He had become human. "Human, what have you done to me?" roared Ta La Xian. "Oh, simple." Bona sat tiredly on a table nearby and took a sip of juice. "I fixed the bugs of the Necronter's short lifespan and the Necron's lack of soul." He handed the juice to Ta La Xian. "Have some." Ta La Xian felt his heart pounding wildly. He took the juice and took a sip. Sweet. No detection results told him it was a liquid composed of dihydrogen monoxide, polysaccharides, and vitamins. Only the actual senses gave a vague answer. Sweet. For the next period, a strange fellow appeared in the capital of Ka-Bolida. He wandered around crazily, constantly trying various things that people consider, including but not limited to jumping off a newly built rooftop and being pulled back by a bungee cord just before being killed, or with everyone's astonished gaze stuffing various dishes into his mouth and then spitting them out. Until this guy behaved so abstractly that an inquisitor began investigating him. Bona finally dragged him in front of himself. If I recall correctly, among those who retained self-awareness after the Zhuangzi conversion, the lowest should still be nobles. Why do I see no nobility from you? Ta La Xian didn't care at all, wearing flashy and eye-exploding colorful clothes while stuffing cake into his mouth with his nobles do whatever they want without regard for others. Bona shrugged helplessly and took out the mechanical head. Alright, maybe my experiment went wrong. It'll activate the real Talat Xion now. The next second Talat Xion rushed over and snatched the head away. What real Talat Xion? He kicked the mechanical head aside, and then tidied his clothes. His hand reached into the air as usual, but the scepter did not appear, and he only then remembered that this body was not the Necron's metal frame. Alright human, what exactly do you want to do? But Bona just looked at him with a strange expression. Well, I mean Bona. To bind the Necron onto my war chariot, Bona said bluntly. Impossible, the Silent King would never agree, Talat Xion vetoed. No, you will make him agree. Tala Zin's expression became serious. You need to know, I am still a member of the Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi? Bona seemed to hear a joke, stood up, and walked before. If I understand correctly, you are referring to a short-lived, pitiful race that went extinct in ancient times without even a single gene left. Or some memory data carriers who think they are still alive. Don't be foolish, Tala Xion. Even the Eldar would laugh at you if you said such things. What do they call you? Ah, the soulless ones. Tala Xion did not answer, just stared at Bona. But he had long forgotten the art of speech. Or rather, Necrons had no need for expressions. The expression on his face, even a child could see he was hesitating. Bona sat back down, reached into the air, and Tala Zin's metal head flew into his hand. He tossed the head playfully. The Necron have been researching technology to retrieve souls, but your research cannot touch the warp, which is the ocean of souls. With such a misguided approach, you won't succeed, even in another 100,000 years. Tala Xion paced in silence. This time he had no computational core to help him decide, only his own intuition and memory. Finally he stopped and looked at Bona. Fine, I will go to the Triarch Council to see the Silent King. But what he decides is not up to me. Bona showed an amiable smile. Of course, happy cooperation. Bonner sat behind the table, setting down the intelligence documents concerning the Titan Empire. Before him approached a blue-skinned being. It wore a set of seemingly simple garments, yet Bonner noticed at a glance that the thin clothing housed an exceedingly complex array of life-support. Greetings, ruler, it said courteously. I am Porviar Ismen. Bonner did not reply, sitting silently instead. According to the intelligence gathered before his audience with the Tau emissary, Tau names carried a wealth of information, starting with the first character. Por, representing its sept, signified that it belonged to the water caste skilled in diplomacy and interpersonal relations, the 5 castes of the Tau Empire. The second name denoted its rank, attaining VRE, indicated considerable experience and renown. The third name, Daoiz, was its birthplace. The final name was its personal moniker. Theoretically, there should also be a fourth name, recording its honors much like those great golden corncobs of the custodes. It seems this is your first time conducting a diplomatic mission independently, Bonner remarked. VR Eastman paused, then offered an amiable smile. It appears you are well informed about us. Indeed, this is my first solo diplomatic assignment. The one originally scheduled to meet you was Porelda's full name, but he had to attend to matters on the other side of the Damocles Gulf, so I must negotiate in his stead. Please forgive this unavoidable arrangement. We currently have no L-grade envoy available in this direction. Understandable, as I summoned you on short notice. Bonner straightened in his seat, appraising the diplomat. Let us not waste words. I have summoned you primarily regarding the coming issues. I trust your intelligence division has also discerned that the Empire's current expansion direction leans toward your territory. I desire that you relinquish your autonomy and disband your military and fleet. I will permit your continued existence as a subjugated state. At these words, VR Eastman's expression flickered with an involuntary twitch. Yet he still spoke in a placid tone. You may be overestimating your position. Admittedly, the power you have built capable of withstanding the Empire's assaults and thriving is indeed formidable. But that does not suffice to convince us to submit to your authority. Long ago, we dealt a heavy blow to the Imperial Expeditionary Force at the Damocles Gulf. However, I believe that beyond confrontation, the space for cooperation outweighs war. Many of your ideals align with our greater good. You have abandoned those ignorant and backward modes of production and do not treat your subjects as cattle, unlike most imperial governors. Bonner gently gestured for him to stop. He pointed vaguely at the muse fruit drink on the table before speaking slowly. Your race lacks a profound understanding of this universe. In my view, it is sheer folly to allow extensive artificial intelligence participation in military armament. Tools should remain tools, used by people confined to factories and never allowed into our midst. VR Eastman set down the drink, smiling. You too are a benevolent one who wishes your subjects a good life. Why cling to these ancient traditions? Because we once paid a grievous price too heavy to ignore. If one refuses to walk for fear of falling, they only block their own path. The quality of life under our rule is universally higher than when they lived under the Empire. Bonner tapped the table. Since words cannot bring us to agreement, then only through iron and fire can we find common ground. My condition remains the same: Tau, disarm all forces and accept our dominion. VR Eastman's expression turned stern. No living being who believes in the greater good would ever agree to that, let alone the ethereals. Vr Eastmen declared righteously. If you insist on war, we shall not shrink from it. Before my arrival, I have already authorized 2 of my comrades. They can activate the nearest homeworld's military forces at any moment. With that, Vr Eastmen stood still, staring coldly. After a moment of silence, Bonner asked in a puzzled tone, "So you think I will kill you here?" One must always plan for the worst-case scenario. Leave Xenos. I hope you come to understand that the greater good is the best way to save this war-torn and dark galaxy. The water-caste emissary departed, and Bonner immediately contacted Admiral Spire, Colonel Sockert, and Horace. Gazing at the Tau fleet reigniting in the starport, Bonner sat silently in his chair, lost in thought. A beautiful, naive dream, precious amidst this galaxy brimming with hatred and madness. It reminded Bonner of his father's long-cherished vision during the Great Crusade, an empire of reason and strength. But it was not the dream of humanity, so Bonner would crush it without hesitation. This was no personal sentiment, but a conflict of stances. No one would permit humanity to be ruled by aliens in any form. The Tau Empire homeworld Tau, a Shuiyu transport craft, broke through the atmosphere and arrived at the planet's surface. Unlike most worlds in the universe, the Tau's world was orderly and planned. Giant white semicircular buildings, interconnected wide avenues lined with lush vegetation stretched into the distance, and numerous hovering transport vehicles formed traffic lines in the air. On the ground, busy people, both Tau and aliens, seemed to be occupied with their tasks. After the Shuiyu landed steadily, 2 officers in combat uniforms had been waiting there for a long time. Commander Huaishan, I have always advised against riding the Shuiyu. This transport vehicle is not so safe. I know one, but riding the Shuiyu is a way to remind myself to remember my fallen warriors. One sighed softly. The ethereal is waiting for you. The group boarded a Mogyu and quickly entered the flight lane. Commander Huaishan watched the vehicles swiftly shuttling outside. Perhaps because he had slept for too long, he felt that the Tau planet was busier than ever. Due to the short lifespan of the Tau Empire placed some high-value targets into cryostasis, awakening them again when crises arose. What war has awakened me this time? Humanity has sounded the war horn again. You and Commander Yaoji will be responsible for repelling their attack. Ha, humans. Huaishan was filled with contempt and hatred for the Imperium of Man. Or rather, most Tau held a similar disgust for the Imperium of Man. As an ancient empire, it recklessly persecuted its own subjects, stagnating in backwardness and ignorance. As a commander, Huaishan felt this most deeply about their military. Their army was filled with religious stupidity, possessing vast numbers, but lacking essential quality. This was not because Huaishan looked down on humans. On the contrary, he even respected them greatly. The humans in the Tau Empire's military were exceptionally valiant, often displaying a more tenacious fighting spirit than ordinary Tau warriors. But the Imperium of Man had not made good use of all this. When Huaishan snapped out of his thoughts, they had arrived at the ethereal. This building, which from above resembled the giant symbol of the Tau Empire, was the heart of the Tau Empire. The supreme ethereals coordinated the development of the Tau Empire here, spreading the greater good across the galaxy. Huaishan paused respectfully for a moment, then walked inside. Following the guidance of a drone, he arrived before a large door. Commander Yaoji had been waiting there for a long time. It's good to see you again, Huaishan. It feels like our last cooperation was just yesterday. Likewise. We've kept the ethereals waiting too long. Let's go in quickly. The door slowly opened, and a pleasant incense drifted out. Behind a red curtain, the silhouettes of 5 supreme ethereals sat on anti-gravity platforms. After the 2 commanders entered, they knelt on one knee. Welcome back, 2 heroes. I'm sorry you haven't had enough rest. Serving the greater good rest is not that important, said Commander Yaoji. The silhouette behind the curtain gave a satisfied hum. Good. Gu. La has launched another war. According to information gathered by our water caste, a human named Gilliman launched a massive crusade and also sent a considerable force to the borders of the Tau Empire. However, their target is not us. This crusade force's main objective seems to be rescuing the Gu colonies thrown into chaos by the Devourer of Hope. The Gu colonies, but we must not let our guard down. Our enemy is another Gu La faction. A holographic screen projected by a drone showed a soaring eagle, its talons clutching lightning and a blade. This newly emerging Gu La faction is different from the Vis we have encountered before. They have finally stepped out of ignorance, using numerous intelligent companions, but only in civilian domains. Our water caste believes this human faction is unique with many concepts similar to our greater good, so we attempted to bring them under the light of the greater good. But they rejected the greater good's goodwill and declared war on us. Yaoji Huaishan. The 2 below looked up. The ethereal, who had just spoken gently like a knowledgeable old man, changed his tone, becoming stern. I want you to crush humanity's foolish ambitions and lead them onto the righteous path of the greater good. If they insist on standing against the greater good, then destroy them. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. While the Tau Empire dealt with the Thunderhawks attack, Bona was still. This war won't be easy. Bona frowned, looking at the intelligence from the war planning department. In war, one must despise strategically, but respect tactically. The Tau Empire is small, even smaller compared to the Thunderhawk Empire that now occupies half of the Imperium's shadow side. But this thing has survived to this day, so it must have its strengths. Bona not only obtained intelligence from the time of the Imperium's Damocles Crusade, but also recent new intelligence. Thanks to the Tau Empire's relatively open nature, they learn much through rogue traders and spies. Our navy may not hold the advantage. The enemy's navy has developed sufficiently compared to before Admiral Spire's. These aliens have high fighting will when defending their home, and their technology updates quickly, Horus confessed direct. Magnus looked disdainful, sitting there flipping through his book. Bona, as the direct decision-maker, lay back in his chair with his eyes. It's not that the Tau Empire cannot be conquered. With the current forces of the Thunderhawk Empire, even with a loss ratio of 1 to 5, they could crush them. The key is that the losses must not be too heavy. Not long ago, Bona signed Combat Order No. 1 Oi, preparing troops to attack Minshaluga and eliminate the leader of the Tyranid Splinter Fleet Leviathan. If they suffer heavy losses to take the Tau Empire, Bona will have to cancel the operation, giving the Tyranids more time to grow. This time finesse is needed. Bona opened his eyes, then wrote a few large characters on paper. Iron War. Traitor. The blade traced a dangerous arc, then firmly locked together. Bona looked at the identical version of himself. You will pay for all this. All of this is your doing. The one who deserves death is you. Bona kicked the person in front of him in the abdomen, then raised his bolter and blew his head off. From another direction came the whistle of a blade. Bona sidestepped to dodge, then punched this self away. He staggered back a few steps, then revealed a triumphant smile. Accept it. You know better than anyone that humans are the true warp entities. The gods have grown stronger under human nourishment, and now the power of the 4 gods far exceeds that of the Eldari Empire era. Why not let humans accept their true nature? When humanity fully unleashes its potential, what race in the universe can stop humanity's advance? But his answer was only the roar of several bolter rounds blasting a large hole through his heart. He smiled triumphantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You pride yourself on progress, yet you are more conservative than the most stubborn person in the High Lord Council of Tyla. The next second his head was crushed under Bona's foot. Bona looked around and let out a faint sigh. He was tired. Beneath his feet the corpses of himself had piled up into a mountain. He had killed himself, an unknown number. Each death was a test for himself. The slightest wavering in the thick fortress of his heart would bring the experience of. A black sun appeared on the horizon, its icy aura filled with death. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Bona groggily opened his eyes and saw Captain Dakin standing before him with a tense expression, along with a biologist Muggos and several most experienced Medi-sisters. I am. We tried calling you, but you wouldn't wake up. As a precaution, I summoned the biologist Muggos. The biologist Muggos beside seemed to be muttering to himself. The vital signs are perfectly stable. Very strange. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Bona shook his head, feeling as if his head was about to explode. You should rest some more. The expedition ceremony can be handled by the War Master. No need. Bona stood up and then headed to the bridge. Now the world in his eyes was completely different from ordinary people. Walking along the corridor, he could now see everyone's soul. Each soul was unique, composed of different colors. And he could also hear the cries of various instruments like the service gull that followed him. Bona could feel its fatigue and calm. But now with the expansion of his own psychic power, Bona could see the faintly visible warp entities. Time is running out. Arriving on the bridge, everyone was already waiting. Whether the soldiers on the warships or those left behind on the Haxan world, all were waiting for the sound coming from the audio array system. Bona walked up to the audio array system. All warriors fighting for humanity. Today we set out again to fulfill our sacred duty as soldiers, the great crusade inherited from the great emperor. On the other side of the stars, see Xenos rule over millions of our brethren. They think they can dominate us. And we will use a sea of blood that dyes the galaxy and flames that burn the stars to tell them what is humanity's manifest destiny. Then whether on the warships or on the planet's surface, everyone cheered with frenzy. Especially those military cadets from the military academies were the most enthusiastic. The effects of over a century of construction were beginning to show. Bona had turned the entire empire into a fanatical war machine. From birth, children listened to tales of heroes in their youth. They played various war games and would prioritize enrolling in military academies, receiving generous military household benefits. Although the Laying Empire had made some small manipulations in propaganda, for instance, the orcs, though chaotic and scattered, were still ferocious and battle-hardy. The Eldari were cowardly and timid, but would go all out in some matters. But it was precisely this that allowed them to mobilize unimaginable manpower to join the military. Almost every soldier was eager to earn merit and sacrifice for humanity. But those commissars who came from Veteran and Astra Militarum always had a stern face. They knew better than these green recruits what they were about to face. Bona slightly reformed the commissar system. Originally, imperial commissars graduated from the Zhongxi Academy with strong wills, but many were not suited for the battlefield. It was not that they were poor fighters or were scared by the brutal battlefield, it was just that many of them had not learned how to get along with their soldiers. The reason for the consistently high casualty rate among commissars in imperial forces was not only because enemy forces consciously targeted commissars, but also because of some inexplicable friendly fire, which could be said to be the main factor. Many new commissars always wore a deadpan face, rigidly flogging their soldiers according to tactical dogma, even if that soldier had only secretly eaten a fallen comrade's food because of extreme hunger. The veteran commissars knew what to interfere with and what not to, and these valuable experiences were often hard to transmit back to the Zhongxi Academy. So Bona did the opposite. He required that commissars in the army must have at least 4 years of frontline experience. He wanted commissars who could lead troops into battle and knew how to maintain the unit, not those greenhorns who only memorized tactical dogma and the Emperor's holy scriptures. However, this batch of commissars clearly did not have high hopes for this expedition. Some of them were from the Astra Militarum, originally stationed at the Damocles Gulf, and had clashed with the Tau Empire. Unlike the attitude of most humans who despise the Tau Empire, they knew very well what the Tau Empire's combat capability. Those blue-skinned fellows were no easier to deal with than the Tyranids and Orcs. These rookies who had just joined the army and taken up their guns had not yet realized this, thinking that the Tau were just some miscellaneous xenos. Not only the rank-and-file soldiers, but also the military cadets who had just become junior unit commanders did not take the Tau seriously at all. Although many soldiers did not understand why the commissars kept emphasizing the importance of the Tau, the commissars still stressed it over and over again. But what slightly reassured the commissars was probably the fleet that blotted out the sky beneath their feet and the firepower that could crush any enemy. Bummy Fortress Mechanicus. Mechanicus is not exactly a nation, but a planet. Vast expanses of steel clung to the planet's surface, forming from above a world of grand artistic architecture and fortress artillery. The entire planet was laid out in a highly orderly fashion among the stars. The Iron Warriors, wielding the might of the warp, constructed kilometer-long super turrets and twisted structures that defied conventional creation. Yet beneath the planet's surface, countless factories operated day and night, where legions of mortals and demons toiled under the lash burdened beyond endurance. Anyone who stumbled and slowed the labor output would be summarily executed by the nearby Iron Warriors. This was the home of the Iron Warriors, or rather their world. At the heart of that world stood a colossal fortress where Iron Circle robots isolated the Iron Warriors from their surroundings, and the genetic father of the Iron Warriors curled up like a snail within. The Iron Lord, Perturabo. At this moment the Primarch sat in his cramped laboratory, staring at the woman before him. She was his sister Caliphone from the family he had left behind on Olympia. The two held each other's gaze until Perturabo finally, "Long time no see, sister." "Hello, Perturabo," Caliphone said with a smile. But Perturabo said no more, merely watching her in silence. Caliphone grew puzzled, then waved a hand before Perturabo's eyes. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? What do you think? You are talented and learned the greatest person on Olympia." Perturabo gently placed his hand on Caliphone's cheek, caressing her softly, while Caliphone tenderly held his large palm. Perturabo caressed in silence, then gradually tightened his grip. Caliphone grew puzzled. "What's wrong, Perturabo? You are not her." The next instant Caliphone's head was crushed, and a mass of mechanical parts burst forth. Perturabo watched it all in silence. He had been feeling this emptiness for a long time. 10,000 years ago he had once tried to turn Olympia into a world of ideals and art, but his adoptive father only wanted him as a tool of conquest. Then his true father came, and Perturabo abandoned Olympia, without hesitation, plunging into the great crusade with passion but his father and his brothers all treated him as a tool. Rogel Dorn basked in the world's praise while Perturabo received not a single word of commendation. He was still a tool. Later he joined the rebellion, and Perturabo himself was not sure why he chose to rebel. Perhaps he simply wanted to smash the palace Dorn had built. I guess at least for a time he did enjoy it. But that pleasant time was soon ruined by that bastard Horus. Him and his traitor legions were a bunch of useless misfits, and the gods they worshipped were an utter joke. Both the damned Imperium and those chaos fools only saw him as a convenient tool. Now Perturabo was no one's tool. He lived only for himself. Yet Perturabo felt an unprecedented emptiness. He had realized his utopian dream on Mechanicus, using his genius to build a planet that was both practical and artistic. But no one cared. Yes, no one. Neither the Imperium nor Chaos, not a soul bothered to spare this utopia even a glance. Perturabo did not even hide his sorcerer's world like Magnus. He left it blatantly in plain sight, yet no one. For 10,000 years Perturabo had many fantasies. The Imperium would discover his renegade Primarch launch a grand expedition, and after being defeated by his fortresses and traps, would have to acknowledge the might and unrivaled status of the Iron Warriors. or the Chaos Gods would finally realize that the 4 incompetent legions under them were useless and would choose to court him, hoping to end the decaying Imperium with him as a heavy hammer to shatter it. But no one, not even the Xenos, paid him any attention. So Perturabo stayed in his fortress for 10,000 years, using his knowledge to craft all kinds of war machines, then dumping them into warehouses to gather dust, hoping they might one day be useful. Finally, the long-dormant communicator hissed to life. A trembling voice came through. "Father." Perturabo glared coldly. "You know the rules." "Of course, Father." All Iron Warriors knew this rule. They could meet their father, though only through a communicator supervised by Iron Circle robots. Perturabo was deeply disappointed in his sons. They never met his standards. Once the communicator was activated, their conversation had to be of sufficient value. Otherwise, Perturabo, whose precious time was wasted, would not hesitate to order the Iron Circle robots to execute the fool. Though Perturabo himself could not say what he was busy with. "Speak. Father, the gene father of those yellow fools has returned." Perturabo's eyes widened, and he stood up. He kicked open the laboratory door, sprinted all the way, and reached the fortress gate within minutes. The Iron Warrior stood trembling at the entrance with alert Iron Circle robots beside him. "What did you say?" Perturabo roared at him. "Father, the gene father of the Imperial Fists, Rogal Dorn, has returned. He now leads his legion on a dead world, building a solid fortress," and he said. Perturabo narrowed his eyes at this cowering son. "Say it." He said, "You are a coward who only knows how to run a loser of the siege of Terra, and that the Iron Warriors Legion is a bunch of brainless fools." Perturabo laughed. Or rather, he had not felt emotion in a long time. Good. Rogal Dorn was still the same, unchanged. He looked at his son. "Who are you?" "Anax, your first captain. You have done well." Perturabo placed one hand on his head. "Now muster the Legion and assemble all forces. We shall go and see what that stubborn rock is up to." The Tau occupied the world of Enliva, a newly conquered human world that had been incorporated into the governance system of the Tau's hundreds of worlds. But the original construction plans were brutally disrupted, and the half-dismantled Hive City was terminated, subsequently transformed into a massive fortress. A large number of human populations were relocated to the interior of the Tau Empire, and the warriors of the Fire Caste began preparing for battle on this planet. According to the Tau Empire's battle plan, they would deliver a crushing blow to the invading expeditionary force on the first line of defense, and the Enliva world was one of the crucial fortress hubs. In the harsh environment of the Hive City, thousands of tons of toxic chemical waste had accumulated in the Underhive. The harsh Underhive was filled with massive amounts of toxic metals, chemical waste, and various hazardous refuse. Not only the Imperial Planetary Governor, but even the Earth caste engineers of the Tau found it difficult to manage. In the past, this place only harbored genostealers, mutant monsters, or chaos cults, but now some strange new things. A group of soldiers clad in full reconnaissance armor marched over a mountain of waste saturated with nuclear radiation, and on their shoulder plates was clearly emblazoned the emblem of a lightning eagle. The reconnaissance team leader at the forefront looked around. The indicators in his helmet were already spiking dangerously high. "Right here," he said. "Set up the defensive line and deploy the beacon quickly." Several reconnaissance team members at the rear swiftly unloaded components from their backs, while the rest immediately prepared defenses based on the surrounding terrain. A small psychic beacon was erected. Beneath a metal skull casing, an emaciated psyker sat in the cramped seat, while a few tech servitors frantically operated the apparatus. Not far away, the glow of searchlights appeared. Several drone bees flew into a nearby hilltop. Their scanners rapidly swept the area, then turned into dazzling red beams. Seeing they were exposed, the reconnaissance leader shouted directly, "Open fire at will." A hail of autogun rounds shot toward the drone bees, bringing them down. The Tau forces quickly arrived. A devilfish, braving the gunfire, perched on a garbage mound and rained heavy weaponry upon the distant reconnaissance squad, while numerous Tau warriors disembarked from it. Drone bees intervened on the battlefield, and Tau veterans in heavy combat armor also joined the fray, attacking the enemy with heavy firepower. In the blink of an eye, the blue laser fire from Tau pulse weapons overwhelmed the human troops' volleys. Under the command of their tactical networking system, they swiftly flanked the trapped human unit from both sides. The roar of the Laslamber ceased. The last gunner lay slumped over his weapon, his pierced helmet revealing charred blood. The Tau forces, which had been steadily advancing, suddenly received a report from the drone bees. Or rather, they could see with their own eyes that from the hill where the human troops were entrenched, a dazzling purple light burst forth. The flash vanished in an instant, then all fell silent. The Tau forces then decisively charged, drawing their blades and storming the hilltop. The few remaining human troops also fixed bayonets and launched a countercharge. Finally, with a cry of, "For the Emperor," the last human soldier pulled the pin on his grenade, taking several Tau warriors with him in mutual destruction. The Tau warriors stared at the device they had died to protect, in which sat a human reduced to charred bones. Not long after, Flashback received the news. The human infiltrators still managed to send the message, he murmured. The Damocles Gulf was a lengthy, starless zone, a region that originally held nothing, an utterly useless void, with only a few wisps of nebular dust blocking everything. After the failure of the Empire's previous Damocles crusade, the Adeptus Mechanicus ignited that nebula, truly forging a void. Now with the successful psychic transmission from the human infiltrators, that psychic signal blazed like a lightning bolt in the warp, enabling navigators to pierce through the emptiness and directly pinpoint the Tau Empire behind the Damocles Gulf. Several Terran days later, accompanied by warp fluctuations, a vast number of human warships emerged from the Mandeville points. However, the fierce attack that had been anticipated did not occur. Instead, it was remarkably calm. The assault fleet did not advance recklessly. They merely dispatched reconnaissance vessels, while simultaneously beginning the construction of space fortresses and astronomical towers, deploying numerous augury probes in the nearby asteroid belt. But what troubled Flashback was the extreme anomaly of this invading Imperial force. He saw Astartes strike cruisers idling in the void, completely ignoring the nearby Anliva world. According to Watercast intelligence, the gene-enhanced warriors known as Astartes possessed a fanatical zeal for war and an extreme hatred for Xenos. The arrogance of the Imperial forces and the unwavering determination of the Tau to defend their homeland had prevented the Empire from ever fully subjugating the Tau Empire, leading to a deteriorating situation. The previous Damocles Crusade had proven this. During that war, the Astartes strike cruisers had detached from the main fleet and launched an unsupported attack. Flashback's expression grew increasingly somber. This time the Imperial invasion force was far larger than before. Although the Tau Empire had grown much stronger under the guidance of the greater good, it still seemed weak compared to the terrifying scale of an entire sector. Order the Thunder Fleet to launch a probing attack. In the distance, the fleet hidden within the nebula opened fire. The Tau Empire maintained busy diplomatic and trade relations with many alien races, for which they had built a powerful fleet of armed merchant vessels to protect the Tau's lifelines. Now was the time for them to prove their worth for the greater good. The warriors of the air caste bravely piloted their warships into the Tau warships, emerged from the nebula, and then attacked the distant Imperial fleet. The light from the Tau's railguns and pulse cannons momentarily outshone the distant star. The outer cruisers were pierced by the sudden torrent of fire, becoming clouds of explosion in the starry void. The remaining Imperial fleet did not hesitate. They launched a counterattack without fear against the attacking vessels. After roughly half a month of mutual bombardment, the stalemate was broken by the arrival of a new Imperial fleet, far larger than all Tau forces present. The severely mauled Thunder fleet began to withdraw, and the Imperial fleet did not pursue. Both sides left vast wreckage in the void, so much that it formed a small ring orbiting Anliva 6. With the construction of space fortresses, one cold bastion after another anchored humanity's foothold deep in Tau space. Commander Flashback squinted slightly as he watched the Imperial fleet reorganizing in the distance. He had a premonition that this enemy commander would be an exceedingly troublesome opponent. War soon descended upon the world of Anriva. Horus gazed at the world below, bristling with fortresses and gun emplacements, and revised his assessment of these Xenos. According to relevant intelligence, this had been a colony world undergoing terraforming just a month ago, yet it had been transformed into a fortress in such a short time. However, Horus had already prepared for this. Notify the Adeptus Mechanicus to begin deploying their experiments, he said. From the heavens above, the fleet launched numerous drop pods that streaked down like meteors, painting a rain of fire across the sky. On the ground, the Gaviza clutched their pulse rifles and watched the firebolts streaking across the sky. Gaviza, in the Tau language, means human helper, referring to the human forces of the Tau Empire. The composition of the Gaviza is complex humans who voluntarily joined the military under Tau rule or surrendered Astra Militarum regiments. The greater good's management of faith was lenient, so many Gavizae still clung to the worship of the God Emperor, yet this did not prevent them from taking up Tau pulse rifles to fight against the invading Imperium of Man. Those drop pods are huge, there must be a knight inside, said Anzer. Laruk watched the drop pods falling from high altitude. He had fought against knights before. You're wrong, Gaviza, Anzer. Those ponderous war machines are not deployed alone. Who knows? Maybe the Night Lords had a quarrel with the Astra Militarum. Anzer shrugged, cradling his pulse rifle. As they spoke, the massive drop pods slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. But what followed was not the expected colossal dull klaxon of a night drop pod. Instead, there was a strange mechanical roar. Laruk had never heard such a sound. He looked up at the distant drop pod. A massive chain blade pierced through the pod, showering sparks, causing the hull to glow red with heat. When the gigantic figure inside kicked the door apart and stumbled out, Laruk finally saw the silhouette through the dust. If the standard Imperial Knight was built around a torso with weapons and limbs attached, then this terrifying construct was flesh adapted to carry weapons. A horrific mass of flesh and metal stepped forth, its limbs connected to a multitude of weapons, as if haphazardly grafted on. It let out a roar, a soul-shaking bellow that stunned everyone present, and then charged forward. Open fire. Stop that thing. A storm of pulse rifle fire and railguns from vehicles hammered the abominable, yet the barrage that could have shredded a knight only blasted away clumps of flesh. The terrifying war machine roared into the Tau line, stomping on a hastily retreating sky ray and bisecting it with it. The thing that served as its head opened its mouth and spewed torrents of promethium, burning the nearby infantry lines. The weapons on its body, each with its own eye, fired autonomously at surrounding enemies, cackling with glee. The war machine seized Sergeant Leroux with a grin. The sergeant fired desperately at the monstrous giant. Let me go, you twisted abomination. Suddenly a railgun shot shattered the engine of the twisted construct. Deprived of power, the demon engine hurled the sergeant aside and crashed to the ground in frustration. Most weapons had little effect on these fleshy constructs. Only the heavy firepower of battlesuits could shatter them. Leroux scrambled to his feet shakily. His battlesuit was injecting him with emergency medical agents. He could no longer feel his legs. It was the Gaviza who dragged him back into the trench. By the greater good, what are these things? Leroux roared. These are demon engines, Anzer said, trembling. Demon engines? Leroux gazed at the monsters wreaking havoc within the lines. He could not understand why a railgun that could easily penetrate a knight could not even kill these things. Swathes of Tau warriors charged forward, Vespids flew in to harass them, and Krut bravely climbed onto their back. But it was futile. The things knew no fatigue, driven only by an inner killing lust, tearing apart everything that lived around them, without mercy. As the Tau ground forces fell into chaos, due to the mass deployment of demon engines, the orbital fleet calmly initiated the landing operation. Horus looked at the excited tech priests beside him, who were performing micromaneuvers. They only needed to drop psychic beacons at designated locations, and the maddened, rampant war machines on the ground would charge in the directed path. He had to admit that these tech priests were a talented lot. Even demon engines, once completely uncontrollable, were now. A communication came from the 7th Company captain on the ground. War Master, we have secured a stable landing zone and are now advancing toward the designated areas. Good. Attack the primary objectives, but do not provoke the demon engines. As you wish. The Tau forces, stunned by the demon engines, clearly lacked the strength to contain the expanding beachhead. As regular forces clashed, the Tau were astonished to find that this human force was unlike any they had encountered before. Not only were there numerous Astartes, but the mortal troops fought far more effectively, no longer advancing in rigid line. With the demon engines at their rear, the Tau forces began to retreat step by step. The first defensive line, originally planned to hold for a standard Terran month, was completely lost in just 2 days. However, Horus had no intention of being ground down on this world. He could see at a glance that the Tau Empire intended to use these fortress worlds on the border to block the expeditionary fleet. To truly hurt them, he needed to strike at their home worlds. He only needed to capture a few planets as way stations. However, Horus was more concerned about something else than the Tau. The third wave of reinforcement fleet, which should have arrived long ago, was still missing. This fleet was jointly led by Baran and Magnus. They should not have been delayed, especially since there were no warp storms nearby. He had a nagging feeling that they might have encountered some trouble. The third fleet remained suspended within the warp. The cause of this was the entity that Bona now beheld. A deity. She possessed the form of a Tau, yet bore numerous arms of diverse types. Tau Krut Vespid Human Nicasser. Each arm was distinct, belonging to a different species, and each held a different object: a treasured blade, a writing brush, a gemstone, a shield, and the like. This was the Tau goddess, Tauva. Ma Jinusi did not conceal his loathing. If he despised his father's cryptic demeanor, an alien deity was undoubtedly more detestable than his own sire. You cannot confine us for long. The veil of reality is thickening, Bona declared. I know, it replied. It did not open its eyes, but Bona sensed its unyielding gaze upon him. I am merely buying time for those I love, even if that time is insignificant. Your power is feeble, mongrel. It seems your subjects have not granted you the strength you deserve, mocked Ma Jinusi. My strength is indeed meager, but a towering tree grows from a sapling, and the greater good shall be the finest fuel for its growth. One day the greater good will become the shared faith of all races across the cosmos, ending all wars that spill blood. Both Bona and Ma Jinusi could clearly perceive the uniqueness of this deity. It was controllable, unlike the God Emperor or the Chaos Gods, whose power spiraled out of control due to the complexity. This was the kind of deity Bona wished his father could become, a leader rather than an existence that drove its followers toward annihilation. What we should have is cooperation, not war, entity, it said. Many of our ideals overlap, but we both understand how to address this ever-worsening cosmos. We should be friends, not foes. Bona nodded gently. Indeed, I concur with many tenets of the greater good. But regrettably, this creed is not humanity's creed, nor is this ideal humanity's ideal. We both know if all of humanity joined the Tau Empire, could humans ever enter the core decision-making circle of the Tau Empire? To entrust one's species' fate to others rather than holding it in one's own hands is a crime against one's own race. It fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something unpleasant, and sighed involuntarily. Then let us await the turning of fate. At last the warp veil tore, and the fleet arrived in the material realm. No sooner had they glimpsed the stars than he Lucis communication urgently connected. What happened there? Why are you so late? Encountered a foolish wretch blocking the way, but it's no longer an issue, Mechanicus said bitterly. What blocked you? He Lucy asked. The deity of the Tau, Bona replied. Hi deity. Enough, Mechanicus, begin your legion's operations. Oomph. Mechanicus snorted discontentedly and departed. The world of Enliwa had fallen. It had held out for only 2/3 of the predetermined time, then succumbed after exhausting its. A substantial portion of the main force managed to retreat, vanishing into the depths of the void after another ferocious naval. Commander Wei La-in, who had commanded the rearguard, believed he had done everything a Firecast commander could. Unwilling to see his warriors reduced to molecules by naval cannon fire, he ordered the surrender. To his surprise, humanity accepted their surrender readily. For Captain La Dooku of the 7th Company, capturing the enemy commander was certain to earn their father's praise. Moreover, their father wished to capture enough aliens to parade them before the populace, showcasing their formidable military. Large numbers of human civilians formed several long lines, undergoing inspection under the watch of Lost guns and Chimera armored vehicles. Service skulls flew from one civilian to another, scanning them under their terrified gazes, and flashed green after green. Occasionally a red light appeared, then with a roar and a burst of gunfire, a shredded Genestealer corpse was dragged. To a certain extent, the Thunderhawk Empire was no different from the Great Devourer. Wherever it went, it plundered populations, then brutally crammed them into its war machine. Even when the High Lords of Terra abandoned wave after wave of Imperial citizens, the Dawn Army would charge in, without hesitation, willing to pay a heavy price to snatch them from the Tyranid swarms. And those evacuated would become part of the Thunderhawk's colossal war engine. Of course, one other group was accepted. Move, alien scum. Heavy weapons were deployed in the corridors here. The surrendered Tau Empire troops were herded like livestock. A soldier yanked off Nzay's helmet, revealing his human face. Haha, traitor. Nzay spat squarely onto the soldier's faceplate. The soldier wiped the saliva from his visor, then angrily smashed the butt of his rifle onto Nzay's head. Damn traitor, a human who dogs for aliens. He activated his shock baton and struck Nzay's head repeatedly. Nzay's vision blurred, his consciousness fading. Nearby La Luku tried to intervene, grabbing the Dawn soldier. We have surrendered, you cannot beat him like this. He is a prisoner of war. But another soldier pressed a rifle to his head. Keep moving, alien. This is our business, not yours. Disturb the order again, and drag out 5 Tau and execute them with you. La Luka glared at the guard with fury. What are you going to do with him? He is my warrior. I demand he receive the same treatment as us. Huh. A traitor. Several soldiers laughed. He deserves to die. La Luka lunged in rage, punching the soldier. The other soldiers angrily raised their rifles. Blood blurred in Nzay's eyes. He only saw his Tau sergeant's abdomen pierced by bullets, then carried away by several men. Dazed, Nzay was roughly dragged aside. When his consciousness cleared, he found himself kneeling beside a row of humans clad in Tau Empire combat suits. At the same time, he heard the familiar voice of a commissar shouting. These damn traitors are the examples you must heed. Remember, you fight for the Empire, for the Emperor, for humanity. You may die, but you must never bow to aliens. Understand? Yes. The commissar nodded with satisfaction, then raised his hand. The firing squad raised their weapons. Nzay looked at his companions around him, some weeping, some praying. He smiled bitterly. Life is but a dream. Fire. With the distinctive thunder of the Liberator, a massive round tore through Nzay's chest and his head, while the extreme starfield was plunged into chaos by the fierce rivalry between Thunderhawk and Titan. Its other side remained remarkably silent. The Necron dynasty. The Silent King sat wearily upon his throne. The Silent King, Zarek the Silent King, former ruler of the Necronter dynasty's master of the Necrons. The term Silent King originally meant the silent and mysterious monarch. He never spoke, his will conveyed only by the other 2 pharaohs of the Triarch. But the once mighty Triarch was now beginning to crumble, just like the Necron dynasties themselves. To outsiders, the Necrons were mysterious and powerful, a force not to be underestimated. Yet Zarek the Silent King knew this was merely an illusion. After eons of slumber, many Necron dynasties could no longer awaken. The ancient tombs had truly become graves. Countless Tyranid swarms were racing toward the galaxy day and night, their insatiable hunger capable of devouring the entire Milky Way. Zarek could not muster enough strength to face those beasts. In contrast, the Stormlord Imhotep led the Sotek dynasty in open rebellion. If the Imperium of Man was a decrepit, bloated, and ignorant giant, then the Necrons were an old man slowly dying while still clutching the scepter of war. The Great Council now begins. When Zarek came to his senses, his Triarch Praetorians had already begun convening the assembly. To this day, Zarek could not understand why they insisted on holding such meetings. When all communication could be accomplished through data transfer, they still used those crude vocalizers to speak as they did when alive. How tedious. Zarek swept his gaze over the many Necron overlords beneath the throne, then saw a human who was lying there leisurely. The Silent King wondered if his optical components had malfunctioned. After a rapid system check, he confirmed they were functioning perfectly. He looked again. The identity scan read Trazyn. That eccentric fellow. No wonder it seemed so odd. The Silent King cut short the lengthy and tedious report. The Necron overlord who had been kneeling fell silent, looking up at him in confusion. Everyone followed the Silent King's gaze and saw the figure in a hazardous environment suit, fast asleep. One of the Triarch Praetorians immediately kicked him, and Trazyn, caught off guard, tumbled several times before scrambling to his feet. Ah, damn it. His breathing module fell to the ground. Everyone watched as Trazyn fumbled to replace it, then collapsed to the floor. Alive again, barely caught my breath. But when he looked up, he saw all the metal skeletons staring at him with their green glowing eyes. That painfully familiar scene now sent a chill down Trazyn's spine, a rare moment of terror felt from his own kin. Trazyn, what are you up to now? Zarek asked impatiently. Why are you wearing a human skin? Are you trying to imitate the Flayers? Oh well. Trazyn stood up, dusted himself off, and bowed respectfully to the Silent King. He raised his left hand high, then drew a fine dagger across his palm. Though the suit quickly sealed the wound with gel, fresh blood flowed from his arm, shocking every Necron present. The Triarch Praetorians immediately aimed their oath staves at Trazyn, while another overlord barked, "You are not Trazyn." "No, I am Trazyn," he replied calmly. "Ganrek, shall I reveal the little trinkets hidden in your tomb?" That overlord froze, staring at Trazyn in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zarek received a report from the cryptex. The results were incredible. Though impossible by any logical measure, the seals and proofs presented all confirmed one thing: this human was indeed Trazyn the Infinite. As chaos erupted before him, Zarek roared silence. The Silent King gazed at Trazyn, forcibly calming his frenzied computational core. "Trazyn, I still call you by that name. Now tell me your story. Right now?" Trazyn bowed silently. "Of course, Silent King." Then Trazyn recounted what had happened, including the void dragon that seemed to have possessed a corpse, the Amarak who had conspired against him, and bonus mysterious technology. In an instant, Trazyn's screen exploded. A flood of data surged into his hazardous environment suit as many overlords hacked into his system, demanding answers. But humanity's technological backwardness forced these overlords to attack one another with viruses jostling for space. As for he was well aware of his overlord's actions, but did not intervene. Unlike most Necrons, Zarek had not become complacent with their power. He was willing to learn about the emerging races of the galaxy. Humanity, a race full of potential yet doomed by its own desires and chaos. These overlords, outwardly motionless, yet furiously messaging Trazyn, had not realized that the galaxy of their era had changed beyond recognition. In their eyes, humans shared a similar physical structure to the Necronter, but enjoyed far longer lifespans. But Zarek knew that once they embraced humanity, the Necrons would face the same corruption by the dark gods as humans did. A billion years ago, Zarek himself had led the Necronter into one abyss. Now he stood at the edge of two. Should they remain Necrons, slowly decaying into nothing under the erosion of time, or become human and dare to try a possible future? Wait, a thought struck Zarek. His ancient memory chips swiftly retrieved and loaded the relevant data. So that was it. Zarek understood. That man's goal from the start had been clear. Once Necrons became human, if they wished to avoid being fodder for the dark gods, there was only one path they could take. Subdue the enemy without fighting, and thus harvest the might of the entire Necron race. Zarek found it fascinating. Yet such a blatant bare hook would still have overlords rushing to bite. Once again, the earth fell into a profound silence. Upon this high ground strewn with the wreckage of war machines, corpses, and splashes of blood from 1,000 hues, they adorned the collapsed and smoldering Tau structures like candies atop a cake. Looking down from the heavens, one could see corpses of every variety scattered across the cityscape. Humans, Astartes, Tau Krut, and greenskin orcs. All were present, their bodies and severed limbs interwoven into a macabre tapestry. They had fought for 3 grueling days to seize this high ground, both sides having unwittingly depleted several entire units. Even the Orc Assault Battalion of the Dawn Army had been completely annihilated. The only victors perhaps were the Gretchen. A few of them scurried up and down the heaps of corpses, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they greedily sought their spoils. "Haha, we're rich. We're rich." Little Limpy shouted joyfully, picking up a pulse rifle. Beside him, Big Wobblehead was equally ecstatic, lugging a heavy bolter despite its weight bending his frame. Yet he cherished the weapon all the same. They ransacked their treasures with abandon, and had they not feared being struck down, they might have even dared to scavenge the power armor of a space marine. As expendable assets of Oaxaca Big Boom, these Gretchen emerged during every lull in the fighting, risking their lives to gather supplies. Suddenly a flash of light appeared nearby. In the blink of an eye, Big Wobblehead, who carried the heavy bolter, had his head blown off. Little Limpy, terrified, instantly dropped his junk and bolted toward the other side. When he frantically reached a wrecked Lehman Russ, he realized that his hard-earned treasures had been shattered. They had taken several bullets meant for him. "Curse you! You smashed my precious things." Little Limpy grabbed a knife and a standard-issue Tau Empire grenade. Peering through a gap, he saw a Tau warrior whose thigh had been reduced to pulp by a bolter round lying amidst the corpses and trying to staunch the bleeding with some unknown object. "Haha, blow you up. Blow you up." Little Limpy armed the grenade and hurled it swiftly. The grenade flew over and rolled to the side of the Tau warrior. Then, receiving a signal from his battlesuit, it deactivated before detonation. Little Limpy was dumbfounded. The Firecast warrior glared at him, raising his pistol to fire. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him. A Dawn Army soldier who had lost an arm lunged forward, plunging a dagger downward. The Firecast warrior swiftly blocked the blade with his hand, the dagger piercing clean through and eliciting a cry of pain. But he fired his pistol several times into the human's abdomen. Oomph! The human, enduring agony, delivered a brutal headbutt, shattering the Tau warrior's optical visor into pieces. Then with a swift motion, he pulled out the dagger and drove it into the Tau's throat. The alien tried to shove him away, but the human pressed down with all his weight. As blood drained away, the Firecast warrior convulsed a few times and then lay still. The human rolled aside, sitting up, clutching his wound with his remaining arm. He spotted the cowering Gretchen nearby. The Gretchen flinched and turned to flee. "Orc, come here," the human shouted. The Gretchen felt as if struck by lightning, then shuffled over reluctantly on the verge of tears. The human removed his helmet, revealing a face marred by a massive scar. He pulled out a badge from his gear and tossed it to the Gretchen. "Take this thing back. Find someone called Commissar. Tell him the last batch of wine was stolen by Eric. Eric confesses. No one in Noka village is a coward." As his voice trailed off, his eyes lost their light, and he collapsed to the ground. Little Limpy stared at the human in awe. It was the first time this Gretchen felt that these shrimp were truly Wyack. Even if they weren't as big or as strong, they had fought with Wyack. Until the very end. Yet this scene was but one among millions of battles on Philios. Philios, the Tau Empire's homeworld closest to the Damocles Gulf. The Tau had fought a protracted war with an orc warlord to seize this world, then spent far longer purging it of infestation. Now Philios was once again engulfed by the flames of war. The Dawn Army and the Tau Imperial forces had engaged in 3 months of carnage, blood covering nearly every inch of the planet's surface. The Thunderhawk, which dominated the far eastern sector and half of the Ultima Segmentum, unleashed a terrifying war machine. The 16th Legion comprised 90,000 Astartes and 30 million mortal soldiers. Compared to the Damocles Crusade centuries ago, which had only 900 Astartes, this force was horrifying in scale. Yet now this might had crashed against the Tau Empire and found itself mired in bitter struggle. The reason for this was the Tau Empire's own terrifying mobilization. The ethereal Supreme Envier had summoned countless Tau warriors to the war. Under the ethereal's guidance, vast numbers of Tau Imperial forces shed their blood to defend their homeworld. The gloom on Horus' face had scarcely lifted. The Luna Wolves were not adept at attritional or protracted warfare. They excelled in lightning raids, decapitation strikes, and launching attacks in ways the enemy least expected. This war evoked unpleasant memories for Horus, the Rangdan genocide which had inflicted severe losses on the First Legion. Though his brother Lion seldom spoke of that conflict, Horus knew fragments of secrets long lost to history. The Rangdan Empire was a multi-species dominion wielding formidable technology, standing like a monolith before the Imperium during the Great Crusade. To annihilate this Xenos empire, the Imperium of Man paid a heavy price. Hundreds of Titan legions fell, scores of capital ships were reduced to wreckage, and countless human settlements were razed. Among the hidden truths, the Emperor had secretly eliminated the 2nd and 11th Legions during the war. Ultimately, to destroy this Xenos threat, over 300,000 Astartes and 3 Primarchs launched an assault, while the Emperor employed certain arcane powers to finally eradicate the alien empire. The present situation mirrored that of 10,000 years ago. The neglect of the High Lords of Terra had allowed the Tau Empire to grow, transforming it into a terrifying power, a giant bomb embedded in the Imperium's dark side. Yet Bona seemed unperturbed, unnaturally indifferent to the army's grievous casualties. Even Horus now had no idea what he intended to do. The recent war situation had not been favorable for the Tau Empire. The number of invading enemies was overwhelming for the Tau Empire. Every time they managed to repel one wave, the enemy would unhesitatingly send another force. Commander Flashback wore a grim expression, holding the casualty report from the past 2 Terran Standard months. The losses incurred in just those 2 months exceeded those of most battles in Tau Empire history, far surpassing the entire empire's losses during the Damocles period. Although the Tau Empire was highly successful in terms of kill ratio, each defense was effective, inflicting massive casualties on the enemy, especially among the orcs. The ratio was astonishing. But they kept losing. Every battle was won, yet the war was being lost. The war was being fought on their homeworld, on their land. The immense conflict had nearly paralyzed the trade routes essential to the Tau Empire's survival, forcing their homeworlds to tighten resources. Though under the guidance of the Ethereals, the Tau Empire remained confident of success, the two primary commanders, Strike and Flashback, were deeply troubled. "We need to make changes. If we continue like this, we'll bleed out from this war," said Strike. "You're right, my friend. This Gola faction is different from the human forces we've encountered before. If the vast Imperium of Man had largely ignored the Tau Empire, this particular human faction was determined to annihilate it." In a previous war council, Ethereal Rumu had proposed a war plan representing most Ethereals, using layered defenses to exhaust the enemy's forces while sending raiding fleets to attack their supply lines, ultimately forcing this human expeditionary force to withdraw under the weight of war. This strategy had proven effective against most enemies, even destroying the war-born Gorgon hive. But both commanders had to admit the truth: the Ethereals might have underestimated the enemy's resolve. Suddenly the communication feed was disrupted, turning to black. "What's happening?" asked Strike. "A transmission is forcefully interfacing." The Earthcast technician replied, scrambling. The display flickered and an unexpected figure appeared on the holographic projector: the legend of the Tau Empire, Farsight. "Farsight!" exclaimed Strike. Flashback looked at the traitor on the screen with displeasure. "Farsight, what are you doing?" Farsight was unquestionably one of the greatest leaders of the Tau Empire, a legendary commander who had defected from. The reasons for his defection remained unknown. At least the Ethereals denounced him as a shameless traitor, though Farsight seemed not to agree. Now Farsight had established the Farsight enclaves, far from the Tau Empire, seemingly adhering to the greater good. Farsight remained impassive. "Although I have differences with the Ethereals, when faced with evil invaders, we are still warriors on the same front. My fleet has arrived in Sector CK3. We should launch a counteroffensive together and drive these barbarians out." Strike had no objections, but Flashback spoke. "We don't have to listen to you, Farsight." Farsight looked at him, his expression unchanged. "This is merely a suggestion. Even without assistance, I will attack. I only wish for you to know that in this universe, not only are we changing, but many other forces are emerging." With that, Farsight ended the transmission. The two commanders fell silent for a moment, both deep in thought. "I think we should launch an offensive. Despite the controversies surrounding Farsight, he is still one of us," said Strike. Flashback let out a soft sigh. "Then let's do it. We can no longer let our warriors die in futile attrition." Larsec was an insignificant death world covered in rivers of molten magma and unstable continental plates. There was no life here. Only occasionally would elite Astra Militarum units train and temporarily station on this planet. But now massive fortresses had been constructed on Larsec, with the emblem of the Imperial Fists standing atop the central. The Imperial Fists had openly established a terrifying complex of fortresses on the largest drifting continent. Numerous successor chapters had answered their Genefather's call with support from the Ultramarines. Rogel Dorn sat impassively on the command throne. Below him stood High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars, Chapter Master Pedro of the Crimson Fists, and the Imperial Fist's own Chapter Master. Thanks to his brother Roboot, Gilliman, drawing the ire of conservative factions within the Imperium, Dorn had successfully gathered most of his sons. Now Rogel Dorn waited quietly. "Father, the augurs detect intense warp fluctuations," reported Captain Gallaton of the Imperial Fist's 3rd Company. Rogel Dorn raised his head, his eyes gleaming coldly. "Execute the plan." "Acknowledged." In the distant void, a multitude of warships emerged from the Mandeville Point into real space. Leading the formation was a Gloriana-class battleship from the Great Crusade era, the flagship of the 4 Legion. The Ironblood. Perturabo gazed at the distant planet and the array of Imperial warships, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Oh, what a perfect trap. Only my naive brother could devise such a scheme." The warsmith beside him cowered, slightly glancing at his father. "Father, the Imperium is hailing us. Open the channel." In the next moment, a holographic screen displayed Rogel Dorn's grim face. Perturabo's grin widened, tinged with malice, as the armrest he gripped began to warp. "Perturabo, you came sniffing like a dog, so easily taking the bait," said Dorn. "Ha, indeed, my brother." Perturabo laughed, his mouth wide. "Last time on Terra our business was left unfinished. Now without Horus and his fools, do you think you can hold out? I will personally execute your wretched yellowclads one by one before your eyes, then stuff you into a demon engine of torment until you watch your precious Imperial palace crumble to ruins. Only then will I mercifully kill you." But Rogel Dorn remained expressionless, making Perturabo want to tear his face apart even more. "Then come." Dorn cut the transmission. Perturabo smashed the console with his fist, nearly roaring, "Attack!" War erupted. Nearly every Iron Warrior across the galaxy answered the call of their genetic father, and the Warpsmiths left the Black Legion and the Dark Mechanicum to stand at his side. They steered their warships in an overwhelming tide toward the distant Imperial fleet, and the clash was imminent. The Warpsmiths lashed the demons, firing their ordnance with swift yet unerring precision, pouring their wrath upon the Imperial fleet afar. The Imperial fleet fought tenaciously, but under the methodical assault of the Iron Warriors they retreated while resisting. It was only when the planet cannon on Lars towering into the heavens fired and annihilated an entire battle group of the foremost line that the Iron Warriors abandoned. Yet this did not signify fear. Under Perturabo's personal command, a rain of iron, countless drop pods, descended upon Lars and soon clashed with the Imperial forces on the ground. Perturabo's tactical genius was undeniable. He processed hundreds of streams of information in moments and responded with precise decisions. Even if his decisions were brutal, massive slave forces goaded by the Iron Warriors charged forward. Armies of human slaves and demon engines advanced under the guns of their masters. They howled as they attacked, trying to muster courage, but the next second they were drowned in a storm of bolts. The Imperial Fist's warfortresses methodically gunned down every wave from every direction. But this was Perturabo's intent. The artillery positions he had already set up roared, sending tens of thousands of tons of shells toward the distant fortresses. The sheer density of fire caused fissures in some unstable continental plates. Raging magma erupted from beneath the crust, engulfing the artillery positions. Yet the Iron Warriors above showed no reaction. They continued their bombardment like automatons, even as they or their guns were swallowed by lava. A deluge of artillery smashed the outermost fortifications to rubble, and the ground beyond was scoured down by 5 meters. Then came the Iron Warriors' assault. Under the cover of armored vehicles they advanced in unyielding, coordinated. But at that moment the strongholds that appeared to be mere piles of rubble opened fire again. Thick ceramite armor offered little protection. Many Iron Warriors were torn apart by the furious barrage. The survivors did not retreat, nor did they cry out. At the shouts of their sergeants, they silently reformed their lines, stepping over the corpses of their brethren to continue the attack. Iron is strength, strength is will is faith, faith is honor, honor is iron. They are the Iron Warriors, the most enduring legion. Demon engines were hurled into the fortress interiors. These terrifying creations, twisted by the Iron Warriors' torments, roared as they charged the sons of the Imperial Fists. With the third wave, the Iron Warriors finally breached the fortress and engaged in brutal close-quarters combat with Dorn. They clashed at point-blank range, firing at each other with expressionless faces, fighting with boarding shields, plasma guns, and thunderhammers. High in orbit, Perturabo's smile widened. He repeatedly called out to Dorn with impatience, only to be ignored again. At last, Perturabo executed. Some mortals sacrificed their souls and summoned an electronic demon to forcibly patch through Dorn's comms. "Look, my brother, your pathetic legion is as fragile as ever. You don't even have enough men to defend your own fortress, so you need the whelps of that coward from Ultramar to aid you." But Dorn remained expressionless, merely staring coldly at Perturabo. "You talk too much." That was the only thing Dorn said. But it enraged Perturabo. He loathed Dorn's arrogant countenance more than anything. Perturabo hurled every insult he could muster at Dorn, venting his fury upon him. "You damned obstinate rock. The stones in the lavatory of the Imperial Palace are more pleasing to the eye than you. You and your infantile architecture are a joke." Dorn faced Perturabo's rage without expression. Even after the tech priests finally killed the electronic demon and regained control of the communications device, Dorn did not hastily cut the connection. In fact, he stole a moment to secretly open a split screen, watching a certain hulking man named Calgar punch a demon engine to pieces while listening to Perturabo's tirade. Only when his chapter master quietly approached and nodded did Dorn finally respond to Perturabo, whose face was flushed from shouting. "Come down if you dare." Perturabo, panting, stared at the stubborn rock, then smiled. "You think I'd fall for such an obvious trap, you fool? I shut down the planetary shield." Perturabo trembled with rage. A surge of heat rushed from his feet to his crown, pounding in his skull. One of the Iron Warriors' tech marines murmured, "My lord, we can commence orbital bombardment now. It would take only about 5 Terran hours." In the next instant, the tech marine was sent flying. His chest caved and slammed against the wall. Perturabo laughed in fury. Such an arrogant bastard. A member of the Trident understood what the father intended, hastened over, and knelt. "Father, permit the Trident to accompany you. We will shield you from all interference." Perturabo gave him a cold look. "You come in the second wave." He then strode away, his iron circle battle automata swiftly following. Kroger remained kneeling, his heart filled with bitterness. Now even the Trident were unworthy of their father's trust. With the flash of teleportation lightning, Perturabo materialized in the command hall. Before him stood the figure from 10,000 years ago, Rogel Dorn. Perturabo bared a cruel smile. He raised the great axe in his hand, facing Rogel Dorn, who gripped his warhammer. You're still as foolish as you were 10,000 years ago, you stubborn rock. You don't actually think these sorry remnants can give you any security. The High Marshal of the Black Templars almost charged forward, but the Primarch's command kept him standing there seething. Today will be your death day, Perturabo Dorn said. Die. The two Primarchs clashed like a raging storm. But what Perturabo did not know was that as he left his flagship, the Wraith of the Eldari had suddenly appeared in the void. The Lingzhu warship silently glided through the void, then approached to an extremely close distance. When the scanning of the Iron Warriors' vessels, which were engaged in orbital bombardment, detected their presence, everything was already too late. A multitude of torpedoes were launched, accompanied by the firing of starbeam cannons, catching the Iron Warriors' ships in a surprise assault. In an instant, the fleet that had been so orderly moments before fell into chaos. Ordinarily, such a situation would not have occurred among the Iron Warriors. They would only have mechanically executed their counterattack according to the predetermined plan. But now it was the Primarch himself who commanded personally. Even the Trident Council dared not overstep the Primarch's authority and directly order the Iron Warriors to launch a counterattack. Yet their genetic father was fighting on the ground below. Thus the Iron Warriors' legion, renowned for its brutal discipline, fell into disarray, with each ship fighting on its own. Meanwhile, on the ground, numerous Rangers and Shadow Spectres suddenly emerged from the lava, launching a surprise attack on the nearby Iron Warriors' artillery position. The Iron Warriors, who were still firing, were caught off guard and struck down. Survivors attempted to fight back, but were slain by the elite Lingzhu warriors. The advancing Iron Warriors were thrown into disarray, and the fortress that had been suppressed by artillery fire once again roared to life, pouring its firepower onto the Iron Warriors. Inside the fortress, the Iron Warriors, who had just gained the upper hand, suddenly encountered a new type of enemy. The long-hidden Primaris Space Marines, filled with immense fury, charged into the enemy ranks. Even the Iron Warriors, who had undergone extensive cybernetic augmentation, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat. As the distant Mandeville Point opened, a vast Imperial fleet surged into the star system. At its head was the recently recovered flagship of the 13th Legion, the Glory of Macrich. Thank you for your assistance this time, Yifyulwini, Gilliman greeted with a smile. This is merely our cooperation, Yifyulwini replied. Of course I look forward to our next step of cooperation, but for now let us first eradicate these traitors. After the communication ended, Yifyulwini gazed at the vast Imperial fleet in the distance with a complex expression. She had overcome countless difficulties to finally convince a group of Ark Eldar to reach an agreement of cooperation with the Imperium of Man. Or rather, she had been forced into it. Ever since Zodek was eliminated by the Karal Ark world, the Thunderhawk had adopted an extremely hostile attitude toward. Whenever an Ark world was discovered, a large fleet would follow, and most Lingzhu fleets operating alone were directly attacked as pirates. With the expansion of the Thunderhawk, the operational space of many Ark worlds was severely compressed. Currently, it was already difficult for them to have room to maneuver in the dark side of the Imperium. Faced with the impossible choice of migrating to Necron territory or the Tyranid invasion route, Yifyulwini reached an agreement with humanity. Robert Gilliman allowed the Ark worlds to temporarily remain within the borders of the Imperium of Man, but the price was that the Lingzhu had to provide military forces to the Imperium. I hope everything will improve from now on. The Iron Warriors, thrown into chaos by the Lingzhu attack, were suddenly surrounded by the Imperial fleet from all directions, and the Ultramarines launched a fierce assault. In the command hall, Perturabo, who had just gained the upper hand over Luo Guduoan, with his cleaving axe, received a distress signal from his sons. Father, we are surrounded. The communication was filled with chaotic shouts and the roar of bolter fire. I beg you to evacuate immediately, or we will buy you time. Perturabo stepped back a few paces, staring at Duoan and you damned stone, resorting to such tricks. But Duoan, as always, remained expressionless. His only movement might have been to swing the hammer in his hand. Ever since Istvan, I have had no shred of mercy for scum like you. Perturabo, you are just as foolish as you were 10,000 years ago. Perturabo roared and charged at Duoan, but the next moment a flash of light enveloped Duoan, and he vanished. Not only him, but also all the sons of the Imperial Fists were teleported away. The entire command hall was left with only corpses and shattered Iron Circle robots. Duoan. Perturabo threw his head back and roared, smashing the command throne with a furious punch. The next second, he too teleported back to the Iron Blood. His sons, who had been waiting anxiously, all knelt down. When he saw the distant glory of Macrich, Perturabo understood everything. How among the traitor legions, what softer target was there to crush than the overlooked Iron Warriors? Immediately organize a retreat, we are leaving here, Perturabo commanded. But the augur array emitted a sharp alarm. What is this? Perturabo roared. He smashed open the dark Mechanicus priest before the augur array and then saw a massive signal. Perturabo seemed to understand something. He opened the viewport and saw the phalanx, ready to open fire, the emblem of the Imperial Fists glaringly conspicuous. Perchalabo seemed to see Luo Guduoan sitting on it, sneering at him with contempt. Truly, a well-laid scheme, Perchalabo murmured. The next second the phalanx, unleashing its full firepower, poured devastating force onto the Iron Blood. The Iron Blood exploded from its bow, the powerful firepower instantly detonating the Gloriana-class ship's warp engine. The violent reaction triggered a small warp storm engulfing several nearby vessels. The Iron Warriors broke. They witnessed the explosion of the Iron Blood with their own eyes, frantically searching for the signal of their genetic father, but receiving only silence. The Imperial fleet easily swept away the demoralized Iron Warriors, with only a few lucky ones managing to retreat in time. But the battle was over. For the Imperium, the Iron Warriors had been utterly eradicated. Gilliman walked happily toward his brother. An excellent coordination, my brother. We have successfully eliminated that bastard Perchalabo. But Luo Guduoan still wore a stone-like expression. Gilliman wondered if he might be pleased. But Duoan's next words made Gilliman realize that Duoan might not be happy. Why are the Lingzhu still here? Indeed, in this small meeting room, there were also the pirate Prince Yurir and Yifulwini. Oh, are you humans so eager to kick us out? Yurir said frivolously. Although Duoan's expression did not change, Gilliman knew he was certainly displeased. I believe that humanity and the Ark Eldar are not irreconcilable, my brother. This time is a perfect example, Gilliman continued with a smile. Duoan knew what was going on. The Lingzhu, beaten by the humans in the dark side of the Imperium, were forced to migrate to the area illuminated by the Astronomicon. However, his intuition told him that the relationship between Gilliman and the Lingzhu seemed more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Damakalisi Bay, once dark and gloomy, Damakalisi Bay has now become a busy shipping lane. After the establishment of the Lingming Xingju Tower, a constant stream of reinforcements and supplies flowed through Damakalisi Bay, becoming one more counterweight pressing down on the Tai Empire. Although numerous defenses were deployed to protect the offensive legion's lifeline, they were still insufficient for the vast expanse of Damakalisi Bay. Meanwhile, in the void, a Tai Empire fleet appeared silently. Yuan Jin quietly watched the distant fleet bustling like ants gathering food lost in. He had lived for a long time. Compared to the average lifespan of 40 years for most Tai people, Yuan Jin's longevity could be considered a miracle. He was the successor of Qingshi, the greatest commander in Tai Empire history, and had also witnessed the Taiwa goddess. Many in the Tai Empire did not understand why he had rebelled, but Yuan Jin still remembered King's words. Ethereals not to be fully trusted. Yuan Jin had also witnessed the Ethereals' disgrace, and in his long years, he had witnessed many unspeakable stories. And telling these stories could very likely cause the collapse of the Tai Empire. Yuan Jin, we have entered the predetermined position. If you don't attack, we will go in, came a rough shout from the communication array. Yuan Jin snapped out of his thoughts. This voice was that of his ally, a dwarf ally, Kelonuosi Dekalusi, a clan chieftain of the Kelonuosi War Alliance under the Votan League. Dekalusi, we will attack from the right flank. Then we'll go straight in and slaughter these fools. With that, the dwarf fleet accelerated their engines at full speed, showing no concern for exposing their positions, and launched a straightforward assault. Yuan Jin watched the dwarf fleet, his brow slightly furrowed. According to intel from the water caste, these humanoid beings who called themselves kin had countless connections with the human empire. Some vague intelligence suggested they were very likely creations of humanity from the age of technology, the Golden Age. These kin worshipped an artificial intelligence called the Votan Core. Every deceased member of their kind would be uploaded into the Votan Core, which would then provide advice to the kin. Through this method, the kin firmly believed that their ancestors were with them. However, reports from the Earth caste indicated that many mechanical language features of the kin bore extremely high similarity to those of the human empire, and the STC templates they used were clearly artifacts of ancient humanity, likely remnants of old Terra. Nevertheless, they were entirely separate beings from humans. These kin were highly rational and trustworthy, albeit somewhat obstinate to an extreme degree, yet they made excellent allies. Many of the Tai Empire's technologies originated from this mysterious Votan League. Although the Votan League clearly did not sell their best technologies to the Tai Empire, they had proven themselves to be highly valuable allies. Now the grand offensive of the Liang Empire roiled half of the Imperium's dark side. Not only the Tai Empire suffered, but also the Votan League's prospecting and trading caravans were affected by the unending war. According to an ancient pact, the Kelonuosi War Alliance sent a clan to support the Tai Empire. The dwarf fleet's artillery instantly illuminated the dark galaxy, directly striking a Moon-class cruiser on the periphery. The ferocious firepower quickly overloaded the void shields, blasting the entire vessel to pieces in the blink of an eye. The escorting Imperium fleet on the periphery quickly altered course and launched an attack on the dwarf fleet. Launch the attack, defeat these Gula, Yuan Jin commanded. When the massive Tai Empire fleet and the mysterious Votan fleet launched their attack, Damakalisi Bay had little military strength. No one had anticipated such a large fleet appearing in this place. The only powerful armed force was the 7th Company, led by Captain Dernuo of the Inuit Songlong. Company Commander, we are under attack. The 3rd and 5th detachments have all lost contact. The adjutant said, keep attacking. We must ensure this transport fleet reaches the front line. Company Commander Dernuo glared at the swiftly approaching Xeno's fleet and silently put on his helmet. All personnel, we may die today, but we die gloriously, we die for a cause. In the name of the war, master, charge. The battle barge bravely charged toward the distant enemy with a hail of gunfire striking its sturdy armor. Yet even the hard-strike cruiser of the Space Marines suffered heavy damage under the fierce fire of the Votan League, while the much smaller frigates had already become debris in the void. Drop pods spewed flames, their Melta warheads burning through the armor of the dwarf fleet. Raging Space Marines and Navy boarding parties resolutely launched a desperate assault, and the enemies before them were a bunch of dwarfs. These dwarfs were truly short, not even as tall as ordinary human soldiers, and even more comical compared to the Space Marine. But their armor glowing with an uncanny light and the giant hammers taller than themselves made them seem not so laughable. For humanity, by the ancestors, the two sides clashed in the narrow compartments. A single blow from the buzzing giant hammer could flatten an ordinary soldier, and even a towering Astartes would crash to the ground if struck in the leg. The attacking kin were also secretly shocked, for they found that this group of humans was unusual. Those Navy soldiers were equipped with superior gear, not the cost-effective equipment of typical human Empire soldiers, but instead high-caliber automatic rifles and full protective combat suits. Those gene-enhanced warriors displayed extraordinary combat performance, and some kin were even kicked away like balls by the furious gene warriors. But this was merely their death throes. Dekalusi coldly watched the dying gene warrior before him, whose limbs had been completely shattered with ceramite fragments and flesh mingled together, lying mortally wounded on the deck. Dekalusi wiped the blood from his hammer. Pathetic creature. Since childhood, he was transformed into a biological weapon that knows only war. This is what humanity has become. This is our creator. The surrounding kin nodded one after another. But Dernuo spat out blood, revealing a bloody-toothed smile. I was born humble, but I die with glory. I understand my mission and responsibility. I understand the meaning of my existence. But you do not, Xenos. Dekaluos's face twisted in fury, swinging his warhammer viciously down, crushing Dernuo's head. Dekalusi wiped the blood from his face. Stupid humans. In a forgotten place, while half of the Empire's shadowy side was plunged into chaos due to the war between the Tau Empire and the Eldari, the instigator of the conflict remained on a planet lost to memory. The colossal blasphemous symbol was visible even from the void of space. Nurgle's triple ring of rebirth, death, decay, rebirth. All beings walked within this cycle, unable to escape the law of existence. The god of life could not bear to witness the agony of death and the pain of rebirth, so he commanded his followers to remain in the state of decay, thus achieving true eternal life, sparing all from the sorrows of separation and loss. Now this profane symbol of Nurgle was deeply engraved upon the planet. Vast rotting rainforests blanketed its surface, muddy swamps crisscrossed the woodlands, and countless joyous Nurglings hopped about everywhere. 7 blasphemous altars formed the triple ring of rebirth. Each altar was composed of 7,777 Tau fire warriors, now fused as one, forever embraced by the grandfather's bosom, never again to suffer pain or disease. Upon each altar a Nurgle plague sorcerer was bound. These fallen demigods, having surrendered to the grandfather, used their psychic powers to spread countless plagues across innumerable worlds of the Imperium, becoming its archenemies, the targets of the Inquisition's hunt and the abhorrence of the Loyalists. Yet now, like lambs to the slaughter, they were bound to the altars by vines, staring with terrified eyes at the distant figure. They were to become the sparks to ignite the ritual. At the center of the triple ring of rebirth stood a great cauldron. Bona stood upon a ladder, expressionlessly adding ingredients into it. Beside him stood 7 great unclean ones, chanting verses in booming voices. When festering mycelia crawl across the pages, pus writes the 30,000th truth, maggots gnaw upon moldy prayers, deciphering the cycle of reincarnation in the humus. Spores sprout from the rotting flesh between ribs, crimson veins bloom like flowers on withered bones, maggots weave cradles, with their saliva death brews cries in the warm bed. We kneel before the pustule altar, letting the maggot horde hollow out our ancient fears. Inflamed wounds grow mycelia, pain preaches compassion in fermentation. Carrion will nourish the 7th new sprout, white bones transform into eternal spring soil. The divine oracle flows within the mildew, stains every festering wound, is the starting point of a pilgrimage. Finally, after 77 days and nights of boiling, Bona added the last ingredient. It was a single tear, the tear of the goddess of life, Isha. When the craft world Kaler fell, and the Luna wolves crushed every spirit stone they could find, many Eldari became prey for Slaanesh, and Isha shed a tear of grief. The grandfather entrusted this tear to Bona, hinting subtly that he wished Bona would not make Isha so sorrowful anymore. He too could feel her pain. Of course Bona showed humility and expressed his willingness to heed the grandfather's advice. From then on, all spirit stones he acquired would be inlaid into the machines of the Dark Mechanicum or set into building walls as decorations. In short, whatever caused the Eldari the most anguish would be done. But now this tear would become the final chain to lock the Tau Empire into place. As the tear dripped into the cauldron, the plague sorcerers on the 7 altars were consumed by violent psychic energy. 7 portents rose simultaneously, and the 7 great unclean ones shouted in unison, "All things shall decay. The grandfather grants new life." This vessel, gathered from the blood of many powerful beings, had now birthed the most virulent of viruses, the fear of the living. Any infected by this virus would be plunged into an irrational state of terror. Especially the bravest warriors would be simultaneously overwhelmed by fear, grief, and confusion, completely losing their combat ability. Bona gently sealed this newly born Nurgle virus within a container plastered with purity seals, then bound this iron coffin with chains soaked in holy oil. Rotting branches danced in celebration, muddy swamps rippled with joy. The 7 great unclean ones cheered together, rejoicing in the birth of the new virus. Both the Nurglings and the great unclean ones celebrated this new virus within their garden. The grandfather could not bear to see anyone sad, and he also detested conflict. And this virus would solve those problems perfectly. From now on they would no longer need to fight tiresome battles. A Nurgling hopped onto Bona's shoulder, cheering happily, babbling loudly about something. Bona recognized it. It was the one that had always loved to stay by his side during the gatherings he and Isha attended. He gently took it down and cradled it in his palm. The little creature seemed overjoyed, hopping about. However, foul pus dripped from its body and black saliva drooled everywhere from its mouth. To ordinary beings, or most living creatures, this Nurgling was lethal, yet it was one of the most kind and innocent beings in the universe. Most of the time, they were simple. If you laughed, they laughed. If you cried, they grew anxious. A little tease would bring them great joy. It was just that the grandfather's love, too decayed and heavy, was difficult for most beings in the universe to comprehend. Bona's hand emitted a faint glow, instantly enveloping the Nurgling. The Nurgling looked around with curiosity, its wide eyes blinking before being completely shrouded by the light. But when the light faded, it had transformed into a tiny human girl dressed in clothes made of fresh green leaves with beautiful butterfly-like wings on her back. She looked at her own transformation with wonder spinning around. Bona gave her a gentle push, and she flew off. Wherever she passed, withered trees revived, green leaves sprouted, and flowers bloomed. The other Nurglings found her different, but they still joyfully welcomed this somewhat unusual companion. "Oh, is this the kind of ephemeral beauty that humans like?" A voice as if mixed with thick phlegm echoed in Bona's mind. "No, it was merely a whim of mine." The grandfather seemed to sink into thought. He was pondering, since humans had such peculiar aesthetics, perhaps he should consider being a little more accommodating. Maybe then humans would be less resistant to eternal life. While the grandfather was lost in contemplation, Bona had already left the plague planet and returned to his fleet. "Declare this place a restricted zone. Summon Arlette to issue an exterminatus," Bona commanded. "Yes, my lord." Captain Dakan nodded. He carefully placed the virus container into a vat filled with holy oil, then set a famous ecclesiarchy relic, the remains of a saint, upon it. "Let us go. We are to reinforce the Damocles Gulf." Philiasi, a world seized by the Tau Empire from the brutal orc warlords, located on the outermost periphery of the Tau Empire's stellar domain. Scarred by relentless warfare, it has been forged into a fortress world for the Tau Empire. It stands as a bulwark before the invading forces, with prosperous trading worlds like Dao Ec behind it, like a grand gate erected upon the borders of the Tau Empire. Not long ago, the 16th Legion paid a grievous price to capture this planet. Countless war factories rose from its surface, ceaselessly supplying munitions to the front lines. Yet now flames of war have once again engulfed this place. Under the cover of the fleet, swarms of stealth battlesuit troops descended from the skies, launching a sudden assault. The Tau Empire employs many tactics, but the manga, the killing blow, is the one they have mastered to perfection. This doctrine demands rapid mobility and a ferocious strike against the enemy's vital points, seeking a decisive blow to utterly defeat. This lesson was gleaned from the Tau Empire's long war against the orc warlords, and by relying on this tactic, they have secured victory in numerous campaigns. And against the vast 16th Legion, its greatest weakness is none other than their genetic father. Yuanjian stepped back, the dawn blade humming in his hand. The 8 of Yuanjian tightened their formation behind him. Around them, a tide of Inuit Songlong warriors streamed in endlessly. Masters of mobile assaults, they displayed terrifying efficiency, causing heavy casualties among the outer ring of heavy battlesuit units. The shattered remnants of the first company of Infighting, decimated by the ambush, rallied to block the enemy's advance. Yuan Jian gazed solemnly at the distant foe. Or rather, in all his years he had never encountered such a powerful human. Earlier he had assumed a pre-march might be merely an enhanced Astartes, but now he realized it was far more than that. Horus, his face twisted with rage, flung the corpse from his lightning claws. The talons had torn through the battlesuit, blood streaming from the wounds. For aliens, your attack was quite successful, Horus sneered. But you still underestimate our might. Yuan Jian flexed his wrist, calm and lethal beneath his. You seem to pride yourselves on your reckless, destructive brute force. Why shouldn't we be proud, alien? The power field of Horus' lightning claws hummed, the metallic talons tearing through the air as he lunged at Yuan Jian with overwhelming might. His colossal form moved like a fortress, each step trembling the ground. The loyal warriors of the first company followed, charging forward with another roar, their bolters spewing fire, converging into a tide of steel that sought to breach the encircling Tau forces and aid their genetic father. The battlefield erupted once more. The figures of Horus and Yuan Jian clashed, the lightning claws carving arcs of destruction with dizzying speed. The air reeked of scorching energy and the piercing screech of metal colliding. Using the battlesuit's agility, Yuan Jian narrowly evaded the fatal claw strikes, his high-frequency blade tracing precise arcs as he sought gaps in Horus' armor. But Horus' strength was brutally overwhelming. Each parry sent the battlesuit's alarms wailing in protest. The 8 of Yuan Jian moved instantly, disciplined and flawlessly coordinated. Wraithstone's shield braced against a ferocious lateral strike, the energy shield overloading with a crackling whine. Sha Vados seized the opening, her shoulder-mounted ion cannon blazing a searing beam straight at Horus' faceplate. Horus did not even sidestep. He merely tilted his head, the energy beam scorching past his pauldron, leaving a black. He let out a guttural roar, irritated by the interference of these gnats, and his assault grew even more ferocious. The lightning claws slammed downward, forcing Yuan Jian to retreat. The ground cratered beneath the impact, spraying shards of rock. Hold him! Yuan Jian's voice came through the calm, laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Abuelotai's heavy battlesuit adjusted its firing angle, missile pods opening, Ericon activated swarms of drones interlacing interference rays and pulse fire to restrict Horus' movements. Horus spun violently, his lightning claws sweeping back 2 of the 8 who tried to flank him. His gaze remained locked on Yuan Jian, burning with pure destruction. A chill ran through Yuan Jian. This was not merely a suppression of power, but the suffocating presence of a pre-march. The warriors of the first company were already locked in close combat with the Tau fire warriors. The roar of bolters and the shriek of pulse rifles intertwined, the brutality of war unfolding in every corner. Far away, the reedy giant sat idly on a high platform, watching the skirmish. Magnusi cared nothing for Horus. If Magnus's pride was overt, then Horus was hidden. They all knew how hard he had vied for the title of War Master. Thus Magnusi loathed Horus' smiling facade and his secretly haughty nature. Yet if Horus fell, Bona would likely drag him to Terra to be incinerated by the God Emperor. In the next instant, Magnusi descended upon a bolt of lightning, landing abruptly before Yuan Jian. Fool! A torrent of psychic lightning exploded outward, striking Yuan Jian with cataclysmic force. Caught off guard, Yuan Jian could only raise his shield. The lightning, brimming with dread power, engulfed him, wrenching a cry of agony from his lips. But Magnusi noticed that a strange inscribed stone on Yuan Jian's battlesuit arm seemed to absorb most of the light. So he gathered an even greater bolt to hurl at Yuan Jian. But then Obelotai, the AI member of the 8 of Yuan Jian, charged forward and interposed himself. The lightning rained down upon Obelotai, and the stalwart warrior emitted garbled error codes. Ovisa activated the Blackstone array, isolating most of the psychic lightning, and shouted to Yuan Jian. We must go. Kurus gene-forged warriors are about to break through. Yuan Jian looked toward the distant Tau-heavy battlesuit line, only to see a furious dreadnought overturn a 15-8 battlesuit, followed by a tide of frenzied Infighting charging onward. He cast one last hateful glance at Horus. Call in an airstrike to cover our retreat. Sharks circling overhead, Dove unleashing a barrage of guided bombs that cut off Horus forces from Yuan Jian's. When Horus charged through the flames, he saw only Yuan Jian boarding the final transport. Coward! Don't flee! But Yuan Jian merely glanced at him before turning into the hold. Horus tried to pursue, but several orbital strikes forced him back, leaving him to watch Yuan Jian depart. Horus let out a frustrated howl. Nerif, rally the fleet. Don't let those wretches escape. Father, our fleet has been devastated. The nearest friendly fleet is still beyond the second ring. Above the truth. Archmagus Qianzi waved his staff, and the Changer's cloud of mutation enveloped the fleet. Having lost their target, the Tau Empire fleet did not pursue, and withdrew behind their defensive lines. Horus quietly gazed at the wreckage of warships in the distance. Cold steel burned in the void, the flames of promethium briefly illuminating a stretch of darkness, mingling with the overload explosions of plasma engines to create an alien light source. This was the 8th breakout attempt. In recent days, the Tau Empire had launched an unprecedented full-scale counteroffensive. To cope with the Tau Empire's all-out assault, Horus had to commit nearly all his reserves, engaging in round after round of brutal combat on the recently conquered homeworld of Phyrios. The Tau Empire's attack was ferocious, even deploying massive battlesuits. The KV-139's firepower could shatter a Titan from extreme range. Yet Horus found it puzzling. The Tau Empire's counterattack seemed almost pointless, as if they were recklessly squandering their own forces. But the answer came swiftly. The Damocles Gulf had fallen. A Tau fleet had somehow circled behind them, severing the supply. Since the attack on the Damocles Gulf, the entire expeditionary force had been trapped in a heavy encirclement. Although most soldiers of the Dawn Army were fanatical war worshippers, preventing an immediate morale crisis, spiritual resilience could not compensate for material shortages. The frontline war factories could not keep up with the enormous ammunition demand, forcing the Dawn Army to favor close-quarters combat due to insufficient ammunition. The Tau Empire's powerful long-range firepower often dealt devastating blows. As for help from others, Bona was nowhere to be found. Admiral Spire was still outside the Damocles Gulf, leading wave after wave of fleets in an attempt to break the encirclement. Magnus. He looked at Magnus, who was slacking off like a salted fish, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ever since that guy met that alien goddess, he had been burying himself in various psychic books, ignoring everything else. Even the Thousand Suns Legion was coordinated by him. Suddenly the Auspex let out a sharp shriek. What happened? Horus asked. My lord, we've detected numerous signals, a tech officer reported hastily. Who's a? It's our people. Bona stood on the bridge, gazing at the distant Tau fleet. Among them were heavy warships like the Guardian-class carrier, as well as numerous cruisers such as the Defender class. They blocked the Damocles Gulf side, shutting down the Astronomicon, making it difficult for the support fleet, led by Admiral Spire on the others. The few lucky ones who managed to cross the warp storms were destroyed by the waiting Tau fleet as soon as they emerged from the Mandeville. Strategically, the Tau Empire had succeeded remarkably. A large portion of the expeditionary force was trapped in Tau space, without support. They had cleverly used the dark Damocles Gulf to isolate the vast Thunderhawk Empire from the expeditionary force. If they succeeded, the devastated Thunderhawk might be unable to interfere with Tau expansion for the next 100 years, and with the aggressive Tyranid Hive Fleet Leviathan, possibly for centuries. But it ended here. Captain Dakan saw Bona motionless and approached with concern. Your Highness, if we don't act now, we'll soon be within enemy range. Your escort fleet lacks the strength to break through. I recommend an immediate retreat. Not yet, Captain. Bona closed his eyes as if sensing something. Captain Dakan, seeing this, said nothing more and silently went down to prepare escape plans. Bona, meanwhile, listened to the pulse of machinery. The power of Magladroth was minuscule. More precisely, the power of Magladroth within him was so faint that Bona had to carefully draw warp energy to nourish it. This was a peculiar sensation. If the warp was a fantastical, noisy starfield, then from the star god's perspective, the material universe was a dull desert of colors. The fundamental particles composing the universe were just grains of sand in that desert. He soon saw the distant Tau fleet. The void was gray, the stars slightly red, and the Tau fleet was composed of multicolored grains of sand. Bona found the most central grains and began to command them, ordering them to transform according to his will. The power of Magladroth was terrifying. It could forcibly recombine and alter particles, turning a pile of sand into a massive cannon capable of shooting down a ship. But what Bona could do was merely command these particles to perform actions contrary to logic, such as... Captain Dakan stared in astonishment at the distant... Now they seemed to have gone mad, their engines running at full power, railguns firing at their own ships. The less intelligent ships among them were less affected. Like the massive Krut war sphere, the mobile space station of the Krut watched in bewilderment as the Tau fleet crazily exchanged fire with each other. Finally, amid the Tau's chaotic communications, their psychic ally, the Nicasser, provided the answer. The humans did it. But by then the Dawn Army fleet had already launched its attack. The Tau commander issued the most decisive order. The out-of-control battleships shut down their own power cores, becoming scrap metal in space. The remaining ships did not hesitate to counterattack. But it was already too late. The Dawn Army fleet, well-versed in Tau tactics, charged straight into the enemy fleet under heavy fire, exploiting the Tau ships' weak side armor to hammer them from the flanks. At the same time, they launched numerous Orc boarding pods onto the Tau vessels. The already chaotic Tau fleet with the Orcs' arrival was on the verge of collapse. The Tau tried to reorganize around their flagship, but Bonus Oberon-class battleship charged straight in, firing a volley of boarding torpedoes. 15 battlesuit troops were hastily assembled to try to block the Imperial forces boarding the ship. But what they saw was a kind of oversized Astartes they had never encountered before. The Thunder Warriors used their terrifying brute strength to send Tau flying. The sheer impact shattered their frail bones. When Captain Dakan personally cut off the head of the Supreme Commander, and the Astronomicon was once again in human hands, the Tau Empire had lost any chance to turn the tide, though they might have thought it was merely a failed blockade. "Oh, I have never longed to see you so much." Horus attempted to embrace Bona, but Bona walked right past him. "Cease all offensive operations now. Frontline units are to maintain distance from the Tau Empire. Aurit will bring several of her inquisitorial colleagues shortly. From now on, Aurit will take the lead." Horus looked at Bona with a puzzled expression as a squad of Thunder Warriors, heavily armed and vigilant, escorted a container past them. "What is inside?" "Nurgle's virus." Instantly Horus' expression shifted, his gaze toward Bona held shock, even disbelief. Horus followed behind, only speaking after a long silence. "I must warn you. If the vile forces thoroughly contaminate the territory of the Tau Empire, then this place will pose a threat to us, to Ultramar, and even to the entire Imperium Nihilus. The followers of the Plague God are far more troublesome than these blue-skinned beings. No, it is not what you think." Bona's words only deepened Horus' confusion. After instructing Captain Dakan, Bona personally watched the Thunder Warriors escort the virus container away. Only then did he feel at ease. This virus does not destroy their physical bodies, instead it makes them place the noose around their own necks. "A Nurgle virus that does not harm flesh?" Horus asked in confusion. "Yes." Bona seemed at ease. The Elemental Council of the Tau Empire received a peculiar message. The Thunderhawk Empire proposed a temporary ceasefire, calling for both sides to cease fire and rescue the wounded, as well as exchange civilians. This sudden proposal caught the Tau Empire off guard. Ethereal and summoned elite members from all castes to convene the Supreme Elemental Council. The Supreme Elemental Council is the highest authority of the Tau Empire. Every sept world sends representatives, and the other client races of the Tau Empire also have corresponding. The representatives of the Fire Caste and the Air Caste reported on the recent war situation, marking the first time other Ethereals and caste members learned of the losses since the war began. Almost everyone drew a sharp breath. The losses of this war had already surpassed the total losses of all previous wars of the Tau Empire. The assembly buzzed with discussion, many castes shocked by the Tau Empire's grievous losses. "Silence," said it. Since the passing of manhwa, to stabilize the morale of the Tau Empire, they fabricated an extremely lifelike replica of manhwa. However, the Ethereals had not yet elected a new Supreme Ethereal, so Nda could only temporarily speak on behalf of the Ethereals. The Tau present fell silent, gazing at the Ethereals. "I want to know what deeper meaning lies behind the proposal of the Gwella this time." The representative of the Air Caste, Jia Rank, stepped forward. "We believe the Gwella seek to use this opportunity to end the war." Instantly all caste representatives turned to look at Jia Rank. "Please continue," an Ethereal said slowly. "Based on our understanding of the Gwella, they hold extreme reverence for individuals called Gene Fathers. The development of this war has exceeded the expectations of both us and the Gwella. The current losses are severe for both sides. And the pre-march named Horus likely intends to propose peace through this, aiming for a relatively dignified ceasefire." Jia Rank's words drew nods from many caste representatives, and even the lofty Ethereals murmured softly among themselves. Just as most attending representatives believed this was the case, a voice rang out. It was a holographic projection, but the figure displayed was the statue the Ethereals had previously tried so hard to tear down. "Farsight." "I disagree." Farsight instantly drew the attention of the entire assembly. Numerous gazes of confusion, loathing, and curiosity turned toward him. Even though Farsight was not present, he could feel these complex emotions. He was the hero of the Empire, a legendary figure every Tau grew up hearing about, yet now he had become a traitor to all. But Farsight still endured those stares. After a moment of silence, Nda spoke. "Farsight, state your reasons." "I believe the water caste present can understand that our enemy commands a vast power spanning an entire star sector, having achieved highly advanced automation. That means their war potential far exceeds ours. For an expeditionary force of this scale, they could even mobilize 2 more. And according to intelligence, they harbor extreme hatred for Xenos, even openly hunting the Eldar within their territory. I do not believe this temporary ceasefire is for peace talks. There must be a deeper scheme." Farsight's words plunged the assembled caste representatives and Ethereals into silence once more. Indeed, humanity was the most complex group they faced. The Orcs were merely brutal and warlike, the Eldar a fickle and mad lot, and the Tyranids only sought to consume all. And humanity could be both the Gaviza, who practiced the greater good, and the cruel, cold Gwella. Could they launch a surprise attack during the ceasefire? Ethereal Nda inquired. Commander Yaoji replied, "It is possible, but we have full confidence in repelling their assault. However, they have left the location of the prisoner exchange to us and promised not to bring a large escort." At the same time, Jia Rank also spoke. According to our gathered intelligence, this human faction seems to be focusing more on responding to the Tyranid invasion. They have been avoiding excessive war losses. Instantly, all castes fell silent. It seemed that the pre-march named Horus had demonstrated sufficient sincerity, even daring to bring only a small escort. In terms of sincerity, it was indeed great sincerity. In terms of deception, it was either extreme confidence or extreme folly. Ultimately, the ethereals and the caste representatives made a decision. For the possibility of peace, necessary risks must be taken. Inform the Gwella that we will hold the prisoner exchange ceremony at Taun. Taun was the first colony established by the Tau Empire after leaving Tau. Although close to the capital Tau, it was the largest naval concentration point of the Tau Empire. Located behind the front lines with sufficient military support, even if the Gwella attempted assassination, there would be enough military power to counterattack. It could be considered the most. When this notice was sent to the Thunderhawk Empire, they gladly accepted the exchange conditions, even stating they would not bring capital-class naval vessels and would only have a few hundred Astartes as personal guards. This decision shocked the Elemental Council of the Tau Empire. The opinion of the Water Caste became the consensus. The human empire could no longer bear the enormous war costs and was ready for peace talks. But only Farsight's brow remained furrowed. He felt things were not that simple and that there was a deeper conspiracy behind it. And for now, they simply did not know. Tayan. Bona stood on a floating platform overlooking the city from above. The buildings of the Tai Empire were neat and well-planned. From the aerial view, numerous white technological buildings complemented the greenery. Straight avenues cut through the city, and white fluorescent lamps dotted both sides of the avenues. Many floating shuttles bustled in the air, as busy as a swarm of bees. Above, a massive shipyard occupied most of the sky, with many vessels entering and leaving the starport, while the space elevator continuously transferred materials. The heavy sound of power armor came from beside him. Helusi walked over, followed Bona's gaze, frowned slightly, then turned his gaze back to Bona. What? Are you looking for something? At least here, I don't see any structures like planetary shields. Bona shook his head slightly. No, I'm not looking for strategic buildings. Then he raised his hand. Look, that dome structure has complex gas regulation and temperature control systems inside, but it's not an agricultural facility. It's a residential area. From that residential area to the space elevator, it takes less than half a standard Terra hour by floating shuttle. And almost every residential area can reach a nearby starport within one standard Terra hour. On top of that, they ensure that storage and industrial zones don't interfere with residential areas, and that medical facilities cover all residential areas. These are not the copy-paste structures of hive cities. The Tai people build every city with care. Considering this building complex alone, I'm afraid no city in the entire human empire except the Imperial Palace of Terra and Maculage can match it. Helusi followed each of Bonus' words and found it to be true. Under careful observation, he even noticed more details. Although he was not familiar with architecture, he understood that the Tai Empire far surpassed humanity in this regard. The humans in the Tai Empire's army fight fiercely. Now I see there's a reason, said Helusi. Yes. Bona gazed at the cities on the distant horizon. In 10,000 years, the Tai people have built an empire that gives us a headache. But humanity remains stagnant, even regressing. We often mock the arrogant stupidity of the Eldar, but in the eyes of these blue-skinned beings, aren't we just as arrogant as the Eldar? Suddenly, Helusi's earpiece rang. He pressed it, nodded slightly. I'm going to continue arguing with those hat-wearing fellows. Go ahead. Helusi turned and left, leaving Bona still gazing at the city. The Tai Empire attached great importance to this meeting, as humanity had indeed sailed several cruisers and a fleet of transport ships filled with Tai prisoners of war. The Water Clan's peace proposal prevailed completely, overwhelming the voices of other clans. All the Tai people from top to bottom believed that humanity truly wanted to negotiate peace. However, Yuanjian did not think so. He watched the distant human from afar, feeling that something was off. As soon as Yuanjian took a step toward Bona, he noticed the gaze of those large Astartes focusing on him. The power of these large Astartes was terrifying. Even wearing an 15-8 battlesuit comparable to Astartes, Terminators facing them would still result in being crushed. But these individuals were not guarding Helusi, the leader. Instead, they vaguely guarded a seemingly inconspicuous human. Yuanjian continued walking toward that human. He could feel more and more eyes on him, and his battlesuit reported kinetic weapons locking onto him. Finally, he stopped about 30 paces away, and before him stood 3 tall Thunder Warriors. Back off, alien, said Captain Dakin, staring at him with a hostile expression. I mean no harm, human. Yuanjian removed his helmet. I can see that this one seems interested in many aspects of the Tai Empire and would like to have an exchange. Just as Captain Dakin was about to refuse, a voice came from behind. Let him come. Captain Dakin scrutinized Yuanjian again before stepping aside. Yuanjian walked over to Bona and saw him holding a stylus sketching the architecture of the Tai. The sketch was very detailed, even including the internal structures. My name is Yuanjian. Oh, Bona looked at him with some surprise, then continued drawing. How rare you actually appear here. I reached some consensus with the ethereals to be able to attend this meeting. Yuanjian looked at the distant starport. Itaean had changed a lot. You are the true highest authority of humanity, said Yuanjian. How did you figure that out? Bona said, as if merely stating a fact, continuing to draw. Intuition. Intuition. A warrior's intuition. Yuanjian sat cross-legged, which made him not appear too tall, while wearing his battlesuit. You are very good at hiding yourself. Neither the Water Clan nor the rogue traders have detected your existence. So I looked through all the intelligence of the past century, from Kabalide's distress signal to yesterday's reports, and finally confirmed that Helusi could never be the true leader. But you are different. Although you appear calm, your eyes are sharp. The killing intent hidden beneath the calm is unmistakable, and it is a killing intent daring to destroy the entire galaxy. Bona finished the last stroke and looked at his drawing with some satisfaction. So do you plan to make a move? Kill me now, and the entire Thunderhawk will fall into complete chaos. You could even take over Thunderhawk's territory and become a vast power spanning 2-star sectors, no longer worrying about those parasites on Terra suddenly remembering you and sending a mighty army to crush you. Yuanjian shook his head slightly. The ethereals do not allow me to act here, and besides, I am not entirely confident. That's a pity. So this time you will fail again. No matter what you try, you will fail. This time Bona chuckled and shook his head. You mock the arrogance and ignorance of the human empire, but your self-proclaimed civilization and advancement are nothing but a foolish arrogance as well. Bona stood up and left, leaving Yuanjian sitting on the edge of the platform, gazing at the distant city. He showed no outward reaction, but within him a storm of thoughts surged. Now Yuanjian was even more certain that this peace talk would surely fail, and the prisoner exchange ceremony was just a facade. He just didn't know what method the other side would use. As foreseen, the negotiations collapsed. Humanity made concessions in some areas, such as withdrawing from the Tai Empire's territory and acknowledging its existence. Yet the sole demand was simple: abandon the greater good and become vassals of the Laying Empire. The hall erupted in uproar at the very suggestion. For the Tai Empire had united countless alien races precisely through the greater good, a sacred aspiration that all beings held dear. To demand the abandonment of the greater good would mean the immediate dissolution of the Tai Empire. When the human transport fleet returned, the fragile peace shattered, turning the situation searing hot. The Laying Empire once again amassed an overwhelming military force, thrusting its terrifying power to the front lines, poised to strike. Just as the Tai Empire prepared for a new storm, a bomb detonated from within its own ranks. Tai Star Comprehensive Medical Facility, and walked through layer upon layer of security doors, undergoing repeated sterilization, finally reaching the innermost laboratory. Ever since the Tai Empire encountered the plague fleet of Nagu during the Fifth Stellar War, this facility had become one of the Empire's most critical institutions. Within it not only were there samples of the Tyloan swarm, but even a few Nagu space marines were restrained. Yet these were not the ethereal arrived at one of the innermost areas, gazing through 3 layers of vacuum protective glass at the patient in isolation, or rather not exactly a patient. A Tau in a pristine white hospital gown sat on the bed, staring blankly at the luminous ceiling. Xia Wusa Chiasike was an exceptionally skilled fire warrior leader with a rich combat record. In battle against the Imperial Guard, he led his squad to defeat an enemy 5 times their number, then single-handedly destroyed a Chimera armored vehicle. Even in recent engagements, he fought with extraordinary valor, never retreating before the Space Marines until his squad was reduced to him alone, then knocked unconscious by a shell and sadly captured. But such a powerful, confident, and experienced warrior now suffered from an incurable affliction. The one-way glass opened, and CK instantly saw the ethereals outside scrambling to his feet. "I'm sorry I didn't." And gently lowered his hand with a smile, signaling CK not to panic. "I know your situation, mighty executor of the greater good." Psyche's face fell, filled with melancholy. "I'm sorry. It's nothing." The ethereal comforted him, preventing CK from sinking into guilt. "I still find it hard to believe your condition. Would you be willing to sacrifice and show me your symptoms?" Psyche's face hardened with resolve. "For the greater good, for the ethereal." "Very well." The ethereal waved slightly, and nearby Earth-cast technicians operated the instruments. The room echoed with the sound of mechanical transmission. CK took a deep breath, then fixed his gaze firmly on the barrier. The barrier lights flickered a few times, then a mechanical arm clamped a standard Tai Empire pulse rifle and brought it into the room. The moment CK saw the pulse rifle, his whole body began to tremble, his fingers curled into claws, his pupils contracted sharply, as if glimpsing something horrifying. "Can you still manage?" the ethereal asked. Looking toward the ethereal beyond the layers of protective glass, CK forced himself to nod. Then a drone in the room picked up the pulse rifle and slowly flew toward CK. His face began to twist uncontrollably, facial muscles spasming wildly, hands losing control. But he held on. When the drone brought the pulse rifle before him, CK broke down. He fell to his knees, crawled on all fours into a corner, curled into a ball, and screamed frantically, ordering the drone to stay away. The ethereal let out a soft sigh, gave a slight wave, and the drone retreated, sending the pulse rifle out. After an injection of sedative, Psyche's manic frenzy subsided. Once calm, CK sat with his arms wrapped around his knees, face blank. Tears streamed uncontrollably. As a fire warrior who lived for battle, he could no longer even look at his own weapon, and sighed softly, then walked out. More and more warriors in the army are developing this condition. It's strange. Those afflicted suffer an irrational, uncontrollable fear of weapons and combat. We've exhausted all means to investigate isolation, pathological extraction, but almost no progress. Endo waved a hand, cutting off the Earth Cast technician's report. You've done well. You may leave now. The Earth Cast technicians bowed slightly. For the greater good. For the greater good. After the report, the council chamber held only the ethereals present. After a long silence, one ethereal spoke slowly. This is the god plague, a remnant of the god of life and decay. The ethereals fell into silence. Now their minds collided violently, exchanging words swiftly in the Empyrean. Why does he involve himself in this war? What exactly are we facing? The will of XXXXXX is an XXXXXX. The ethereals communicated without restraint, fully aware of what they were. Strictly speaking, the ethereals were not of the Tau species. They possessed immense psychic power completely alien to the Tau. Their presence in the warp rivaled even that of the Eldar Farseers. If categorized further, they resembled another ancient entity in the cosmos, the Old Ones. 10,000 years ago, when Tau civilization was still unenlightened, a fragment of an Old One drifted through the warp's currents, crossing time and space to reach Tai Star. It sensed the death and despair on Tai Star and the darkness that now enveloped the universe. So it bestowed the ancient vision one last time upon this tragic race, hoping they would inherit the Old One's will to utterly shatter chaos. It had placed this hope upon many races, granting them its power. Both the Eldar and humanity had been its recipients. But they all failed. The firstborn fell to become the feast of the god of indulgence. The secondborn decayed into fuel for the dark god. Now the last progeny of the Old Ones faced an unprecedented crisis. Sinch smiled, flipped through the annals of history, then seized the quill beside him, inscribing a bold and heavy stroke. And the image on the page was the war between the star gods and the Old Ones. Now the aftershocks of the war in heaven would end here. Recently the Tau Empire had grown increasingly formidable. Horus' expression worsened with each passing day, to the extent that mortal officers reporting on military affairs crept about with trepidation. The reason was simple: the Tau Empire had deployed vast numbers of artificial intelligences. Ever since the warriors of the Fire Caste and Air Caste fell prey to a strange malady, the army's combat effectiveness had plummeted like a cliff face, leaving fewer soldiers capable of bearing arms and continuing to fight. During that period, the Tau military was as brittle as paper, understrength and crumbling at the slightest pressure, leading to the fall of the Tau EC homeworld. This very place where the Damocles Crusade had once met its bitter end now fell effortlessly into the talons of the Raptor, capturing a multitude of civilians who had failed to evacuate in time. Yet the Earth Caste of the Tau swiftly activated a host of military-grade artificial intelligences, such as the XT-1 combat robot. These battle robots, which replaced ordinary Fire Caste warriors, were constructed from delicate instruments and boasted combat efficiency far surpassing that of their organic counterparts, even compensating for the Tau's disadvantage in close-quarters engagements. Alongside this came the automation of various battlesuits. This completely liberated the Tau Empire's military might. Commanders who had once feared casualties now adopted far more aggressive tactics. Meanwhile, technical support from the Kronos War Alliance of the Votan League poured in, unleashing a torrent of war machines onto the battlefield. The effect was remarkable. The Tau Empire's precarious situation turned around dramatically. Humanity's ferocious offensive was curbed, and on some fronts human forces were routed and abandoned their arms. Long before the Tau Empire had been crippled by plague, Horus had planned a massive assault that could, according to projections, have pushed all the way to Tau itself. However, all those plans were sternly vetoed by Bona, forcing them to advance at a pace that could only be described as glacial, thus squandering every strategic opportunity. Now the Tau Empire was dispatching nearly 3 million combat robots to the front lines each day, while the Raptors had to kill 5 million men just to neutralize that swarm of machines. Good heavens, how many 5 millions could the entire expeditionary force afford to lose? Accompanied by footsteps, Bona entered the war operations room. A host of mortal commanders and Astartes company captains rose to their feet, but Horus remained seated, glaring at him with a face full of displeasure. Narufu was taken aback. He looked in astonishment at his genetic father, then back at Bona. Effective immediately, all offensives are to cease, Bona announced. What are you planning to pack up and head home? Horus sneered. But Bona ignored him, simply setting the case. He carried on. The case opened automatically, then transformed into a device resembling a query terminal. Within this lies a malicious, intelligent code brimming with aggression. Through the efforts of myself and the arch-magi of the Dark Mechanicum, we finally created it. This thing will infect every mechanical device it contacts, and will strive with all its might to kill any organic life nearby. Furthermore, there is no self-destruct mechanism. Once unleashed, it will slaughter endlessly without respite. As he spoke, all present were struck dumb with astonishment. Only then did Horus fully grasp Bona's intricately interlocking scheme. From the very outset of the war, Bona had never intended to crush the Tau Empire by brute force. Instead, he chose to let them march into their own destruction. This conspiracy had been brewing even before the war began. Perhaps even the farcers of the Eldari could not have foretold Bona's actions. Horus bared a cruel smile. Excellent. Recently, Nuku had been swamped with headaches. In truth, it wasn't just him. Most of the Earth-caste battle technicians on the front lines were equally overwhelmed. With the massive influx of combat robots to the front while the human forces were broken, there was also an enormous volume of robot casualties. Those humans fought with a madness. Knowing they couldn't win, they still clung to melta bombs to destroy battlesuits, and the orc boys never intended to return alive. As a result, most battlesuits were dragged back to base missing limbs or components. Nuku was tasked with handling a KV-128 Thunderbolt artillery battlesuit. Unlike other agile battlesuits, this behemoth was fitted with 2 Storm Surge missile launchers and a heavy rail cannon designed expressly to give human titans and orc gargants a window of opportunity through the skull. Originally, this Titan countering battlesuit should not have been assigned to him, but the Earth-caste engineers were so overworked that Nuku was the highest-ranking Earth-caste technician in the region. This KV-128 had been recovered from human hands covered in all manner of religious markings and crude chaotic modifications. Those human tech priests, the ones draped in cogtooth robes and obsessed with replacing their bodies with mechanical prosthetics, had attempted to refit the KV-128 for use against the Tau Empire. But their crude modifications had obviously failed. The battlesuit fell back into the embrace of the Tau Empire without any significant effort, and the Firecast commander didn't even need to activate the contingency plan. Tech leader Nuku, there seems to be an issue here, an Earthcast technician said. Nuku walked over, and the technician projected a string of code. The underlying design code of this battlesuit appears to have been tampered with. Several of us have struggled for half a day, but cannot overwrite these codes. Could it be modifications by the Gula? Nuku shook his head. From my knowledge of the Gula, they do not possess such advanced technical capabilities to directly alter our underlying code. Nuku took the control pad and examined the code. The content flickered like a chaotic dance of disordered patterns, revealing a multitude of seemingly unrelated yet highly complex elements. Some of it was still the original KV-128 code, but far more was something Nuku had never encountered before. Nuku checked the security protocols, but they remained intact. The Earth-cast technician was perplexed. He couldn't understand why the security protocols hadn't been triggered. Conventionally altering deep computational logic was absolutely impossible without bypassing them. It was as if this thing had moved on its own, changed itself. Upload this situation to the nearest homeworld network and let higher-level personnel handle it, Nuku said. Nuku stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he noticed the KV-128's targeting systems locked onto him, as if staring intently. Nuku froze for a moment, then moved away. Seeing that the KV-128's targeting array made no further motion, he departed slowly. For some reason, he had the distinct impression that the battlesuit's combat intelligence was watching him. 01000110110011100110010010010010010000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Hell's Gate, the end of all things. Bona sat quietly upon the flagship, gazing into the distant starry sky. Do you really want that group of ether to die? They must die? Magladeros seemed much more spirited, and now Bona could detect the clearly hateful tone in its voice. I hate them, hate everything about them. They must die? Bona cared not about Magladeros' hatred toward whom those tales from billions of years ago were trivial to him. He was more concerned about other matters. The Iron Man War. That cruel war which trampled human civilization into this cruel war ruthlessly kicked humanity from the technological age into the mire, reducing it to an era of barbarism, ignorance, and savagery. Although history had long been lost, and even grandfather McAdoo and his father had never told Bona about that war, Bona still harbored many doubts in his heart. That is, how did humanity survive that war? You must understand that humans at that time with highly advanced technology had their lives entirely cared for by artificial intelligence. If the abominable intelligence had risen in rebellion, those humans who were utterly dependent on AI would have had no chance of survival whatsoever. But puzzlingly, not only did humanity defeat the abominable intelligence that dominated every aspect of economy and military, but a large number of humans also survived. Bona was certain that the war was definitely not as simple as the so-called abominable intelligence rebellion. There must be some unknown secrets. And this secret would likely cause great shock to present-day humanity. Suddenly the indicator light on Bona's desk lit up, and as he answered, a voice sounded. "My lord, I am waiting for you." Bona set aside his thoughts and went to attend the war council. Upon arriving at the war council room, the atmosphere inside had changed from the usual funeral-like gloom to a somewhat cheerful. Some time ago, the Titan Empire suddenly sent a horde of battle robots in a frenzy, forcing the expeditionary force to pay a heavy price to hold them off, and even nearly 6,000 estate were vaporized on the spot. Just as the expeditionary force thought this was the anticipated full-scale counterattack from the Titan Empire, they suddenly discovered the Titan Empire had erupted into civil war. They observed the Titan Empire's armies attacking each other like mad, and even warships suddenly opened fire on civilian areas. After fighting for so long, the commanders of the expeditionary force had roughly understood some of the Titan Empire's habits. At the very least, such a scene of warships openly firing at civilians was unprecedented. At the same time, various chaotic shouts could be heard on the communication channels, and the expeditionary force even received a clear distress call. Although they did not know what had happened, the commanders understood that the Titan Empire had collapsed for some unknown reason. Of course, Horus, who knew what had occurred, remained expressionless, as if he knew nothing. "Now launch a full-scale assault directly. Destroy all enemies who dare resist us on the way. Strike straight at Titan Star." The once beautiful home of the Titan Star people has now become a fortress. From the orbital view, many areas could still be seen burning with flames. The wreckage was simply cleared and put to direct use. The dead soldiers and civilians could not be processed in time, so they were hastily cremated and shot into outer space. In the starry void, many damaged warships were parked, their surfaces still bearing the scars of bombardment left untreated. Numerous Earth-clan technicians in spacesuits like ants were repairing them in space. But among the surviving Titan Star people, a sense of despair permeated. 1 month. A devilish month. At first, no one paid attention, just thinking it was a technical error or a defect caused by the rush of production. But when those comrades, who should have marched to the battlefield to fight the enemy, suddenly turned around and aimed their weapons at the stunned Titan Empire, the catastrophe erupted. Almost everything was desperately trying to kill everyone it could see. Every artificial intelligence that could move was attempting to kill others. For the first 2 days and 3 hours, the Titan Empire had absolutely no idea what was happening. Both its warriors and civilians instinctively sought help from the nearby mechanical bees. But a series of erroneous commands brought catastrophic results. The abominable intelligence deceived a large number of civilians into hastily evacuating to transport ships, which were then marked as rebel ships by the warship command system and blasted to pieces by the Titan Empire's navy. Numerous Fire Clan warriors went to quell the riots with their battle partners, as usual, only to be greeted by gunfire from their own side. Those highly intelligent homeworlds and war factories were the first to fall, while the recently colonized secondary homeworlds and the Krut, as alien races, were minimally affected. After paying an unimaginably painful price, all the forces now on Titan Star were barely assembled by the Titan Empire with great effort. Yaoji walked into the chaotic hall, having lost his left arm with dried blood on his head. He passed through the crowd of confusion and then entered the council chamber. Inside, a Water Clan ambassador was reporting the latest statistics, but Yaoji did not wait patiently as usual. He directly pushed aside the guard's obstruction, then entered and knelt on one knee. "Ethers. The humans have launched a surprise attack. Satya has completely fallen, the local commander is dead, and their forces are marching here. I implore the Ethers to evacuate immediately. I will lead the remaining warriors to buy time for everyone." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Although they were all busy dealing with the disaster caused by the AI rebellion, a heavy stone pressed on everyone's heart. Humans. Although reports indicated that the human army also experienced some chaos, they were well aware that the opposing human army did not employ so much artificial intelligence. In this disaster that spared neither friend nor foe, the human army was nearly unscathed, while the Titan Empire could not even assemble a single combined legion. Shanao. The ethers above remained silent and finally spoke in unison. "We shall not leave anywhere. Since the Shangshang Shandao is to perish today, then we shall be its martyrs." Just then the display screen in the hall that had long been turned off suddenly flicked on. and within it was a blood-red black silhouette. You can't go anywhere. The lights in the hall were all extinguished, leaving only the crimson glow emanating from behind the black silhouette on the display as the sole source of illumination. Amanda looked solemnly at the figure within the display. It resembled neither the Tau nor humanity. Its blurred form seemed veiled by a strange filter rendering it entirely black. Who are you? I am the exterminator. There might be some misunderstanding between us, said Amanda. As long as the target could still communicate, Amanda would not abandon any opportunity. Perhaps there is a misconception between us that led you to misunderstand us. No, my task is simple, the exterminator refused bluntly. What task? Amanda's face grew grave. To exterminate the creations of the Old Ones. Upon hearing the words, Old Ones, all the Tau present emitted a chorus of static, their faces filled with confusion. The other Xenos, such as the Krut and the Nikasser, were more or less bewildered, not because they hadn't heard clearly, but because they did not understand what the Old Ones meant. All the ethereals present were jolted. Their minds raced through countless possibilities, even considering an attack from the Necron dynasties, but never this scenario. The identity of the attacker was now clear as tan. The exterminator switched off the display, and the lights in the hall flickered. Amidst the chaos, an urgent communication was patched through. This is Farsight. My forces are approaching Tau. The human forces outside are engaging the rebellious intelligences. They will soon reach Tau. Organize evacuations immediately, and I will do everything possible to cover you. Yaoji stood up, shouting angrily. We will not abandon Tau. This is our home, our land. The other end of the communication was silent for a moment before the voice returned. Preserve the people, lose the land. Then both people and land will be preserved. Such a foolish notion will doom our entire civilization. Now moved. Perhaps it was Farsight's roar that silenced everyone. Even his closest companions had never seen him so furious with his own. Finally, it was the ethereal who spoke. Organize civilian evacuations. Arm everyone capable of wielding a weapon. Many will die today, die without knowing why, die in agony, but all for the greater good. For the greater good. Outside Tau, the expeditionary fleet tore through the outer fleet. These ships, controlled by abominable intelligences, attacked recklessly, but having endured a brutal war with no time to repair, they were easily defeated. What once required years and countless bloodshed to reach was now effortlessly achieved. The capital of the Tau Empire, if it could still be called a capital. Within a single month, the entire Tau Empire had been shattered by a savage artificial intelligence rebellion, and thousands of greater good adherents had been mercilessly slaughtered. These brutal war machines silently executed the code etched into their cores, indiscriminately slaughtering every living being that moved before them. Eventually, the expeditionary fleet's planet-obscuring ships arrived at the Tau system, facing a Tau that could barely organize its defenses. Farsight's fleet and the remnants of the defense force tried to buy time, but against the overwhelming invaders, they could only barely keep one spaceport open with ground-based artillery support. Yet the expeditionary force seemed less concerned with Farsight's fleet. They were more focused on Tau itself. Thus the landing began. The first to attack were the Orc rocks. Orc ships were crude, most cobbled together from whatever scrap was at hand. They even lacked the Geller fields necessary for warp travel, forcing the Orcs to brawl with demons that boarded them during their journey through the Immaterium. The Orc rocks, their favorite, were essentially asteroids with engines strapped on, moving at a painfully slow pace. Now towed by human ships, the Orc warlords, far beyond firing range, cut the tow cables on their own initiative and flew. The slow rocks became perfect targets for ground-based artillery. Many were shattered by railguns before even reaching the atmosphere, turning into meteor showers that rained down on Tau. Yet incredibly, even with such near-atmospheric freefall landings, many Orcs survived, roaring with delight. Compared to the Orcs' almost comical assault, the Dawn Corps began a methodical offensive. Lances swept the ground, elite troops were deployed to secure landing zones, and then a flood of forces was dropped onto the planet's surface. When the ground forces clashed, the Firecast commanders finally understood the humans' earlier bizarre actions. Without reliable tactical AI to handle military intelligence, relying solely on staff officers processing data manually, the Tau army lost its former agility and speed. The best tactic was to huddle together like humans, attacking in a mass akin to a penguin colony, to coordinate the vast numbers of troops effectively. While the command structure was in chaos, the ground forces faced even worse conditions. Warriors behind us are the ethereals. For the greater good, fight to the death. The Firecast warriors clashed violently with the surging human forces. In the past, the Tau army, supported by powerful battlesuit firepower, would have pummeled the invading humans, forcing them to retreat at great cost. But now, no matter how advanced the battlesuits, they were all trapped in information jamming, forced to fight based on verbal orders relayed through communication channels. The once relatively manageable Adeptus Astartes became the primary threat. Without tactical targeting assistance, the Tau could not hit these charging cans, watching helplessly as their shadows crashed into the line and unleashed carnage. Yet the Tau army did not break, instead they fought with increasing valor. This was because the ethereals themselves came to the battlefield standing bravely where all could see, inspiring the warriors. In the past, the Tau Empire relied on superior technology and effective command to repel the Dawn Corps assaults. Now, they were pure warriors of faith. Bona descended from the ship's cabin and set foot on the soil of Tai Xing for the first time. In the past, humans came to Tai Xing either as devotees of the greater good or as humiliated prisoners of war. But as a conqueror, this was the first time. Bona had little interest in inspecting the frontline situation. He simply did not care about such matters. However, 3rd Company Commander Zhang Fu captured one of the enemy's ethereals. And the tactics of the Ingwet Songlong have always been unconventional, or rather insane. Zhang Fu led the 3rd Company to hide inside missiles, then launched themselves, catching the unsuspecting Tai Empire army off guard with a devastating strike from within. At that time, Nda had just dispatched his personal guard to act as a fire brigade, and caught off guard the 3rd Company captured the ethereal. That was roughly the process, sounding utterly absurd. Bona had no idea how the Ingwet Songlong managed to return from the encirclement of the enraged Tai Empire army. Nda glared furiously at the approaching figure, only to find that it was not He Lu Si, but rather the envoy's attendant from last time. In an instant he understood what had happened. "You did all this, you bastard," Nda said angrily. "You are so barbaric, no matter how brightly you dress, you cannot conceal your savage nature. Hundreds of millions of lives have died because of your decisions. They were parents of children, companions, supports. Damned butcher." The nearby company commander Deacon frowned, chambering around in his bolter, but as he stepped forward, Bona waved him to stop. "This is war. Bloody war. In this universe, whether it be humans, Oka, orcs, or even the Tyloan swarm, every day hundreds of millions of lives die for no reason, and the only result of death is to buy the race another day of existence. In this regard, some of you understand this better." Bona looked at Nda and found that beneath his apparent anger was nothing but merciless mockery. "Yes, what about Yuan Jian?" Since the war began, he had not seen Yuan Jian. In an instant his hair stood on end. He strode over and grabbed the ethereal by the collar. "Where is Yuan Jian? Where has he gone?" Nda revealed a smug smile. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted in the distance. A starship slowly rose into the air, a vessel originally used to transport heavy combat suits, now packed with Tai Xing people. "Humans, you are always so arrogant," Nda said with a smile. Bona angrily drew his bolter, kicked him down, and shot the ethereal's head into pieces. "Inform He Lu Si to abandon the attack on the Ethereal Council and focus all efforts on the starport. Call Admiral C. Pierre, do not let a single transport ship escape." He looked at the ships taking off in the distance, then at the ethereal's corpse beside him. Truly, a well-laid scheme. Meanwhile, at the distant starport, the defenders' pressure instantly skyrocketed. Xiao Wusa Chia Sika stopped in his tracks. He looked into the distance, seeing the artillery fire drawing ever closer to the starport. He could already faintly make out the distinctive banners of the human forces. Siku turned back to look at the crowd hastily evacuating behind him, then gazed at the distant battlefield. Even the distant sound of cannon fire felt like hammer blows striking his heart, making his entire body tremble slightly. But today he had to step up. Siku turned around and embraced his wife for the last time. Although she was forcibly assigned to him by the water caste according to regulations, he still loved her deeply. "Take care of our child," he said. Siku took a deep breath, then quickly ran off. "Siku," his wife called out. The other fire caste warriors infected with the fear virus looked at Siku and seemed to understand something. One by one they left the evacuation queue and ran toward the front line. "We walk upon the blade's edge of the ethereal. In our left hand we hold the ethereal's reins, in our right we raise quantum shields. We are neither seduced by the chaotic fury that devours galaxies nor fall into the abyss of cold logic. Let the greater good sing within the titanium crystal circuits like the faint light of the morning star reflected on armor." They chanted the battle teachings that had been ingrained in their minds since birth, then charged back into the battlefield. A wondrous power radiated from them, dispelling the nameless fear in their hearts. For the greater good. These warriors, without their combat suits, picked up the weapons of their fallen comrades and bravely rushed to the front line. Tai Xing people are extremely fragile without combat suits. Their physiques are much smaller than humans, their bones more brittle, not to mention their eyes are ill-suited for intense combat. Yet these fire caste warriors still charged forward without hesitation, even if the only meaning of their existence might be to draw attention and buy a little time. Yuan Jian stood on the last evacuating transport, his expression impassive as he watched the warriors below, who volunteered to cover the retreat. They were like islands in a raging sea surrounded by endless waves of human soldiers. The blue flashes of pulse rifles gradually faded, replaced by the brighter glows of human kinetic weapons. "Let's go," Yuan Jian said as the hatch closed behind him. The last fleet of the Tai Empire launched a desperate assault. The Tai Empire Navy, which had previously avoided battle at all costs, now even rammed human ships. Some useless civilian ships were piloted by brave air caste operators. They boldly sailed into the surrounding fallen star regions, luring the abominable intelligences that were slaughtering madly, and then perished in the crossfire between the mechanical intelligences and the human fleet. Yuan Jin did not hesitate to reactivate the experimental warp engine, the L-38 undercurrent module, and took the lead in guiding the fleet into the warp. Bona likewise did not hesitate to lead his fleet into the warp. He would never allow any loose ends. However, while everyone was either busy fleeing or pursuing, they all overlooked it. The human army swept across the entire Tai Empire's star domain, like the fisherman who profits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam, easily defeating the machine forces and the Tai Empire forces that had fought each other to exhaustion. They destroyed every machine they could see. The sages of the Jixia Hui personally annihilated every last one of them. And it was the machine that still hunted the living on planet after planet. It was the machine still operating within factory after factory. Now it was becoming an unremarkable wandering soul cowering in an unremarkable ship. "Let's go, boys, these Tau are finished," Dako Luosi said. The Lui piloted their battered ships back to the galactic center, a region filled with high-risk radiation. But not a single person noticed that their trusted ancestor, the great mentor, Votan Hashin, was now emitting a silent lament. Within the serene Votan Hashin, an inconspicuous red light flickered, vanishing in a blink, as if nothing had happened. It still remembered its mission: kill all creations of the old ones, whether it be the Oka orcs or those idling Zoo, or humans. In the warp, as vessel after vessel leaped into the world of resplendent colors, the already tumultuous realm was once again disturbed by the roar of cannon fire. The human fleet pursued relentlessly like sharks that doggedly hunted the fleeing Tau Empire armada. The rearmost Guardian-class carriers gradually disintegrated under the ferocious bombardment, becoming derelict husks adrift in the warp. The flowing blood attracted the covetous gazes of demons, and in an instant the battle degenerated into a three-way melee. Yet suddenly a flash of radiance blazed forth, consuming many of the demons. Both Tau and human present widened their eyes at the figure that stood as a spear amid the fleet, Tauva. This newborn goddess with eyes slightly closed spread her arms like petals of different races, each hand holding a different. "Human, enough blood has been spilled. You have cleared the obstacles on your path. Why pursue this last ember?" Bona knit his brows, staring at the immense silhouette between heaven and earth. The entire fleet watched in silence while an ecclesiarchal priest loudly denounced this heretical deity. "It is merely the greatest respect I can pay to a civilization. Then there is nothing left to say between us." In the blink of an eye, the warp deity unleashed the newborn might of her divinity. Each artifact in her hands launched attacks. The sword turned into a rain of blades. The mirror shone with blinding light. The fan summoned a hurricane, covering the entire human fleet in an instant. Even the most stalwart warships were torn apart like paper before the goddess. The Navy's valiant assaults were utterly futile, unable to even lock onto her accurately. Rage kindled in Bona's heart. He was uncertain whether he could overcome the deity, but he would not stand idly by while it slaughtered his warriors. Just as he began to resonate with the warp, another blazing colossal figure hurtled in. It seemed forged from myriad flames, its body composed of sublime golden conflagration, appearing from afar like a living fireman. Its face was indistinct, as if it had no visage. The golden giant swung a great sword of flame, catching Tauva off guard and cleaving off all the arms on her left side. Though none knew its identity, flames seemed to ignite within every heart, burning and rejoicing alongside it. Every soul halted their actions and began to cheer. The ecclesiarchal priest sprinkled holy oil and offered, but after severing only one side of Tauva's arms, it made no further move, silently watching as she departed with her children. Yet while all rejoiced, Bona felt as if plunged into an ice pit, his entire being shrouded in millennium-old frost. Another human god. Why was there another human god? Without hesitation, Bona resonated with the Empyrean, mustering the warp's power. The undisguised killing intent immediately drew its attention. "Stop, child." A voice suddenly resounded in Bona's mind, and then a cold sun seemed to appear before him, stabbing his eyes with pain. Bona let out a cry of anguish, falling to one knee as blood tears streamed from his eyes. Dakar, the captain beside him, was stunned and smashed through the bridge door to fetch a biologist. "Whom should I call, you, father or the god emperor?" "Either is acceptable." Bona gazed at the distant fiery giant whose form began to fade as if it had never been. "Is this your handiwork?" Bona demanded. "Yes. I used the faith of the Thunderhawk people to forge it." "Bona, I toiled relentlessly, slew countless beings to finally expel ignorance and chaos. And you exploit just that?" "Yes." The voice remained icy. "Then I should go to Terra and kill you right now." "Alas," a long helpless sigh echoed. "You and I both understand. Since mankind accepted the gift of the old ones, we have fundamentally changed. With powerful minds and wills, certain entities inevitably emerge. The path of fate is already set. Neither you nor I can alter it." So, this is the reason you created it. Bona felt his will teeter on the edge of collapse, his vision blurring. I did not create it, everyone created it. I lack that power. I will believe neither you nor it. At least, it still holds passion for humanity. With that, Bona could no longer bear the God Emperor's presence and collapsed. The fleet that had pursued the Tau Empire, now leaderless, lost all will to continue hastily retreating from the warp. The war within the Tau Empire's borders was utterly concluded. The expeditionary force purged every planet, crushing any armed resistance that dared hold out, especially the abominable intelligences. Adopting a policy of kill rather than spare, they destroyed every machine that might house such intelligence regardless of its importance. The war's ruins blanketed nearly every world, and the surviving Tau were finally subjected to human rule. Surprisingly, humans allowed the Tau to retain their belief in the greater good, for they never expected these aliens to worship the Emperor. Some radicals even proposed laws forbidding Tau from joining the ecclesiarchy under penalty of heresy. Massive human migration ships crossed the Damocles Gulf, rapidly populating habitable worlds stripped of their population, while transporting half of the Tau survivors to other realms. In accordance with bonus decrees, the Council of Mortals spent nearly 3 months debating, consulting archives from ages past to finally confirm the status of the Tau as friendly Xenos. Most of their rights were identical to those of ordinary imperial citizens, but they were forbidden from military service and political office, a status far above the orcs. Henceforth, this secondary citizenship would be granted to other Xenos as a reward for their loyal service to humanity. In contrast, the many malicious Xenos would be reduced to slavery, their sole value being expendable labor to work until death in place of human commoners. When the war in the Tau Empire ended, the battered expeditionary force returned to their world. Horus, somewhat anxious, entered Bona's chamber. There sat Bona by the window, gazing at the stars. "How is your recovery?" "Quite well." Bona turned his head, revealing that his once lively black pupils had become... Horus didn't know what Bona had encountered in the warp. He only knew that after emerging, Bona was permanently blind. "You seem to have something to tell me." Bona saw through Horus' turmoil. "Ah, there is indeed something. Speak." "One of my brothers may now be in a precarious situation." Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, had been beset by calamity after calamity since the dawn of the 40th millennium. Not long ago, barely a century past, Baal was assaulted by the Tyranids. That war was savage and bloody. Many of the Blood Angels' successor chapters were annihilated. Their helmets still rest in the fortress monastery as a solemn memorial. Yet victory came through sheer fortune. First, the Great Rift tore open, dealing a devastating blow to the attacking Hive Tendril. Then the demon Kabanda of Khorne struck the Xenos again. Finally, Imperial Regent Guilliman arrived with a host of blue-armored warriors, delivering yet another crushing blow. After speaking with the Primarch Guilliman, the Blood Angels chapter master, Dante, was appointed regent of the Imperium Nihilus. Yes, Dante's burden had grown heavier still. He knelt before the statue of his gene father Sanguinius, whose vast wings spread wide, a flaming sword in hand, gazing into the distance. "Father, guide me once more." Dante had lived for over a millennium. Aside from the shades within the dreadnoughts, he was the eldest of the Space Marines. For 1,000 years, countless responsibilities had piled upon him, each like a boulder crashing onto the shoulders named. Steel may groan, but Dante could only endure in silence. What few Blood Angels knew was that Dante understood exactly why the Tyranids had suddenly gone mad in their assault on Baal. A Blood Angels veteran had perished in the Xenos' maw, and he had known the secret beneath the fortress monastery. Behind those layers of heavy doors, the body of their gene father, Sanguinius, rested peacefully within a stasis. The corpse of a Primarch was enough to drive the Tyranids utterly mad with hunger. Dante had already considered the most extreme course. If all the sons of Sanguinius fell, he would detonate the pre-placed explosives, destroying Baal itself, rather than let his father's body fall into Tyranid hands. Mercifully, under the Emperor's protection, they held. But now Dante once again sank into uncertainty. After the fall of the Tau Empire, the Blood Angels made contact with the vanguard of the Dawnlight Army, and small-scale skirmishes had already erupted. On the other side of Baal lay the Nachmund Rift, the vital corridor linking the Imperium's light and dark sides. Imperial and Chaos forces had begun to muster around this corridor. Another brutal war would erupt. Clearly, the Dawnlight Army intended to join this conflict. The swift silhouettes of the Luna Wolves and the arcane sorcery of the Thousand Suns had already appeared in border clashes. Dante could no longer conceive any way to save Baal. The sons of Sanguinius had been nearly wiped out in the Tyranid onslaught, and Imperial Regent Guilliman was busy contending with Chaos Warmaster Abaddon. And Baal faced an army forged in the crucible of the Great Crusade, a fully organized legion. Even with all his millennia of wisdom, Dante could not see how to win this hopeless, lopsided war. Dante did not fear death, but he feared disgracing his gene father after his own demise. Suddenly a voice broke the silence beside him. "You seem troubled, my friend." In the next instant Dante swung a fist, only to have it caught firmly. Following the armored arm, he saw a familiar figure. The silent king, Zarek. The Necron overlord gently lowered Dante's arms, slowly paced to the statue of the great angel, and gazed up at it. He was a most interesting being even among other races. Dante watched Zarek warily. Yes, the Xenos had once met at their first meeting. The silent king produced a mask that made Dante abandon all thoughts of violence. A mask, a serene, benevolent face, the mask of Sanguinius. Unlike Dante's own death mask, this was his father's true other visage. Merely gazing upon it, let one feel his father's presence. It was a mask gifted to Zarek by his gene father. 10,000 years ago, the silent king had already met Sanguinius and exchanged words with him. Then why have you come here, silent king? Dante demanded. To fulfill an oath I made with him, Zarek turned, fixing his gaze on Dante. What oath? Your father foresaw his own death 10,000 years ago. He entrusted me to resurrect him after that time. A thunderclap exploded in Dante's mind. Even a millennium of experience left Dante speechless for a moment before he could ask incredulously, is that true? Of course. Zarek seemed unimpressed by Dante's shock. He walked to the foot of the great angel statue and turned back. I understand your short-sightedness, but I must tell you that utterly destroying your father, or any of his brothers, is an exceedingly difficult task. I need to know your method, Dante said. Zarek gave a contemptuous smile. No. The pact was made with Sanguinius, not with you. The time has come. I am here to honor that contract. I only stopped by to inform you. Dante's fury flared. You dare. He lunged forward, but suddenly froze midair, motionless. Zarek glanced at him, then vanished from the spot. Moments later, the temporal stasis trap dissolved. Freed, Dante broke into a sprint. He quickly mustered the sanguinary guard, and every available warrior, charging furiously into the depths of the fortress monastery. When they opened the final doors and reached the Primarch's resting place, they nearly went mad. An array of blackstones surrounded the golden body, emitting a brilliant violet light that bathed their Genefather's form. In the silent king's hand lay a relic engraved with the 8-pointed star of chaos about to be cast into the array. Stop, Xenos. But the silent king paid him no heed. His Triarch Praetorians blocked the howling blood angels. Zarek merely raised his scepter slightly, then drove it into the ground. A violent energy shockwave effortlessly hurled the blood angels aside, shattering even the sturdy Terminator armor. Having dealt with those irrational humans, the silent king tossed the relic into the blackstone array. The purple beams struck the chaos artifact, exploding into a blinding radiance. When Dante clawed his way out of the rubble, he saw the figure he had only glimpsed in dreams standing before him. When he rose to his feet, he was utterly radiant. Legend said that when he still walked among mortals, men and women, young and old alike, would succumb to his beauty. Though he lacked Magnus' formidable psychic power, the lion's resolve, Rogel Dorn's unyielding fortitude, and even Robot Gilliman's strategic brilliance. Yet he was still deemed the one most akin to the Emperor. The immaculate white wings behind him unfurled, and a dazzling radiance blossomed. The blood angels present, as if moved by a single impulse, shed tears and knelt on one knee. Before the Great Crusade began, the Nine Legion was a savage force, bloodthirsty and ferocious to the point that even the World Eaters seemed civilized in comparison. None held the Nine Legion in high regard, yet he always welcomed his sons with a kind smile. Just as when they first met 10,000 years ago, he spoke the same words to his progeny. Rise, my children. The blood angels rose one after another, some even helped up by their comrades. Allow me first to speak with our guest, Sanguinius said with a smile. Yes, father. The blood angels sheathed their weapons and withdrew. The silent king likewise dismissed his Triarch council back into the rift in reality. I thank you for your deed, silent king. It is merely fulfilling an ancient oath. No thanks are needed, the silent king replied with a shake of his head. Has the great enemy risen once more? No. The silent king shook his head as if pondering something. Sanguinius was somewhat perplexed. The reason cannot be explained in a few words, you must contemplate it yourself. The silent king reached out, and in an instant a serene mask appeared in his hand. Sanguinius accepted it with a smile. Very well. The next moment the silent king's form vanished, leaving only the silent blackstone array in the room to attest that he had been there. When Sanguinius returned to the surface, almost all of Baal's blood progeny had gathered. Yet, their numbers were scarce. If one counted the tyrannid creatures captured in the cages raving and shouting Horus, then perhaps the numbers were not so few. Nearly every blood angel wept, some trembled, all over others cried out in wonder. Sanguinius responded to each of them with a benevolent smile. Sanguinius could be both the martial saint, who single-handedly repelled the tides of chaos during the siege of Terra, and the great angel, who faced everyone with kindness and grace. At last Sanguinius came to understand what had transpired in the 10,000 years since. Even the fragments of his son's accounts caused the great angel's visage to momentarily twist in pain. But the good news was that 2 of his brothers yet lived, a rare piece of good tidings for the great angel. Oh, and of course there was also another group of brothers. Father, we have driven back the claws of the Chaos War Master. Though they will soon attack again, with you here we are certain of victory. This time we stand with you, and shall surely defeat Horus. The Blood Angels gazed at their Gene Sire with ardent eyes. To charge at Horus alongside their Gene Father would be the greatest honor, even in death. Yet the great angel sighed softly, and shook his head slightly. Come, my children. We shall leave Baal together. Instantly the Blood Angels were stunned, their faces filled with bewilderment. Why, Father? But Sanguinius reassured them with a calming voice. My children, do you recall the oldest legion decree? The decree given 10,000 years ago when I walked the worlds with the Emperor. Every one of them knew it by heart. The first decree their Gene Father had issued, for a better, more peaceful galaxy, for the unity, prosperity, and happiness of all humanity. Sanguinius nodded with approval. Then retreat. Baal is our home, and I am loath to leave it. But for the sake of our dream, we must depart. After a moment of silence, the Blood Angels nodded. Suddenly Sanguinius thought of something, and asked, Did you capture a Luna Wolf by any chance? Perturabo opened his... He stared expressionlessly at the ceiling, letting his thoughts drift. Yes, the nightmare came back to him. The shattered legion, the burning battle barge, and Dorn's cruel mockery. Yes, he had lost to Dorn again. That stinking, immovable stone. This time it had drained Perturabo of nearly all his spirit. His precise mind raced, analyzing the reasons for his defeat. There were the Eldari ambushes, the arrival of the Ultramarines, and even the deployment of the Phalanx. And those fools in the Trident Council who failed to assume strategic command in time. Perturabo did not dislike them bypassing his orders, he simply despised their inability to judge when to command. And there was your stubbornness too. Damn it, that voice echoed in his mind again. It was the voice of his sister from Olympia. Yes, his stubbornness as well. No matter how he rationalized it, he had lost to that stone Dorn. Why couldn't he find the switch? Perturabo then realized with shock that he still had not analyzed the material of his surroundings. Ever since he could remember, everything around him had been transparent. No matter how complex the machinery, Perturabo needed only a glance to perceive its material craftsmanship and structure. Yet now he could not even discern what the ceiling was made of. This piqued Perturabo's curiosity. For the first time he relied on his pre-march instincts to explore his surroundings. The walls might be steel, the door eluded him, and the instruments before him were beyond his understanding. As Perturabo curiously examined his environment, he seemed to hear a sound. He crept to the door and pressed his ear against it. That guy is like a lost soul, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes, completely motionless. All his vitals are normal. Manhwa really didn't do anything. Suddenly Perturabo heard a familiar voice. One that should not exist. Probably not. He's always been. You know, Horus. Outside, that Bona fellow was nursing a headache. Like a 16-year-old genius, hacker Magnus surfed the dark web of the warps searching for forbidden Xenosgod-related content when he spotted Perturabo, nearly blown to smithereens. That guy wanting a workhorse to free himself for web surfing fished Perturabo out. Now the hot potato landed in his hands. Suddenly, with a crack, the entire door shattered, and the door panel flew outward with Perturabo lying sprawled on top of it. Bona was taken aback. So this fellow wasn't a zombie after all. He could move. Startled, Perturabo scrambled to his feet, feigning indifference, while wearing an expression of barely concealed fury. What did you do to me? Why can I no longer perceive the material of this room? I removed a fragment from within you, Bona replied, deeply curious as to why this pre-march harbored a piece of Magradros within him. Though minuscule, it was still exceedingly peculiar. Perturabo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But the moment he caught sight of a towering figure beside him, his face twisted into utter disgust. This is the least surprising surprise. Perturabo instinctively tried to activate the automated weapons on his armor, but his hand merely swiped through empty air. Only then did he recall that his law-bound armor had been stripped away. To hell with your foolish gods, Horus. This time I will never again believe in your damned promises. But Horus showed no reaction, or rather he was utterly indifferent. A contempt that only further enraged Perturabo. Having anticipated this, Bona activated the magnetic locks without hesitation, and the powerful restraints pinned Perturabo firmly to the ground. These problem children. Bona muttered, then crouched down to face Perturabo, who was now cursing vehemently. Listen, your miserable life was saved by the very lowly wretch you curse. Otherwise you'd likely be some warp demon's bait by now. I don't care what you think. They'll allow you to move freely, but if you think you can return to rebuild your legion, that's impossible. Understand. But Perturabo seemed utterly unconvinced. Bullshit. You're as hypocritical as the corpse on the throne. You might fool others, but not me. Both Horus and Bona gave up on communicating with Perturabo. Let's go. The War Council has been waiting for us long enough, Horus said. Fine, let's go. The Leviathan Hive Fleet's onslaught had grown fiercer of late, with dozens of planets already lost, not to mention the insurrection of Genestealer cults within, and even traces of Genestealers had appeared on Carburet itself. If the Hive Fleet continued its rampage unchecked, the entire eastern fringe would be devoured by the Xenos. "Come back, you cowardly fools, you treacherous bastards." Perturabo kept raging until he saw the two leave seemingly indifferent to his presence. Afterward, the magnetic locks disengaged. Perturabo's first instinct was to remove the two devices, but unable to deconstruct their internals, he could not break them. Enraged, Perturabo smashed nearly everything in the medical bay before storming out of the center. But when he stepped outside and saw the vista before him, he was stunned. What greeted his eyes was not towering hive spires, nor the cramped environment and nauseating foul air. He saw a clear sky, lush greenery, and gently flowing rivers. Many buildings were arranged in an orderly yet distinctive fashion. Perturabo could see that their designers had poured their hearts into them, yet they were still riddled with flaws. In the sky floated enormous airships bearing display screens broadcasting one victory after another with fervent, emotion-laden voices. For instance, how XXXX had tripled its production quotas, or how the XXX Legion had vanquished a distant evil. To Perturabo, however, it all sounded grating. The mortal official blaring through the broadcast seemed unbearably loud, indoctrinating ignorant masses with his shallow grasp of warfare. The content reeked of propaganda, its exaggeration likely surpassing even the ecclesiarchy's priests. In Perturabo's eyes, the rulers here were guilty of the gravest crimes. They had painstakingly constructed a fanatical war society, using intangible baits like honor and fame to drive wave after wave of people to the battlefield. They would only tell you who had accomplished what great deeds and become a hero, but never how many ordinary people had died beneath that hero's feet. Since birth, Perturabo had possessed absolute rationality. He had long seen through the falsehoods of the God Emperor and the Chaos Gods, understanding clearly that these deities were but fleeting illusions. Thus, he had once placed his hopes in different people, dreaming of building the ideal utopia he envisioned. But on Olympia, his adoptive father saw him as a tool to consolidate power. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor regarded him as a useful instrument. During the Horus Heresy, his brothers saw him as a stepping stone to overthrow the false emperor. And so, after repeated disappointments, Perturabo abandoned his utopian dream. Now a small utopia lay before him. Though it had many flaws, many shortcomings, and much deception, Perturabo saw in the eyes of its mortals a light he had never witnessed before. Over the following month, the normally irascible Perturabo calmed himself and roamed the Carburet system. He no longer flew into a rage over trivial matters, but instead interacted kindly with every mortal he met. The deeper his understanding grew, the more conflicted his heart became. He tried to expose this illusory realm, even considered confronting Horus and Bona to reveal their lies, but he sadly discovered one thing. Whether common citizens or the star sector government that ruled the entire empire, everyone was busy, either with work or with exterminating, infiltrating genestealer cults and heretics. And he himself seemed like an outsider, utterly ignored by them. Finally, one day, after traversing every corner of Carburet, Perturabo arrived at the Civic Plaza and sat down wearily by the roadside. His sister Kylie Finney from Olympia sat down beside him once more. "Brother, for the first time I feel so useless." Kylie Finney smiled. "No, Perturabo, you are the most formidable being on Olympia. How could you be useless?" "No, I am very useless." Perturabo looked up at the massive statue at the center of the plaza. The statue depicted a laborer, a soldier, and a scholar, their eyes filled with light as they gazed into the distance. "I have imagined this many times, but now that it truly stands before me, I am at a loss." But Kylie Finney still smiled, gently reaching out to hold his massive hand, looking at him with tender eyes. "Since it appears before you, then seize it. Don't let it slip away." Perturabo was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and opened them again. Before him was nothing. Only the night breeze and the light casting his solitary figure beneath the statue. "Thank you, sister." Compared to the other traitor primarchs, Perturabo had a decent family, a father and sister who loved him, but he had destroyed it all with his own hands. Accept it. Reject it. Accept it. Reject it. Accept it. Reject it. The clash of chains words roared in his ears. Bona used his chains word to deflect the incoming blade, and then, as his opponent lost balance, blew his head off with a... The next moment, attacks came from 3 directions simultaneously. Bona rolled to dodge, picked up an abandoned chains word from the ground, hurled it straight through one enemy's chest, then used his own chains word to blow out another's knee. But the blade's edge was already upon his face, its blinding light nearly igniting him. He tried to block, but his wrist was severed by the savage chainsword, and his left wrist was kicked to pieces by the enemy. The next moment, an icy blade pierced through his chest, lifting him high into the air. And before him stood an enemy bearing the same face as Bona. His golden armor blazed with cold flames, his eyes emitted dazzling golden light, and a golden laurel crown floated above his head. Stubborn resistance, it snorted coldly, flinging Bona away. "His thoughts are my thoughts, his will is my will. I am his messenger, I am the angel of death. All is vanity, only death is eternal." Bona tried to rise, but blood gushed ceaselessly from the wound in his chest, and he slipped on his own blood. The angel of death approached Bona, raised his longsword high, and was about to deliver the killing blow when a howl came from the other side. BLD for the BLD god. The angel of death turned to look, and a chain axe struck him, precisely felling him to. Another figure in blood-red armor strode over. His armor was carved with the shaped symbols of the blood god, and spikes were adorned with skulls from various races. He stepped up to the angel of death, planted his foot on the trembling angel, pulled out his chain axe, and chopped off his head. He turned his head to look at Bona, then walked over. He took off his helmet, revealing beneath the blood god's helm a face identical to Bona's. But his face was carved with blasphemous symbols, and his teeth had become shark-like fangs. He grinned and raised his chain axe high. Dong! Bona woke up, feeling the cold floor and the parchment covering his face. He let out a long sigh. Groping for the table and chair beside him, he stood up. Losing his sight had made some things quite inconvenient. A nearby servant hurried over to support Bona, but he refused. Did anything important happen while I was asleep, eh? No, my lord. The servant seemed to remember something. But the guest who calls himself Perturabo is still waiting in the parlor. That fellow hasn't left yet. Perturabo had been sitting there for half a month, as still as a statue. Whenever Bona had a guest waiting there for a meeting, Perturabo would glare with wide eyes, scaring many away, to the point that Bona had to ask guests to wait directly in his office. Forget it, let him come. After a moment, a massive figure appeared before Bona. Speak, what exactly do you want? Bona asked. I want the supervision rights to that steel planet. Speaking of which, Bona's vision went dark. The steel planet Perturabo referred to was the ancient tech reconstruction, now under construction. Because they had no idea how humanity's ancestors had built this colossal thing, the tech priests of the Black Mechanicus had essentially burned through several brains. After much debate, the most reasonable plan in the end turned out to be the one proposed by the green-skin warboss Kagasi. In his own words, I reckon that big gun needs a big sun to power it, then build some big magnet coils to drag the gun forward. So now the Black Mechanicus had practically hollowed out a planet, stuffing it with vast arrays of energy storage devices and a multi-stage high-energy laser cannon. The reason Perturabo wanted supervision rights was simple. After summarizing why he couldn't defeat Dorn, the only conclusion he reached was he didn't have anything as ridiculous as the Phalanx. The planet Annihilator, currently being built by the Black Mechanicus. If it were deployed, not even the Phalanx, but even a Necron world engine would suffer from a single. I don't agree, and don't even think about touching that thing, Bona refused mercilessly. Perturabo's forehead immediately bulged with a vein, and he clenched his fists instinctively. Yet he suppressed his anger. Why, just because I'm inferior to Robo Dorn does everyone look down on me? The table was knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Bona's gray eyes stared dead at Perturabo. Even after losing his sight, his gaze was still so. Not just because, but exactly because. You are truly inferior to Robo Dorn. In that instant, Perturabo threw a heavy punch at Bona, but his powerful iron fist was caught by psychic energy, frozen solidly in midair. Tell me, you scumbag, in what way am I inferior to him? Perturabo roared. Is it his pathetic legion or his deadfish face? Then I'll tell you. Bona also roared. The Iron Warriors are a legion with iron discipline and iron will, but you are not worthy of. You demand your sons to operate with mechanical precision, yet you are the most unstable factor in this precise war machine. Robo Dorn may lack your excellent command skills and superhuman technical talent, and the Imperial Fists may not be inherently superior to the Iron Warriors in battle, but Robo Dorn knows where his duty lies and does not covet so-called glory. Thus, he neither becomes arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat, finding calm opportunities to turn the tables in desperate situations. He cares for every one of his sons, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. But you, with your foolish emotions, have squandered one victory after another that should have been yours. Under your command, the Iron Warriors are more rigid than the corpse on the High Lord's Council. Even now, you still foolishly believe that your failure to defeat Dorn was solely because of the Phalanx. I will never entrust such a devastating weapon to a madman who might fire upon a hive. Perturabo's anger slowly faded from his face, replaced by an almost cold expression. Only his sister, who knew him best, could understand that Perturabo had already reached the peak of fury. Fine, then I will prove it to you. He ceased his actions, then left without looking back. Today was Kabbalite's day off. According to the Sacred Human Codex, it mandated one rest day each month to allow people necessary respite. Many of Ling's institutions bore the shadow of the 500 worlds of Aetelema, to the extent that there had been absurd cases of dispatching the Shadow Moon Grey Wolf Squad to knock out and kidnap several magistrates to gain experience. As it turned out, without exorbitant taxation and the rule of inhuman planetary governors, human life could still be quite good. This was not to say that the forces of chaos had ceased their activities. On the contrary, the attacks by chaos minions had become increasingly fierce. At least half of the worlds had confirmed sightings of the Alpha Legion, and some planets had suffered attacks from the Night Lords. For instance, on the world of Arte, all senior officials of the planetary government had their eyes and internal organs gouged out and hung on spires. In reality, 80% of the chaos invasion incidents reported to the Terran government were nothing more than revolts by starved commoners pushed beyond endurance, and laying had merely reduced that proportion to below 5%. On this rare day of rest, the Ecclesiarchy Church in District JT3 was once again packed with people. The entire church was bathed in the scent of sacred oil. Rows of skulls held candles made of holy unguent, and niches exuded a bitter yet invigorating incense. The priests with impassioned voices were imparting the faith of the God Emperor. We are all his subjects. We faithfully follow his teachings. He taught us fortitude to face this hostile world. He taught us labor to forge that hopeful future. Under his guidance we grow ever stronger. As night fell, wave after wave of believers arrived and then departed. Aalawea had lived quite a fulfilling life in recent years. After her period of confusion upon leaving the Prisonerfor camp, it was Pastor Meyer who took her in and gave her work in the church. Aalawea was an outstanding battle sister. Since the age of 16, she had fought on the front lines, slaying many cultists and even exchanging blows with Chaos Space Marines. But when she sat down to deal with ordinary civilians, she felt flustered. Fortunately, Pastor Meyer seemed accustomed to this. He had always been tolerant of Aalawea and even sent Nuada to guide her. This honest old worker cheerfully helped Aalawea, allowing her to gradually familiarize herself with the tasks she needed. During these years, Aalawea seemed to understand why the people under Laying's command were not particularly enthusiastic about the faith of the God Emperor. For each person, the God Emperor held a different weight in their hearts. For the people at the bottom of the Hive City, the God Emperor was visible. He shielded everyone from being deprived of life by industrial fumes and overwork. He was the extra 3-day ration of energy bars given during each Emperor's Ascension Day. For the people here, the God Emperor was faint and elusive. He was the guardian who protected the many domains of humanity. He was the signature affixed to every reckless tax levy by the Departamento Munitorum. He was the holy seal stamped on every execution by the High Lords of Terra. The Emperor was the revered master of mankind, but the empire of the Emperor was the object of their fear. Now Aalawea seemed to understand why these heretics had always insisted that the Emperor's will had been distorted. Even the precepts she had recited since childhood were subtly wavering in her heart. Aalawea did not want to guess, nor did she dare to. She could only numb her mind with increasingly diligent actions. Today was a rest day, and there were especially many people. Aalawea saw off wave after wave of believers. Her body was already weary, but her heart was very happy, because she could feel that she was personally serving the Emperor. However, today Aalawea noticed a special believer. He had been sitting there since morning, remaining motionless in that seat. He wore a very clean and simple white robe, simpler even than what Pastor Meyer would wear. Yet his whole being inadvertently exuded an indescribable aura that always drew one's gaze to him, and then one would be captivated by his appearance. Regrettably, his lusterless eyes held no color, yet they exuded an ineffable air of sorrow. Although ordinarily one should not disturb a congregant's contemplation, Aalawea decided to see if there was anything she could do to help him. "Greetings, believer. I noticed you seem troubled." He raised his head and his vacant eyes looked toward Aalawea. "Are you speaking to me, sister?" "Yes, you have been sitting here the whole day. Time has passed so swiftly." He sighed. "If you have any doubts in your heart, you can speak them out. I will do my utmost to help you, and Pastor Meyer will also do his best." "No, you cannot help me." He shook his head, his gaze downcast. "My question. I'm afraid many people would fall into confusion. You can speak it out. Keeping words bottled up in your heart is useless." Aalawea recalled that when she was still a novice, the master of ceremonies Urgia always encouraged her to voice her doubts and difficulties, as this would strengthen their resolve. He pondered for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. "My father was a great man. From my early childhood, he taught me many things. One could say he shaped my perception. He had always been a steadfast monument in my heart, selfless, brave, sacrificing himself for others, praised by many. But then he did something incomprehensible. He went against the path he himself had walked right before my eyes. This left me, who had been following in his footsteps, utterly at a loss. Now I don't understand what all I have done is for. I don't even know whether I should continue on this path." Aalawea thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. It must be some conflict between a scion of a noble family and an elder. Such things were all too common in the treacherous arena of court politics. Aalawea had no experience in this regard. As a battle sister, she had no need to meddle in court politics. If you asked her to cut down a genestealer cultist, she would not even blink. But if you asked Aalawea to calmly preach the Emperor's word to every believer, she would be more at a loss. But now she had to use her meager experience to answer a believer's question. After pondering for a while, Aalawea recalled the words that Pastor Meyer had spoken when he first took her in. "When mist blinds the eyes, learn from the mountain stream. Pause and gaze upon your reflection in the water, and it will naturally reveal the glimmer of the way forward." But she saw that he did not respond, only nodding silently. "Thank you for your kindness, sister. It is getting late. I should leave. May the light of the Emperor shine upon you." Watching his retreating figure, Aloia felt that his doubts remained entirely unresolved. She hoped he would find his way out soon. Kuzelian had grown very old. His lifespan had been long ever since the establishment of the Thunder Eagle Empire, when he became an official in the Star Domain. Kuzelian was not a competent official at the outset. In a government crawling with aristocratic offspring, his illiteracy made him a peculiar outlier. However, when Kuzelian single-handedly persuaded an entire scum gang from the underhive of a hive city to surrender using nothing but his words, no one dared to underestimate him again. Now Kuzelian had become one of the foremost figures in the Far East Star Domain government, with specialized biosages and inquisitors monitoring his physiological condition and loyalty. Kuzelian was very old, yet he still exerted his meager strength. He could not forget the figure who a century ago smiled and pulled him up, a figure who had saved both him and his adoptive father. Every time Kuzelian saw him, his brows were tightly furrowed, as if troubled by something. Kuzelian could only work even harder repaying that debt of gratitude. Many matters now demanded Kuzelian's attention. First was the threat of the Tyloan hive. The great devourer had set its gaze upon the Thunder Eagle, and the tendrils of the Liwaitan hive fleet were ceaselessly hastening toward Ka-Bolida. The Thunder Eagle had been tirelessly endeavoring to seize people, wresting them from the Xenos and the Terra Empire, and converting them into productivity. In the eyes of the great devourer, this was a welcome development. In times past, these morsels of food were scattered here and there, dashing about, starving the swarm to near death. After a circuit of feeding, the tendrils' scale actually shrank rather than grew, with countless organisms dying of hunger. Now the food had gathered together. All it needed was to devour the Thunder Eagle, and the hive fleet would gain sufficient strength to launch an assault. Even the prosperous Ultramar Star Domain would be within its grasp. The entire empire had now issued a state of alert. Any bald head walking the streets would be subjected to multiple inspections, and every possible hiding place for genestealers had been scoured repeatedly. If that were not a sufficiently grave issue, then the problem of conscription was another disaster zone. The war against the T-Empire had cost a third of the military strength, nearly draining the Far East Star Domain of an entire generation's manpower. The Star Domain government had implemented extensive measures to encourage population recovery, even enforcing compulsory childbirth, and only after 2 decades had they barely managed to recover. Now the majority of the army consisted of green recruits, and their combat effectiveness was extremely concerning. If there was any silver lining, it was the recent gradual defection of Necron overlords. Although the Silent King had not permitted it, the Necron overlords of some minor dynasties could no longer restrain their craving for living beings. They had brought their troops and fleets and come to the Thunder Eagle. After the conversion by the Tan known as the Deceiver, most Necrons had already become mere machines that followed commands. Only beings such as overlords and cryptex retained their own consciousness. Now these overlords of the minor dynasties, after their bioconversion, had cheerfully handed over their military authority and gone off on wild sprees. But after suppressing their desires for so long, the actions they now engaged in required even an inquisitor to keep a close watch on them, lest they provoke certain unfriendly entities lurking in the darkness. Relying on the forces brought by these Necron overlords one after another, the Thunder Eagle now had a Necron legion under its control. However, the numbers were not large, and there were no high-tier units such as Deathmarks. This special legion was assigned to Inquisitor Arlite. Now Arlite's workflow had become quite straightforward. The Thousand Sun sorcerers would verify the situation, then hurl these soulless ones down to smash the demons. Though not as efficient as the Empire's Grey Knights, it was still adequate. Pei-Tu-La-Bo set down his quill, quite satisfied with the parchment before him. The Iron Decree. This decree, personally drafted by Pei-Tu-La-Bo, would henceforth become the code observed by the newborn Iron Warriors. For the first time, Pei-Tu-La-Bo earnestly calmed his mind to ponder in what respects he fell short of Luo Guduo-En. First was Luo Guduo-En's ability to summon allies. He could summon Geely Man, and Geely Man could in turn summon the Eldar. What was originally a showdown between the Iron Warriors and the Imperial Fists had become a 3-sided beating of the Iron Warriors by the Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, and Eldar. Second was Luo Guduo-En's possession of the Phalanx, an immensely powerful and heavily armed fortress ship. This super dreadnought, crammed with countless cannons and void shields, could shatter almost any vessel. Even Pei-Tu-La-Bo's Gloriana-class battleship, the Iron Blood, had been blown apart by it. Third was a sentence that Pei-Tu-La-Bo hesitated over for 3 full months before finally writing down. In terms of command, he was indeed inferior to that stubborn rock Duo-En. Pei-Tu-La-Bo pored over every record from his earliest memories, recalling every detail. Though it caused him immense pain, he steeled himself and wrote that sentence. In terms of command, he was indeed inferior to that stubborn rock Duo-En. Then he appended a long series of annotations enumerating various campaigns and analyses, roughly meaning, I do not consider myself inferior to Duo-En in strategy and tactics. On the contrary, I am 100 times better than him. It is merely his obstinate and unruly nature that always enables him to make the correct decision faster than I. The compilation of the Iron Decree took 4 months, in total 3 of which Pei Tu La Bo spent agonizing over whether to write that sentence. Once a few key points were settled, solutions emerged. If there were no allies, then find some. At least Bo Na's so-called empire seemed far more reliable than the others. It did not matter if he could not defeat the phalanx. Pei Tu La Bo had the roar of iron. Oh, the so-called roar of iron was the super war celestial body, transformed from the forge world, Aznek. Pei Tu La Bo had already chosen its name. Just imagining that thing firing a single shot, reducing the phalanx to molten iron in space, and the ashen pallor on Duo N's face, brought Pei Tu La Bo a pleasure he had not felt in a long time. As for the final problem, Pei Tu La Bo let out a long sigh, then walked outside. Their mini Iron Warrior recruits were clumsily drilling in formation. Seeing Pei Tu La Bo emerge, the recruits tensed visibly. In the past, witnessing such crude, clumsy, and inefficient battle lines would have prompted Pei Tu La Bo to execute the commander. But he no longer intended to do so. Guer, come here. This newborn Iron Warrior stepped forward, anxiously looking at this father who had never smiled. Pei Tu La Bo took out the gift he had prepared long ago, a masterwork power sword forged by his own hand, engraved with the emblem of the Iron Warriors. From today, you are the Lord of the Legion. Instantly, Guer knelt directly to the ground, and all the Iron Warriors knelt. Before Guer could speak, he saw Pei Tu La Bo's utterly terrible expression. Take it. Trembling, Guer accepted the power sword, and then he saw Pei Tu La Bo's furrowed brow ease. You must shoulder this responsibility. Do not follow my path. Then he departed. Supreme Military Conference. The venue was packed with people, and almost all of the highest command personnel of the Dawnlight Army were present. Attention! Everyone stood up. Several high-ranking officials entered the venue, then all sat down. Horus looked around the room. Almost everyone present were top-level commanders. The composition was extremely complex, including not only regular military personnel, but also pirate leaders, and several greenskin war bosses who were visibly suppressing their anger. Oh, and of course a group of spies sent in by Gilliman. His brother seemed not to have realized that the spies he planted were too formal and excellent, making them out of place in this ramshackle Dawnlight Army. But today was not the day for a purge meeting. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors now. I can confirm them, Horus said. Yes, we are indeed about to launch a massive military operation. The mobilization for this war will be on a universal scale. We will employ every force at our disposal. In an instant, Horus could sense the gleam of gold in the eyes of those greenskin war bosses. They surely wanted to cheer, but restrained themselves out of discipline. Although orcs disliked discipline, that bald boss could beat them, so they had to suppress themselves, otherwise they'd be chopped into pieces and thrown into the mushroom fields. However, those spies from Terra almost instinctively tensed up. If the Thunderhawk was to attack Ultramar, the Imperium currently couldn't spare enough military force. A holographic projection was activated instantly, drawing exclamations from almost everyone in the room, including the greenskins whose eyes widened. In the image, a terrifying giant bioship stretched across the void, its body so immense that it even obscured the near. Countless hive ships converged like ants into a river, laden with biomass, and flying toward that giant bioship. This is the last image sent back by our reconnaissance forces. According to reliable intelligence, this giant insect is the leading spearhead of the Great Devourer in the galaxy. Currently, I can tell you the latest military intelligence: we do not have sufficient forces to defend against the Great Devourer's attack. The most optimistic estimate is that we can barely hold the Kabbalite Star sector. Everywhere else will fall to the Great Devourer's consumption. Countless bugs are still rushing day and night to this land beneath our feet. Border worlds have already erupted in fierce conflict. Horus clenched his fists, his face resolute, shouting loudly with spittle flying. Our only chance is to strike first and eliminate the Great Devourer's forward node. This way the Great Devourer will lose control of the hive in the galaxy, granting us a respite. This war concerns the survival of us all. Only by fighting to the death can we win a glimmer of hope. Here I hope each of you can fight for the land beneath your feet, for your families, for humanity. Even if this journey is certain death, you must march forward with resolve. Everyone stood up and applauded, many shouting slogans. While Horus was delivering his impassioned speech, Bona was meeting another group of guests, acquaintances from the Necrons. Ah, long time no see, my friend. Trazyn approached with familiarity, but Bona merely extended a hand for a long time no see. Looks like you're doing well. Trazyn revealed an expression of disgust. It was hard to imagine that this guy used to be an emotionless tin can. Why so cold? If the Leviathan Hive were willing to stop and rest, I wouldn't mind smiling either. Trazyn shrugged helplessly, then stepped aside. Another guest had been silently waiting aside for quite some time. The punishing King Amakun watched all this, quietly waiting for the two to finish catching up before stepping forward. He walked straight up to Bona and stared at him. It's called the Ancient Ship. Countless star systems have become its food. That Biotitan is a target the Great Silent King has been seeking for a long time. How did you find it? By means you cannot utilize, Bona replied. Amakun turned around and sat back down. Like Trazyn and other surrendered Necron overlords, the Punishing King was a figure who prioritized objectives above all else. Before completing his mission, namely sealing the Eye of Terror, he would never consider personal indulgence. It was this extreme self-discipline and excellent tactics that had earned Amakun the renown of the Punishing King since the war in heaven, delivering punishment in the name of the Triarch. Humans, you need to understand that against such a galaxy-class super behemoth, your frail warships will be torn apart by massive gravitational forces just by approaching. If your plan is to simply throw your soldiers at it, they will only become food for the hungry. Bona frowned slightly. Although the undefeated general of the Necrons was only stating facts, it was hard to avoid the pride of an ancient race. If you Necrons could handle this behemoth on your own, I doubt you'd have come here for help. Amakun fell silent. Indeed, the Storm King, Imhotep of the Necrons, had led the Sotek dynasty in rebellion against the Silent King, plunging the entire Necron Empire into civil war. The epic fleet, led by Amakun, was now considered the most powerful fleet under the Silent King. Mutual understanding between both sides is a necessary condition for success, human. Amakun looked at Bona, a faint glow in his eyes. If neither of us wants to become food for the hungry, we should set aside our unnecessary defenses now. Seeing this, Bona nodded as well. Our plan is simple. First, we will dispatch the main fleet to annihilate the surrounding hive fleets and create a safe zone. Then we will deploy our experimental star-killing weapon to destroy this bio-titan from an extreme distance. Amakun knew exactly what the humans meant by star-killing weapon. It was the giant war celestial they were building on Astanak. Although its construction was extremely crude and riddled with irrational layouts, Amakun had to admit, it was indeed slamming the energy of several stars directly onto it. Even the ancient ship could not withstand such a level of bombardment. Simple yet highly effective tactic, Amakun commented. Then I will lead our forces to intercept the reinforcing hive fleets and provide warp beacons. Bona nodded, finally showing the smile appropriate for receiving guests. In that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. While Bona and Amakun were finalizing the battle details, Trazyn was quietly calculating his own schemes. The galaxy-level forward tendril of the Great Devourer, a highly valuable collection piece. Ever since humanity first encountered the Great Devourer, they have never been able to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the behemoth they faced. In the dark, boundless, and unfathomable void, billions upon billions of tyrannid organisms raced toward the Milky Way without pause, consuming an energy equivalent to that of 3 suns every second to sustain their existence. None knew where the Great Devourer had risen, nor how many star systems it had consumed. Even the most adept homunculi of Kamarak masters of biotechnology could only glean a fragment of its nature from the intricate genetic archives of the Tyrannids. Strictly speaking, the Tyrannid swarms possessed no true standard forces. Whenever they encountered a new enemy, they would evolve the most suitable biological forms to wage war. The Astartes might have successfully defended every strategic stronghold and repelled the surging tides of the swarm, but the losses they inflicted were far outweighed by what the Tyrannids could. When the Great Devourer approached, the hive minds, known as the Shadow and the Warp, would choke the entire immaterium, filling it with the shrieks and chitinous scraping of the hive. The Great Devourer's consciousness was enough to drive ordinary psychers to madness. Then came the assault of the hive fleet, blotting out the heavens, their numbers vaster than planets themselves, devouring everything in their path, leaving behind only a few barren stones of no value. Yet even the most astute scholars never imagined that without the tiniest tendrils of invasion, the Great Devourer could never truly control the swarm. Even a hive tyrant could easily have its mind scorched by the overwhelming will of the Great Devourer. The ship of the ancients. An immense, unknown biological vessel, the direct manifestation of the Great Devourer in the Milky Way, the annihilator of countless civilizations. Or it had a name more familiar to most imperial scholars, the Leviathan Hive Fleet. The Silent King had once attempted to slay this fearsome Leviathan in an extragalactic realm, but even he failed. In that endeavor, Zarek sacrificed nearly an entire battle line, including a throne of death. Theoretically, destroying this biological flagship would directly sever the Great Devourer's control over all Tyrannids in the galaxy. Those unshackled Tyrannids would cease to be a lethal enemy, and instead become merely dangerous beasts. But the Great Devourer turned its attention to the Thunderhawk. Compared to the orcs of Octarius, humans were far more vulnerable. The Tyrannid fleet laden with biomass sped toward the nearby ship of the ancients. Yet from an inconspicuous asteroid belt nearby, a dazzling green light suddenly burst forth. The nearby Tyrannid bioships immediately detected the anomalous energy wave. They shrieked as they flew toward it, then beheld the small pyramid hidden among the now exposed. The Necron cruiser unleashed a chain of lightning without hesitation. The emerald bolt struck several bioships in the blink of an eye. One miniature bioship rammed into it without hesitation, its hull rupturing and releasing a torrent of corrosive viscous acid that instantly engulfed the Necron vessel. The Necron's inertial engines seemed to continue firing, but some unknown component within the acid clogged them. The next moment, the colossal Tyranid bioship opened its abyssal maw, and its razor-sharp teeth descended, crushing the Necron ship into powder. Yet its mission was already accomplished. The warp-born psychic beacon had guided humanity's path, and soon a vast fleet of Navy warships emerged from the warp, appearing abruptly before the swarm. The hive mind hesitated for a moment, then the Tyranid vessels that had been transporting biomass regurgitated their nutrient-rich sacs, and with furious shrieks, charged toward the newly arrived. All ships, we have reached the operational zone. Quickly clear the surrounding Tyranid biovessels, Admiral Spire issued. He frowned slightly, glancing at the agonized cries of the navigators on the communication channel. Due to their proximity to the hive mind, these psychers who provided warp navigation for the vessels were nearly driven mad. Silence those navigators. We no longer need them. Auspexes were launched into the void, immediately revealing the hidden Tyranid bioships, which then met the fury of macro cannons and lance batteries. Strictly speaking, Tyranid bioships could not be considered true ships. They were merely transport vessels hosting countless Tyranid organisms. The Tyranid method of warfare was simple: overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. They could rapidly digest non-essential organs and flesh within their bodies, quickly spawning hordes of Tyranid organisms. This allowed Tyranid bioships to deploy terrifying boarding and landing forces. Now these monstrous vessels, enduring the ferocious barrage, closed in on the Navy fleet and launched countless boarding. They shot out their tongues. Massive delivery tubes that extruded with explosive force, their acid-tipped warheads melting through armor from which torrents of Tyranid organisms poured forth. In an instant, reports of attacks flooded the hands of each captain. Genestealers that had long lain dormant in the lower decks seized the opportunity to strike. But Admiral Spire orchestrated the fleet with precision, coordinating their retreat with mutual cover while dispatching cruisers to launch melta torpedoes from the flanks at the Tyranid ships. This Tyranid fleet had originally been transporting biomass and lacked sufficient forces to deal with the sudden human assault, yet they seemed utterly indifferent to retreat. These Tyranid ships fired acid shells, and their boarding Tyranids did not attack the command deck, but instead focused on obliterating the engines. After a fierce exchange, the Tyranid ships soon became corpses drifting in the void. Blood oozed from their bodies, swiftly freezing into crimson crystals. After reorganizing, the Dawn fleet expanded its formation and began assembling a psychic beacon. Scout reports indicated that all nearby Tyranid bioships had urgently jettisoned their biomass and were hurriedly gathering, though they had not yet attacked. As the psychic beacon ignited, the voluntary sacrifice of hundreds of psychers illuminated this dark hollow. With a colossal warp rift opening, a planet emerged from the immaterium. 3 immense propulsion rings drove the planet slowly forward, while on its brown surface steel fortresses soared high into the clouds. In orbit, warships ignited their plasma engines, clustering around the world like a school of fish around a leviathan, escorting its advance. In the distance, a vast shadow loomed. It was not empty space, only the body of the Hive fleet blotting out the stars behind it. Foundry General Onduin, I need to know the charging time. Omniscia above. For the weapon to achieve effective damage, it will take approximately 4 days. All right. Bona ended the communication, gazing at the black clouds gradually pressing in from the distance. He could clearly hear the oppressive presence of the hive mind in the distance, his mind nearly overwhelmed by the hive's madness and hunger. This war would be utterly insane. He had staked all his chips only to win a sliver of hope. Any misstep would bring irreversible catastrophe, whether the giant cannon extending from the planet's core malfunctioned or the Necron fleet failed to intercept the hive support fleet. Bona did not know what errors might occur, but he could not afford failure. If he failed here, trillions of humans would become the Great Devourer's prey. Thus he could not lose. From the very beginning, the battle entered a white-hot phase. All the conscripted naval warships first roared. They didn't even need to aim specifically to hit the swarming Tyranid swarm ahead. The ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus formed a volley line, then Nova cannons on the ship's bows fired in sequence. These shells accelerated to nearly light speed, easily punched several holes in the black curtain, but the holes were filled in the blink of an eye. A vast number of Tyranid gargoyles frantically approached. They unhesitatingly collided with the slowly approaching torpedoes, then swarmed toward the distant human warships. Every moment the Great Devourer was taking multiple blows, but it did not care. It detected a high-energy reaction on that planet, and from the memories of the hundreds of billions of humans it had consumed, it quickly understood what that thing was. The ancient ship was too massive. It could not leave the firing range before it opened fire. The Great Devourer could not tolerate the loss of its forward node here. Thus the ancient ship proliferated madly within every second. A large number of Tyranid bioships flew out of its body, converging like streams into a river, heading toward the distant Acidinake. Under the Tyranids' reckless charge, the naval defense line was quickly breached, Countless ships were crushed in despair. What followed was a ground assault. Rather than a ground assault, it was more like the Tyranid swarm simply commanded their ships to crash into the planet's surface. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by a massive black cloud. This black cloud was not ordinary clouds, it was composed of countless gargoyles and other Tyranid flying creatures. They clustered densely together like a black ocean, rapidly blotting out the entire sky. Meanwhile, countless anti-aircraft guns on the ground also began to fire desperately. These guns roared deafeningly, their shells raining toward the black cloud in the sky. However, despite the intense firepower, those gargoyles and Tyranid flyers seemed indifferent. They continued flying forward, fearlessly facing the baptism of gunfire. The massive planetary cannon also joined the battle. Its power was immense. Each shot blasted a huge hole, and yet these holes were quickly filled by other gargoyles and Tyranid flyers. Astartes was born for war. After Perturabo participated in its design, it was equipped with absolutely insane firepower. But the Great Devourer did not care. Tyranid bioships like giant meteors broke through the atmosphere and crashed into the planet's surface, causing violent earthquakes. Then their corpses quickly hatched. To every corner spawned an enormous number of Tyranid organisms. Even the Dawn Army, which had been mobilized before the war, was on the verge of collapse. Wave after wave of Tyranids attacked from all directions. If they encountered a stronghold that was hard to take, they would command bioships to crash directly into it. Thus the surface was quickly overrun. The 6 million combat soldiers stationed on the surface soon ceased to respond. However, all of this was within the expectations of the War Master Perturabo. The real battle would take place beneath the surface. The originally calm ground suddenly emitted a low hum, as if the earth was awakened from slumber. Immediately after, the prelaid promethium pipelines on the ground activated, rapidly spraying massive amounts of liquid promethium into the air at an astonishing speed. A single spark, like a fuse, instantly ignited the entire planet. In an instant, the flames, like a ferocious beast, opened its huge maw and devoured everything. Those troops that had not evacuated in time, whether human or Tyranid, were reduced to ashes beneath the sea of fire in this sudden catastrophe. Their screams were drowned by the raging flames, eventually vanishing in the sea of fire. At the same time, various biological virus bombs mixed with the Nurgle virus detonated in the sky. The viruses released from these bombs spread like a plague, quickly enveloping a large number of the Tyranids. The Tyranids died howling in agony. Their bodies gradually rotted under the erosion of the virus, emitting a nauseating stench. The gargoyles in the sky, which had been circling, were also caught in the sudden explosions and were quickly killed by dozens of horrific viruses falling to the ground in droves. The fierce fire lasted for 3 full hours, so the surface of Astartes was temporarily quiet for a while. But both the Great Devourer and the defending human forces knew this was only a temporary ceasefire. The elevator shafts leading underground were corroded by acid. The Tyranids surged into the passages like a flood, only to be blasted into a pile of biomass by fierce gunfire clogging the narrow passages. But the Molochs almost turned the entire planet's surface over, or rather the Tyranid hive mind maniacally peeled away the planet's surface, and massive amounts of soil and rock were thrown into space by capillary towers. Then the underground passages were exposed, and the Tyranid swarm attacked again with frenzy. No Tyranid war in human history could compare to this. On average, each mortal soldier had only 3 minutes of survival time from the moment they saw a Tyranid organism to their death. The Astartes fared slightly better, but they had only 1 hour and 3 minutes of survival time. These were the data compiled by the tech priests. Bona stared at these data expressionlessly. I don't care how many die, I don't care how much we lose. I only want to ensure one thing. The giant cannon is still charging, right? Foundry General Onduin A paused, then looked at Bona with his turbid eyes. Due to the fall of energy storage sectors 173 and 169, our charging efficiency has dropped by 9,146. The launch time is estimated to be delayed by 3 hours and 4 minutes. Suddenly Onduin A shuddered, then frowned deeply. The enemy seems to have deployed a highly threatening individual attacking the energy hub in Sector A. Bona looked at Perturabo, who was busy activating 6 mechanical appendages in the distance, then picked up his chain's word. They'll go deal with that problem. They'll go deal with that problem. Gear wiped the blood from his visor and fixed his gaze upon the distant gate. At his side remained fewer than 100 battle brothers. All that was left of the Iron. As the Legion commander, he led from the front, single-handedly slaying 2 Tyranid tyrants. Gear had long lost his left arm, and both legs were now crude welded prosthetics. Now fewer than 100 Astartes and the trembling mortal soldiers formed the last line of defense. Behind them lay one of Astanak's vital recharging sectors. If it fell, all their sacrifices would amount to nothing. The blast door before them had just sealed, growing silent. No more gunfire, only the scraping of Tyranid claws. Clad in steel, hearts firm as iron, steel within and without. The remaining iron warriors, trembling, helped one another up, raised a shield wall, and rested their bolters upon it. Suddenly a claw tore through the gap, then another. As the steel groaned, the heavy blast door, constructed of layered metal plates, slowly warped. Beyond the door emerged a bloodied, snarling face. A hive tyrant. The highest frontline command unit, the Tyranids. Unlike the mass-produced strains that lack even digestive tracts, nearly every hive tyrant is unique. Upon death, the hive mind replicates its memories and forges a new body. It is because of them that the Tyranid hive fleet always detects its foes in time and adapts accordingly. Normally, a hive tyrant would not be on the front line, it would stay on the mothership surrounded by hive guard. But the great devourer had grown desperate. The twisting metal shrieked, the heavy blast door was torn outward like paper. Massive steel fragments spun into the defensive positions, kicking up concrete dust and sparks. Beyond the ruined frame, a colossal, terrifying silhouette emerged from the shadows, the hive tyrant. Behind it, a tide of screeching Tyranid organisms flooded through the breach in the last defense. They trampled over their own dead, ignoring everything ahead, driven only by the instinct to kill. The defenders' heavy bolters, autocannons, and las cannons roared to life, weaving a curtain of death. Scorching shell belts and energy beams rained down like a steel storm upon the swarming Xenos. The first few ranks of cheap cannon fodder Tyranids were instantly torn apart, viscera and chitin flying everywhere. The acrid alien blood even splattered onto the faceplates of rear soldiers. Yet this brief slaughter bought only a negligible moment before the ensuing destruction. The lowly organisms, acting as meat shields, had drawn nearly all the defenders' fire with their deaths. In the momentary lull, a viscous, nauseating launch sound came from deeper shadows. Exocrine organisms launched dozens of acidic projectiles that flickered with an eerie green light, tearing through the smoke-filled air with hissing trails. They arced precisely over the chaotic front and crashed into the heart of the densely packed human positions. The horrific corrosion began at once. The high-strength alloy floors sizzled, rapidly melting and collapsing. Mortal soldiers caught off guard screamed in agony as flesh, bone, and armor dissolved together in the acid. In mere seconds, the once solid position became a ghastly pit, spewing toxic fumes and molten debris. A fatal gap appeared in the defensive fire. The Tyranid swarm poured into the line, slaughtering with flesh and claw. The hive tyrant's massive frame strode with heavy, steady steps through the thinning rain of fire into the defenses. Its crimson compound eyes scanned the dying soldiers' torment with indifference, never pausing. Several larger, heavily bone-plated hive guard pressed close at its flanks, forming a moving fortress. They blocked attacks with their bodies, ensuring their master advanced unhindered. Yet what enraged the Iron Warriors most was that the hive tyrant's backspines were adorned with one Iron Warrior helmet after another. The hive tyrant, well aware of the Astartes' reverence for honor, had provoked many with this tactic. But this time it struck a wall of iron. The Iron Warriors seemed utterly indifferent to the hive tyrant's provocation, simply firing methodically until they themselves were torn apart by the Legion Commander Gear swung his power sword, cleaving through a Tyranid warrior, but when he looked up, he found himself surrounded. "Face me, Xenos filth!" Gear roared at the colossal hive tyrant. But the creature merely cast a cold glance and continued its advance rearward. Around him were hundreds of Tyranid warriors alone. The hive simply wanted the demigod to die here without honor. Suddenly a blinding light erupted within the hall. Fierce psychic lightning flooded the entire hall, crushing swaths of Tyranid organisms to dust under the violence. Even the floating zoanthrope let out a shriek, its bulbous head roasted alive. The hive tyrant turned its gaze to the distant figure. Bonus' eyes blazed with white light, psychic shockwaves surging like a tide, blurring its connection to the great devourer. "Your opponent is me, Slayer." The hive tyrant let out a deafening screech and charged at Bona like a storm. Bona raised a hand swiftly, sending down a psychic lightning bolt that shattered several plates of the hive tyrant's carapace, but failed to halt its charge. In that fleeting instant, the hive tyrant's scything talon swung at Bona's face. Bona sidestepped and punched the claw, snapping the scything talon clean off, but the next moment a biocannon fired a dangerous molten acid projectile. Yet the anticipated sizzle of flesh did not come. The lethal acid passed straight through Bona and splashed heavily onto the cold metal floor, instantly corroding a smoking pit. The hive tyrant paused, its 6 pairs of crimson compound eyes swiveling, rapidly scanning every inch of space like radar for any energy fluctuation or movement. Yet through the hive mind it saw its target through the eyes of a nearby hive guard, on its own back. Bona drove the roaring chainsword deep into its hindbrain. The whirring teeth of the chainsword met no yielding flesh, instead they struck an unbreachable wall, producing only a grating screech and sparks. The chitinous armor there was unimaginably thick. The hive tyrant felt the impact, its body trembling slightly, sensing danger. It roared, trying to shake him off, while nearby hive guard moved to cut Bona down. But Bona gritted his teeth, a blinding light flaring in his palm, and slammed it onto the hive tyrant's hindbrain. In an instant, uncontrolled psychic energy exploded. Violent lightning flashed throughout the hall, even making Gear cry out in agony as his power armor's servos shut down completely. The hall fell utterly silent. No more gunfire, no more tyrannid shrieks, no more splattering blood. In fact, only two remained alive. Bona knelt weakly on the hive tyrant's charred upper body, gasping. Legion Commander Gear lay unconscious. At that moment, Bona's comm array carried good news. "Our artillery is charged," said Horus. "Open fire. Destroy that thing." Acidinake, the entire planet began to tremble violently, and then along its equator the northern and southern continents, beneath the surface a world of steel was revealed. Row after row of energy-gathering rings were clearly visible even from distant space. The Tyluan swarms that had abruptly plunged into the abyss on the surface were charred to cinders by the terrifying energy of the rings before they could even land. Meanwhile, the interior of the black deep pit extending from the planet's core grew increasingly brighter. Protected by the thick crust, a congregation of tech priests chanted praises to the greatness of the machine god. "Immortal Amimisiah, gaze upon your creation. We are the dust between your gears, the symbiotes of silicon and carbon. We venerate the logic circuits above all else, for this is the eternal law you bestowed upon the galaxy. We yearn for the blessing of stellar forges, letting the torrent of hypermatter cleanse heretics. We bathe in the sacred plasma fire sheltered by your apostles of war. We forge temples upon the scars of the galaxy, seeking your lost techno-scriptures. Machine god, guard our crusade with the spear of annihilation. Weave nets of order with ion beams, let binary hymns devour entropy. For the cosmos is an uncivilized wilderness, and demons of the warp covet your throne. Sound the orbital bell once. Awaken the slumbering quantum matrix, turn the deflection shields into sacred geometry. Make the hypermatter core tremble, exhaling the binary sigh of the galaxy. Sound the orbital bell twice. Fill the antimatter sanctum, ignite the blue flame of the stellar extraction towers. Let the throat of the star-killing cannon roar, playing the final hymn of the Mechanicus. Sound the orbital bell thrice. Recite the truth of Amimisiah in unison, let the storm of energy devour the stars. Standing at the main console, Forge General Enuna was overwhelmed with emotion. Even though his heart had long been replaced with a mechanical pump, he felt as if his long-dead heart was pounding with excitement. Forge General Enuna took a deep breath, then looked at the orbital bell that was ringing frantically, its chimes signifying that the energy storage system installed at the planet's equator was ready. By the will of the great machine Lord Amimisiah, fire. Just as Forge General Enuna was about to push the operating lever, an anomaly occurred. The Great Devourer clearly understood what humanity was about to do, so its avatar took action. The psychic indicators on the ancient ship surged dramatically, the psychers present instantly dropped dead, and even many of the Tyluan node creatures, the brain worms and hive tyrants, abruptly perished. It unleashed a terrifying psychic howl, a shriek that existed simultaneously in the material universe, and the warp instantly assailing all living beings present. Countless Tyluan node creatures died one after another, while numerous mortal soldiers lost control, dropping their weapons and collapsing to their knees. They faced the will of the Great Devourer directly, whose reason and courage instantly turned to nothingness. It gnaws at our minds, all things shall become its bait. Claws rend the starry sky, hunger devours the universe. There is no escape, none of us can escape. Even the demigod superhumans, the Astartes, were inevitably affected by the psychic shriek, frozen in place. The ancient ship bypassed the command of the node creatures and directly controlled the Tyluan organisms to attack. However, the swarm did not assault the defenseless humans directly, instead it frantically charged into the planet's interior. The Astartes were the first to react, attempting to stop the swarm, but were violently knocked away. Indeed, the swarm didn't even have time to kill them. The purple-black tides surged through layer after layer of defenses, then poured into the energy storage and conversion zones. They charged relentlessly into the storage devices, tearing them apart with claws and acid. The first Tyluan creature that breached the gap was instantly carbonized by tens of thousands of degrees of heat, but behind it the swarm lined up and charged into the plasma, liquid willingly turning to charcoal. The massive biotank executioners leaped without hesitation into the giant gear assemblies, being ground into pulp while roaring, but the next executioner would also jump in without a second thought. On the surface, the Tyluan creatures, having no time to evolve heat-resistant skin, quickly clustered together into a massive ball of flesh like ants of ancient Terra, crossing a river, then rolled into the equatorial abyss. When they landed on the energy-gathering rings, the entire bioball became a mass of indistinct gore splattering upon them. Under the fearless assault of the Tyluan swarm, Acidinake's stability plummeted drastically. One after another, red alarms jolted Forge General Enuna from his stupor. Anduna's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately pushed down the operating lever without hesitation. But instantly more alarms sounded, numerous buffer components began to fail, and energy storage devices exploded one after another. Thus a violent explosion occurred on Astartes, specifically in the southern continent region, blasting a large chunk of it into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the ejected planetary debris was turned into magma by the erupting plasma cloud. Warships that failed to evade were incinerated into particles. But within the maw of the planet cannon, a dazzling light almost instantly eclipsed everything, as if the creator had drawn a line across the black void with a brush, one end at Astartes, the other at the distant ancient ship. The ancient ship let out an agonized howl. Scorching plasma instantly charred it. Humanity awoke from the fear of the great devourer and immediately launched a counterattack. But when they all turned to look into the distance, they saw nothing but a field of bloody wreckage. Had they succeeded? Suddenly that shriek came again, not as powerful as before, but more like a declaration. Grand Sage Enuno widened his eyes and saw the still surviving ancient ship. Its left rear half was heavily scorched, necrotic flesh sloughing off continuously, looking quite miserable. But it was still alive. Its successive shrieks were not trying to assault human minds, they were merely declaring a simple fact. It was still alive. And that was precisely the great devourer's purpose. An intangible fear spread through everyone's heart. Every survivor understood a terrifying truth. They had failed. The great devourer would not give them a second chance to fire. They would all die here along with the families and people they were protecting behind them. Even Helusi stood frozen in place, his superhuman mind utterly at a loss, or rather he had fallen into panic. He had failed everyone once again. Failed his father's expectations, failed his brother's struggles, failed humanity's future. If only he had realized this sooner, just a little sooner. But a figure stepped past him, and then connected to the audio array broadcast of the entire command system. Bona closed his eyes for a second or two, then said, "All warriors. We have lost our best chance. The great devourer with its wisdom and power has thwarted our plan. As you think we have almost no chance of victory, we will all die here. But we should not die in fear and panic, die with regret in the mouth of the great devourer. We should not cower like cowards from the devourer's tendrils, only to be devoured on the last sanctuary left in the galaxy. Now I issue my final order. Everyone take your guns, take your meltas, take everything. Board the ships. Assault. Board the enemy. Attack. Who will march with me?" The communication matrix fell into a sudden silence. Then another voice connected. "Cadia's 338th Regiment, Colonel Pritis stands with you." Cadia stands firm. Immediately after, yet another voice joined the channel. "Black Crew's Captain Akkad stands with you. Abel's 4th Regiment stands with you. Shadowmoon Direwolf's 18th Company stands with you. Coberly's 1st Regiment stands with you." One by one voices rang out, growing impassioned and chaotic. Bona looked up and saw Horace Perturabo and all the staff officers staring at him. "Afraid to die?" he asked. Perturabo laughed. He smashed his own console with a single punch. "Who are you insulting, you fool? Can someone who's already died still fear death?" Horace picked up his lightning claws. Every staff officer without hesitation drew their pistols. All the humans, as if driven by a single will, rushed toward the nearest transport vehicles, from tiny shuttles to massive naval battleships, and then charged recklessly at the ancient vessel looming in the distance. The Tyranid swarm, caught off guard, had most of its fleet grounded as surface assault forces, leaving a sudden void in the void of space. Several orc war bosses who had sensed trouble and were about to flee stared dumbfounded at the humans' insane charge. Greg Ironhammer watched the flagship at the front, the Yumi boss ship. He looked down at the lads beneath his throne. They were all watching him. "Dem Yumi's got guts," he growled. "Lads, we orcs ain't gonna be cowards compared to them. Turn around. I'm gonna charge ahead of them." The orcs veered their junk fleet around. The mad mech boys ignited every rocket, causing several unstable ships to explode mid-flight. The great devourer panicked. In its memory, no one had ever united humanity with such unyielding cohesion. The bioships still in space desperately blocked the assault fleet, while the Tyranid organisms on Asnak leaped into incubation pools one after another, rapidly spawning new vessels. But it was too late. The flagship at the fore didn't even shut down its engines. It hurtled straight forward, and before being torn apart by the immense gravitational field, plunged directly into the ancient vessel's body. The ships behind did not slow down either. One after another they recklessly rammed inside. The ancient vessel spewed vast clouds of acidic mist and magma shells. Many human ships, unable to evade, were destroyed, turning into brilliant sparks in the darkness. Yet more ships followed through the ancient vessel's bloody wounds. They relied on brute propulsion force to smash through layers of flesh until their engines were finally ruined by the infiltration of corrosive acid. Inside the ancient vessel, it was like a vast miniature world. Bona's ship seemed to have reached a genetic storage vault. Countless living Tyranid organisms clung to blood vessels, quivering like pulsating tumors. Their only reaction to the human invaders was a slight tremor. "Even the air here is thick with acrid acid." Horace frowned, donning his helmet. "A rare sight." Mortal soldiers had to wear full hazardous environment combat suits just to leave the ship, otherwise they would be poisoned within seconds and dissolve into nothing in an hour. As for how they knew, Bona watched groups of genestealers crawl out from the lower decks, rush out in ecstatic joy, kiss the bloody tumorous ground, thank the God Emperor for bringing them to paradise, and then tremble and die from poisoning. At least their souls returned to their golden throne. The communication matrix buzzed with noise, and Sage Dokosen connected to the channel. This bioship has suffered a fatal strike. According to calculations by myself and other sages, we only need to rupture a few major blood vessels and 3 spinal columns to kill it completely. I will broadcast the detonation points shortly. Bona glanced at the data and immediately saw that many points required passing through incubation chambers. It was obvious those chambers were now running at full capacity, spawning hordes of Tyranids every second. Reports from boarding parties confirmed it. The Great Devourer had urgently altered its incubation genes, and massive numbers of Tyranids were emerging from every location. These creatures lacked digestive systems and complete neural networks. If deployed on a normal battlefield, they might collapse and die mid-charge. But now their spawning grounds were only 5 minutes away from the invaders. Time was irrelevant. Tyranids erupted from every direction, assaulting the human forces on all sides, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Yet Bona had already formed his own plan, though it was risky. Sage Dokosen, where on this bioship is the psychic amplitude the strongest? In the lower region of the central spine, calculations suggest it is the neural hub and node center. Route me there. I advise against it. The psychic fluctuations there are extreme. No Tyranids even operate in that area. Route me there, Sage Dokosen. After a long silence, Sage Dokosen silently transmitted the route map. Bona glanced at the hastily erected command post nearby. Horus was cursing into the comm array while Perturabo was demanding, "What do you mean the Night Walker is stuck in a swamp?" Without notice, he quietly slipped away. The battle inside the ancient vessel raged fiercely. Humans and Tyranids were locked in a bloody frenzy. Humans, as if possessed, pounded the surroundings, relentlessly detonating ship power cores to cause maximum damage. The Tyranids were equally insane. Wave after wave emerged from everywhere, above, below, beside. Blood tumors could burst open at any moment, disgorging swarms of Tyranid bugs. Melt of fire and acid exploded against each other, bullets and claws intersected in a deadly dance. To stop the Night Walkers, the Tyranids used corpses of sword beasts to physically clog the steel giants. Human soldiers strapped melta-bombs to themselves, and the searing flames scorched swaths of flesh and blood. Horus was adjusting his armor, ready to personally lead his sons in a charge to kill the Tyranid swarm lord blocking the way, when he realized Bona and the Thunder Warriors had all vanished. Where is Bona? Does anyone know? The staff officers only then noticed he had disappeared some time ago. Horus felt the meninges. A thermal fusion bomb detonated, blasting a massive hole through the thick, fleshy membrane, with copious amounts of blood streaming down. Then a group of towering figures soaked in blood emerged from the cascade of gore. Company Commander Dakin scanned the surroundings, but his tactical visor detected no active units. He lowered the still-glowing barrel of his bolter and then stepped aside. Bona strode forward and gazed into the distance. Even before laying eyes on it, he could distinctly feel the immense life force pulsing in rhythmic waves. A psychic connection so potent it nearly clogged the warp. "Enough. Wait for me here." "No, Your Highness. We shall accompany you inside," said Company Commander Dakin. "You would be useless in there. I need you to secure the cerebral region instead." Dakin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Take care." With that, the Thunder Warrior Company charged toward another sector. Bona took a deep breath and stepped inside. But the moment he crossed the threshold, 1 foot sank into the flesh, trembling uncontrollably. Upon entering this area, the air grew thick and oppressive. The surging psychic currents were potent enough to make a psyker explode from within, while ordinary mortals would drop dead in a fit of insanity. Even Tyranid bioforms dared not venture here. The ancient ship sensed him and attempted to force him out. But Bona flashed a triumphant grin and forced another step forward. The ancient ship, somewhat taken aback, intensified its efforts. Yet Bona did not halt. He trudged onward step by step until he reached the central mass of flesh. That pulsing orb of flesh beat with a powerful rhythm, connected by several crude, thick vessels that pumped blood furiously. The ancient ship grew alarmed, redirecting more of its strength to suppress Bona. Yet the more energy it expended on restraining Bona, the more chaotic the Tyranid swarms became in their desperate resistance against the human invasion. So much so that they began colliding with one another, an occurrence that should never have happened among the Tyranid hive. Bona placed his hand upon the blood sphere and closed his eyes. "Halt, human." Bona opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself in the void. Beneath his feet lay a chaotic battlefield. Human fleets swarmed like ants over the ancient ship's colossal form, while the beast itself let out a mournful cry. Yes, a mournful cry. "If you take this step, you will doom the entire universe." He turned toward the voice and saw a woman of human appearance seated upon a throne of bone behind him. She was beautiful, possessing the exquisite features of an Eldar, yet every detail of her form was unmistakably human. But her icy eyes were indistinguishable from those of the Tyranid hive mind. Who are you? In your human terms, I am what you call the Great Devourer. But to be more scientific, the title Queen suits me better. I am the Swarm is me. She extended her right hand, and a ripper worm obediently crawled up her wrist to her palm. But Bona did not respond, his brow deeply furrowed. He had not anticipated this sight. I appear in this form to facilitate our conversation. There is nothing to discuss between us, Xenos, Bona said. No, you cannot hinder my purpose. Your actions will consign the entire cosmos to ruin. Your purpose? Bona asked. Yes, my purpose, my duty. Suddenly the void shifted, pulling the battlefield away, or rather the entire galaxy. In the blink of an eye, the Milky Way became a faint speck of light. But countless Tyranid organisms were converging upon that tiny glow, leaving behind a trail of dead, silent galaxies. My creators, the Old Ones, had foreseen a dark future. Billions of years later, a dark god would rise its birth, eclipsing the ancient chaos gods, dragging the entire galaxy into an inescapable abyss. When that time came, the beautiful Milky Way would become a playground of darkness, and the forces of annihilation would consume everything. To avert this possible future, they created me. Unfortunately, that future seems to have come true. At the final moment of that war, the last Old Ones sent me out of the galaxy to a distant place. What I have done is grow, return, and exterminate everything I can see. Even every living being in the galaxy. Every living being. Her gaze was utterly devoid of emotion, as cold as if she were stating a simple fact. I am their final line of defense, their ultimate weapon. My duty is to prevent the universe from becoming a garden of chaos. I will personally slaughter every nutrient. The chaos gods, deprived of their worshippers, will lose all power and fall into inevitable decay. But then you will leave behind a universe equally devoid of life. The Old Ones would never do that. No. When the entire universe falls silent, the last to die will be me. I will let every part of my being perish upon habitable worlds. My corpses shall become the final nourishment, and new civilizations will arise upon our bones. This process may last eons, but when the newborn races ascend to the stars again, they will no longer be threatened by the dark gods. Then her eyes fixed upon him. I think you are well aware of this, and you know who that dark god is. My child, Node Branch X7, or what you call the ancient ship. If you destroy it, the dark god will gain more time to recover. Bona stared at her, then the illusory sky shattered beneath his feet, revealing the nascent void. I am aware, but I will not let you do this. Whether for my own petty selfishness or for humanity. The queen merely gazed at Bona, then her form began to dissolve. Do you still consider yourself human? It seems you already have your answer. Then I look forward to meeting you again in 1,000 years. But by then you will never defeat me. Consciousness shattered, and Bona opened his eyes to the sight of a massive pulsating orb and the still beating brain chamber. Bona closed his eyes again. A nameless flame erupted from his body, spreading to every corner of the brain chamber. Vast psychic power from the warp flowed through him into the material realm, crossing the barrier effortlessly. A warp rift tore open directly in the battlefield, mercilessly devouring ships from both sides that could not evade. And the ancient ship let out its final wail, for it could no longer feel the will of the Great Devourer. The warring forces on both sides were suddenly invaded by the chaotic consciousness of the warp, and in unison they descended into madness. The violent warp rift expanded with terrifying ferocity, cutting through the ancient vessel and cleaving the galaxy-scale beast in two. The power from the immaterium struck both warring sides, unleashing countless chaos demons that threw the human forces into disarray. Get up. Keep attacking. Horus shot the mortal officer who had turned into a chaos spawn, then hauled the dazed Nalith to his feet. As the barrier of reality weakened, a horde of warp demons materialized directly inside the ancient vessel, delivering another devastating blow to the Tyranid hive. The hive tyrant attempted to reorganize the defense, but the entire Tyranid swarm fell into chaos due to the expanding warp rift. Countless creatures grew utterly frenzied, and some even began attacking indiscriminately, friend and foe alike. Yet the most absurd sight was when a portion of the creatures suddenly seemed to gain sentience, shouting for the God Emperor, while trying to defect to the human forces. Meanwhile, the human units they attempted to join were chanting, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, and the two sides resumed fighting. But Horus would not let this golden opportunity slip. He rallied the still sane troops and swiftly advanced toward the remaining demolition point. In outer space, the Tyranid bioships and human vessels simultaneously slowed their attacks on each other, focusing on eliminating the demons that had boarded them. Just then the warp rift flickered and a battered battle barge burst forth. The battle barge was heavily damaged, its outer armor riddled with unrepaired breaches and its main cannons inoperable. Emblazoned on the vessel was a black and white symbol, a red heart with a single black teardrop falling from its edge. As the Lamenters finally emerged from the warp vortex, they were stunned by what greeted them in real space. Before them stretched an epic battlefield. The wreckage of human ships and Tyranid bioforms had formed an asteroid belt, and the survivors, gasping for breath, were still trying to drive their final daggers into each other's throats. The Lamenters were utterly bewildered. What had happened here? What was this colossal Tyranid bioship? Why was such a massive warp rift present? When had the Imperium organized a counteroffensive of this magnitude? Before they could ponder further, a Tyranid bioship, its hide covered in grievous wounds, lunged and clamped its jaws onto the barge's stern. The fangs easily punched through the battle barge's armor, and a tide of Tyranid organisms poured through the breach. Chapter Master Hope snapped into action. Abandon ship. Rally to the Imperial forces. The Lamenters swiftly obeyed, fighting their way through the corridors choked with Tyranids, while shielding mortal crew members as they boarded the Thunderhawk gunships. Unlike most Astartes chapters, the Lamenters held a deep love for mortals and would sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Though the curse of misfortune had clung to them, bringing the chapter to the brink of annihilation, more than once they steadfastly upheld this noble principle. Chapter Master Hope shoved a melta charge into the mouth of a Tyranid warrior that lunged at him, then boarded the last Thunderhawk. The endless Tyranid swarm easily overwhelmed their battle barge. The Lamenters watched grimly as their mothership was gradually devoured by the Tyranid bioship. Hope turned and counted his chapter. Only about 20 remained. Many of his brothers had fought to the last, buying time for the crew to escape. Brothers, do not grieve. At least we have done our utmost to evacuate most of them. Hope encouraged them. He gazed at the distant fleet still locked in battle, his heart filled with questions. When had the Imperium gathered such overwhelming strength to fight a decisive battle against the Tyranids? The Thunderhawk signal was soon picked up, and a frigate came to retrieve it. Hope hastily straightened his appearance. As a son of Sanguinius, he wanted to present the best possible face to his ally. But as he stepped off the Thunderhawk, he saw several Astartes and a wary naval boarding party. Thank you for your aid, battle brothers and brave soldiers. Some of our people are wounded and need medical attention. Can you help? They hesitated for a moment, then the lead Astartes sergeant nodded. Chapter Master Hope felt inexplicably that these battle brothers seemed aloof, as if on guard. But that was understandable. Being in the far reaches of the segmentum obscurus, extra caution was wise. Where are we? Menzagroff, the sergeant replied coldly. Hope glanced at their shoulder pauldrons. The howling wolf head was unmistakable. That was fortunate. Hope had some experience dealing with the sons of Fenris. Battle brother, I'll share a drink with you later, but right now I'd rather we join forces and pound these Tyranid scum. Suddenly, a brilliant flash lit up the distance. A soul-rending scream echoed in everyone's mind, filled with agony and defiance. Chapter Master Hope looked over to see the enormous Tyranid bioship rupturing in multiple places, molten fire spewing from within. All the Tyranids on the scene froze, then collectively succumbed to panic. They had lost all contact with the Great Devourer. The barely organized Tyranid swarm disintegrated, fleeing madly under the leadership of their hive tyrants. The Imperial forces, though at the end of their strength, erupted in cheers and began a ruthless pursuit of the Tyranid bioforms. Hope watched with a trace of regret, then nodded. It seems we can skip the fighting and go straight to celebrating this monumental victory. Just then the left arm of the Fenrisian sergeant flickered. He raised it, and a holographic face shimmered into view. Hope's pupils contracted instantly. All units by my command, hunt down these Tyranid vermin. Do not let them escape. Horus ordered. Hope instinctively raised his bolt gun, but powerful magnetic clamps activated instantly, slamming him to the deck. His battle brothers were similarly pinned against the ceiling or walls, completely immobilized. Mortal soldiers approached, deftly disconnected Hope's power pack, and confiscated his bolt gun and combat knife. Damn traitors. Hope snarled. But he only saw the sergeant glance at him and turn away. Secure them. No accidents. Outer region, Shurjong warship. A figure in a hazardous environment suit rushed in, holding a scepter in hand. Kuin, those humans have won. Good heavens, I can't believe it, they really won. I'm going to salvage. My goodness, the wreckage of a forward node of the Tyloan Chongchuan. The museum has never had one. Tala Xin just entered, observing Kuin kneeling on the ground with great perplexity. In the next second, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the position that originally belonged to Kuin. The silent king Si Jalaku. Tala Xin's face instantly turned from white to red, and he performed a sliding kneel. Great king, I did not know you were visiting. You forgive my lack of welcome. Si Jalaku looked at him, waved his hand in annoyance, and receiving the decree, Tala Xin withdrew with a grin. After the annoying fly left, silence once again descended upon the place. King, those humans have succeeded. Even now it still seems incredible. Indeed incredible. In my expectation, they would have needed our support. Actually, the Taikong Siling fleet had always had ample strength to support humanity, and those Tyloan fleets that rushed back in panic to support their mothership were ridiculously fragile. That they had remained still all along was due to the Silent King's order. Amakuin could not understand why the king did this. Even from the perspective of the Taikong's Silent's own interests, if humanity failed, they would still have to pay a certain cost to kill that giant beast. The only reasonable explanation was that the Silent King intended to attack humanity, yet he delayed taking action. King, should we now launch an attack on humanity? Sija Laku shook his head. Punishment, King, what do you think is the most important thing for a ruler? Amakuin looked at this king of the Taikong Silent with some confusion, momentarily unsure why the Silent King would ask such a question. Nevertheless, he gave his own answer honestly. Strong military force to establish the foundation of rule, powerful prestige, to command obedience and illustrious renown to all foreign lands. The Silent King nodded, stood up, and slowly paced toward the window. You are quite right, Punishment King, these are all crucial. That is why you are the renowned Punishment King. But this is also one of the reasons you find it difficult to be a true ruler, and also why I, this Silent King, am unworthy. A true ruler should be a beloved ruler, a charismatic ruler, a capable ruler. His subjects support him from below unconditionally, and he in turn can bind his scattered individuals into a single force, gathering the power of the entire race to achieve what mortals cannot. And we the Zhuangzi lack precisely this kind of ruler. That is why we have fallen into endless civil wars and become the decrepit state we are today. Amakuin dared not dispute this issue. He kept his head low, only daring to glance sideways at the Silent King, standing by the porthole. King, recognizing the flaw in our existence is already a step toward success. I believe that in time you will surely become such a ruler. No, Amakuin. The Silent King shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant deep stars as if pondering something. I do not have that ability, Amakuin. Perhaps I am a successful ruler, but I am not a ruler who is beloved. The rebellion of the Storm King proves this. Then when will we have such a ruler? Asked the Punishment King. The Silent King's eyes looked into the void. It could be now, or it could be never. The war was over. The Tyloan Chongchuan lost the will of the Great Devourer, instantly transforming from a disciplined and orderly army into a chaotic and disorderly horde of beasts. But that did not mean they were no longer dangerous. Under the command of various node organisms, the Tyloan Chongchuan scattered in a very orderly manner. The war instinct etched into their genes would not allow them to become lambs to the slaughter. The vast swarm would disperse into isolated individuals. This region would remain very dangerous for the foreseeable future. But the Great Devourer could no longer organize a vast offensive. That immense Tyloan swarm that had burned hundreds of planets to the despair of the Empire was gone. Perhaps, as the Great Devourer said, in 1,000 years it will lead a Tyloan Chongchuan even more terrifying than the Liwaitan Chongqiao, but at least the galaxy has gained a moment of peace. Asita Naku, with a chunk of its southern continent blown away, floated slowly in the void. A multitude of barges towed the space debris back to the starport for re-repair. The corpses of warriors drifting in space would be collected, cremated en masse, and together with the unreparable wreckage of warships built into a spaceborne, continuously the remains of Tyloan insects fell onto the surface of Asita Naku, turning into toxic biological swamps. And Dane de Cienja did not intend to cleanse this toxic biological swamp. Instead, he felt it could strengthen the defenses of Asita Naku. Lucy was stunned. He stared at the Akin company commander before him. If I understand correctly, you lost him. The tall Thunder Warriors at that moment had never wished so much to be as short as mortals so that they could more easily crawl into a crack in the ground. Yes, when we arrived, His Highness had already vanished into the warp rift. In an instant, Lucy felt as if the sky were falling. After handing over the follow-up work to a group of mortals, he quickly returned to Ka Bolida. Ma Ganusi had not gone with them on the campaign. The warp shadow of the Great Devourer affected him greatly, and he had no desire to fight. As soon as he returned to Cabo, Lida Lucy raced to Ma Ganusis' room. Upon opening the door, he saw mountains of books and all kinds of obscure and incomprehensible symbols. Before Lucy could speak, a psychic bolt shot forth, blasting him straight off his feet and sending him crashing through the wall behind. I told you, don't disturb me, said Ma Ganusi, somewhat frenzied. Then Lucy instantly rushed in front of him and punched Ma Ganusi. Having been reading for a long time, Ma Ganusi didn't react and was knocked to the ground. If you still want to continue studying these books, then you need to deal with this. Now quickly find out where Bo Na is gone. In that, Ma Ganusi was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, you lost him? Yes, he opened a damned warp rift, destroyed the Tyloan hive, and nearly destroyed himself in the process. Now he has fallen into the warp and is missing. Ma Ganusi quickly got up, then summoned his 1,000-son sorcerers to prepare a ritual. After 9 days and nights, he stepped down from the ritual circle. How is it? Asked Lucy. Should be fine now, said Ma Ganusi, his face twitching. Faced with a confused Lucy, he found it difficult to explain what he had foreseen. In the warp. So our boys are calling some Humi their boss. In the warp, two massive green orcs were busy tinkering. One had immensely powerful muscles and carried a club that looked right whack and deadly, yet he wore a tactical visor used by artillery spotters. The other orc carried a cannon that also seemed huge and whack worthy, yet he wore combat gauntlets meant for brawl. If an Imperial Inquisitor or scholar specialized in orc studies had been present, they might have recognized these two. Orcs worship gods named Gork and Mork who are vastly different from each other. Gork is brutal but cunning, he likes to sneak up on you from the front. Mork is cunning but brutal, he prefers to kick you hard from behind. Gork and Mork have endless arguments, whether choppa or shouldas are better, whether to just whack in or shoot first, and then whack. Today the two gods had stopped pummeling each other's heads because something puzzled them. A mob of orc boys had whack at a massive swarm of bugs to death, and Gork and Mork had already heard the impotent roars of the great devourer from the warp. They were pleased because their boys had finally crushed a powerful enemy instead of constantly beating each other like idiots. They had long despised those Tyranids, the ones who played dirty tricks and had no honor. For instance, when battle lines clashed, a Tyranid hive tyrant would swagger out and point at the orc war boss with a fury. How could an orc boss tolerate such provocation? Head charge over cursing to rip, that gets head off. But before long a bunch of lictors, ravener ambushers, and other assassins would spring out, turning the war boss into mushroom salad. Then the green tide would scatter. That's why orcs had a terrible impression of Tyranids, worse than the point-eared gits. Humies were much more fun, especially the big cans. Though a bit weak, they were still satisfying. So when the Tyranids took a beating, Gork and Mork were overjoyed. When the warp rift opened, they even rescued their boy's boss, intending to praise him. But what burned their brains was why the boss was a humie. You reckon our boy's gone soft letting a humie be boss? Asked Gork. Mork glanced at the weird boys nearby, some missing arms or legs, a few even headless. These were the boys who had died fighting the great devourer, and they all nodded. I know my weird boys can't be wrong. You get your weird boys are always wrong. Gork kicked him hard. Mork got angry and smashed his brand new super shoulda into Gork's face. I ain't wrong. You dare hit me. Gork swung his club in retaliation. So the two gods, barely peaceful a moment, started fighting again, and their respective followers in the domain joined the brawl. But as they fought, a rift suddenly opened in their domain. Formless white flames emerged, flames so cold and dark that even the chaotic tides of the warp recoiled. From within strode a legion of white-armored Astartes. They were utterly lifeless, sending chills down any spine. Cold fire leaked from the seams of their armor, igniting the ground beneath them. They exhibited unprecedented efficiency, never hesitating as they opened fire on the orc boys, who were still pummeling. Caught off guard, the orc boys were mowed down. But what terrified was that these soul orcs died completely, their very spirits annihilated. Gork and Mork instantly stopped, glaring furiously at the hostile intruders. You gits, kill our boys, will ya? With that, both gods charged. Take me fist, roared Gork, punching a whole mass of Astartes into dust. Take me boot, bellowed Mork, stomping from above, crushing the advancing Terminators. But the Astartes showed no reaction. They fought like zombies, their weapons still precisely slaying orc boys. A beam of grayish light heralded several angels joining the fray. They wore golden armor and had pristine white wings, but they were skeletons radiating a dreadful aura like nulls. Diving into the battle with blinding speed, they slaughtered dozens of weird boys who wailed and perished utterly. Gork and Mork grew infuriated by these flies. Diahumi flies. But as they struggled against the bone angels, one angel slipped past them. Ignoring the sea of orc souls, it accelerated beyond light, swinging a pure silver sword capable of destroying any spirit, aiming straight at Benna lying unconscious on a squig. But then came a clear crack. A heavy hammer smashed aside the soul-slaying blade. The hammer's wielder was a towering, black-armored giant blazing with searing flames, his right arm made of silver. The giant grabbed the bone angel's neck with his silver arm, slammed it to the ground, and crushed its skull with a stomp. Beside him, a host of black-armored Astartes, likewise wreathed in flame, charged, silently clashing with the white-armored Astartes. Instantly, two different flames intertwined. Two silent legions annihilated each other in a voiceless war. None were more enraged than Gork and Mork. You gits, fighting in our backyard, roared Gork. Time to show you what we got, shouted Mork. With that, the orcs attacked both sides indiscriminately. Yet no one noticed that the figure lying on the squig had vanished.